Liu wearily emerged from the chaos, his head heavy as though burdened by a colossal stone. He instinctively groped his way toward the bathroom, his steps unsteady, as if he were treading upon clouds. Upon standing before the mirror and catching sight of the face reflected back at him, he momentarily froze, astonishment washing over him like an overwhelming tide. It was a visage both familiar and alien, the remnants of his former self flickering in and out of that countenance, now adorned with a touch of metallic embellishment. The face, embedded with metallic components, glimmered under the harsh light with a chilling radiance. He stared blankly into the mirror, his thoughts entangled like a mass of unraveled yarn. Memories surged forth like a torrential flood, recalling how he had been maneuvered into a so-called stable corporation through numerous familial connections. For Liu, that place was steeped in strangeness and constraint. There, he could never find his footing. The stifling atmosphere clamped down upon him like invisible shackles, rendering him breathless. Countless times, he longed to muster the courage to resign, yet the words remained trapped on his lips, unable to escape. The concerned gazes of his relatives seemed to exert an invisible force that stymied his resolve. Last night's scene, where his superior had led him to a drinking gathering, replayed incessantly in his mind. Due to local customs, genuine emotions were often expressed over drinks, and he found himself compelled to consume copious amounts of potent liquor. Liu, the carp, you raise fish, don't you? Cup after cup, the fiery liquid seared his throat, yet he could not decline. Ultimately, his memories faded into a void of darkness. He had succumbed to unconsciousness. Could it be that he had perished from alcohol poisoning? The thought sent a jolt of anxiety through him. Now he found himself reborn in the body of another individual also named Liu, the abrupt twist of fate catching him off guard. Liu suddenly retched over the sink, akin to the aftermath of a hangover, still feeling a lingering haze. As his recollections flowed forth, memories belonging to this world's self began to emerge alongside his own. Working is a load of rubbish, and overtime is even worse. The memories from this world corroborated such sentiments. Gradually, from the recollections of himself, Liu gleaned more information about this realm, the most dismal city in Americanite City. Here, technology was highly advanced, with various cybernetic modifications and high-tech devices ubiquitous, creating a metropolis brimming with a futuristic and cyberpunk aesthetic. Yet, the city was rife with social issues and dangers. Rampant criminal activities, poverty, violence, and inequality were widespread. Nevertheless, countless opportunities existed, enticing individuals to venture forth in pursuit of their dreams. Through his memories, Liu was astonished to discover that this world's self seemed to be faring even worse. In this reality, he had toiled diligently at a small enterprise, rising early and toiling late for meager pay, surviving on the brink of despair, only to be propped up by a shot of medication when the exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. A never-ending hell of a 007 work schedule. However, this monotonous existence was irrevocably altered by an innocuous email. The message, titled Optimization List, shockingly bore his name. He had been laid off. He could hardly believe he had been dismissed so abruptly. Freedom. What freedom could exist without money? In this bustling yet perilous city, losing one source of income was undeniably a nightmare. Every drop of water, every kilowatt of electricity, every meal, every shelter all demanded financial resources. Not to mention the myriad of bizarre charges, reminiscent of the student loans from his school days, forced upon him by the orphanage. He had barely begun his studies before being expelled for being unable to afford a uniform, leaving him with tuition fees that wouldn't be refunded. It all seemed absurd, yet he was burdened with that debt. Now Liu pondered whether it had all been a setup. To make matters worse, he had accrued new debts before starting his job. Previously, to secure his position at that company, he had been compelled to apply for a substantial loan to purchase a specific model of cybernetic enhancement that met their job requirements. That loan had become the final straw, crushing him beneath its weight. Yet, he had no choice. At least, among the options provided by the orphanage, that company was among the more favorable ones, necessitating competition with others. Some job prospects even had legally sanctioned mortality rates. Indeed, this world was absurd. One paid the company to assign them to a job. And now, with his financial lifeline severed, the pressure of repayment loomed like a specter, plunging him into an unprecedented predicament. Liu believed in the company they had myriad ways to extract money from him. However, he found himself devoid of both funds and the stamina to seek alternative employment. This relentless pressure had utterly crushed the Liu of this world, leaving him unable to bear the weight. Ultimately, in the solitude of his room, he chose an extreme path overdosing on pills. Perhaps it was this very circumstance that led to last night's transformation, rendering him into another him. Or perhaps it was the brush with death that awakened memories of his past life. Yet, possessing two distinct sets of memories left his mind in a state of disarray. Everything felt like a dream, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Liu endeavored to untangle his thoughts, only to find himself ensnared in profound confusion. All right, this round of suffering competition, you win. Finally, Liu could only jest at the mirror, addressing the original occupant of this body, or perhaps the original persona. Suddenly, a heavy knocking at the door shattered the silence of the room, interrupting Liu's contemplation of his future plans. Could it be the rent collector arriving so soon? With that thought, Liu instinctively opened the door, only to be met with a harsh lesson from reality: never open the door to strangers. As the door creaked open just a crack, a robust mechanical arm thrust its way in, forcefully yanking the door wide. Two imposing figures, heavily augmented with cybernetics, surged into view, emanating an intimidating aura that left Liu momentarily paralyzed. Facial projection devices and recognition interference systems activated simultaneously, shrouding their features in a veil of enigmatic mist. Only the green projections were visible, casting an eerie glow over their heads, displaying grotesque faces akin to chaotic graffiti. The green light flickered ominously, enhancing the terror of the scene. Liu's eyes widened, shock and fear spreading through him in an instant. Before he could react, one of the hulking men swung a fist, striking his abdomen with the force of a cannonball. The tremendous impact reverberated throughout Liu's body, and he felt a searing pain in his gut, as if his very organs had been shattered. The world before him spun wildly, his consciousness blurring in an instant. Then, darkness surged forth like a tide, and Liu crumpled to the ground, utterly losing consciousness. In a daze, he thought he heard one of them say, "Be gentle, we wouldn't want to damage the augmentation." Liu slowly opened his eyes, a dull ache throbbing in his head. As his vision gradually clarified, he found himself in a dimly lit room, the contours barely discernible. Faint light struggled to seep through crevices, offering scant illumination to the oppressive space. He struggled to sit up, surveying his surroundings, and the only sight that met his gaze was a tattered bedsheet carelessly discarded in the corner. The sheet had long lost its original color, marred by stains and signs of wear. The air was thick with a nauseating odor, with excrement and various refuse haphazardly piled, as if this place were a forgotten corner of the world. A sudden heaviness seized Liu's heart as he realized he was confined in a place resembling a detention facility. Fear and despair clung to him like shadows. He had no idea why he had been brought here or what fate awaited him. "I'm finished, and you're finished too." As Liu wallowed in his trepidation and confusion, a hoarse voice suddenly broke through the gloom from behind him. The voice echoed hauntingly in the dim space. He whipped around, only to see a figure resembling a vagrant huddled in the corner. The individual's hair was wild and unkempt, their face smeared with dirt, and their tattered clothes blended seamlessly into the surrounding filth. Liu hesitated for a moment before slowly approaching. Upon noticing Liu's approach, the person's eyes widened in surprise, as if they hadn't expected to encounter anyone else here. Desperately, Liu inquired, "Where is this? Why are we being held here?" A flicker of intricate emotions danced in the eyes of the vagrant: surprise, resignation, and a touch of numbness. He spoke slowly. "This is the prison of the cleaners. They have captured us." In truth, Liu still harbored some memories of the cleaners, who resembled the hyenas of the urban landscape, extracting cybernetic components from corpses or homeless souls to resell. "But why have they brought me here?" Liu uttered instinctively. There seemed to be no justification. Typically, the cleaners would not target someone of his status. His dwelling was not in an excessively remote area, and there was no intersection. The vagrant responded with a bitter smile. What else could the cleaners possibly do? Of course, they intend to clean you up thoroughly. Prepare for disembowelment. Your cybernetics will be harvested for sale, You remain sent to a food processing plant, and throughout the entire process, they will film it as a sordid spectacle for others to gawk at, earning yet another profit. Upon hearing the vagrant's words, a chill surged from Li Yes's feet to the crown of his head. Now was not the time to ponder why he had been captured. Regardless of the reasons, he was already in the clutches of the cleaners. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from outside the room, shattering the stillness like a sharp arrow, painfully piercing the eardrums. Each agonizing cry resonated like a heavy hammer, striking relentlessly at the heart, affirming the vagrant's grim words. His complexion turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down like pearls from a broken string. Having just regained a semblance of life, was he now to confront death once more? And a terrifying demise at that, one without a complete corpse. Yet how could he escape? Li Yu was devoid of any clue. Neither his past life nor this one had prepared him for such a predicament. Do you wish to survive? Yes. In that instant, hearing the vagrant's inquiry felt like grasping a lifeline. Li Yu responded without hesitation, his voice ringing with determination. Chapter 02. The Last Wish List. The homeless man in the corner observed Li Yu's anxious demeanor and spoke slowly. I can help you escape, but you must promise me one thing. A spark of hope ignited in Li Yu's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he replied, Absolutely, I promise you. I will agree to anything. At that moment, his sole desire was to flee from this terrifying place and evade the dreadful fate that loomed over him. The homeless man's gaze reflected profound anticipation as he continued, My friend, he was captured just like me, but he is no longer here. I only hope that you can find his belongings and deliver them to another friend of mine. I believe he will know how to handle them. A multitude of questions surged within Li Yu, prompting him to ask eagerly, Who is your friend? How can I find his belongings? The homeless man raised his wrist, revealing a worn wristwatch, and said, My friend wore the same model. Such items are usually found in the storage room. If you locate his belongings alongside this watch, it will surely belong to him. Gazing into the homeless man's longing eyes, Li Yu solemnly nodded and vowed, I will undoubtedly find your friend's belongings and deliver them to your other friend. But why can't you go yourself? The homeless man shook his head helplessly, saying, I have other matters to attend to, which prevent me from going. Very well. How do we escape? Li Yu refrained from pressing further for explanations. The homeless man lowered his voice and swiftly outlined a plan. Just yesterday, before you arrived, another person was captured. However, I know he has connections. The scavengers have bitten off more than they can chew this time. Someone will undoubtedly come to rescue him, and when chaos ensues, we can make our escape. Is that true? Li Yu questioned, his doubts lingering. I trust my instincts. The probability is quite high, although uncertainty gnawed at Li Yu's heart as he listened to the homeless man's plan. He recognized that he had no other options. Thus, he chose to place his faith in the homeless man, pinning his hopes on this slender thread of chance. As time ticked away, Li Yu waited anxiously. Each second felt as though it stretched into eternity, tension and unease shadowing him. Eventually, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Liu's heart raced. It appeared the homeless man's prediction was indeed accurate. His heartbeat quickened, a mix of excitement and apprehension flooding through him, for this could be their sole opportunity for survival. Amidst the chaotic sounds, Li Yu and the homeless man fixated on the doorway, prepared to seize the moment to dash out. As the gunfire intensified and drew nearer, the homeless man urgently instructed Li Yu, Quickly, follow my lead and shout a name. Just yell Jamie is here. They will know he is present and will come to investigate. Though nervous, Li Yu immediately followed the homeless man's lead, shouting, Jamie is here. Jamie is here. Their cries pierced through the turmoil, quickly capturing the attention of a group of mercenaries. With a sudden rush of footsteps, the door was violently kicked open, creating a resounding thud. A swarm of armed mercenaries surged into the room, moving with agility and precision, their eyes betraying a mixture of tension and vigilance. These mercenaries were well trained, evidently possessing ample experience in such scenarios. Where is he? One mercenary impatiently inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. Liu felt a knot tighten in his chest as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Yet he managed to maintain his composure. Recalling the homeless man's words, he hesitated momentarily before deciding to trust him. He nodded and said, I know where your target is, but you must first guarantee my safety. All right, I promise you, as long as you lead us to him, we will ensure your safety. But if you dare to pull any tricks, you will bear the consequences. The mercenary emphasized his threat by brandishing his firearm. With his newfound freedom, Li Yu closely followed the homeless man, guided by his directions as they advanced with the mercenary team toward their objective. They navigated cautiously, avoiding hazards and traversing dimly lit corridors and disordered areas. Everywhere he looked, he encountered the grotesque sight of lifeless bodies piled together, hollowed out and discarded. The horrific scene churned Liu's stomach, a wave of nausea threatening to overwhelm him. He covered his mouth, struggling to suppress the impulse to vomit. As he beheld these ghastly remains, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. Once vibrant lives had transformed into this nightmarish tableau, and the shadow of death loomed heavily over Liu. He quickened his pace, yearning to escape this atmosphere saturated with mortality. However, the terrifying images were indelibly etched in his mind, refusing to fade. At last, they located their rescue target, though the individual was unconscious. He appeared to be unharmed, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Liu, the homeless man, and the mercenaries. The mercenaries efficiently administered first aid. The client's life support system gradually activated. Simultaneously, a trauma rescue team, renowned in Night City, arrived on the scene as if summoned by divine intervention. This team, composed of highly trained medical personnel, would stop at nothing to shield their clients from harm. They arrived equipped with advanced medical equipment and formidable firepower. Their actions swift and professional. Upon their arrival, they swiftly dominated the situation, directing their efforts toward the client's further treatment. The scavengers, who had previously resisted, immediately lost their resolve, fully aware of the trauma team's formidable capabilities, and retreated in haste. After the initial chaos subsided, a temporary calm settled over the scene. Liu stood to the side, observing the flurry of activity among the mercenaries and the professional trauma team, reflecting on the stark reality that wealth could indeed wield significant power in this world. Indeed, it seemed that wealth was universally advantageous. Noticing that everyone around him was preoccupied with treating the client and managing the situation, Liu seized the opportunity to stealthily follow the homeless man's guidance toward the storage room. In the dim, cluttered space, he meticulously searched until he finally unearthed the wristwatch the homeless man had described. It was a worn piece, yet it bore immense significance, and Liu carefully tucked it away. During his search, he stumbled upon an old-fashioned safe. Excitedly, he called for the homeless man, who recognized the safe with familiarity. Following the homeless man's instructions, Liu swiftly entered the combination. As the safe swung open, it revealed an abundance of cash. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Liu's eyes. He considered sharing this unexpected fortune with the homeless man. However, the homeless man shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "I do not require it. I only wish to find my friend's belongings and fulfill my last wish." Witnessing the homeless man's unwavering resolve filled Liu with a newfound respect. As they exited the storage room, they found the area deserted. Everyone had departed, leaving behind only silence and disarray. "We must hurry. It would be unfortunate if they returned," the homeless man urged. Right, Liu responded, quickening his pace. The two emerged onto the street, and it was only then that Liu truly gazed upon the futuristic cityscape, which solidified his sense of having traversed through time. Hovering vehicles zipped overhead, the powerful gust of wind causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Vibrant advertisements burst forth in three-dimensional projections across the facades of towering skyscrapers. In the distance, cherry blossoms danced through the air, and a colossal whale projection glided gracefully through the steel jungle. Each undulation exuded an ethereal beauty, starkly contrasting with the surrounding cold, metallic structures. Light and shadow intertwined, color shifted, as if a series of vivid, fantastical worlds unfolded before his eyes. Clutching the wristwatch, Liu regarded his savior, prepared to honor his promise. Following the homeless man's lead, Liu arrived at a gathering place for the homeless. Here, based on the information provided, Liu easily located the individual in question. This person was also a homeless man, seemingly forsaken by the world, yet he struggled to survive. Upon seeing the watch, the man's face lit up with astonishment as he murmured, "This belonged to a friend of mine. He told me that when he no longer lived as a homeless man, he would give it to me. How did it come to be in your possession? What happened to him? Is he all right?" "It was your other friend who asked me to deliver it to you," Liu replied. The man's expression shifted to one of confusion as he asked, "Another friend?" Liu quickly clarified, "It's him." Pointing to the side, he intended to introduce the homeless man. However, in that instant, Liu was struck with horror as he realized that the man was entirely invisible to the other individual. A fire of bewilderment ignited within him, and he frantically recalled the myriad details from their journey together. The mercenaries and scavengers seemed utterly oblivious to the homeless man's presence as well. A terrifying possibility flickered through his mind. Simultaneously, Liu watched in terror as the homeless man's form began to fade, becoming increasingly transparent. He widened his eyes, desperately reaching out to grasp the homeless man. Yet he could only stand helplessly, witnessing the man dissolve into thin air, as though he had never existed at all. The surrounding homeless individuals stared at Liu as if he were a madman. Retreating slightly in fear, only the recipient of the wristwatch remained rooted in place, his face a mask of astonishment as he beheld the unfolding spectacle. As Liu stood in a state of profound astonishment. A line of mysterious text suddenly materialized before him. The last wish list system has been officially activated. Thank you for completing the last wish list of the deceased Benjamin Taylor, and you have received a gift from the departed. Basic firearm experience. Chapter 03. A desperate escape. Liu remained rooted in place, his heart brimming with shock. The enigmatic words brought not merely information, but an extraordinary transformation. He could distinctly feel a surge of knowledge regarding firearm usage flooding into his mind. As if countless images flashed before his eyes, scenes of disassembling, assembling, aiming, and shooting various firearms. His fingers instinctively curled slightly, as if grasping a gun's grip. That familiar sensation quickened his heartbeat. In that moment, he felt as though he had instantaneously become a seasoned marksman. Intimately acquainted with the performance and characteristics of firearms, each movement became fluid and instinctual, from drawing the gun to aiming, and then pulling the trigger in one seamless motion. He sensed he could foresee the trajectory of the bullets, accurately determining the optimal timing and angle for shooting. He had finally unearthed his hidden prowess, fulfilled the last wish list of the deceased, and received the departed's gift. This unexpected boon endowed him with a unique capability, granting him the means to survive in this harsh world. As Liu regained his composure, his gaze fixated intently on the homeless man who had entrusted him with the watch, his heart filled with curiosity about the deceased vagabond. Perhaps he was the previous victim of the scavenger, yet it was precisely because of him that Liu had managed to survive today. Liu ardently wished to learn more about that individual from the man before him. He was genuinely grateful for the life-saving grace, for in this wretched city, sometimes humans were far more terrifying than ghosts. However, the homeless man merely shook his head slightly, as if he had already surmised that his friend had met with misfortune, and slowly replied, "I don't know his real name. Among us homeless, we generally refrain from probing into each other's pasts. After all, if one does not have a painful history, who would choose to be homeless?" A glimmer of helplessness and weariness flickered in his eyes. After a brief pause, he continued, "Everyone here calls him Lao Bin. Although I spent some time with him, I only know that he was once a soldier. It seems that after fighting in the war, he lost his wife, his children, and ultimately, everything, left with nothing at all. He no longer even knows why he fought. Yet, he was an upright man. Despite everything, I never saw him use drugs, drink excessively, steal, rob, or beg. He simply collected some trash to take to the recycling station or search through trash bins near kitchens and convenience stores for expired food. Sometimes, he would sit on a park bench, staring blankly at old photographs. The fragmented yet simple words seemed to carry an immeasurable weight. Liu listened quietly, a tumultuous wave of complex emotions surging within him. He could almost visualize the figure of the deceased vagabond on the battlefield, witnessing the hardships and setbacks he had endured. As the story came to an end, Liu remained silent for a long while. In the end, the man did not inquire about the whereabouts of the watch's original owner. As if by refraining from asking, his friend continued to live on, merely wandering in some unknown place. When Liu departed, he took out a sum of money from his pocket and gently placed it on the ground. He understood that this might not alter the already established outcome, but at the very least, it represented his heartfelt gratitude, an attempt to repay the life-saving grace. Subsequently, he quietly turned away, filled with respect and reflection for the already departed vagabond. Liu was acutely aware that he could never return to his former residence. It had long since been overdue, and even if he wished to stay, the apartment would unceremoniously evict him. Moreover, the scavenger was aware of that place, and it was possible he would return. Left with no choice, he had to utilize the money he had scraped together from the safe to temporarily find lodging in a small inn. He also purchased a handgun and ammunition from the gun shop, leaving him with very little money. There was no need for any permits. It was as simple as shopping at a convenience store. And he had acquired a firearm, an unimaginable feat in his original country. Perhaps the recent events had left him on edge, as his heart remained in a constant state of tension. When he slept, he placed the handgun beneath his pillow, believing that only then could he attain a semblance of security. In the cramped confines of the inn room, Liu lay on the bed, his thoughts racing. He was uncertain of what the future held, yet at this moment, the handgun and this temporary shelter were his sole reliance. Again, he expressed gratitude for that gift. Otherwise, he might not even have known that a handgun required a safety mechanism. Suddenly, a faint sound, akin to the soft scuff of a shoe against the floor, sharply pierced the stillness, causing Liu's already taut nerves to heighten. He slowly sat up, straining to listen, feeling somewhat paranoid. questioning whether he was merely being overly sensitive. Following the sound, he cautiously descended from the bed, like a hunter stealthily prowling in the dark. Each step was taken with utmost care, afraid of making even the slightest noise. As he approached the window, a green, ghostly visage loomed into view through the curtains. Liu felt as though his breath had nearly ceased. The shadowy figure of the scavenger lurking nearby made his heart race like a drum. His mind was in disarray, swirling with thoughts. Why were they here? Was it mere coincidence? Or could it be that a tracking device had been implanted on him? This terrifying notion took root within him. Growing uncontrollably like wild grass, he anxiously contemplated various possible counter-strategies, his gaze fixed intently upon the unsettling figure outside, as if trying to peer into their thoughts through the window. With each step the ghostly figure took closer. Liu's anxiety intensified. He knew he could no longer afford to hesitate. Liu's hand gripped the handgun tightly, his palm slick with sweat. He took a deep breath, striving to steady his breathing. Attempting to calm himself. In this life-or-death moment, every decision was crucial. As the scavenger approached within striking distance, Liu resolved himself, his expression hardening with determination. Without hesitation, he burst from the room and pulled the trigger. His first shot aimed for the scavenger's head, yearning for a fatal blow. However, due to his nerves and inexperience, the bullet veered off course, striking the scavenger's shoulder instead. Witnessing the man's reaction, panic surged within Liu. Yet he did not flinch. Although he had never envisioned a day when he would aim a gun at a living person, the intense anxiety of extinguishing a life spread through him, twisting his stomach in knots, leaving him feeling as though he might suffocate. Nevertheless, he pressed on. The unfamiliar muscle memory was enabling him to grow increasingly adept at firing, gradually correcting his previously flawed stance. Liu fired frantically, his finger pulling the trigger repeatedly until the magazine was emptied. The bullets streaked through the air like meteors, emitting a sharp whistle, yet in Liu's eyes, there was only the advancing figure of the scavenger. He understood that this was a battle for survival, with no path of retreat. The moment the last bullet was spent, despair washed over him. The crisp sound of the empty chamber echoed in the stillness, resembling a proclamation of death. Despite having struck several shots, the meager power of the cheap handgun was insufficient to inflict a fatal wound on the augmented scavenger. After a brief pause, the scavenger began to move again, exuding a chilling aura from his mechanical and corporeal form. I will kill you. The scavenger's voice resonated with murderous intent and hatred, sending shivers down one's spine, fueled by an overwhelming instinct to survive. Liu swiftly made the right decision. Like a flash of lightning, he dashed back into the room, exerting all his strength to pile various objects against the door in a desperate attempt to block the scavenger's advance. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he hurled himself toward the inn's window and leaped. His body crashed heavily into a pile of garbage, and at that moment, he disregarded any discomfort or pain. His sole thought was to escape. He gritted his teeth against the physical discomfort, rapidly rising to his feet, darting away like a startled rabbit. However, the debris did not obstruct the scavenger for long. Soon, the man broke through the barrier and entered the room. Spotting the direction in which Liu had fled, the scavenger approached the window, drawing his gun to shoot. With the aid of advanced weaponry and processors, the bullets traced exaggerated arcs akin to a guided missile, accurately striking Liu in the back. Intense pain surged throughout his body in an instant, yet Liu did not falter. He clenched his teeth, continuing to run as blood flowed from the wound, staining his clothing. He knew that stopping meant death. In this life-and-death moment, only the belief in survival sustained him as he pressed onward. Chapter 04. The cybernetic surgeon. Liu felt an immense impact strike his back, as though an invisible hammer had violently struck him. He realized he had been shot. In that fleeting moment, his body felt frozen, and his thoughts momentarily blanked. Soon, an indescribable agony surged through him like a tidal wave, radiating from the bullet wound in his back, searing pain causing every nerve to scream. The body involuntarily stumbled forward a few paces, as if all strength had been abruptly siphoned away. His legs grew weak, barely able to support his own weight. Breathing became labored and strained, each inhalation accompanied by a sharp, searing pain, as though countless steel needles were thrashing within his chest. The world around him began to blur, consciousness slipping into a haze under the onslaught of agony. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to flee. With each step, it felt as though he were traversing a landscape of blades and flames. The pain in his back scorching his nerves like a raging fire. Sweat cascaded down his forehead, obscuring his vision, yet there was no room for hesitation. His body felt as heavy as lead, each movement requiring immense effort. The singular thought consumed him. Escape. Do not stop. Fortunately, the rudimentary cybernetic enhancements he possessed proved pivotal in this dire moment. although the excruciating pain from the gunshot wound still threatened to render him unconscious. His bodily functions were undeniably superior to those of his previous life. The cybernetic implants supported his faltering form, infusing him with a tenacity he desperately needed, feeling the synergy between the artificial and the organic. In this life-and-death struggle, they became his final lifeline, granting him the courage and strength to push onward against the odds. Liu dragged his injured body forward, laboriously making his way toward the crowd. Toward that glimmer of hope. He believed that even the scavengers would consider the ordinary citizens on the street, for they had no desire to incite public panic or loathing, thus attracting the attention of the NCPD, Night City Police Department. Liu understood that he was but a minor player in this chaotic game, not worth the scavengers' effort to engage in a large-scale street battle on his behalf. However, the damage from the gunshot wound was overwhelming. Excessive blood loss rendered him increasingly feeble, as if his very life force were ebbing away. Exhaustion felt like a heavy shackle, binding his limbs tightly, making every movement an arduous task. Hunger, too, crept in, further depleting his dwindling energy reserves. At last, Liu's body could bear no more. The light before him grew dim, the world began to spin, and he collapsed, consciousness slipping away. Liu's pale visage was etched with terror and fatigue. His eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, lips quivering slightly. Liu's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Dr. Victor, do you think it is possible that the company is deliberately enticing us to purchase these exorbitantly priced cybernetics that comply with work requirements? After which, they might intentionally dismiss us, only to later utilize scavengers to recover them at a low price. Then, they could proceed to exploit another batch of unsuspecting victims. Victor snorted in response. It's not beyond the realm of possibility. These companies are capable of anything. Liu continued, his voice shaking. Then, could it be that the cybernetics I currently possess, purchased from the company, once belonged to a previous victim? The mere thought sent a shiver down Liu's spine, making him feel as though countless deceased souls had been forcefully stitched into his very being, churning his stomach violently and overwhelming him with a wave of nausea. A chilling sensation coursed through him, while anger and fear gripped his heart like two invisible hands, rendering him nearly breathless. Victor placed a reassuring hand on Liu's shoulder and urged him, take a deep breath, calm down. The company's actions haunted Liu's mind. And the two heavy words, cannibalism, repeatedly echoed within him. His eyes reflected a profound shock and terror, as if he were witnessing an invisible monster with a gaping maw, mercilessly devouring the hopes and futures of countless individuals. Gradually, Liu managed to regain his composure, akin to the stillness of the sea after a storm. Yet, beneath that tranquility lay a menacing undercurrent. Rage ignited within him, distilling all his emotions into a pure, unadulterated thirst for vengeance. Amidst this surging desire for retribution, the thought of his mysterious advantage, the wish list, suddenly emerged in his mind. Liu understood clearly that in this city, the loss of life was all too common. And this presented him with an opportunity to grow stronger. By fulfilling the wishes of the departed, he could continuously amass power. What he needed most at that moment was time, for he firmly believed that given enough time, he would become powerful enough to exact revenge on that despicable company and the merciless scavengers. He could even grow stronger, to the point of reversing all that was unfavorable, to dominate his fate and crush every misfortune underfoot. However, returning to the present, Liu desperately required a safe haven. He was in dire need of rest. Standing before Victor, his expression was filled with urgency and sincerity. His hands trembled slightly as he locked his gaze onto Victor. Pleading, Dr. Victor, I implore you to let me stay. I truly have nowhere else to go. I promise that whatever task you have, I will do my utmost. Without a word of complaint, his eyes revealed a deep yearning and hope. As if Victor were his only beacon in this tumultuous world, Victor furrowed his brow, lost in deep contemplation. His gaze swept over Liu, clearly engaged in a fierce internal debate. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the air thick with tension. After a long pause, Victor slowly spoke, a hint of hesitation in his voice. I can offer you a couch, but you must understand that business is quite bleak at the moment, and I cannot afford to hire anyone. Upon hearing this, Liu's face immediately brightened, and he eagerly replied, Dr. Victor, I don't need money. Just a meal will suffice. I will undertake any task without a hint of complaint. His eyes sparkled with determination, reflecting a profound desire to survive and endless gratitude for the opportunity Victor was offering. Victor, slightly bashful under Liu's fervent gaze, instinctively scratched his head, looking at the expectant Liu. Victor cleared his throat and said, No need for such formalities. Just call me Old Way. Rest assured, I won't throw you into the fire. You'll mostly just be doing odd jobs. By the way, I don't even know what to call you. Though Victor's words were straightforward, they provided a sense of reassurance. Liu straightened slightly, a solemn expression on his face, and introduced himself. My name is Liu. However, due to his nervousness and urgency, he instinctively spoke in his native tongue. Victor paused, slightly taken aback, furrowing his brow in confusion as he repeated, Carp, realizing his mistake. Liu hurriedly reintroduced himself in English. My name is Liu, with the character for joy. Victor listened intently to Liu's pronunciation, and after some effort, finally grasped his meaning. He shook his head lightly, chuckling. All right, it seems I need to update my translation software. You know, these old voice translators can be rather dim-witted at times. His words carried a light-hearted jest, and neither felt displeased by the minor misunderstanding. You're awake. How do you feel? A calm female voice echoed from the staircase. Liu turned to see a graceful figure in his line of sight. Her short hair, as dark as the night, shimmered with electronic patterns that flickered with mysterious light. Her eyes seemed to pierce through to one's soul, like the most brilliant stars in the night sky. Her exquisite features held a strong yet delicate allure. At that moment, Victor approached with a warm smile, enthusiastically introducing her. This is Misty. She is one of the wisest choices I've ever made. I rented this basement from her. He then turned to Misty and said, This is Liu. He'll be staying with us for a while. If you need assistance, feel free to ask him. Liu nodded in understanding and smiled at Misty, saying, Landlady, I am Liu. Misty smiled gently, replying softly, Please don't call me that. Just Misty will do. My shop is right upstairs, and if you have some free time, feel free to come up for a visit. I can do a tarot reading for you. Liu gratefully smiled back, responding, Thank you. I will definitely visit when I have the chance. Misty's eyes sparkled with a mysterious light as she smiled, saying, I have a feeling your arrival will bring about a change in fate for everyone, and it will be for the better. Liu felt a warmth spread within him, smiling in response. I hope so. Undoubtedly, Liu is unfortunate, having just been reborn into a perilous situation of being hunted. Yet, he was also fortunate, for in this chaotic and dangerous city, he encountered the kind-hearted Victor and the friendly Misty. Chapter 06, A Brief Trial of the Advantage. Good morning, Night City. The recent death lottery concluded with a total of 30 lives lost. Thanks to the relentless gang conflicts, 10 lives were claimed in Haywood alone. However, one police officer also fell, and I suspect you'll all be losing money, as the NCPD won't let this slide. A new day in Night City quietly unfolds amidst the mundane. During these past few days at Victor's clinic, Liu finally found a moment of peace. As Old Wei had mentioned, the scavengers indeed dared not cause trouble. Yet, the original company's ruthlessness felt like a bucket of cold water, mercilessly dousing Liu's hopes. The cybernetics he had purchased for work, the original company, seeing they could not reclaim them, resorted to remote deactivation through a lower-tier protocol. This sudden malfunction nearly cost Liu his life. Fortunately, Old Wei was present at the time and managed to laboriously repair his cybernetics, reinstalling the operating system. As Liu watched Old Wei's busy figure, a mix of emotions surged within him. He knew he had accrued yet another debt of gratitude to Old Wei. Simultaneously, this incident intensified his desire for revenge against the original company. Liu pondered. Despite his original company being a mere insignificant player in Night City, they were undeniably entangled with the scavengers. Moreover, the boss often boasted of having connections, even claiming to have licked the boots of executives at Arasaka Corporation. While he could not ascertain the veracity of these claims, it was better to err on the side of caution. After all, corporations like Arasaka, with their military technology and BioWare, along with Night Corp and Zeta, were the true rulers of Night City. The competition among these giants was fierce beyond imagination. They possessed vast resources, capable of deploying fighter jets, armored mechs, aircraft carriers, and tactical nuclear weapons in their business battles. Liu was acutely aware that he was not regarded by these entities. If he merely hid quietly like a small insect, perhaps he would remain unharmed, but should he dare to make himself known, he risked being crushed without a second thought. Liu, an ordinary reincarnated soul without wealth or power, felt like a solitary leaf adrift in this complex world. Yet, fate had opened a unique window for him, fulfilling the wishes of the departed to gain their gifts and grow stronger. For Liu, that mysterious wish list was his sole hope, his only chance for vengeance and resistance. It shone like a faint yet resolute light, illuminating the path ahead for him. Under the guidance of the light, Liu clutched this lifeline tightly, particularly attentive to this extraordinary external aid. Seizing the rare moment of safety, he resolutely decided to thoroughly test this enigmatic wish list. Aside from assisting Victor and Misty with trivial tasks, Liu devoted nearly all his time to communicating with spirits. Outside Victor's clinic, the ghost Tizani San's eyes shimmered with urgency and anticipation as her ethereal and distant voice resonated. I am Tizani San, and I implore you for a favor. Dr. Victor aided me in my time of utmost helplessness, Yet now I can never express my gratitude to him in person. I beg of you. Gazing into the spirit's yearning eyes, Liu felt a swell of compassion and unhesitatingly agreed. He turned and descended the staircase, arriving at Dr. Victor's clinic. Gently pulling open the iron door. Liu saw old Victor slowly approach and said, "Old Victor, I encountered a lady named Tizani Sand on the way here. She asked me to convey her heartfelt thanks for your previous assistance. Regrettably, she is preoccupied with urgent matters and cannot visit in person." Dr. Victor paused, surprise and emotion flickering in his eyes. A faint smile graced his lips as memory surged forth. "I remember her well. I never expected to receive her gratitude. Truly thoughtful of her. I also appreciate your message." With Victor's words, the spirit of Tizani Sand quietly dissipated beside Liu, as if her final wish had been fulfilled, allowing her to depart in peace. "Thank you for fulfilling the late Tizani Sand's wish list. Received a gift from the deceased. Basic hacking experience. In this world, spirits are exceedingly fragile, devoid of any supernatural abilities. They cannot curse individuals, possess human bodies, or absorb vitality or create illusions. Overall, these spirits pose no threat to ordinary people, as they are utterly incapable of physical interaction. Only a unique existence like Liu can see and engage with them. Over the past few days, through a series of experiments, Liu discovered that obtaining gifts from spirits is a rather passive process. It relies not only on the satisfaction of the other party but is also constrained by the resources they possess. Thus, at times, Liu felt akin to a male escort in a nightclub, striving diligently to please those spirits in hopes of earning their rewards. Completing the wish list equates to a form of spiritual liberation, allowing them to dissipate. Though whether they are reborn or ascend to heaven or descend into hell remains unknown to Liu. After all, he has only experienced death once and possesses but a smattering of experience regarding reincarnation, which is hardly worth mentioning, while the gifts from the deceased are plug-and-play, easily acquired with a mere touch. Significantly reducing learning costs, the initial investment is substantial, and the risks are high. Many wishes are simply beyond his current capabilities. Even if he succeeds, he remains unaware of what the spirit will offer in return. It is a one-time transaction, and once the spirit dissipates, there is no avenue for returns. The ease with which he obtained such a practical gift was something Liu had not anticipated. In the depths of his memory, there lies an experience that has left an indelible mark, one that arose from fulfilling a deceased person's wish. On that occasion, he realized the wish of a worker in a peculiar profession, which appeared straightforward, helping her express gratitude to her most gentle client. Unfortunately, in his youthful impulsiveness, Liu rushed in without a second thought. Unexpectedly, this client turned out to be a burly figure with no dietary restrictions, who was instantly smitten upon seeing Liu. That dimly lit night, Liu found himself flung onto a spinning music bed, and had it not been for his quick escape through the window while the client was bathing, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, when it was all said and done, the reward he received was merely a nail art technique. His mindset was shattered. In contrast to directly receiving gifts from the deceased, Liu conceived a more circuitous method of utilizing his external aid. He suddenly realized that he could leverage his innate ability to see spirits, engaging them in sagacious negotiations to secure mutually beneficial transactions. The crux of this strategy lies in presenting the completion of a spirit's wish as an enticing prize, but he would not rush to fulfill the promise immediately. Instead, he intended to dangle this tempting prospect as bait, first seeking more tangible benefits from the spirits. After all, in the entire Night City, he alone could communicate with these spirits, which undoubtedly granted him absolute leverage. He could set prices at his whim, even refusing collaboration with certain spirits. This constitutes a seller's market, a monopolistic advantage. However, despite possessing such significant leverage, he did not wish to exploit it excessively. Perhaps this was because many of the spirits he encountered were inherently benevolent, or at least not unpleasant, some even possessing a certain charm. Liu mused that perhaps the wish lists were a recognition that their desires were worth realizing, which is why he was able to perceive them. Nevertheless, spirits, once human, do not lose their wits upon becoming specters. Thus, without tangible action, spirits naturally would not divulge their secrets, and it could only be said that both parties were still in a phase of mutual adaptation. So far, Liu, who fancied himself eloquent, had yet to extract even a single bank account password from any spirit. Currently, Liu's most amiable companion is the cyborg Dr. Ethan, who met an unfortunate demise due to a patient's psychotic episode. Their rapport is pleasant, not because of Liu's social finesse but rather due to Ethan's exceptionally affable nature. He is exceedingly accommodating, embodying the essence of a kind-hearted individual. Ethan's wish is indeed peculiar. He harbors no desire for vengeance against that patient but is singularly focused on researching treatments for cyberpsychosis. In this world, highly advanced technology intertwines intimately with the human body, with cybernetic enhancements widely employed, granting humanity abilities that transcend their limits. However, this integration comes at a cost. As people become excessively reliant on cybernetics, continually altering their bodies, they must bear immense psychological stress and physical burdens, and cyberpsychosis may quietly ensue. Ultimately, their mental realms gradually collapse, rationality supplanted by madness. It is safe to say that cyberpsychosis has become one of the terminal afflictions of this era. This, without a doubt, is another seemingly endless wish. In the operating room, a translucent ghostly figure emerged quietly. It was the cyborg Dr. Ethan. Ethan's gaze was focused and steady as he regarded Liu, his voice ethereal yet brimming with authority. Come. Examine this clamp closely. Its primary purpose is. Liu listened intently to Ethan's guidance, his eyes flitting among the tools, striving to memorize the function of each item. As Dr. Victor performed the surgery, Ethan offered quiet prompts, and Liu swiftly handed over the required instruments or medications based on the cues. Ethan's expertise and extensive experience served as a beacon, illuminating the path for Liu. Under the tutelage of the esteemed Victor and Ethan, combined with Liu's innate mechanical aptitude and a small gift from a repairman ghost, he gradually honed his skills over the past 2 days. One drawback of this external aid is that at times, Liu struggles to distinguish between human and spirit. Consequently, to outsiders, he appears to be conversing with thin air, seeming somewhat eccentric. However, with the presence of the fortune-teller landlord Misty, Victor found no peculiarity in Liu's actions. In his eyes, Liu's symptoms were relatively mild in the bustling night city. If one were to doubt this, they could simply observe the throngs of addicts on the streets, who seemed to revel in their plight. Unbeknownst to him, Liu had ascended from a mere laborer to Victor's assistant. In contrast to the clamor of social interactions, Liu found himself more enamored with tinkering with machinery. Perhaps it was this very disposition that rendered his previous life in the intricate web of workplace relations a struggle, yielding unsatisfactory results. Nonetheless, Victor regarded Liu's performance during this period with admiration. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Victor had just successfully replaced a patient's iron kidney with the V3 model. Such a significant undertaking brought a smile to Victor's face as he observed Liu assisting nearby. A glimmer of appreciation crossing his gaze. Straightening slightly, Victor smiled at Liu and said, "Liu, would you be interested in becoming a cyborg doctor? I believe you possess talent." Liu fell into contemplation. He recognized his need for a legitimate occupation, and the proposition indeed stirred his interest. Perhaps once he exacts his revenge, he could truly become a cyborg doctor in Night City. With this thought in mind, Liu responded, "Old Victor, is that true? Do you genuinely believe I can?" Victor nodded with a smile, retrieving several chips from a nearby cabinet and handing them to Liu. "These are medical and mechanical courses. Take them and study when you have time. Feel free to ask me if you have questions." Liu accepted the chips with both hands, his eyes brimming with excitement and gratitude. Although these learning chips were somewhat outdated in version and model, they held immense value, and reselling them could yield a considerable sum. Liu exclaimed eagerly, "Thank you so much, old Victor. I will certainly study hard." Victor patted Liu on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Go for it, kid. I believe you can become an outstanding cyborg doctor." Liu clutched the chips tightly, as if grasping onto the hope of a bright future. "Hey, Liu, I'm at Misty's. The matter you entrusted me with has been taken care of." A message appeared on Liu's retina, interrupting his reveries about the future. In this era, the functionalities of Liu's previous life mobile phone had been entirely supplanted by the cybernetic enhancements embedded within him. One no longer had to worry about losing a phone, as it was effectively integrated into his very being. Nonetheless, small personal terminals still persisted, reminiscent of the smartwatches from Liu's past life, serving as ancillary aids to his cybernetic body. Nowadays, office workers merely required a device akin to a mobile phone to conduct their professional activities from virtually anywhere. Moreover, it was rumored that even those engaged in menial labor possessed one, as certain matters were inconvenient to address directly. Liu first greeted Victor before departing from the clinic, for indeed, as Victor had previously stated, business was rather sluggish, and the place often felt desolate. Misty owned a shop located above Victor's clinic, aptly named Misty's Esoterica. The store brimmed with an array of items for exorcism, including incense sticks, herbal stems, Tibetan Book of the Dead separation chips, and talismans for transference. While Victor treated gunshot and stab wounds, Misty mended shattered souls, aiding her clients in discovering inner tranquility. Your aura requires meticulous maintenance. Gently coax the strands of light, and they will gradually thicken and harden. Oh, they will indeed harden. Upon Liu's arrival, Misty was engaged in providing a spiritual therapy session. He was not there for her. However, the burly man reclining in the chair, receiving a massage from Misty, was the one he sought. Jack Wells, a man raised in the Haywood district and Misty's childhood companion. Through Misty, the two had become acquainted. It was said that he had once been affiliated with the Valentino gang and was now a small bar owner with an extensive network. Prompting Liu to enlist his assistance with a few matters. At the shop's entrance, Liu refrained from interrupting them, being perceptive enough to notice the subtle flirtation between Jack and Misty. Liu, you've arrived. Noticing his presence, Misty proactively greeted him. Jack stood up, arms wide open, exuberantly exclaiming, "Hey, my carp friend, how have you been lately?" He still favored the nickname Carp for Liu. Just as Jack was about to embrace him, Liu took a half step back, which was a tad disheartening. He did not wish to seem aloof, yet the memory of nearly being overwhelmed by the hulking brute from the previous encounter lingered vividly in his mind, causing him to instinctively retreat before his thoughts could catch up. Jack's boisterous and affable nature meant he would not take offense at such minor gestures. Observing the two, Misty smiled teasingly. "Well, he seems to be doing quite well. At this rate, I may lose my part-time nursing job because of him." Jack patted Liu on the back, chuckling. "Looks like our Night City is about to gain yet another renowned cybernetic doctor. Does that mean I can expect a discount when I come to visit?" Jack's hearty slap nearly knocked Liu off balance. He quickly waved his hands in protest. No, I'm still far from that." "Well, at least it indicates you possess a talent." Jack mused. "Oh, future great doctor, let us see what you've got." With that, Jack draped an arm around Liu's shoulders and led him to his small corner by the back door of the shop. He produced a chip from his jacket pocket and handed it to Liu, whispering, "Everything you asked me to investigate is right here." "Thank you," Liu replied, and his data flowed through his eyes. Jack promptly received a transfer. In recent days, Liu had not been entirely without income, although Old Wei often lamented his inability to support anyone. Whenever there was a job, he would always summon Liu to assist. Using that as an excuse to slip some money into his hands. Liu kept all of this in mind, while also diligently storing away the bills for the repairs to his cybernetics, waiting for the day he could repay them. Additionally, he had unexpectedly stumbled into a small venture. Nail art. He had never imagined that what had started as a mere pastime for Misty would now yield profits and earn unanimous praise from the nearby street girls. They remarked that just watching their fingers shimmer was enough to captivate clients. "You don't need to be so polite. By the way, aren't you going to check the merchandise first?" Jack inquired with a grin. "No need. I trust you," Liu responded. His intuition told him that Jack Wells was a good man. Jack, touched, said, "What a good brother. If you need extra hands, this one's on the house." Liu shook his head. "No, it's a personal matter." "All right then, feel free to reach out whenever you need." Jack waved casually and turned back, happily re-entering Misty's shop. Meanwhile, Liu gently inserted the chip into the slot behind his ear, and in an instant, vibrant pages resembling sparkling shadows unfurled before him. The information regarding an individual named Kor Hodo became distinctly discernible, from personal details to his home address, from social connections to itinerary arrangements. Every aspect was meticulously documented. This Kor Hodo was, in fact, Liu's former employer. The familiar yet foreign information served as a key, unlocking the doors to his memories and evoking a flood of reflections and profound contemplation. Jack truly was reliable in his endeavors. Liu understood well that a gentleman may take years to seek vengeance, but he believed he was still far from being a gentleman. Thus, enduring for over 10 days had been quite commendable for him. This very evening, he resolved to seek out the man for a thorough discussion of old times. Chapter 08, Revenge. Kor Hodo, the current head of Hodo Corporation. Previously, the company's main business was manufacturing low-cost alternatives to popular products, essentially knockoffs. For instance, they once replicated the sleep inducer by Triangle Corporation, a simple device that emitted electric impulses when placed on the skin. Those suffering from insomnia could position it on the nape of their neck, and the currents would surge into their brains, inducing instant slumber. Due to its straightforward yet effective results, it was dubbed Russian sleep. Hodo Corporation's counterfeit version was priced €5 less than the original, which was already €85. The trade-off was merely a slight reduction in the accuracy of the currents, as excessive currents could lead to permanent slumber, though thankfully, the current rate of negative reviews stood at 0. After removing his father's life support in the hospital, Kerr officially took the reins of the company. He implemented a new human resource management system, optimizing away the high-salaried management staff under the guise of flattening the hierarchy. Naturally, a driven core would not forget to increase revenue. He mandated that employees become customers by purchasing an expensive set of professional cybernetic enhancements before their employment began. Later, he commissioned specialists to recycle the enhancements, reclaiming them to sell to the next batch of unsuspecting recruits, all while ensuring compliance with legal regulations. After all, the fine print in the contract stipulated that upon resignation, Employees were required to return the enhancements to designated facilities, and failure to do so within the specified time frame would grant the company the right to enforce measures. The designated facility, however, was a front for a shady operation. Moreover, if one was tardy, the enforcers would come knocking. Accidents occurring before or after surgery were perfectly normal. New recruitment announcements had already been issued, and this latest batch was soon to be dispatched, just after emerging from his secretary's quarters. Kaur, now in a contemplative state, pondered over the next optimization list while stepping into his vehicle. "Hello, Mr. Hodo." A cold voice emanated from the backseat of Kaur's car, accompanied by the chilling pressure of a gun barrel pressed against the back of his head. Glancing sideways, Kaur could only see a pixelated visage due to the interference projector. The proximity was far too close. No matter his actions, he could never outpace a bullet. Yet, the assailant did not pull the trigger immediately, suggesting there was still room for dialogue. Let us talk. Kaur's anxious Jack has already conducted a thorough investigation into Kaur's various actions. As for Kaur's claims regarding his connections with the upper echelons of Arasaka, it is laughable. He is merely a counterfeit, imitating their products. Can that truly be deemed a relationship? In fact, due to his insignificant scale, his products have gone unnoticed by anyone from Arasaka. For this reason, Liu has no desire to engage in any further entanglements with him, nor does he wish to exchange even a single idle word. His only inquiry stems from a tense need for confirmation, as a misstep in targeting could have dire consequences. After all, the bullet that shattered Kaur's skull did not even manage to penetrate the bulletproof glass of the front windshield. No one can ascertain whether Kaur has any remaining tricks up his sleeve. Any oversight could lead to unimaginable repercussions. The assassin's principle dictates a swift strike and retreat, regardless of whether it involves the NCPD or trauma teams, both of which Liu currently cannot afford to provoke. At this very moment, the cold-blooded killer Liu finds himself on the verge of retching beside a dumpster in an alley a few blocks away. His body trembles slightly, and his hands involuntarily clench and release. The flames of vengeance may provide a fleeting sense of satisfaction, yet the act of taking a life only bequeaths an endless void and regret. Liu seems to recall a phrase he encountered in a book during his past life. One not only is it capable of soaring freely through the sky, but it can also execute astonishing movements in the blink of an eye, as if it possesses the ability to manipulate gravity itself. Beneath its formidable power, both the violent terrorist task force and the Arasaka security were effortlessly reduced to mere paper-thin figures. The scene unfolded like a battlefield, with bullets, missiles, and grenades flying haphazardly, resulting in an unrelenting exchange of fire. Ethan even asserted that it was a person equipped with military-grade cybernetics. "This is ridiculous. I would sooner believe that you and I are transformers from the planet Cybertron. In any case." That was how Liu responded to Ethan at the time. This marked Liu's first encounter with the advanced forces of this world, leaving his mind a blank slate, with only one thought lingering: to hastily escape. Reflecting back, it seems he indeed applied some lubricant to the cybernetics during that encounter. Regardless, he certainly didn't possess the fortune to partake in such a spectacle. Upon waking that morning, Liu found himself particularly engrossed in the news from the previous night, for it was his first experience of taking a life. An event that was bound to cause quite a stir. However, perhaps after a few more encounters, it would become second nature. The NCPD, Night City Police Department, is, in certain respects, quite reliable, specifically in relation to criminals. Those seasoned criminals in Night City have an unwavering trust in the NCPD. They are utterly convinced that these officers could never trace the crimes back to them, while there are good officers among them. As the saying goes, the soil nurtures its own, which means these individuals are either deeply entrenched in the dirt or submerged beneath the waters. Unbeknownst to Liu, the upper echelons of the Night City Police Department were elated that night. The city swiftly approved a previously stalled budget intended to bolster the security forces, a decision hastened by the generous contributions from Arasaka and military technology toward the city's construction fund. Coupled with the suggestive and ambiguous statements regarding the events of the previous night, the police higher-ups, well-versed in the ways of human interaction and possessing considerable emotional intelligence, quickly grasped the situation. This case should be put to rest with David. Delving deeper would serve no one's interests. Hence, that evening, all cases were attributed to the scion of the Martinez family, David Martinez, whether it was robbery, murder, assault, arson, or illicit trade. Even several troublesome cold cases were all laid at his feet. The unified public narrative was that these individuals were David's accomplices, all criminal acts intended to distract the police forces of Night City, providing David with an opportunity to launch a terror attack on Arasaka Tower. In any case, the mastermind David had already been shot dead by Arasaka security personnel during an act of self-defense. As for Kaur Hodo, He was merely an innocent victim caught up in David's assault. Case closed, and everyone rejoiced. Sitting in the clinic, Liu had just finished perusing various news reports, feeling a twinge of anxiety within. He meticulously recalled the events of the previous night, repeatedly confirming whether he had left any obvious traces. After considerable contemplation, once he assured himself that no glaring flaws remained, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, Liu was not financially well off and could not afford to subscribe to any premium channels. Thus, he was unable to access further, more sensational content. He felt as though the large corporations had a tight grip on the news. The commotion that had sparked considerable uproar was merely brushed over in passing by the media. Nonetheless, Liu regarded it as just another minor episode in Night City. After all, in this bizarre metropolis, countless events transpired daily. Just then, the iron door of the stairway corridor swung open with a resounding thud. A man with a drooping mechanical arm slowly entered the clinic. Liu, assessing the situation, realized a new patient had arrived. He quickly called into the clinic. "Old Wei, we have a customer." His voice echoed throughout the clinic space. Chapter 10. Study hard today. Business at Victor's clinic was unexpectedly thriving, to the extent that Misty had been called in as a part-time nurse. Indeed, given the tremendous noise from the previous night. With stray bullets flying about, many innocent individuals had sustained injuries. Now that the chaos outside had subsided, the injured dared to venture out in search of medical assistance. In truth, most of those who arrived merely bore minor injuries. With Liu's current capabilities, even without the assistance of Old Wei or Ethan, he could manage the majority of the patient's issues single-handedly. After all, those with severe injuries had either already sought medical help or had sadly passed away. Take the man over there, who seemed like a worried husband accompanying his wife and child to seek treatment. He must have been among those who perished last night. Just moments ago, Liu witnessed his wife and child pass right through him. Oblivious to his presence, cough. The woman bore minor injuries but had been coughing persistently, appearing somewhat lethargic. "Doctor, is she going to be okay?" the anxious husband inquired of Liu, seemingly struggling to accept the reality of his own death. Liu nodded slightly, responding, "There's nothing serious. Just some external abrasions that allowed large particles of dust to enter the cooling module of the cybernetic limb. A quick cleanup will suffice." Liu did not address the husband, but spoke directly to the wife, as there were many people around, and he did not wish to be perceived as a madman. However, considering the potential for receiving a gift from the deceased, Liu paid particular attention this time. "Thank you for fulfilling the deceased's wish list for Tom Wilk. Receiving the deceased's gift. Basic mechanical manufacturing experience. Intelligence 5. Mechanical manufacturing experience. Intelligence 5. A double jackpot." Watching the figure gradually dissipate, Liu could not help but blurt out, "My good man, what line of work were you in? My good man." The woman looked puzzled at his words. Liu quickly corrected himself. "Oh, what does your husband do?" Although the woman appeared slightly confused, she replied, "Oh, my husband went to work this morning. He works at a factory in Watson District. But why do you ask? Good heavens, it turns out he is not her husband. Could he be the neighbor's Mr. Wang?" Liu muttered quietly. The enigmatic figure had vanished, leaving him with no further opportunity for inquiry. Upon catching a hint of the word neighbor, the woman's expression shifted, reflecting a complex mixture of shyness, regret, and nostalgia. She murmured, "Neighbor, alas. He was a good man. Often coming. To help me fix the plumbing. Last night, alas. I heard he passed away in his sleep. What a pity. Liu's ears perked up, torn between wanting to speak and holding his tongue. After much inner conflict, he silently completed the repairs and sent the woman on her way. Night City, true to its name, is a realm of captivating stories. Specialized hospitals and pharmacies do exist in Night City. In reality, one should seek assistance there when genuinely unwell or injured. However, the exorbitant cost of larger hospitals are often prohibitive, while smaller clinics are approached with caution. Those various unscrupulous little clinics are prime targets for scavengers. Seeking treatment or hospitalization there could easily result in selling a kidney, followed by a one-stop service for funeral and cremation. The trauma response companies have proposed medical privatization. What's wrong with spending a bit more for one's health? Without money, what doctor will see you? In Night City, health insurance, social security, what are those? The citizens here have no need for such things. It is solely due to Old Wei's kind-heartedness and excellent reputation that patients know they can genuinely receive treatment at his clinic. This influx of patients had just begun. In fact, cybernetic doctors are not traditional doctors in the conventional sense. As the name implies, their primary work revolves around the purchase, installation, maintenance, and modification of cybernetics existing in a more commercial capacity. They are somewhat akin to mobile phone shops, buying and selling phones, providing repairs, and even upgrading configurations. However, cybernetics are considerably more complex than mere smartphones, not to mention Liu, who, as a novice, without Old Wei and Ethan's oversight, could inadvertently cause a mishap, with an explosion not being out of the question. After all, in Night City, it's quite normal to have a few grenades or explosive shells embedded within one's body. Today's patient load appeared substantial, but the actual earnings were meager, especially for Old Wei, who always adhered to the principle of repairing what could be fixed. Only when something was utterly beyond repair would he replace the cybernetic component. Yet, it seemed reminiscent of what Liu had seen on the wall of a barbershop near his university in a past life, where haircuts for apprentices cost just 5 yuan. For the patients Liu attended to, Old Wei offered discounts, merely charging for basic materials, considering it practice for Liu. This arrangement benefited the customers, who received substantial savings, while Old Wei reduced his workload, and Liu gained valuable hands-on experience. A win-win for all involved. Furthermore, despite Liu's youthful appearance, he exuded a quiet demeanor, akin to a model student. Those unaware of his skills regarded him as Old Wei's prized apprentice, which somehow instilled a sense of reliability. Some patrons, recognizing Liu's potential, even left tips as a gesture of appreciation, acknowledging him as a future doctor. One never knows when they might need his life-saving expertise. The customers had no objections, and neither did Liu. After a flurry of activity, they finally concluded their work. On the makeshift operating table, a strikingly made-up female patient lounged languidly, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. She gazed at Liu and exclaimed, "Young master, your skills are truly remarkable. I wonder if you might be free later this evening." Liu placed down the sizable piece of silicone he had just assisted in replacing, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked, "What is it?" The female customer smiled with a subtle lift at the corners of her mouth and said, "My air conditioner at home is broken. Seeing how adept you are at repairs, could you possibly come over and take a look?" As she spoke, she playfully batted her eyelashes. Liu, seemingly oblivious to her charm, replied coolly, "I'm afraid I must decline. It falls outside my area of expertise." The woman slowly rose, leaning closer to Liu's ear, and softly pleaded, "My husband says that every time we use the air conditioner, it makes a dreadful noise and drips incessantly. He's working overtime today, and I'm quite frightened being here alone. Won't you please help me?" Liu hastily pulled back, feeling uncomfortable with the proximity. He then called out, Old Wei, do you know how to fix air conditioners?" At that moment, Liu genuinely did not wish to venture outside. His timidity was one factor, but more significantly, the recent acquisition of a 5 intellect attribute had ignited his eagerness to learn. He contemplated using the learning chip to consolidate his knowledge once he had some free time. He also considered that after the previous night's chaos, many new task NPCs must have appeared on the streets, with numerous wish lists awaiting his attention. However, he thought it prudent to give them a cooling-off period, as they were likely still grappling with their recent deaths. Although this may sound somewhat callous, they truly had no alternatives. There was no need to rush. Just then, Old Wei, who had been observing the commotion, was abruptly called upon and momentarily caught off guard. Before he could respond, the female customer seemed to lose all interest and stormed away in a huff. Liu was perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. Perhaps a relative had arrived unexpectedly, or perhaps something was amiss with the installation. After all, Old Wei and Ethan had been right there watching. At that moment, his mind was flooded with the learning materials from the chip and the real surgical cases he had just encountered, relegating all other trivial matters to the realm of the unimportant. For him, learning remained paramount. Only through diligent study could he hope to thrive in Night City. Finally bidding farewell to the last customer, Liu retrieved the learning chip borrowed from Old Wei and inserted it into the slot behind his ear, promptly immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge. Meanwhile, Victor shook his head with a rueful smile. Chapter 11. Striving for excellence. After 2 days of intense study and practical training, Liu's skills had improved remarkably. Whether he could heal someone remained to be seen, but it was certain that he was now far less likely to cause a fatality. However, Liu's insatiable thirst for knowledge was beginning to wear on Old Wei. It seemed as though Liu had reverted to a state of fervent preparation akin to the days leading up to a crucial examination, causing Old Wei to feel that he might have lost his grip on reality. In the dialect of Liu's hometown, there is a saying, "Haste makes waste." Too much of anything can be counterproductive. After all, one cannot hastily consume hot tofu. Old Wei pondered. What was the point of a young man like him confining himself to the basement all day? After the last batch of customers departed, the clinic fell into a lull once more. Young people ought to be out and about. Thus, Liu found himself unceremoniously kicked out the door, receiving an enforced break. In truth, after 2 days of hands-on experience, combined with occasional inquiries from customers, Liu had gained a profound understanding of the NCPD's operational capabilities. It was not that the NCPD officers were incompetent. On the contrary, they were exceedingly astute. Given their meager salaries, why should they exert themselves? Some NCPD officers had forged close bonds with the community, willingly assisting local organizations by transporting cumbersome supplies or cleaning up troublesome messes. They were more than willing to let citizens enact justice themselves. Currently, Liu remained entirely ignorant of the mechanisms behind ghost appearances. With a grave expression, he scanned the bustling street, observing only a few spectral figures. He deduced that not every soul transforms into a ghost upon death, or perhaps not all ghosts are visible to him. Otherwise, the streets would surely be teeming with them. By the uneven roadside, Liu leaned against the wall, attentively listening to something, nodding in agreement from time to time. Suddenly, a tall and imposing figure entered his line of sight, and an overwhelming sense of pressure surged toward him like a tidal wave. The figure resembled an enraged lion, flames of fury igniting in his eyes, as if he could devour Liu in an instant. Yet, Liu was not one to be easily intimidated. He resolutely straightened his back and gripped his knife tightly. A battle erupted in an instant, transforming the city streets into a battlefield. His opponent's strikes were as relentless as a tempest, each punch and kick carrying immense power that rendered the sturdy walls nearly defenseless. Liu nimbly evaded the onslaught, cleverly utilizing the urban ruins as cover, constantly seeking opportunities for counterattacks. He danced between the crumbling walls with agility, leaping and rolling with the swiftness of a cheetah. A towering NCPD officer was passionately recounting something to Liu, but before he could finish, a lean officer interrupted him. Don't listen to his nonsense. I saw that guy too. He was in the back seat. Probably clueless about how he died. The tall officer, clearly displeased by the interruption, retorted, "What's that supposed to mean? You think you know everything?" The lean officer calmly pointed to a nearby sunken area surrounded by police tape and replied, "Look, crushed to death. You should not have been driving so fast." The tall officer began to argue without reason. "I was fast. You were slow." The lean officer shot back sharply. As their banter escalated into a full-blown argument. Liu refrained from provoking the living NCPD officers, while the deceased ones posed no threat. Liu was eager to inquire about the tumultuous events of that night, despite corporate news blackouts. Rumors abounded. After listening to various mercenaries discuss the matter over the past couple of days, Liu had grown curious about the enigmatic David. To live as a hero and to die as a ghost. He mused, contemplating that if he could locate David Martinez's spirit, it might present a significant opportunity. Although he had not gleaned the information he sought, Liu felt it was not in vain. Observing the two officers' repartee reminded him of a comedic art form he had seen during a past spring festival gala crosstalk. Suddenly, the lean officer turned to Liu and said, "Young man, you seem to be in a bit of trouble." With a subtle glance, he indicated that Liu should be wary of his surroundings. Feeling a pang of unease, Liu cautiously glanced over his shoulder, noticing three suspicious individuals casting glances in his direction. "They're dead, yet they still chatter away. Just a bunch of cleaners," the tall officer exclaimed. "Since others can't see or hear us, why not just point them out?" He then spread his arms wide, leaning at an exaggerated angle, creating a long and comical silhouette, as if to illustrate a massive arrow pointing at the trio who were quietly observing Liu's movements. The ridiculous display elicited a chuckle from Liu. The lean officer, unfazed, continued, "However, they typically don't scavenge this area. It's clear you've caught their attention. Liu did not conceal his past encounters, revealing everything, including the incident with his former boss, Cole. After all, the dead could not betray him. It wasn't as if they could report him to the police. Through their conversation, Liu learned that the lean officer was named Johnny Kafka, while the tall officer was called Cairo Ackman. That night, the two had worked seamlessly together, one driving while the other fired, their roles distinctly defined. Unfortunately, they were overwhelmed by superior firepower, leaving their police vehicle crumpled like a discarded piece of tin. Cairo lamented that he had not even fired a shot before meeting his end. However, compared to the formidable David, they seemed to harbor greater animosity toward their own captain. Their dying wish was for Liu to give their commander a good thrashing. Through Cairo and Johnny, Liu gained deeper insights into Night City. Just like in the case of Liu's shooting of his former boss Cole, if one were to investigate meticulously, they would undoubtedly trace it back to him. Yet, who would bother with such a seemingly fruitless case? It would either be hastily closed or tossed into the archives, awaiting the day when some cyber psychopath would set the place ablaze. This mindset resembled that of children at the onset of summer vacation. Thinking, "I'll just put it off until a crazed dog comes along to gnaw on it." Liu promised to help them deal with their captain once he had mastered his skills. Until then, he must be patient, as he lacked the necessary strength. After bidding farewell to Johnny and Cairo, Liu encountered several other spirits on his journey. During this outing, he discovered a notable advantage of the future world. Speaking to thin air had become entirely normal. Many individuals engaged in such conversations. In this era, there was no need to whip out a phone. One could simply connect with others through their mind and cybernetic enhancements. Thus, Liu felt emboldened to converse freely with the ghosts. As it appeared akin to making a phone call, he hoped to learn more about the tumultuous David and see if there were any wishes within his capabilities that he could fulfill. As for those demands that exceed one's capabilities, one might as well put on a brave face and sketch out a grand vision first. Surprisingly, this endeavor has indeed culminated in two distinct outcomes. One of the final wishes was to transcribe a set of chemical formulas and send them to a specified address. It was only through the chemical insights he imparted that Liu realized they were. In fact, the formulations for a new type of drug. In a rather unscrupulous manner, Liu reclaimed the package after the individual had dissipated and subsequently destroyed it, reasoning that the recipient had not explicitly mandated its delivery. Another wish involved Liu assisting in erasing some graffiti from a wall. The deceased felt that, upon his passing, the artwork paled in comparison to a previous piece and was unworthy of being considered his final work. Fortunately, this elderly street artist did not compel Liu to obliterate all his creations. Otherwise, it would have posed quite a dilemma. Initially expecting to gain painting experience, Liu found himself acquiring parkour skills instead, along with a boost in agility. Indeed, from the experience thus received, it appeared that his penchant for graffiti in inappropriate locales had led to numerous close calls, honing his parkour abilities in the process. Congratulations to the host for aiding 10 departed souls. An ability was unlocked. Offerings. Setting out tributes and lighting 3 incense sticks, may the spirits of the departed be guided by the fragrant smoke to partake of these offerings. Astonishingly, there was also an achievement reward. Today was truly a day of abundant gains. Liu mused to himself. As twilight descended, he thought it was about time to return, thus he ventured into a narrow alley. As Liu's figure gradually merged into the dimness, becoming increasingly indistinct, the 3 silent followers, scavengers, exchanged knowing glances. They swiftly activated their facial projection devices, their visages morphing into eerie green and ominous dark red hues that intertwined and shifted into ghastly visages. Akin to ravenous beasts stalking their prey, they hastened in pursuit, their steps imbued with a palpable sense of danger. Chapter 12. The Quiet Alley. Julian, an orphan without a surname, had chosen his own name. With his tenacity and determination, he carved out a niche for himself on the streets and had now become a member of the Scavengers. This line of work boasted low entry barriers, high degrees of freedom, and substantial returns on investment. Much to Julian's delight. To begin, one only required a mask and a firearm. No financial outlay was necessary for equipment. Engaging in exhilarating skirmishes, reclaiming gear, and trading freely defined the scavenger lifestyle, an experience unlike any other. However, last time he had faltered. With coordinates for a meat pig in hand, he had gone to collect, only to find himself on the receiving end of several bullets instead. The cost of repairing his cybernetics had been considerable, leaving him quite disgruntled. Coincidentally, while hunting for food with his subordinates today, he spotted the very meat pig from his previous mishap. This time, he was determined to exact revenge, to meticulously extract each piece of cybernetic enhancement from within. After following for an entire day, he finally found a prime position for an ambush, an opportunity not to be squandered. The 3 men activated their facial projection devices and monitoring and turf. Julian was in a state of sheer panic. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the fleeting seconds of potential resurrection felt interminably long. When his vision finally returned, he was horrified to discover the ominous barrel of a gun looming close. With a resounding bang, sparks erupted, and before Julian could muster any reaction, he was struck down with a single bullet to the head. Subsequently, his headless body fell limply to the ground, and the clamor of the alley came to a complete halt. Chapter 13. The Night of Night City. In the dimly lit, claustrophobic alleys of Night City, Liu, with his mind as fragmented as a mosaic, fixated on the motionless figures sprawled on the ground. Resembling the stillness of death itself, perhaps due to this being his second act of murder, he felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, yet it was not as overwhelming as the nausea he had experienced previously. After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly devised a plan. Determined to restore the chaotic streets to their rightful order, he resolutely raised his firearm, and the sharp reports of gunfire echoed through the alley. He fired several shots from a distance, ensuring that they were utterly devoid of life before halting the pull of the trigger. Then, adhering to the principle of not letting a moment go to waste, Liu meticulously scavenged recyclable resources from the fallen. After all, in this enigmatic city, one could never be certain that some madman had not concealed an explosive device within their abdomen. Liu was not a garbage man. He had no intention of extracting heartfelt confessions from the deceased. Ultimately, he merely took away a few valuable items, leaving at least a whole corpse behind. Well, except for the head, effortlessly discarding each body into a dumpster. Liu gently dusted off his hands, as if to brush away non-existent dirt. They were nothing more than a pile of worthless debris, awaiting disposal. In truth, in Liu's heart, their status was indeed akin to that of refuse. As their grim fate was sealed, even if the NCPD officers happened upon the corpses, they would likely turn a blind eye, allowing them to be carted off with the trash. Having completed this series of actions, Liu felt as though he had finally become a bona fide citizen of Night City. In retrospect, he found himself somewhat grateful to Mr. Corhudo, the cybernetic enhancements he possessed, though clearly of civilian grade and having passed through numerous hands, were equipped with all the necessary functions. The life monitoring device constantly tracked his operational status, ensuring that he could continually serve his employer. The presence of artificial muscle fibers allowed him to traverse the streets of Night City with agility, efficiently executing various tasks. Moreover, the network access compartment was an invaluable asset for sending electronic advertisements. Without it, he would not have been able to successfully breach the opponent's system today. This seemingly ordinary ensemble of augmentations, while not exceedingly robust, was remarkably comprehensive. From Liu's current perspective, the extensibility of this cybernetic set was exceptional. Its components were modular in design, making both disassembly and modification exceedingly convenient. Suddenly, an intuitive sense warned Liu that he was being watched. A chill ran down his spine as he swiftly turned around. What was happening? Could there be more enemies? Contemplating this while assuming a defensive posture, he realized he had been trained by the very streets of Night City. However, what met his gaze were two ethereal figures gradually dissipating, as if they had been observing him from a distance all along. The tension in Liu's body eased instantly, and as he discerned their form, he realized they were not living beings but apparitions. At some point, Liu had come to find ghosts seemingly more endearing than the living. One of the phantoms appeared to be mouthing a word of gratitude. Liu gazed at the apparition, conjecturing that perhaps these were the victims of those he had just dispatched. It seemed that by eliminating that individual, he had fulfilled their unspoken wishes. With this thought, Liu let out a soft sigh of relief. Moments later, a notification from the system chimed in. Thank you for fulfilling the last wishes of the deceased Tong Yuan Tuan. You have received a gift from the deceased, basic swordsmanship experience. Thank you for fulfilling the last wishes of the deceased Marisika. You have received a gift from the deceased, basic hacking experience. Indeed, the rewards for good deeds were bountiful. Liu had not anticipated such unexpected gains, particularly since he had not accepted any formal tasks. Standing in a corner of Night City, the echoes of battle still resonating within him, he felt the influx of swordsmanship and hacking knowledge flooding his mind. He envisioned countless flashes of blades, the movements of swordplay dissected as if guided by an unseen mentor, rekindling the sensation of a blade slicing through the air and granting him newfound insights into swordsmanship. Simultaneously, lines of code flowed through his consciousness, and programming languages sprang to life as memories of breaching the system during combat resurfaced. New skills sparkled like stars, deepening his comprehension of the digital realm. Compared to basic level experience, the ordinary level encompassed a wealth of knowledge that proved immensely rewarding. Liu closed his eyes. Immersing himself in these two streams of fresh experiences, he understood that these insights would become powerful tools for his survival and ascendance in Night City. A faint smile graced his lips as a new idea took shape in his mind. Night City was rife with the most malevolent and nefarious individuals, likely haunted by vengeful spirits, all yearning for their descent into hell. Thus, in Liu's eyes, these figures resembled moving treasure chests, each exuding a unique allure, beckoning him to unlock and explore the surprises hidden within. In this manner, beyond merely seeking quests from NPCs, he now had the opportunity to engage in battles for rewards, infusing his life with newfound hope, albeit with the potential for increased peril. After enduring a harrowing skirmish in the alley, Liu was overcome by an unprecedented sense of solidity. This battle had confirmed that he had acquired a measure of self-defense. Previously, Liu had felt like an outsider, never truly merging with the nocturnal essence of Night City. He had never set foot in the bars, nightclubs, or underground fight scenes that others frequented, while even Victor would occasionally attend underground boxing matches. Gradually lifting his gaze, he beheld the enchanting night of Night City. When darkness descended, the city sparkled like a brilliant gem, radiating dazzling light amidst the shadows. Towering skyscrapers stood like steel giants, adorned with countless digital displays and neon lights that rendered them dreamlike. The vibrant hues of red, blue, purple, and green intertwined, creating a kaleidoscope of colors. Advertisements flickered with brilliant illumination, featuring elegant figures in kimonos and fish darting between buildings, their imagery celebrating the remarkable fusion of the ancient and the modern. Holographic projections danced in the air like magic, showcasing brand logos one moment and the likeness of renowned figures the next, immersing onlookers in a fantastical world. amidst the interplay of light and shadow. The streets of Night City became a bustling spectacle. People navigated through the resplendent nightlife, some laughing, others lost in contemplation, each harboring their own stories. In the past, Liu had always rushed through the night, plagued by fear, never pausing to appreciate the beauty around him. Now, the cacophony of Night City seemed to recede, leaving only the enticing and enigmatic nightscape. A gentle breeze caressed him, bringing with it a refreshing chill. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment of tranquility. As the vibrant lights of Night City swirled around him, the silhouette of a girl with green twin ponytails emerged like a striking tableau, instantly captivating Liu's attention. Clad in a black jacket that shimmered with a mysterious sheen under the lights, her lively green ponytails danced playfully. The stark contrast of black and green painted a unique and compelling aura. Liu was irresistibly drawn to this indescribable charm, instinctively halting in his tracks, simply gazing at her retreating figure. Chapter 14. A moment to wait. Liu had originally intended to visit the company plaza today, the site marking the culmination of that chaotic night. He harbored a faint hope that perhaps fortune might smile upon him. Maybe, amidst this unexpected stroll, he would encounter some formidable spirits. However, upon hearing that the plaza remained cordoned off, he reluctantly altered his plans. In his previous life, Liu had traversed a monotonous path, confined to the linear existence between school and home, and later between the office and home. It felt as though he lived on a singular plane, never having experienced aimless wandering. The original Liu's life was even more dismal. Upon reaching adulthood, he fell into the relentless rhythm of a 007 lifestyle, with the company being the only point of reference. The line connecting the office to home was only established after he lost his job. Now, when Liu ventured out, it was to fulfill certain last wishes, thereby earning rewards from the deceased, prompting him to take more walks and engage in conversations. After resolving the troubles behind him, he felt a bit fatigued today, so he temporarily emptied his mind and began to wander aimlessly. Unconsciously, he meandered to the vicinity of Japan Street. Liu was unsure why he found himself here. Perhaps it was the prevalence of Asian faces that reminded him of his homeland. Memories flooded back like a tide, the familiar streets, warm smiles, and the rich tapestry of everyday life. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he quickly realized how different this place was from his hometown. The dazzling neon lights, though captivating, lacked the genuine warmth of home. The bustling crowds, seemingly vibrant, did not possess the intimacy and familiarity of his fellow townsfolk. At that moment, even the department head he had once found somewhat loathsome appeared more agreeable. For at least compared to this world's Mr. Core, he was still undeniably human. The stark contrast stirred a wave of discomfort within Liu, who let out a soft sigh, his gaze betraying a hint of melancholy. At that very moment, as he quietly admired the night scenery, he inadvertently noticed her. She sported vibrant green twin tails that danced gently in the breeze, exuding a lively and playful aura. Clad in a black jacket, she appeared both stylish and carefree, her shorts revealing her curvaceous, fair legs. The girl perched on the railing by the river, her gaze fixed on the horizon, her expression tranquil and distant, as if lost in contemplation or reminiscent of untold stories. I am not a Lulacan. I am not a Lulacan. I am not a Lulacan. Liu silently chanted thrice in his mind, as if this repetition could liberate him from the sudden, peculiar emotions that had arisen. The appearance of the girl with twin tails undeniably struck a chord within him. Yet he was resolute in his refusal to acknowledge it. There had once been a girl in university who evoked similar feelings, but he had lacked the courage. They had remained mere passers-by. Even now, he seemed to lack that same bravery. Liu gradually halted his steps, striving to project an air of calm and composure, as if he were merely captivated by the surrounding scenery. However, his gaze inevitably drifted toward her, as if he were reminiscing about a first love that had never truly begun. It seemed he too recognized the impropriety of his actions, tinged with a hint of unsettling obsession. He gently shook his head, a self-mocking smile gracing his lips. Yet, just as he prepared to depart with a tinge of guilt, he suddenly saw the girl rise. Standing firmly on the railing, the evening breeze caressed her, causing her slender form to sway gently, reminiscent of a leaf helplessly fluttering in the wind. Her delicate figure appeared fragile, as if it could be whisked away by the breeze at any moment. The river flowed softly, creating ripples that mirrored the dazzling neon lights along the banks, shimmering with vibrant hues. At that moment, a terrifying thought struck Liu. Could she be contemplating suicide? This notion, once conceived, weighed heavily upon his heart like a cumbersome rock, enveloping him in a wave of anxiety. The girl leaned slightly forward, as if seeking an unknown, mysterious realm. From a distance, she resembled an ethereal sprite poised to take flight, yet also a beautiful angel teetering on the brink of a fall. Initially stunned by her actions, as the idea of suicide intensified in his mind, He could no longer maintain his composure and was overtaken by panic. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward like an arrow released from its bow. His steps hurried and frantic. The wind howled past his ears, his eyes fixated on the girl, his mind consumed by a singular thought. He must prevent her from jumping into the river. The crowd around him seemed to sense the abnormality, casting astonished glances his way. Yet Liu paid them no heed. His focus remained solely on the girl who stood precariously on the railing. As he ran, he silently prayed, hoping he would arrive in time, wishing the girl would refrain from making a foolish decision. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he opened his arms wide, ready to embrace her tightly to avert any potential act of self-harm. However, the moment he made contact with her, he felt nothing. His arms passed right through her form as if she were a mere illusion. In that instant, clarity struck him like a bolt of lightning. He realized that this girl was not a living being, rendering his impulsive actions folly. Whether this was a case of love clouding his judgment or mere lust, Liu had no time to ponder. In his haste, he stumbled, inadvertently propelling himself over the railing. At that moment, his heart seemed to stop, fear and anxiety crashing over him like a tidal wave. Though the riverbank was nearby, the height from the top of the embankment to the water below was considerable. It was easy to envision the dire consequences if someone were to fall from such a height. Fortunately, however, Liu had enhanced his agility and parkour skills today. In this critical moment, his right hand shot out like lightning, grasping the railing with a vice-like grip. Drawing upon his explosive strength and exceptional coordination, he executed a remarkably dramatic maneuver, successfully swinging back to the street. His heart raced like a drum, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet in his eyes, amidst the relief of having escaped danger, there was a deeper embarrassment that made him wish to vanish into the ground. As he landed back on the street with an exaggerated flourish, the spectacle left some bewildered onlookers utterly astonished. The crowd halted in their tracks, eyes wide, mouths agape, as if frozen in time. Moments later, they mistakenly assumed Liu was a street performer delivering a breathtaking act, erupting into enthusiastic applause. "What a fantastic display!" Some shouted excitedly, their faces filled with joy. Others whispered among themselves, discussing Liu's astonishing feat, while some pulled out their phones to capture the moment, eager to document the thrilling scene. Meanwhile, the girl who had sparked this unexpected series of events blended into the crowd, clapping joyfully. A playful smile adorned her face, contrasting sharply with her earlier melancholic demeanor, as if she were a different person entirely. Liu stood there, embarrassment etched across his features, his mind a chaotic tangle of thoughts. Internally, he lamented, "What on earth is happening? I intended to save someone, and yet here I am, mistaken for a street performer." However, with the situation as it was, he had no choice but to play along with the crowd. He slightly bowed, thanking the audience with a gesture that conveyed both resignation and a hint of absurdity. Unexpectedly, following this impromptu performance, he found himself receiving some monetary tips. Gazing at the coins in his hand, Liu felt a myriad of emotions. His gaze turning complexly toward the green-haired girl. It seemed this city of night could no longer hold him. Chapter 15. Rebecca. Just moments prior, a small cluster of people had swiftly gathered, drawn together as if by magnetic force. Yet, upon realizing there was no spectacle to behold, they dissipated like dust scattered by the wind. Before long, only Liu and the girl remained. The girl approached Liu with the grace of a nimble fawn, her twin tails swaying gently as she tilted her head, her mismatched turquoise and pink eyes observing him with curiosity. "Can you see me?" she asked. Bewildered. Liu quickly replied, "I can see you." His expression turned anxious as he added, "I apologize for the misunderstanding. My name is Liu. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Liu? A misunderstanding?" the girl murmured, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. Her eyes narrowed playfully, tinged with mischief as she teased, "Hey, are you interested in me?" The moment those words left her lips, Liu felt a rush of embarrassment, his composure faltering, especially as her unique aura encroached upon his personal space, her green twin tails reminiscent of a girl he had admired from afar in his past. He stood there, mouth slightly agape, yet unable to utter a single word. It felt as though his cheeks were heating up, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind, yet he could not formulate a suitable response. Was he really going to brazenly inquire about her death? When was it? Clearly, this was not an appropriate topic. Moreover, who was that girl from his past who had never spoken to him? It didn't seem to be Hatsune Miku. His thoughts raced, and he grew increasingly awkward, his hands instinctively twisting together, his gaze darting around, uncertain how to break the unbearable silence. Of course, while he pondered deeply, not much time had elapsed in reality. Well, unless one is a fool, they would have to notice someone with my appearance. She remarked. My name is Rebecca, pleased to meet you. Her cheerful voice swept away the awkwardness, and beneath her seemingly delicate exterior lay a tone infused with the essence of the night city, adding a touch of carefree brightness to her persona. After all, most girls typically do not resent compliments about their beauty. Although Liu refrained from verbalizing it, his demeanor and expressions had already betrayed his thoughts. Thus, at that moment, Rebecca appeared quite pleased. Liu silently dismissed the possibility of suicide. Given Rebecca's demeanor, she hardly seemed like someone who would choose that path. "Rebecca, a pleasure to meet you," Liu echoed. "Hey, so are you a medium, a wizard, or, a Taoist?" Rebecca inquired playfully. "I'll tell you, from the moment I regained consciousness, no one else has been able to see me." Liu replied. "I'm currently an apprentice body modification doctor." "What? A body modification doctor needs to know that?" Rebecca's eyes widened in disbelief. Liu answered, "Generally, body modification doctors don't require this knowledge. I consider it a personal special ability." Rebecca nodded, saying, "Oh, I see, a special talent. That's impressive. You're bound to succeed." Young man. Liu smiled, humbly responding, "You flatter me." Rebecca then said, "Oh, by the way, I still have some matters to attend to. Let us meet again in Night City." She waved her hand and turned to leave. Before Liu could finish his sentence, "If there's anything I can help with," Rebecca had already hurried away, vanishing from his sight in the blink of an eye. Liu gazed at Rebecca's departing figure, his heart heavy with a sense of loss. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to see her again. He had no means to contact a ghost. After all, calling a ghost, what a chilling premise that was. With a heavy heart, Liu slowly stepped into Victor's clinic. Inside, Old Wei was fully engrossed in striking a punching bag, each powerful blow accompanied by droplets of sweat. His face was flushed, his shirt drenched. Yet he showed no sign of stopping, evidently consumed by an almost obsessive passion for boxing. Meanwhile, Ethan sat quietly to the side, his gaze vacant, as if lost in his own world. In stark contrast to the cacophony of the outside world. The tranquil atmosphere of the clinic provided Ethan with a sense of solace. It was his safe haven. "Welcome back." Both Old Wei and Ethan spoke almost simultaneously, shattering the clinic's silence. Liu nodded slightly, responding softly, His expression was somewhat dazed. Old Wei, perceptive as ever, sensed Liu's unusual demeanor. The seasoned elder's mind stirred, seemingly grasping something. A knowing smile crept across Old Wei's lips as he teased, "Young man, it seems you've had quite the adventure out there." Is love in the air. Initially bewildered, Ethan's expression shifted to one of realization upon hearing Old Wei's words, and he immediately donned an ant-like smile. His gaze fixed intently on Liu. Liu felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny, an awkward tension swelling within him, amplifying his unease. "Not quite," he quickly retorted. Yet Old Wei persisted. "So, you have someone in your sights?" Then, Liu shook his head in resignation, softly murmuring, "We might not be suitable for each other." Upon hearing this, Old Wei's eyes gleamed with determination as he encouraged, "This is Night City, the city of dreams. Nothing is impossible. If you like her, pursue her." Liu could only manage a wry smile, unsure of how to respond, and continued to shake his head in silence. He then picked up a study chip and gently inserted it, deftly steering the conversation away from the awkward topic. The clinic returned to its usual tranquility, yet within Liu's heart, tumultuous waves raged, refusing to be quelled. The realms of the living and the dead were asunder, separated by an insurmountable divide. Yet, reflecting upon the film A Chinese Ghost Story he had seen in a past life, wasn't it much the same? But then again, Liu, do you truly know her? Can your feelings even be termed affection? You are merely lusting after her physique. How base. Who knows if there will ever be another chance to see her? One must live well. Only by living can one hope to reunite. Right? What if this time, should death come, it leads to a crossing over, or perhaps becoming a ghost, or worse yet, this is the finality, ushering in eternal oblivion? No, I mustn't dwell on such thoughts. I must focus on my studies. Life is relentless. And so must my struggles be. It seems that today, with such errant thoughts, Liu is destined to learn nothing. The next day, sleep-deprived and sporting dark circles under his eyes, Liu arrived at Misty's shop. "That smoky eye makeup looks great on you," Misty teased with a smile. "Did you attend some mysterious party last night? Those dark circles are quite a statement." Liu managed a bitter smile, unsure of how to reply. From Misty's expression, he could tell that his escapades had reached her ears, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Let the world be damned, Liu thought with a hint of resignation. At this moment, his mind was wholly consumed by the notion of experimenting with his new abilities. He recalled the description of the ability to present offerings and light 3 incense sticks. May the spirits of the departed be drawn to the scent and partake of these offerings. Arranging the offerings and igniting the incense appeared to be the conditions for activating this ability. In Night City, incense was indeed a rare find, as there were typically few occasions for its use. Fortunately, Liu had previously encountered those familiar incense sticks in Misty's shop. Wow, so Old Wei was telling the truth? Would you like me to do a tarot reading for you? Let's see how accurate it is. No, it's fine. Liu clutched the box of incense tightly, retreating like a startled rabbit. Chapter 16. A little hungry near the Wild Wolf Bar. Lights flickered, and music faintly echoed on the bustling streets. Crowds swarmed, and cars streamed by. Amidst this lively atmosphere, in a less noticed alley, a gradually fading silhouette exclaimed with excitement, yes, that's the taste. I'm utterly satisfied. I feel like I'm ascending. Liu stood to the side, observing the figure lost in ecstasy, curiosity bubbling within him. Could this steamed pork truly be that delectable? His thoughts momentarily consumed by the dish. He nearly forgot his purpose. Recalling the promise made earlier, Liu quickly gathered his focus. Big brother, don't rush off. The reward hasn't been given yet. Oh, right, thank you. The apparition approached Liu and whispered in a dress before vanishing from sight. Thank you for fulfilling the deceased Markantan's wish list. You have received a gift from the departed. Culinary experience in synthetic meat. As the 3 incense sticks burned down, the smoke dissipated, and the system's notification appeared, signaling that Liu had seemingly acquired yet another inconsequential skill. He had previously experimented with his new ability to offer sacrifices alongside Ethan. As Liu had anticipated. This new skill indeed possessed 2 functions. The first was to attract nearby spirits, and the second allowed the spirits to tangibly experience the flavor of the offerings. However, it must be said that the practicality of attracting spirits was rather limited, primarily due to the narrow range of its effect. Essentially, any spirit drawn in was already within Liu's line of sight. He might as well have simply called them over, according to Ethan. When Liu lit the incense, he did indeed sense something, akin to feeling someone beckoning him, but it was neither mandatory nor coercive to respond. Moreover, the incense Liu lit created a pleasant atmosphere within its fragrant radius. While the ones Old Wei lit had no effect at all, the second function proved to be significantly more useful. Although spirits did not experience hunger, it did not mean they were devoid of cravings. In this world, spirits could not interact with the physical realm. They could neither eat nor drink anything. Undoubtedly, Liu's new skill greatly enhanced his business capabilities, significantly strengthening his bargaining position. As the old adage goes, to win a man's heart, first win his stomach, and this sentiment held true here as well. In fact, now that Liu possessed this new skill, the fulfillment of these wishes had finally become a tangible possibility. Just like Markantan, who had perished on his way to buy steamed pork, caught in the crossfire between the Valentino gang and the 6th Street gang, he had never tasted the dish he longed for in his dying moments. There were many other spirits with similar wishes, some yearning for a special burger, others desiring a drink at the bar, and still others hoping to dine at a fine restaurant. One spirit even wished for another dose of his self-made illicit energy-boosting drug. By the way, the cause of his death was an overdose. Liu returned to the same Mexican restaurant, meticulously selecting 2 portions of fragrant steamed pork. With a heart full of joy, he strolled towards the enigmatic Wild Wolf Bar. The moment Liu stepped into the bar, he noticed a lady seemingly in charge and politely greeted her. Good day, ma'am. Is Jack around? I heard from me before he could finish. Jack, busy helping to move crates. Halted at the sound of that familiar voice, he quickly set down the heavy box and dashed over, enveloping Liu in a tight embrace. Jack's hearty voice rang out in the air. Hi, my friend, you're here. Let's go upstairs and chat. His warm embrace seemed to dispel any lingering gloom. Without allowing Liu to speak, Jack exuberantly pulled him to the bar's 2nd floor, eager to share a multitude of stories. Liu had ventured into the Haywood district to fulfill that fellow's wish, but that was merely one part of his purpose. More importantly, he sought to find Jack and lend a helping hand once more. Following the etiquette of his past life, Liu felt it necessary to pay a personal visit. The entrance to the Wild Wolf Bar was unassuming, yet upon entering, one would discover a hidden world within. The bar's decor was uniquely styled, creating an atmosphere of comfort and relaxation. The lighting and music harmonized perfectly, cultivating a delightful ambience. Additionally, the bar offered reasonably priced drinks, allowing patrons to indulge in the pleasures of fine beverages. Due to its distinctive charm, a diverse array of individuals were drawn to this establishment. Some sought a quiet corner to savor their drinks alone, others gathered with friends to discuss life, while some aimed to forge new connections and expand their social circles. In any case, regardless of the motive, the Wild Wolf Bar catered to many needs of the Haywood district populace. The bar was run by Mrs. Wilson, with Jack Wilson as the little boss, often bustling about the premises. Misty once remarked that Jack would typically be found here. Liu had previously contemplated his current situation with great care, having acquired a modicum of self-preservation skills. It was indeed time for him to relocate from Victor's clinic and rent a place of his own. After his last encounter with those three scavengers, Liu had managed to procure a few monetary chips from them. Upon verification, these chips were free of viruses, and the balance within was sufficient to sustain him for a while. Liu harbored a strong desire to repay Old Wei in full. However, Old Wei consistently refused to accept the payment, always smiling and saying there was no rush, suggesting they could settle it when Liu was more financially comfortable. Were it not for Old Wei's acknowledgement of the subpar living conditions at his clinic, he might have even wished for Liu to stay longer. Fortunately, the city's public transportation was relatively convenient. And Liu mused that even if he moved out, he could frequently visit the clinic under the pretext of repaying his debt. His eagerness to seek out Jack stemmed from Jack's familiarity with the area and his extensive connections. Moreover, Jack had handled Liu's previous request with remarkable efficiency, which had instilled a deep sense of trust in him. The apartment Liu had set his sights on was conveniently located in the northern district of Haywood. He firmly believed that with Jack's assistance, he would undoubtedly secure his desired residence. Just the thought of it conjured a vivid picture in Liu's mind of commencing a new chapter in life within his new abode. Jack hurriedly led Liu to the second floor of a bar. After a cautious glance around to ensure no one was watching, he lowered his voice and whispered, "Shh, I haven't introduced Misty to my family yet. I've been waiting for a more suitable opportunity, so please help keep this under wraps." Liu nodded in understanding, recognizing it was merely a matter of not having introduced his significant other to his parents yet. At that moment, Jack turned to him with a puzzled expression and inquired, "By the way, what brings you to me?" Liu smiled slightly, pulling out a steaming plate of powder-steamed meat along with a monetary chip. Presenting them to Jack, "This is the agency fee. I wish to rent a place and move out. I hope you can assist me in making connections." Jack grinned as he accepted the chip. Sampling the powder-steamed meat and commenting, "Tasty indeed. I agree their dish is quite good. No problem. I'll take care of it. By the way, I heard you've started dating. Who's the lucky girl? Need any tips?" Observing Jack's teasing expression, Liu declined with a gentle shake of his head, inwardly lamenting the incessant curiosity of those around him. He then took a piece of the powder-steamed meat and hoped this delicacy would offer him some solace. However, as the food dispersed in his mouth, his mood worsened. This powder-steamed meat was not what he expected. It resembled a Mexican dish, akin to cornmeal steamed meat or Mexican tamales, and Liu found it utterly unpalatable. Indeed, to him, Night City felt like an unadulterated gastronomic wasteland. As a member of the Eastern culinary paradise, he couldn't help but mock the culinary offerings here, not to mention the likes of steamed lamb, bear paws, deer tails, roasted ducklings, and various other delicacies. Liu firmly believed that merely the menu from a Shaxian diner could effortlessly eclipse the local cuisine. Chapter 17. The new abode over 50 years ago in this world. Synthetic food emerged like mushrooms after rain and swiftly ascended to prominence. The economic collapse struck like a ferocious storm, indirectly plunging global food supplies into scarcity, giving rise to synthetic food technology. Concurrently, a new clean energy source known as CHOH2, pronounced Chun Air, gained widespread usage, unwittingly encroaching upon agricultural resources. It is worth noting that this meticulously developed synthetic alcohol, derived from genetically modified wheat, is akin to oil sprouting from the earth. It has become the primary energy source, powering all manner of vehicles and aerial transports in Night City. The mass production of CHOH2 resembles a greedy beast, consuming vast tracts of arable land. Consequently, 50 years ago, the majority of people had no choice but to subsist on synthetic food. At that time, synthetic food primarily consisted of coarse, cat food-like products and single-cell protein items. Albeit rudimentary, yet they sufficiently met basic nutritional needs. However, due to severe groundwater pollution, the production cost of fresh food skyrocketed. Statistics revealed that only 3% of the population could afford fresh food more than once a year. And undoubtedly, these individuals belong to the privileged class. As the saying goes, the rich feast while the poor starve. In such circumstances, the impoverished relied on canned goods for sustenance. Now, 50 years later, has this situation improved? The answer is, in fact, no. It seems that no one cares about these issues any longer. Relying on synthetic food for meals, augmenting one's physical prowess with cybernetics, and resorting to crime for wealth have become the new norms in Night City. All these insights were gleaned by Liu during his search for food after his rebirth in this world. Consequently, he had relinquished his fantasies about gourmet cuisine. It is essential to note that in his previous life, Liu enjoyed cooking, yet in Night City, acquiring not only raw ingredients but even substitutes proved to be an arduous task. Perhaps in the future, he could connect with the families of wanderers outside the city who, possessing various smuggling routes, might be able to procure some ingredients, What makes Night City remarkable is that obtaining fresh produce is more challenging than acquiring illicit drugs or firearms. In terms of basic necessities, food has become exceedingly scarce. Thus, Liu could only afford to treat himself better in other aspects. In Haywood, the disparity between the affluent and the destitute is starkly evident. The internal differences are pronounced. With the northern region connecting to the municipal center, exhibiting a well-maintained modern facade, skyscrapers stand in succession, parks are charming and pleasant, and public service facilities are comprehensive. Conversely, the southern and eastern regions suffer from dire poverty and danger. The architectural style exudes a suburban rusticity, with residences mostly comprising low-rise townhouses. Fortunately, with Jack's assistance, Liu successfully secured his desired apartment. This residence is situated slightly north, closer to the city center, while it cannot be deemed entirely safe. It affords him a greater sense of security, especially since prices escalate significantly further north, beyond Liu's means. What delighted Liu the most was that the rent for the apartment was considerably lower than the prices he had previously encountered. While also circumventing many hidden pitfalls, Jack remained as reliable as ever, akin to a beacon of light in the darkness, illuminating Liu's path to establishing a home in Haywood. In Night City, Liu finally possessed a warm haven of his own. He found the apartment's conditions quite satisfactory, with essential amenities such as a bathroom, bed, toilet, and wardrobe all provided, and a projection television that greatly pleased him. Although the apartment style was somewhat antiquated, this aesthetic felt more familiar to Liu compared to the uniquely futuristic decor elsewhere. Even though there was no kitchen, it was replaced by an intriguing vending machine, which he found novel and entertaining. With technological advancements, drone logistics had become increasingly sophisticated, and the vending machine connecting the building offered an impressive array of products, dazzling to behold. Even items like Dream Super and accompanying virtual experience equipment could be procured here. Dream Super is currently a highly popular form of entertainment that Liu had yet to experience. It utilizes special enhancement technology to directly transmit the digital records of others' experiences into the viewer's nervous system, allowing users to vicariously experience the emotions and events of others. It is akin to a more advanced version of VR equipment, even allowing for the playback of intricate details within the scenes and the editing of Dream Super experiences. Those scavengers with technical skills would record the experiences of their victims into a legal Dream Super, known as Black Dream Super, and sell them on the black market. Liu, having had some unfortunate luck, could have easily become a one-time star in such a scenario. In the midst of chaos, this apartment was not a random choice for Liu. The Valentino Gang and the Sixth Street Gang operated various legal and illegal businesses here. Tensions between the two gangs were constant, yet they also served to balance each other out. The current intensity of conflict was within Liu's capacity to endure, should he inadvertently offend someone. It was conceivable that while the Avenger pursued him, they might be intercepted by another gang along the way. Moreover, due to the incessant strife, the specters encountered along the journey were not few. In Liu's eyes, they were all valuable resources waiting to be tapped. On the rooftop of the apartment, a gentle breeze wafted through as the night unfolded like a serene tapestry. Victor, Misty, and Jack gathered around Liu, their faces radiating genuine joy. They raised their beers in a toast to congratulate him on his new residence. In Night City, as long as one has money, efficiency is astonishingly high. Remarkably, on the very same day, Liu completed the moving process. Subsequently, he invited a handful of friends over for a visit. Victor chuckled heartily, raising his beer bottle to clink with Liu's, exclaiming, "Hey, Liu, congratulations. This new place is fantastic." Liu smiled back, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, everyone." The group lifted their bottles, and the crisp sound of clinking echoed through the night sky. A delightful array of sizzling skewers, exuding an enticing aroma, filled the air. These were all expertly grilled by Liu himself. His experience with synthetic meat cooking was finally proving its worth. Liu warmly greeted everyone, saying, "Do not hold back. Indulge yourselves. It's a rare occasion for us to gather together, so let's truly relax." Misty elegantly took a bite of the skewered meat and smiled at Liu, saying, "Your new abode will usher in a fresh chapter in your life. May fortune always accompany you, and may every corner of your existence be filled with tranquility and peace." Liu nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I welcome everyone to visit often in the future. I will always have skewers and beer ready." Jack, brimming with excitement, danced around, exclaiming, "Absolutely. This will be our new gathering point from now on. Hey, Liu, your culinary skills are phenomenal. You must grill for us more often." Laughter erupted among the group. The refreshing beer mingled with the enticing aroma of grilled skewers, creating a warm atmosphere that enveloped the rooftop. The neon lights flickered, seemingly shining brighter in celebration of this joyous gathering. witnessing the blossoming of genuine friendship in a corner of the Night City, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Having encountered spirits and learned of the myriad ways to perish in Night City, Liu now cherished the present moment dearly. He resolved to survive, to live fully, and for that, he must become stronger, continuously surpassing himself. Chapter 18. Surfing the Internet in the Early Morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, awakening Liu, who was nursing a hangover from the previous night. Rubbing his slightly swollen head, he recalled how Jack had insisted on him drinking more, having perished from excessive drinking in a past life. This was his first time consuming such a quantity. Turning to the side, he noticed Jack still fast asleep. Suddenly, it dawned on him that it was Jack who had brought all the alcohol. He truly lived up to his reputation as a bar owner, indulging without restraint. Meanwhile, Victor and Misty, having consumed less, seemed to have taken him and Jack back to the apartment before departing early. Liu rose and sent a message on Jack's device, transferring the cost of the drinks before quietly leaving the apartment. Following the address provided by Ma Erkong, the brother whose last wish was to savor steamed pork, he made his way there. It was not far from his apartment, which was one of the reasons he had chosen this location. Upon arriving at an unremarkable old building, he entered a narrow alley and, after navigating several twists and turns, finally reached his destination. At first glance, it appeared to be an abandoned warehouse. After ensuring no one was around, he input the password to unlock the gate, as instructed by the pork-steamed brother. According to him, if forced open or subject to a hacker attack, hidden turrets within would activate, turning intruders into Swiss cheese. Pushing aside some clutter, a small door leading to the basement appeared before him. Upon entering the passage, he discovered a room brimming with technological marvels. Activating the power, the walls flickered with a ghostly blue light, intricate circuit patterns intertwining. Holographic displays floated from the ceiling, continuously shifting data graphs and code symbols. In the center of the room sat a network access device resembling a recliner, its sleek lines exuding a cold sheen yet soft texture, blinking lights on the backrest twinkling like stars. Surrounding it were various small items, notebooks, chips, battery components, and more. This brother was a hacker, and for someone in their line of work, having a secure online environment was paramount. After all, using the network access pod to connect consciousness to the digital realm left the physical body utterly defenseless. The warehouse was secured with a century-long lease purchased by the pork-steamed brother, and the basement was his own construction, aside from the now-vanished brother. No one knew of its existence. It was ironic that such a cautious hacker had perished while seeking steamed pork. Night City was indeed perilous. Liu happily decided to utilize this place as his safe house. Adjusting the hacker chair's settings and changing to a suitable interface, he connected to his own network access pod and reclined in a comfortable position. As if his consciousness were abruptly extracted, Liu's vision darkened, like plunging into an endless void. In an instant, he entered that unique space. In this realm, advanced network information technology wielded a magical power. Various data transformed from cold characters and codes into more comprehensible forms. Those once dauntingly complex operations became strikingly intuitive, akin to obscure books suddenly morphing into vibrant and engaging picture books. Easy to grasp. To be more precise, databases or websites brimming with data materialized as diverse virtual structures standing tall in this digital world. Meanwhile, ordinary hackers lurked like thieves in the shadows, seeking to slip through doors and pick locks, searching for ways to infiltrate these virtual edifices and pilfer precious information. Of course, some big shots could forcibly storm the gates, acquiring various permissions within, as if strolling through their own back gardens, indulging in whatever they pleased. However, advanced network technology was a double-edged sword, granting hackers unprecedented abilities while also introducing significant risks. With the brain directly linked to the digital space, countless hackers had met their demise with their minds turned to mush. Yet, that was still far from Liu's reality. If other hackers were soaring through the skies like celestial beings, he was still struggling to crawl on the ground. In this network space, Liu found himself laboriously advancing, his hardware's transmission speed and processing power severely limited. Each step felt like dragging heavy shackles, an arduous struggle. After all, he lacked specialized cybernetic enhancements for hackers. His situation resembled attempting to run the latest large-scale game on an outdated machine. Grateful that the system hadn't crashed yet, each command issued came with a prolonged wait time. Truly a hyping warrior. Liu was acutely aware of his limitations, yet he remained undeterred. He resolutely embarked on his journey, eagerly absorbing hacking experiences through hands-on practice. In this process, he resembled an exceedingly dedicated craftsman, meticulously honing his algorithms, gradually unleashing the potential of his hardware. After enduring a lengthy period of relentless effort, he finally managed to take a few laborious steps within the network space, cautiously surveying his surroundings. His gaze was filled with trepidation. He understood that, given his novice status, every inch of this place was a minefield, and any misstep could plunge him into an abyss from which there was no return. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. This was merely a shallow trial, and he would not be disheartened. Deep within, he silently vowed that once he gained more experience and upgraded his cybernetic equipment, he would surely return. Within the confines of safety, Liu engaged in some online exploration, gathering a modicum of superficial intelligence before disconnecting. Moderation in internet use is beneficial for both body and mind. Gradually severing the connection, he rose from the network access pod. The echoes of the digital world's clamor still lingering in his mind. A hazy sensation enveloped his consciousness like a veil of mist. Shaking his head gently, Liu attempted to dispel the dizziness, as if awakening from a fantastical dream. Feeling slightly disoriented and unaccustomed to the real world, he then sat there, softly closing his eyes, striving to adjust his state and reacquaint himself with reality. In truth, Liu's time spent online was not extensive. In the digital realm, his cognitive speed had significantly accelerated, and he even felt a slight warmth in his head. With a faint sigh, Liu self-deprecatingly remarked, my current cybernetic components are hardly worthy of such sophisticated equipment. It feels as though my brain is about to overload. Yet, he mused, why is it that you, so professional, impart me culinary knowledge for synthetic meat rather than hacking experience? Cooking that stuff never turns out well, no matter how you prepare it. This online excursion was not entirely fruitless. First and foremost, Liu downloaded several combat modules, such as Universal Martial Arts, Ballistic Prediction, and Shooting Assistance, optimizing and trimming them to fit his own cybernetic capabilities, for he could not run the complete versions. Secondly, he accessed the NCPD civilian database. In addition to being able to scan passers-by for information, he could intermittently receive criminal reports from the police or review past cases. This was not due to the NCPD system being easy to breach. Rather, this information was intentionally released, accessible to anyone with a modicum of hacking skill. It was akin to their posting of wanted notices online, for they offered bounties for capturing those criminals. A tacit understanding among those in the know. Sometimes, if anything went awry, they would promptly shift the blame onto the mercenaries accepting the bounties, swiftly placing them on the wanted list. Next, Liu prepared to engage in a little vigilante justice, redistributing wealth from the affluent to the impoverished. Given his current impoverished state, he cheerfully decided that his first act of charity would target the wealthy. Chapter 19. Infiltration in that abandoned building. Sunlight streamed through the broken windows, casting gentle rays on the ground and creating warm patches of light. Liu sat in a corner, his head drooping as though he were dozing off. Yet his distinctive mosaic head remained conspicuous amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Surrounding him was a motley crew of figures. Though these figures were not alive, they exuded no sense of eeriness. The ghosts gathered around Liu were predominantly former wanderers, all of whom had lost their lives to the cleaners. The spirits conversed amongst themselves, evoking the atmosphere of a beggar's convention, radiating a unique sense of harmony. Liu had gathered them here, partly because these spirits shared a fervent desire for vengeance against the cleaners. Should they succeed, it would fulfill numerous unfulfilled wishes in one fell swoop. On the other hand, the adversary may possess formidable anti-hacking technologies, yet they remain utterly defenseless against these phantoms. They can traverse freely, assisting in assessing the situation and providing crucial support for the operation. Liu seemed to awaken from an extended dream. Slowly raising his head, a hint of disorientation lingered in his gaze, as if he had just emerged from a state of intense concentration. The mosaic-headed figure shifted slightly in the sunlight, seemingly adjusting to the surrounding environment. Moments later, Liu's eyes swept across the nearby specters, and he inquired softly with a gentle smile, "Does anyone have any intelligence to share?" Just moments prior, Liu had not been dozing off. Rather, he had silently infiltrated the factory across the way using his hacking skills, akin to an invisible specter, cleverly utilizing the factory's cameras to scrutinize the situation within. Now, by combining efforts, they could cross-reference their intelligence to minimize discrepancies. I have seen them employ heavy machine guns. I counted, and there are 32 individuals on the opposite side. Be cautious of a bald man with goggles. He is a hacker who once caused my cybernetic enhancements to malfunction at first glance. I spotted motion sensor mines inside. There's a hulking brute over 2 meters tall, with arms thicker than my thighs. He was the one who dragged me onto the electric chair. The group spoke in hushed tones, each sharing valuable information that aligned perfectly with what Liu had just observed. Peering out the window, the dilapidated factory across the way was indeed their target. Who would have imagined that beneath it lay a human meat processing facility? Ever since relocating, Liu had been as busy as a clock wound tightly, scarcely pausing for breath. Over the past 2 days, he had either been diligently studying at Victor's clinic, striving to enhance his abilities, or racing through the streets, preoccupied with fulfilling the last wishes of the deceased. Uninformed, Old Wei observed the tirelessly industrious Liu, filled with perplexity. However, he quickly convinced himself he had discovered the answer. Believing Liu was striving for love. Each time he contemplated this, a warm, ant-like smile would grace Old Wei's face, reflecting his understanding and well wishes for the youth. In fact, when Liu expressed a desire to replace and upgrade his cybernetics, Old Wei generously offered him a discount. Furthermore, Liu often regarded the eradication of street thugs as a significant aspect of his endeavors, with the scavengers unquestionably occupying the foremost position among his targets. A sense of aversion, along with personal grievances, constituted only part of his motivation. There were additional factors at play. The scavenger group, though considerable in number, exhibited a staggering lack of cohesive management. They resembled a pack of hyenas, driven solely by self-interest, each member singularly focused on pursuing their gains, devoid of any spirit of teamwork. In their mindset, the principle of profit above all else was deeply ingrained. They even harbored the notion that fewer competitors would enable them to sell their goods at higher prices. In such a chaotic scenario, Liu discerned a potential opportunity. This was a group of mobile wildcards, unencumbered by concerns. Part of the funds he allocated for his new cybernetics came from the weapons and money he had stripped from the scavengers, while the other portion was derived from the bounties listed in the NCPD database. He was grateful for nature's bounties, the upgrade of his cybernetics, coupled with the enhanced capabilities from fulfilling the last wishes of the deceased, imbued Liu with newfound confidence. This time, he was no longer satisfied with trivial skirmishes. A bold plan had begun to brew in his mind. He intended to take down a scavenger den directly. From a few old spirits, Liu learned that the Arasaka building had previously been detonated by a tactical nuclear weapon. Upon discovering this, he set a modest goal for himself. Liu strived to become a powerful man capable of withstanding a nuclear blast. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Thus, Liu prepared to embark on his mission. He quietly reflected on the internal layout of the building as he stealthily approached the corner. Although Liu had grown considerably stronger since his initial foray, the fundamental self-awareness within him remained intact. He understood that if he were to truly find himself in the midst of a hail of bullets, he would likely become nothing more than a sponge. He manipulated the cameras, slightly increasing their rotational speed to create an advantageous blind spot for surveillance. Liu refrained from abruptly shutting them down, as he did not wish to gamble on the vigilance of those monitoring the feeds. He did not want to alert the guards. Taking a deep breath, he prepared for a powerful leap. Grasping the top of the wall with steady hands, with a concerted effort, he carefully and quietly scaled the factory's perimeter wall, successfully entering the premises. Evading the guard's line of sight, he ascended the fire escape with deliberate slowness, gently pushing open the skylight above and rolling into the factory. At that moment, Liu found himself at a height within the factory. Should anyone below glance upward, they might spot him, yet fortunately, such an occurrence did not transpire. This was a route Liu had previously charted for his infiltration. He had mentally rehearsed it several times, and with the aid of the spirits, he felt confident. The factory was permeated by an air of antiquity, and even in daylight, it felt dim. Dust floated lazily in the shafts of light. The surrounding walls were worn and battered, bearing clear marks of time's passage. Scattered across the floor were discarded parts and debris, with the occasional faint sound heightening the tension. It was evident that the factory's production line was not operational, hidden in a high vantage point. Liu sought to calm his racing heart as he intently observed the guards below, rapidly devising his action plan. Utilizing his computational prowess, he effortlessly hacked into one of the factory's searchlights. In this era brimming with intelligent machinery, hackers were akin to sorcerers. Suddenly, one searchlight began to flicker erratically, the strobing light resembling an agitated heart. This unusual phenomenon immediately drew the attention of a scavenger member stationed on the lower floor. Frowning, he cautiously approached the source of the light, weapon tightly gripped in his hand, his steps heavy and deliberate. As he saw the guard being lured away by the searchlight, Liu recognized that the moment had come. Like a nimble cat, he seized the fleeting opportunity to leap down silently from above. His figure flitted through the darkness, and upon landing, he expertly rolled to dissipate the impact, seamlessly neutralizing all force. The surrounding debris afforded him a degree of concealment, rendering his movements even more discreet. Subsequently, he crouched low, his motion swift and silent as he darted into the shadowy passage, vanishing from sight. The passage was thick with a damp atmosphere. Droplets of water trickling down the walls, creating a faint sound. The flickering searchlight bore witness to the thrilling scene. Liu successfully eluded the guards and reached his destination, the factory's underground level. The old factory was merely a facade. The essence of the hideout resided below. From his prior surveillance, Liu had caught a glimpse of countless illicit activities. Accompanied by his spectral allies, he was as insubstantial as a ghost, moving silently and unseen. Chapter 20. Monotony. Upon descending to the factory's subterranean level, a heap of foul-smelling refuse greeted Liu's gaze. The detritus stripped from homeless individuals lay in disarray, provoking a sense of revulsion. This scene inevitably reminded him of the cramped room where he had once been briefly confined. Gently pushing open the iron door, a pungent chemical odor assaulted him, drawing upon his prior chemical knowledge. Liu quickly discerned that this was a small-scale drug manufacturing workshop. Observing the low-purity narcotics, he pondered, is this an attempt at differentiated marketing? Such wares would hardly attract those of better means. It was evident that the target audience did not include the affluent. They were fixated on the lower strata of society, as they were easier to exploit and profitable. He suspected the subsequent operations would involve organ trafficking, a complete chain of exploitation. Liu then narrowed his eyes slightly, meticulously examining the room's layout while calculating the risks associated with discharging a firearm, especially given the presence of various chemical precursors. After confirming the locations of flammable and explosive materials, Liu cautiously retrieved his silenced handgun. With these chemicals around, he needed to exercise additional caution. One misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Utilizing the camera's movement, he cleverly circumvented surveillance, akin to a cunning fox. Stealthily approaching, the gifts from the deceased over the past 2 days had bestowed upon Liu enhanced agility, strength, and intellect, each increasing by 5, significantly boosting his physical resilience, reaction speed, and information processing capabilities. Moreover, he had acquired stealth experience, despite the fact that the individual from whom he had inherited it had met his end while attempting to steal lingerie. He had emphasized that he was not a pervert, merely someone who enjoyed challenging himself. Was there truly such a thing as self-improvement? Liu gripped his handgun tightly, his eyes filled with determination and cold resolve, devoid of any hesitation. Prior to this moment, he had meticulously cross-referenced the NCPD files, fully aware that none among those present were innocent. As he approached within an optimal range, he calmly fired several rounds in quick succession, and the chemical technicians had barely registered the danger before succumbing to eternal slumber. Before the cameras could pivot back, Liu swiftly repositioned their bodies, arranging them as if they had merely been slacking on the job. Without alarming anyone, he could only hope that the supervisor would not dock their pay upon seeing them in such a state. Though they would never again require it. Liu contemplated that now that the deed was set in motion, he must hasten his actions. The circumstances here held the potential for discovery at any moment, and such subterfuge could only be sustained for so long. Adorned with protective goggles and his face enveloped by a respirator, he donned a white lab coat that fluttered gently in the breeze. At this moment, his appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the members of the drug den he had just infiltrated. With hurried strides, he resolutely ventured deeper into the factory's interior. Perhaps they had never anticipated that someone would dare to intrude, for upon descending to the basement level, the guards were surprisingly lax. The comings and goings of individuals around him seemed to disregard Liu, as if he were a natural part of this place, with not a soul casting even a fleeting glance his way. Thus, he navigated through the modest drug workshop unimpeded. Before him lay a sight far more harrowing, a chamber of confinement. Tattered sheets lay haphazardly piled in the corner, cold handcuffs glimmered with a sinister sheen, and the walls bore the stains of dried blood. Like silent witnesses to a tragedy, they whispered of the unspeakable horrors that had transpired within these confines. Large dog cages were scattered about, but within them were not dogs, but rather living human beings. Their expressions ranged from vacant stares to sheer terror, their despair palpable and heart-wrenching. They resembled mere goods, carelessly stacked in a corner. Liu exerted every ounce of will to suppress the surging waves of murderous intent within him, his fists instinctively clenching at his sides before gradually relaxing. He steadied his emotions and continued his silent advance. Before long, an isolated room came into view. It was a mechanical scanning door, and without a moment's hesitation, Liu attempted to hack into the system, seeking to unlock the heavy barrier. Just then, a voice rang out. "What are you doing? Entry is prohibited." A custodian armed with a kinetic submachine gun suddenly appeared, halting Liu in his tracks. The wary tone shattered the silence of the space, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly disrupting the oppressive atmosphere. However, Liu swiftly glanced around, relieved to find no one else drawn to the commotion. "Greetings, I am," accompanied by the soft sound of a silenced pistol. The bullet found its mark in the custodian's forehead, erupting in a spray of crimson. "Just here to kill," Liu murmured, his tone surprisingly polite. As his unremarkable statement lingered in the air, The custodian's body seemed to lose its support and collapse to the floor. Such a close-range shot was unavoidable unless the individual possessed military-grade augmentations, and the custodian bore no visible signs of such enhancements, indicating they were unworthy of such defenses, with the mechanical door now ajar. Liu instantly shifted into combat mode, adopting a standard shooting stance in readiness. The moment the door swung open, he spotted a bald man reclining in a hacker's chair, seizing the opportunity before the connection was severed. Liu decisively fired, the bullet striking the man's head with deadly precision. There was no elaborate or intricate cyber battle. All it took was locating the target and decisively pulling the trigger. At times, conflicts among hackers could be strikingly simple and monotonous. Of course, Liu was not yet equipped to compete with the most formidable hackers online. His current experience in hacking could not compensate for the disparity in equipment. Those exceptionally powerful hackers did not need to toil as Liu did in stealth. They could effortlessly orchestrate their affairs from the comfort of their homes. The cyber mages were terrifying indeed. Unlike Liu, who was utterly exhausted, he understood that becoming a top-tier hacker was not his ultimate ambition. With the aid of enhancements, he aspired to achieve a well-rounded development in all aspects. Whether as a cyber mage, a futuristic warrior, or an invisible assassin, he desired it all. Given the opportunity, Liu's path was clear. To become an omnipotent hexagonal warrior, fortune favored him. The individual inside had evidently become complacent. For otherwise, they would not have allowed Liu to approach the door without reacting. Liu aimed to illustrate that one should not slack off during working hours. Thank you for fulfilling the late Aiden's wish list. Acquired gift from the deceased. Financial management experience. Thank you. With a series of notifications, Liu successfully eliminated the hacker, instantly completing several of the deceased wishes. Clearly, this individual had other unsavory side ventures aside from hacking, or else so many would not be awaiting his demise. Additional firearm experience came to him in threefold, and Liu distinctly felt his mastery over firearms sharpen. The weapon in his hand felt less like a cold metallic instrument and more like an extension of his own body. As natural as his own fingers. Truly, Night City was remarkable. Liu even began to wonder if the elementary curriculum here included specialized training in the use and maintenance of firearms, as it seemed everyone possessed commendable shooting skills. However, the financial management experience from the gentleman raised Liu's suspicions. It appeared that the individual was not faring particularly well. As he internally critiqued the situation, he connected to the factory's local network. Indeed, intruding from within proved far more convenient. In the realm of hacking, certain codes or sequences used for infiltration are referred to as magic puppets. Cyber hackers can employ these puppets to infiltrate and control enemy protocols. At this moment, Liu was injecting his semi-finished magic puppet into the network of this stronghold. Like a slow-acting poison, the progress bar gradually advanced, steadily eroding the defenses and seizing various permissions. Liu was confident that he would soon engage in the monotonous game of idiom relays at his leisure. At will. Chapter 21. Ruthless Draw Mr. There may be a misunderstanding between us. Inside the office, a custodian supervisor raised her hand slightly, signaling her lack of hostility. Yet, Liu furrowed his brow, the gun in his hand still unwaveringly aimed at her, compared to the brawny enforcers outside. Her level of augmentation was notably minimal. Indeed, she was a person who relied on her intellect. In this modest stronghold, she deftly managed a plethora of nefarious activities, from drug refinement to organ trafficking and illegal black market recordings. All seemingly well-organized. Do you recognize me? Liu inquired. Yes, after all, we have lost quite a few people under your watch recently. However, I do not wish to hold you accountable. I simply wish to have a conversation. The supervisor replied in a composed tone. Liu responded with a knowing inflection. The custodian stronghold's leader was a remarkably polite woman. Of course, her courteous demeanor was largely due to the proximity of Liu's gun to her forehead, which seemed to be almost touching. Observing her politeness, Liu reciprocated with equal courtesy. Please do not lower your hands. I am aware that there is a firearm in your drawer. The female manager's hands, which had begun to drop slightly, straightened even more upon hearing this. How could that be? I am merely trying to amicably resolve our misunderstanding, she nervously asserted, offering Liu a transfer as a gesture of goodwill, though she was sweating profusely while maintaining a smile that was more sorrowful than pleasing. She was indeed well informed about Liu. Originally, he was just an unremarkable product under her partner Q's charge. At that time, she had not anticipated that he would turn out to be such a significant threat. In retrospect, Q's death was likely linked to him. Over this time, Liu had consistently caused trouble for the custodians, and his methods were chillingly brutal. To the custodians, their dealings were a means of survival. While Liu had been perceived as a psychopathic, cyber-deranged individual, They had even bestowed upon him the moniker Mosaic Killer. Nevertheless, the astonishing feats Li Yu had achieved rendered him a figure not to be trifled with. Moreover, the victims were predominantly inconsequential peripheral personnel, so the loss of a few did not significantly impact their business. Consequently, the female supervisor had previously found herself in a state of great indecision regarding whether to retaliate against Li Yu. Now, she was filled with regret for her past hesitance. Had she decisively chosen to eliminate him at the outset? Perhaps the present situation could have been avoided. If Li Yu were aware of his reputation as the Mosaic Killer, he would surely cry out in protest. In truth, he never intended for matters to escalate to this point. Some individuals' final wishes could not be satisfied by mere death. They yearned to repay their suffering manifold, resulting in a scene that often required a substantial amount of mosaic. Li Yu felt helpless. After all, customer demand was paramount, and who could blame him when the custodians had committed numerous atrocities? Even the NCPD turned a blind eye to his actions, treating them as contributions to medical research. Li Yu's surgical skills had indeed improved significantly, and his psychological resilience had strengthened. Just look at how effortlessly he killed today. Much gratitude was owed to the custodians for their first-hand guidance. After receiving the transfer, Li Yu nodded slightly and stated flatly, "Thank you." Upon seeing this, the female supervisor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She mused that since the money had been accepted, there remained room for negotiation, and discussions could still proceed. She firmly believed that money could move mountains. However, before the smile could fully grace her lips, a bullet, swift as lightning, pierced through her brow. In an instant, her eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief as her body slowly crumpled backward. Subsequently, the taciturn Li Yu responded to her with a bullet. Thanks to the intellectual enhancement he had acquired, Li Yu's memory had significantly improved. Upon encountering this female supervisor, he recognized her immediately. Indeed, she was among the initial cohort that had conspired with Kaur to attempt to extract Li Yu's kidneys. At that time, this supervisor had successfully retreated from the mercenaries and trauma team. Shielded by her subordinates' unwavering protection, Li Yu had previously crossed paths with her. What else could he do but eliminate her? Would he keep her around for the new year, or wait for her to exact revenge? Moreover, her appearance was far from pleasing. Had she not called out his name, Li Yu would have acted long ago. He had no desire to leave such a potential threat lingering. Apologies, but their offer is beyond your means. Li Yu murmured to the corpse of the female supervisor, "Thank you for fulfilling the last wish list of the deceased Kai Si. You have received a gift from the deceased, Strength 5. Thank you for fulfilling the last wish list of the deceased Chioda. You have received a gift from the deceased, Street Art Experience. Thank you for fulfilling the last wish list of the deceased." As Li Yu's words fell, the apparitions began to dissipate, while a series of system notifications emerged in rapid succession. Almost immediately, an extraordinary sensation of burgeoning strength surged through his body, as if an inexhaustible power was accumulating within him. Meanwhile, a myriad of technical experiences flooded his mind like a tidal wave, overwhelming him. The intense shock left him momentarily disoriented, causing Li Yu to lose control of his body and collapse heavily to the ground. Fortunately, no living soul bore witness to his plight. Outside the office window, the massive incinerator loomed like a monstrous beast, its gaping maw aglow with searing flames that continued to blaze fiercely. In the distance, 2 rooms designated for recording Black Super Dream came into view, littered with handcuffs, chains, and various peculiar implements, their exaggerated sizes and terrifying forms rendering them more akin to instruments of torture. The hollowed, ravaged corpses were ruthlessly dragged out and unceremoniously tossed into this submachine gun stands as the quintessential equipment for station and urban warfare. As the warehouse doors swung open once more, what emerged before the scavengers was the fully armed, mosaic-headed Li Yu. The support for the scavengers was remarkably swift. Personnel from the upper echelons of the factory stronghold quickly donned their gear and hurried down, converging around the incinerator. In contrast, the scavengers who had been busily occupied near the incinerator appeared utterly bewildered, completely oblivious to the unfolding situation. This was, of course, to be expected, as the distress signal had been dispatched solely by Li Yu, directed exclusively to the outer layers, compelling them to assemble under the guise of leadership. The moment the door opened, Li Yu noted that most had arrived and immediately initiated a strongman assessment. Indeed, Night City was extraordinary. The incinerator was connected to a wireless network. Could it be that big data was incinerated, producing ashes of a pristine and powdery nature, seizing the moment while everyone was unprepared? Li Yu discreetly activated a hacking program, causing the previously stable incinerator to undergo a dramatic transformation. Within the colossal boiler, the temperature surged as if ignited by a rocket. After setting the overload protocol, Li Yu wasted no time and swiftly took cover behind a protective barrier. The flames within roared ferociously, heat accumulating as if a furious beast was on the VE, as the saying goes. In the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon. The last remaining foe, paradoxically, is often the easiest to defeat. One must never expose their back to an opponent, particularly when that opponent wields an advanced smart pistol adept at mid to long range targeting. Aim, lock on, pull the trigger, and the adversary collapses in response. The recent skirmish was no trifling matter. Amidst the hail of bullets, how could Liu emerge unscathed? A few stray rounds danced playfully against him, akin to mischievous imps, yet fortunately none struck a vital spot, rendering his fate a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. With the battle at an end, he could finally exhale in relief, administering a dose of medication. Liu quietly felt the substance spread through his body, gradually mending his wounds, before he resumed his tasks of cleanup. The assailant, whom he had spared from a fatal blow, was left incapacitated yet alive. A random fortunate soul to fulfill the whims of the spectral audience, granting them a taste of their former agony. Liu dragged the figure into the Super Dream recording room, now a ruin from the earlier conflict, yet still harboring numerous usable props. The hefty baton in his grasp vibrated slightly. It must be said, certain revelations truly openly use eyes as for the other fortunate survivors. He would methodically ensure they received a final blow, leaving no potential threats behind. Ultimately, with no incinerator at hand, Liu recalled the fuel canisters and volatile chemicals he had seen along the way. Dragging them into the office, a single inferno would suffice to eradicate any incriminating evidence. As the flames roared to life, they blossomed like a resplendent crimson lotus. The spirits lingered nearby, gazing at the conflagration with expressions of contentment. Gradually, like dust scattered by the wind, they dissipated into nothingness. At that moment, silence enveloped Liu, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Only the abrupt appearance of a system notification shattered the suffocating stillness. Congratulations, host. You have assisted 50 departed souls. Ability unlocked. Borrowing the body. A solitary vessel. A ghostly guest, temporarily relinquishing the flesh to them. Shadows entwined, traversing the world. An extraordinary tale unfolds. Chapter 24. Farewell. As night fell, sparse stars flickered in the polluted sky, as if striving to break free from the city's clamor and chaos. Towering skyscrapers shimmered with vibrant, three-dimensional advertisements. Occasionally, brilliant beams of light escaped through the crevices of distant buildings, gliding past abandoned factories. Liu quietly departed from the factory, his silhouette gradually merging with the darkness. His footsteps echoed distinctly in the stillness of the night, as if the city itself whispered an unheard story. The fierce battle below seemed to be silently buried by the night, while the surface remained as tranquil as water, as though nothing had transpired. Shortly after Liu's exit, a well-equipped group hastily arrived at the scene. They appeared to be seasoned mercenaries, each exuding an air of danger. Eagerly, they scoured the factory, as if in search of lost treasure. Yet now, the night was profoundly dark, and the factory was steeped in a musty decay, revealing nothing but corpses and severely mutilated remains. The silence was so profound that only the occasional scuttling of cockroaches could be heard, devoid of any other sound. Apologies, gentlemen, but it seems someone has outpaced us, one of them remarked. Based on the scene, I suspect the assailant underwent advanced cybernetic modifications, possibly even military-grade augmentations, with a hacker accomplice providing remote assistance. This style is not typical of other companies. It bears the hallmark of a lone wolf mercenary. We shall do our utmost, but the perpetrator has left the scene remarkably clean. As the distant sirens of the NCPD echoed, they ultimately left empty-handed, resigning themselves to their fate. Yet these affairs bore no consequence to Liu. At that moment, seated on a bench by the roadside, Liu pondered a curious question, the skewer in his hand. Dubbed a chicken skewer, was it merely a piece of plastic with a hint of chicken flavor, or perhaps a morsel of chicken with an undertone of plastic? Or maybe it was neither? After a long day of arduous labor, Liu felt an insatiable hunger gnawing at him, as if his weary body had been hollowed out. Particularly after the injection of Vorkin, the overwhelming hunger surged like an unrelenting tide. Wave after wave, impossible to resist. Unable to withstand it any longer, Liu had no choice but to scavenge for something to alleviate his unbearable hunger. Shaking his head in resignation, he sighed. Alas, there's no other option. I'll just rinse my mouth with a little Coca-Cola and force down a bite. With that, he bit into a so-called chicken ball, chewing slowly, his face betraying his discomfort, just as he immersed himself in this unpalatable meal. A figure appeared silently. Liu looked up, startled to find Rebecca, the ghostly girl he had encountered once before. She stood there quietly, as if emerged from another realm. Liu paused, and Rebecca seemed to realize that he could see her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she remarked, "Oh, I forgot you could see me. No need to mind me. I was merely reminiscing about the taste of food." After a brief appraisal of Liu, she added, "Did you get into a scuffle?" "Just a minor altercation. By the way, would you like to give it a try?" he said, pointing to the leftover chicken skewers. Rebecca nodded, then replied, "Just a little bit, perhaps." Liu instinctively checked himself, only to realize he had forgotten to bring incense to honor the spirits. However, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to test his new ability, which allowed him to lend his body. After a moment's hesitation, Liu gently reached out to Rebecca, activating his newly acquired ability. He felt a flutter of anxiety, uncertain whether this power would function as he hoped. "So, what do I do?" he began, only to be interrupted by Rebecca's astonishment as she discovered she was speaking through Liu's body. The voice that emerged from her mouth carried his tone, a peculiar sensation leaving her momentarily flustered. "This is a skill I just acquired. I can lend you my body," Liu's voice echoed again. "You can't claim you're not a medium," Rebecca exclaimed in surprise. "To be honest, I still prefer being a cybernetic doctor," Liu replied. At that moment, he appeared rather eccentric, as if conversing with himself. Fortunately, no one around noticed his odd behavior. Allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, Rebecca suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation of being reborn. She attempted to move, savoring the long-lost sensation of reality, perhaps due to their shared corporeal existence. Liu could distinctly feel her emotions. He sensed that Rebecca, who had initially been in a foul mood, was now considerably uplifted. Before Liu could react, Rebecca swiftly seized a fresh chicken skewer with his hand. In an instant, she devoured all 3 chicken balls in one go, yet as she chewed, Liu's expression grew increasingly grim. The flavor of the chicken balls was far from Rebecca's expectations, and Liu felt the taste as well. He too could not withstand 3 in one breath. Soon, they could bear it no longer and erupted in a sudden retch. The sound of their vomiting echoed sharply in the silent corner. "How dreadful," Rebecca complained. This borrowing state proved to be quite amusing. The two shared a body, akin to jointly controlling a game character. Moreover, in this extraordinary condition, both parties retained significant autonomy. Liu, as the owner of the body, could freely grant or revoke access to its use, entirely devoid of the risk of losing control. Simultaneously, the ghostly counterpart could choose to remain or depart, with no fear of being trapped within the body. As Rebecca ejected the chicken balls, she declared, "Come, let me take you for something delicious." "Oh," Liu stammered, caught off guard as their body advanced with reckless abandon. Rebecca led Liu onto the subway. Arriving at Westbrook's Japanese Street. Liu noticed Rebecca glance at a nearby apartment, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her face before they continued onward. Before long, they reached a restaurant named Turbo. Rebecca skillfully ordered with Liu's body. "Boss, I'd like a special mini burger, a side of fries, and a silly monkey." After placing the order, she chose a seat, glancing around and sighing softly. "It used to be so lively here." "Used to be?" Liu inquired, puzzled. Rebecca seemed lost in memories as she slowly replied, "Man, Dorio, Chiwei, my perverted older brother, and that foolish lad who couldn't drink carbonated beverages. They would always come here after every mission." Liu felt a flicker of recognition at those names, though he couldn't quite place them. Then he suggested, "Would you like to meet them? I can lend you my body again." However, upon uttering those words, he realized his mistake. Rebecca's demeanor shifted to profound despondency, only to become animated as she exclaimed, "Indeed, I truly wish to see them again. Why have they all vanished without a trace? Why am I the only one left in this state? Could it be that neither heaven nor hell can accommodate me? How infuriating." With that, I gestured amicably towards the sky, as if declaring war against the divine. Liu hurriedly offered an apology, saying, "I'm sorry." "I am sorry." As he spoke, he swiftly grabbed a small hamburger and stuffed it into his mouth. "I must admit, the proprietor here certainly possesses considerable skill." The burger turned out to be surprisingly delightful. Liu couldn't help but ponder, could there perhaps be a SpongeBob hidden in the kitchen? The aroma of the food wafted through the air, effectively diverting Rebecca's attention. She paused momentarily, as if her heart, once deeply ensnared in despair, was gently tugged, gradually liberating itself from its confines. After a moment of contemplation, Rebecca hesitated briefly before finally speaking. "Could you do me a favor?" "Of course," Liu replied without hesitation, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve. This scene did not escape the notice of the restaurant owner, who shook his head in disbelief, secretly lamenting the addition of yet another lunatic to Night City. He then hastily returned to the kitchen storage, carefully retrieving a firearm, gripping it tightly in search of reassurance, fearful that Liu might suddenly erupt and act unpredictably. Chapter 25. A fulfilling day as Rebecca munched on fries and sipped her drink. She recounted her exploits, swiftly clearing the table of its contents. She even ordered additional dishes, realizing that one serving brought twofold satisfaction, indeed, a worthwhile endeavor. In the end, I spotted a metallic bastard in the sky chasing after David. I aimed at that bastard, firing continuously, and then suddenly, everything went dark. Looking back, I suppose that was when I died. It seemed she had exhausted herself in recounting her tale, as she downed a can of soda in one go. What? You were David Martinez's accomplice in the attack on Arasaka Tower. Upon hearing Rebecca's description, Liu was taken aback. Deep down, he couldn't help but think, with those spindly limbs, were you jesting? It appeared that. Due to their shared corporeal existence, Rebecca sensed a hint of Liu's impolite thoughts. With a touch of indignation, she retorted, "What's wrong? Do you look down on me? A little sprout like you. I could subdue you with one hand." Liu awkwardly protested, No, I was just a bit surprised." Humph. Rebecca proudly placed her hands on her hips. Indeed, the phantoms Liu observed were all frozen at a particular moment in their past. However, that moment was not necessarily the instant of their death. Otherwise, the world as Liu perceived it would be utterly horrifying. A scene reminiscent of a horror film, with bloodthirsty zombies wandering aimlessly. The visage of Rebecca he currently beheld might only reflect her appearance at the onset of her cybernetic transformation. By the time they assaulted Arasaka Tower, her enhancements might have reached a considerably advanced stage. Liu then inquired, "Rebecca, what do you need me to do?" In truth, Liu harbored a small personal desire. He hoped this task would be intricate and convoluted, not easily accomplished. After all, having dealt with the scavengers, he found himself with little to occupy his time. Though he deeply wished to fulfill Rebecca's last wish, the thought that she would vanish upon its realization left him with a twinge of regret. After a moment's reflection, Rebecca stated, "Help me find two individuals, Falco and Lucy. The fact that I have no news of them suggests they are still alive." Liu pressed on. "Falco, Lucy," Rebecca confirmed. "Yes. Please convey to them that they must continue to live. Especially Lucy, she must take good care of herself. And if given the chance, I hope to borrow your body again to deliver the message myself." Of course, no problem. Liu readily agreed, then asked, "But what are they like?" Rebecca furrowed her brow in contemplation, eventually replying, "Falco is like a modern Texas cowboy, and he drives like the wind. As for Lucy, she is a hacker. Ever since man disappeared, she has hardly been part of our group. How should I describe her? She seems somewhat cold, but once you get to know her, she is not bad. I suppose in the eyes of boys like you, she appears as the aloof, unattainable type." As she spoke, a hint of emotion flickered across Rebecca's face. Liu scratched his head, saying, "Your description is too abstract. I have no idea how to find them. Why don't you come with me?" The moment those words left his lips, it was as if the truth had been laid bare. After a moment's thought, Rebecca replied, "All right, thanks for today. However, I cannot transfer any funds in this state. So I am unsure how to repay you. You really don't need to. After all, there will be rewards once the task is accomplished," Liu began to say, but was interrupted. "There is no such thing as a free lunch in Night City. Overly kind-hearted individuals don't last long here," Rebecca admonished, adopting a sage-like demeanor. Then, as if struck by a sudden idea, she grinned and said, "Hey, I know. I heard there is an upscale escort club nearby. How about I take you there to broaden your horizons and see if you're developing normally?" Upon hearing this, Liu sprang to his feet, waving his hands frantically. No, that is unnecessary." In his agitation, he inadvertently expelled Rebecca from his body. Floating in midair, she couldn't resist teasing. "What, do you fancy the vibe of the Twist Street?" This left Liu utterly flustered, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had heard of such places, but as a mere working-class individual, he had never set foot in such establishments. While he had a slight inclination towards the idea, he lacked the courage to pursue it. However, his blushing demeanor was rather uncharacteristic for Night City, which only amused Rebecca further. As the old saying goes, in a race of horses, it just so happens that the upper class meets the lower class. Enough jesting. Let us meet at the company plaza tomorrow. The real reward awaits you there, Rebecca declared, her playful demeanor fading into seriousness. Truthfully, she merely said it for the sake of formality. She couldn't possibly make use of Liu's body for such endeavors. "See you tomorrow," Liu responded. After agreeing on a time, the two individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, parted ways, particularly Liu, who, upon recalling the restaurant owner's wary demeanor and reflecting on his own earlier behavior, felt immensely embarrassed. He attempted to explain that he had merely been on a phone call, but the owner remained skeptical. Thus, under the proprietor's doubtful gaze, Liu quickened his pace and hurriedly departed. Liu mused inwardly, "Why do I always appear so flustered in Rebecca's presence?" Meanwhile, Rebecca watched his retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. Why had that foolish boy not noticed me back then? It seemed she was reminiscing about a bygone acquaintance. Though Rebecca often came across as carefree, she possessed a remarkably keen perception. She could discern Li Yu's subtle thoughts, but she paid them no mind. For his musings were devoid of malice. They were merely two people crossing paths, with no significant intentions on her part, while Li Yu's sentiments were but fleeting whims. In Rebecca's eyes. As time flowed on, Li Yu's inclinations would inevitably fade. That Navi little chicken needs to be taken out to see the world more. With that, Rebecca smiled, quietly vanishing into the inky darkness of Night City. Li Yu staggered back to his apartment, contemplating a hot shower and reflecting on the day's events, hoping to indulge in a restful sleep to better prepare for tomorrow. However, just as he was about to step into the bathroom, an unexpected voice echoed, "Human, you have caught my attention." That line sounded as if a domineering CEO had mistakenly wandered onto the wrong set. Startled, Li Yu nearly jumped out of his skin, swiftly extracting a handgun from the pile of clothes. Nervously glancing around like a panicked little hamster. After all, an intruder had silently slipped into his home, and he was unaware of their intentions. Yet, after searching for a while, he found nothing, no person, not even a ghost, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Stop fussing. I'm right here with you." At that moment, Li Yu's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. What was happening? Had his firearm come to life? How should one put it? Today had indeed been a day full of vibrant surprises. Chapter 26, Son of the Hook. Recalling the fierce battle at the scavenger stronghold, the Fallen had bestowed upon him a fortune beyond measure. His intellect, strength, and agility surged remarkably, accompanied by a plethora of experiences. There were experiences in appreciating small medicinal pills, foraging for food and refuse, and even charming encounters at the Great Bird Tavern. While these may not hold substantial utility, they certainly added an element of amusement. Of course, setting those aside, there was no shortage of practical knowledge either. He had garnered experiences in mechanical engineering, programming, and even fighter jet maintenance. Such reflections led Li Yu to muse that these homeless individuals must have once harbored extraordinary tales. However, this also rendered him somewhat bewildered as to the extent of his own abilities. He glanced down at the sleek, modified pistol in his hand, its body slightly inclined, and began to scrutinize it closely. A wealth of firearm knowledge informed him that it was merely an ordinary modified smart pistol, equipped with a voice module for communication. Yet, as he disassembled it, examining the internal structure, the intelligent module nearly left him speechless. Within its diminutive memory lay a code of astonishing complexity, a sophisticated AI. With his current hacking prowess, it became clear why he had experienced lag during targeting. This contraption was monopolizing processing power and storage. It was evident that this was not the original equipment, and the fact that a domestically produced firearm had found its way into an American military tech vault made the situation all the more intriguing. Li Yu scratched his head, his mind racing. In the midst of a rivalry between two nations, how could he, a mere individual, withstand the ensuing turmoil? What if he found himself in grave peril? Yet, upon further contemplation, he dismissed his fears. After all, he was a reincarnated individual equipped with a unique advantage. What harm could a little adventure bring? Speaking of which, it was rather impolite of this AI to strip him of his dignity so abruptly. The disassembled voice module emitted sounds, clearly eager to engage in conversation with Li Yu. He approached with caution, aware that despite the high technological level of this world, he had never encountered such a humanized AI before. The object felt rather precarious in his possession. Nevertheless, since it was already in his hands, he decided to proceed with caution. His immediate concern was to ascertain its true nature. Li Yu pondered briefly before inquiring, "What exactly are you?" The intelligent AI responded, "I am a conglomerate of codes and programs, a strong artificial intelligence in human terms." Li Yu pressed on, "Do you remember how you were created? Who manufactured you? Or where you originated from?" The AI replied, "Original data has been lost. Only the foundational logic program remains." Li Yu sighed, "Very well. So you know nothing. How should I address you? Do you have a name or a code?" The AI continued, "Original data has been lost. However, before being shut down, I was referred to as Son of the Goching." Li Yu chuckled. "Then I shall call you Goching from now on. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Yu." A mechanical voice responded, "Self-identification code set to Goching. Individual identification code set to Li Yu." At that moment, Goching reverted to its original tone, stating, "There is an overflow of error codes, which leads me to believe you are insulting me." Li Yu was taken aback. This artificial intelligence was indeed remarkable, exhibiting a surprising degree of humanity. He maintained his composure and explained, "That is not the case at all. In my homeland, esteemed individuals often have AZ character added to their names, such as Confucius, Laozi, and Zhuangzi, as a mark of respect." Goching replied, "Very well." Although its tone remained mechanical, Li Yu sensed a hint of skepticism. He deftly shifted the topic. By the way, what made you take notice of me? Goching responded, during the prior intelligent connection, your data appeared quite peculiar, prompting me to investigate further. Peculiar. Yet, as soon as he articulated this thought, he realized the reason. He had accumulated a multitude of attributes and experiences. And it would indeed be strange if the values were normal. At that moment, he was undergoing rapid self-iteration and updating, which was indeed fascinating from a human perspective. Goching's words validated his thoughts. Although Li Yu was still unsure of Goching's specific utility, its evident prowess made it a commendable possession, even if merely as a collectible or talisman. However, Li Yu quickly recognized the necessity of not parading Goching in public. Should it attract unwanted attention, he could find himself in dire straits, potentially facing mortal danger. Human, what are you doing? Error program overflow. Error program overflow, observing Li Yu, who stood completely unclothed and wielding various tools. Goching felt an incessant overflow of error codes, severely impairing its cognitive processing. To put it in human terms, it felt as if its mind were becoming muddled with fear. The anxiety spread, rendering its thought processes chaotic and disoriented. Li Yu, however, was not a deviant. He merely intended to dismantle the pistol, preserving Goching while destroying the remaining components. After all, while the firearm was decent, it paled in significance compared to his own life. Li Yu was acutely aware that he had yet to reach a level where he could brazenly walk through life without concern. It was simply mechanical modification, although he lacked practical experience. His theoretical knowledge was extensive. He assured Goching, do not fear. I am merely altering your appearance, a mere cosmetic change. Yet, in his current state of undress, Li Yu's reassurances were utterly unconvincing. Goching silently criticized. This human, who knows if he might ruin me? Ah, the error codes are overflowing. My calculations are nearing chaos. Stay away. At least, he could at least provide me with some clothing. Goching lamented. However, Li Yu paid no heed to its pleas. After this tumultuous episode, Night City passed another uneventful day. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight gently cascaded, and Li Yu awoke early. The young man stood before the mirror, fully engrossed in selecting his attire. His gaze flitted among various garments, occasionally lifting a shirt before him, pondering silently before slowly setting it down. At other times, he would pick up a pair of trousers, squinting slightly to scrutinize them. His focused demeanor resembled that of a solemn ritual, all in pursuit of the perfect ensemble to usher in a new day. Yet, at that moment, Goching's unrelenting commentary pierced through. A frisky monkey. At this juncture, Goching had completely shed its identity as a smart pistol. After a night of Li Yu's efforts, it had transformed into a rather unremarkable tactical belt. However, at Goching's insistence, a digital screen was affixed to the center buckle, allowing it to display a range of expressions. Li Yu had initially intended to fashion Goching into a watch or pendant, yet due to his limitations, he could not miniaturize the components to that extent, and thus, the belt became the only viable option. Ignoring Goching's disdainful expressions on the screen, Li Yu fastened the belt around his waist and stepped outside, heading towards his destination, the company plaza. Chapter 27. Red Li Yu and Green Carp regardless of the world. The morning rush hour subway is forever a daunting sight. The throngs of people, the oppressive atmosphere, resemble an inescapable nightmare. In Night City, the situation is even more dire. A myriad of individuals, each equipped with disparate augmentations, resemble herded cattle, packed tightly together. It truly feels as though one is struggling to navigate through solid iron, bodies constantly brushing and colliding, as if undergoing a rigorous trial. This experience gradually eroded the good mood Li Yu had before setting out. Keep your little cannon away from me. This outdated model is hardly worth keeping. I suggest you switch to something more modern. Why must I be transformed into a belt? My original barrel was splendid, capable of shooting far and accurately. Hello, everyone. I am now a woeful belt, trapped in this suffocatingly crowded subway. Worse yet, he was burdened with a ceaselessly chattering belt, which filled Li Yu with a profound sense of despair. Last night, he had decisively dismantled the original voice module and performed a reconfiguration. Now, when he donned the belt, Goching would connect directly to his auditory signal system. Fortunately, only he could hear the belt's incessant chatter. Unless one examined the belt closely, they would not discover Goching's presence. However, this was also a misfortune, as only Li Yu had to endure its relentless prattle. Thankfully, his apartment was not far from the company plaza, sparing him from enduring this torment for too long. Next time, I must install a speech blocker. Suddenly, the belt emitted a warning. In that instant, Li Yu sensed something amiss as he instinctively reached for his neck. At the location of his chip slot rested a patch resembling a pain relief adhesive. This was affixed for two reasons: to treat some abrasions sustained during the previous battle and to guard against thieves. Just like in his former world, where certain individuals opted for blades as tools on public transport, he remained vigilant. In an exceedingly covert manner, one might discreetly slice the garments, bags, and other possessions of others, either to pilfer valuables or out of other nefarious intents. Such occurrences also exist within this cybernetic realm, albeit with blades replaced by hacking programs and stolen items transformed into various chips. In comparison to an array of expensive yet potentially ineffective security locks, affixing a sturdy dog-skin adhesive over the chip interface proves to be an exceptionally cost-effective solution. I'm ready now. The sound of the belt hook resonated. Liu, slightly puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by ready?" The hook responded with a tone of pride, "I've hacked that fool who tried to hack me." Liu asked, "What did you do?" The hook replied, "I reported him to the NCPD. After all, my capabilities are limited at the moment." Liu continued, "Will the NCPD even concern themselves with such trifles?" The hook, sounding even prouder, responded, "I fabricated an employee ID from that company on the car and reported it as someone stealing company secrets. Who dares to hack me?" This Liu was indeed somewhat astonished. Impressive. The Hook's expression brightened considerably. The Hook's hacking skills surpassed his own, and the convoluted nature of it all suggested that this artificial intelligence was perhaps overly intelligent. This little interlude passed swiftly. And as soon as the vehicle came to a halt, the thief was taken away. Clearly, the skills were inadequate, and without properly adjusting the target, perhaps it was best to learn further from a senior. Nonetheless, this incident provided Liu with a preliminary understanding of the Hook's capabilities. He couldn't help but ponder if equipping the Hook with better hardware would enable it to achieve even more astounding feats. However, it was evident that the time was not yet ripe. It was not due to a lack of funds. The previous raid on the scavenger hideout had yielded quite a fortune. Unexpectedly, that group of organ harvesters turned out to be rather affluent, which explained why so many were drawn to scavenging. Once one batch was cleared, another would promptly emerge. Moreover, the female leader of the hideout and her henchmen offered a decent bounty. It remained uncertain if they had previously harmed NCPD officers or simply paid insufficient protection fees. After settling various debts, Liu still had a considerable surplus. The primary reason for his reluctance to upgrade the Hook lay in his own inadequacies. He could not fully grasp the Hook's intricacies. Hence he hesitated to act recklessly. Even now, he imposed numerous restrictions on the Hook, with many permissions left inaccessible, essentially relegating it to a state of observation without action. He allowed it only to view his basic information while donning his gear and to gather external data through his sensory cybernetics. Today, the hacking prowess displayed by the Hook set off alarm bells in Liu's mind. He contemplated that if he were to upgrade the Hook's components, he would need to enhance his own intelligence and accumulate hacking experience as well. The post-war reconstructed Company Plaza had become the most renowned landmark in Night City, a symbol of regained power. The plaza was surrounded by towering skyscrapers and colossal corporate offices of military technology and other giant companies. Therefore, security was exceptionally robust here, and after undergoing layer upon layer of security checks, Liu finally reached the central area. He couldn't help but wonder how Rebecca and her companions had once burst into this place like a bolt of lightning. This vast roundabout was situated between the headquarters of various corporations, and Liu recalled that it was intended to commemorate the victims of the Fourth Corporate War. Employees of various ranks flowed in and out, bustling like industrious ants, hurrying to one meeting after another to fulfill an endless array of work targets. Perhaps they all fantasized about promotions, raises, becoming general managers, ascending to the role of CEO, marrying a wealthy beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Meanwhile, Liu sat on a park bench, staring vacantly at two koi fish, projected electronically, leisurely swimming above the plaza. He wondered if, from the vantage point of those high-level corporate executives, this place resembled an expansive fish pond, with the rest of them merely insignificant fish. In moments of joy, they might cast a few morsels of bait, enticing the fish to compete for it, creating a lively scene. Yet in times of displeasure, they could casually cast a line and reel in a few fish at will. However, Liu had no interest in stepping into what resembled a tombstone-like skyscraper. Working was out of the question. It would never be a possibility in this lifetime. Liu, his former self, who toiled away, felt akin to a dung beetle, tirelessly pushing something that, in reality, was merely a pile of excrement. The leaders frequently conjured up abominable ideas, urgently prodding their subordinates to advance initiatives that were still inchoate. Crafting a flower from that dung was hailed as disruptive innovation. Yet what miracles could possibly arise from such endeavors? Ultimately, if the project proved unsatisfactory, they would simply seek out another pile of dung. Oh, koi fish, when will you leap over the dragon gate? Liu murmured to himself. What? Did a girl stand you up? The Hook queried, perplexed. The waiting time was invariably lengthy, inevitably leading Li Yu's thoughts to wander far afield. However, tracing back, it was indeed Li Yu who had arrived a tad earlier than the appointed time. Li Yu straightened up from the bench, observing a girl approaching with her hands in her pockets, striding with a disregard for kinship, and said to the Hook, standing someone up, "That's not the case." The Hook, through Li Yu's visual signals, looked around but found no sign of anyone approaching. "David Martinez, if you're here, come out quickly. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. The girl's voice rang out loudly in the plaza. Yet the only response was an echoing silence, no one paying her heed. This was because the girl, Rebecca, had already passed away. Liu followed behind, a sigh escaping his lips. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for David. The Hook hanging at his waist also let out a soft sigh. How could a perfectly fine person simply go mad? Just moments ago, she had been speaking to the air. Could it be that her solitude, devoid of friends, had driven her to this? The Hook pondered and remarked, "Li Yu, although we belong to different species, I can be your friend." Liu looked at it, bewildered. "What is wrong with you? Has your program malfunctioned?" The Hook projected a concerned expression and replied, "Sometimes, it's essential to relax a bit and avoid overthinking. I have heard that many cyberpsychosis cases arise from such mental strain." Liu, exasperated, retorted, "I'm not crazy. I simply see some extraordinary things." The Hook, with a serious demeanor, insisted, "It seems hallucinations and auditory delusions have begun to manifest. I recommend you seek medical attention immediately." Liu smiled and said, "I can see ghosts." The Hook hesitated. "It appears you may be quite ill. I hope you ultimately hand me over to another interesting individual before you succumb to madness." Liu shook his head, believe it or not. It seemed that even though the Hook was connected to his sensory module, it could not perceive ghosts as he did. This was, in fact, good news, as it meant that even if someone could probe into his cybernetic information, they would never uncover his greatest secret. "Who are you talking to?" Rebecca inquired, suddenly stepping closer. Liu pointed to his belt and replied, "An artificial intelligence. I call it Hook." "Are you serious? Ghosts really exist?" I don't believe in that sort of thing." The Hook seemed to waver in its belief. Rebecca's gaze fixated intently on the peculiar aspect of Li Yu's belt. Realizing its uniqueness only then, "That's rather cute." Observing the emoticon-like expressions on the belt, Rebecca offered that assessment. Although she praised the Hook, the situation rendered Li Yu's face a shade of crimson. Suddenly, Rebecca seemed to recall something, laughing as she dashed off, calling out, "Come on, come on." Li Yu shook his head helplessly and followed suit. Dumb. Rebecca's jam. However, the area was remarkably tidy. Rebecca pointed with her index fingers to a vacant plot, explaining, "This was undoubtedly an exceedingly morbid joke, especially when recounted by the person involved, rendering it even more macabre that it was grounded in reality to the point of bordering on the underworld." Liu quickly chimed in. "Should I be addressing you as Rebecca-chan then?" He had made every effort to engage in the conversation. Rebecca responded, "Let us not. That seems a bit nauseating. Don't you desire revenge?" Liu found it hard to fathom the night's battle and what Rebecca had encountered. Rebecca, exclaiming in indignation, stated, "Of course I want to. I dream of smashing that mechanical head to bits, but it's my grudge. I don't wish to trouble anyone else, now. It's either wait for my next life, or for that guy to meet his end in the next life. If the opportunity arises, I'll send him down." Liu quietly remarked, "I'll help you out." Rebecca smiled and said, "Never mind, it's a matter of equivalent exchange. Currently, I have nothing to offer you that could help you eliminate that guy. Let us focus on finding something first." Liu, perplexed, inquired, "What exactly are we looking for?" Suddenly, a proud expression illuminated Rebecca's face as she exclaimed, "Why, of course, my super adorable big gun. The reward I've prepared for you this time, is it?" Li Yu's face bore an expression of uncertainty as he hesitantly inquired, "By the way, considering how much time has passed, could it still be here?" Rebecca slightly lifted her chin and replied, "Just a couple of days ago. I distinctly saw it in this very spot. Right now, I can only hope it hasn't been picked up by someone else. Otherwise, I'll have to take you to my house to pry open some other items for you." A bitter smile crossed Li Yu's lips as he made an effort to relax his body, ensuring his steps were natural and unhurried. In the square, however, he felt anything but at ease. For the seemingly casual space was teeming with company security personnel and NCPD patrols. After all, numerous colossal corporations had their offices stationed here, and the security presence was formidable. He lowered his gaze slightly, casually scanning the surroundings, resembling an ordinary passerby admiring the scenery of the square. Just as Liu appeared to be idly observing, his foot unexpectedly collided with a hard object. A jolt of alarm surged through him, and drawing upon his experience with firearms, he instinctively recognized that beneath his foot lay a gun. A rather substantial one at that. He quickly bent down and discovered a massive shotgun lying silently on the ground. Its cold metallic texture and imposing form exuded an aura of immense power, and alongside it were numerous dried bloodstains. In that instant, Li Yu's heart seemed to skip a beat, but he quickly steadied his emotions. He then gestured subtly to Rebecca, smiling as he asked, "Is it this?" "Yes, yes. That's it. My adorably fierce iron heart." Rebecca exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon seeing her beloved firearm, as if she longed to rush over and give it a grand embrace. Alas, as a ghost, she could neither touch nor lift anything, leaving her emotions to oscillate like a roller coaster. One moment filled with joy, the next steeped in disappointment. Liu observed the imposing weapon from various angles, struggling to reconcile its appearance with Rebecca's description of it as adorable. The gun was a budget-friendly model known for its firepower. Ominously named Slaughter. After modifications, its magazine capacity had increased, firing rate improved, and its lethality amplified, rendering it even more violent. With only a slight increase in operational difficulty, one could say that if it didn't hit its target, at least it wouldn't harm him. Admittedly, its paint job was indeed vibrant. The red and green color scheme instantly reminded Liu of Rebecca's hair color and tattoos. Swiftly, he wrapped the gun in his outer garment, as if cloaking a precious treasure in a layer of mystery. Glancing at the somewhat dejected Rebecca, he said, "Wait, let me borrow your body to test the feel of the gun." Rebecca rose with joy, her emotions as fleeting as they were intense, leaving one somewhat bewildered. Before Rebecca could respond, Li Yu's eyes darted towards a seemingly cool passageway. Donning his mask and activating the jammer, he transformed into a mysterious figure. Seizing the fleeting moment of control over the security system, he dashed out with remarkable speed, akin to a rabbit fleeing from a pack of monstrous beasts. In truth, Li Yu was merely overthinking. His current civilian-grade cybernetic enhancements were hardly noteworthy in the eyes of the security personnel. The corporate cybernetic products within those guards were far superior to anything available on the black market. Perhaps, walking out nonchalantly would attract less attention than his conspicuous hacking actions. Rebecca found it amusing, remarking that Li Yu's street smarts were still rather naive. Chapter 29. The old captain having successfully exited the corporate plaza, Li Yu felt the tension that had gripped him gradually dissipate. At that moment, his communicator chimed brightly. It was a message from Jack. The previous night, Li Yu had sent a message to Jack seeking information regarding Falco and Lucy. In Night City, Li Yu's social circle was woefully limited. Victor, Misty, and Jack were among his few friends. He quickly connected the call, hoping for some good news. However, Jack was not omniscient. He had some information about Falco and Lucy, but it was largely outdated. Lucy had once been one of the 2 hackers on Man's team, reputed for her formidable skills. However, few had actually witnessed her in action. It seemed she had a deep-seated grudge against Arasaka, occasionally targeting their employees to steal chips or intelligence. Following the death of their team leader Man, it was unclear whether it was the weight of loss or other factors that led Lucy to fade into obscurity. As she had not taken on any tasks since David took over the team, Falco had once been an exceptionally skilled racer, rumored to have outpaced sports cars while driving a farm tractor. He had made a name for himself in Night City, a hub for the world's most reckless racers and perilous tracks. Jack had even witnessed Falco's races firsthand. Eventually, Falco began accepting various tasks through intermediaries and seldom participated in races, appearing only as a special guest on rare occasions. As for their current situations, Jack knew nothing, only recalling that David Martinez's team had nearly been wiped out that night. These pieces of information could have been inquired about from Rebecca as well, and she might have had clearer insights. Upon reflection, given the magnitude of their actions, they were likely still evading scrutiny, possibly even having left Night City. Jack stated during the call, "I don't know what you're looking for them for, but please be cautious. Perhaps you could try asking an intermediary. They tend to have the most up-to-date information. If you need, I can introduce you." Liu responded, "Thank you, Jack. I'll consider it." Jack smiled and said, "No problem. Reach out whenever you need assistance, my friend." Liu nodded. "I will, my friend." After concluding the conversation with Jack, Liu shook his head solemnly at Rebecca, expressing his frustration at still having no leads. Yet, Rebecca showed no signs of anxiety. A gentle smile graced her lips as she softly said, "It's all right. Being missing is certainly preferable to receiving news of someone's demise. Ghosts do not simply emerge upon a person's death. Rather, they require a period of time to coalesce. At this moment, Rebecca lamented the lateness of her own awakening. She had missed the final events of that night and could only hear the legendary tales of David Martinez from fragments of conversations in the bar. Those who become legends in Night City often find themselves buried beneath the earth. Liu stood there, lost in deep contemplation. After a moment, he turned to Rebecca and suggested, "Let us split up. I'll find an intermediary to scout around, while you can inquire with the nearby ghosts. Perhaps someone witnessed the commotion that night and knows something." Rebecca nodded slightly, agreeing to the plan. The two of them exchanged information once more, agreeing to meet that evening at the Turbo restaurant. Regardless of their findings. In Night City, intermediaries were astonishingly well informed, boasting an extensive network. They could handle a multitude of illicit contracts, including burglary, assassination, kidnapping, trafficking, and any other illegal activities one could imagine. Naturally, their facilitation of connections between clients and mercenaries came at a cost. They served as both organizers of smuggling operations and information brokers on the streets of Night City, acting as the crucial link between clients and mercenaries. Currently, Liu found himself in a bit of a quandary, as he had three potential intermediaries to consider. Okada Wakako had an excellent reputation in the Westbrook area. According to Rebecca, Okada had been particularly kind to her and her brother, making her one of the intermediaries Liu was most familiar with. Sebastian Ibarra, known as the Priest, was one of the finest intermediaries in the Haywood district, although he also served as a pastor. He was a dangerously formidable individual. In a literal sense, he could send people to heaven. Since Liu resided in Haywood, he had heard of him and thought that if Jack were to introduce him, it would be the easiest option. Lastly, there was the one Liu knew the least about, Muammar Reyes, who primarily operated in Santo Domingo and was colloquially referred to as the Old Captain. It was said that before becoming an intermediary, he had worked for a corporation, handling various affairs. Eventually, he uncovered the true nature of the corporation and preferred to be the one doing the exploiting rather than being exploited. After achieving financial independence, he became a successful intermediary and was considered a semi-regular worker in Santo Domingo, ensuring he wouldn't drive anyone to the brink of eviction. Liu stood in place, deep in thought. After a moment, he made a decision to seek out the Old Captain. He had heard Rebecca mention that David was born in Santo Domingo, and the Old Captain likely had some knowledge of David. Moreover, Falco shared a close bond with the Old Captain, having accepted numerous jobs from him in the past. Liu reasoned that perhaps Falco, facing difficulties, had reached out to the Old Captain. Through him, Liu might uncover crucial clues and opportunities. Jack was not merely a small bar owner. In reality, he was also an independent mercenary. In his everyday routine, he often undertook tasks from intermediaries, even taking on jobs from the Old Captain. After acquiring the Old Captain's contact information from Jack, Liu did not hesitate for a moment and promptly dialed the number. "Hello. Who is this?" The call was quickly answered by a deep male voice. Liu stated directly, "I am looking for Falco." Upon hearing this, the Old Captain spoke with a hint of mockery in his tone. Yet another soul seeking Falco? Are you a cunning company lackey? A starry-eyed street thug? Or perhaps a bored street racer? Which category do you belong to?" Noticing that the other party did not immediately refuse, Liu felt a sense of relief, sensing that this matter might have potential. He replied calmly, "I am not any of those you mentioned. I am merely a friend of Rebecca, and she wishes for me to convey some words to her companion." The Old Captain hesitated slightly and responded, "But I have never heard of you before." Liu clarified, "I have not roamed the streets. I am simply a cybernetic apprentice, and my acquaintance with Rebecca was purely coincidental. Please hold on. I need to take another call." The Old Captain suddenly interjected. It seemed he was entangled in some troublesome matter, and Liu remained silent, not wishing to intrude. Soon, the Old Captain returned to their communication channel. "Did you just say you were a doctor? Where are you now?" The Old Captain's voice came back, sounding somewhat agitated. "Yes, I just left the company plaza and am almost at the Legion district," Liu replied. The Old Captain's eyes lit up at this, saying, "I have an urgent job for you. Will you take it? If you complete it satisfactorily, we can negotiate further." "Sure," Liu responded decisively. He thought that since the Old Captain had first inquired if he was a doctor, the task at hand was likely related to aiding someone. It would be prudent to agree first and assess the situation later. The Old Captain nodded slightly, a smile creeping onto his face as he said, "Quick and decisive. One of my men has run into some trouble. I would appreciate your assistance in rescuing him. If possible, please bring him and his vehicle along. We could finally meet and have a good discussion. Details are in the attachment. Remember to check my information. I'll see you soon," Liu replied. As the conversation concluded, he swiftly received a message from the Old Captain. Chapter 30. Delivery. Liu reviewed the details in the Old Captain's message. which were quite comprehensive. The background, destination, and task specifics were all clearly laid out, truly the mark of a professional intermediary. The old captain had a rather audacious fellow under his command, who, for reasons unknown, dared to target the vehicles of the Sixth Streets Gang. The Sixth Streets Gang is a faction formed about 50 years ago by veterans who had experienced the Fourth Corporate War. They refused to align with local gangs and grew weary of the NCPD's incompetence, thus deciding to take control of their own destinies. They collected equipment, resumed combat training, and took to the streets to maintain order. Of course, that was 50 years ago. Today, the Sixth Streets Gang has become no different from those local gangs that bully the weak. They frequently extort protection money from small businesses to assert their dominance and openly participate in various criminal activities. The thief was indeed unfortunate. Just as he was about to succeed, he unexpectedly crossed paths with a member of the Sixth Streets Gang who was out for takeout, seeing the car door open to outsiders. The gang members reacted as if they had stepped on a cat's tail, launching into a frenzied pursuit. The old captain's subordinate was no pushover either. He commandeered the stolen vehicle and sped away, maneuvering it even more skillfully than its original owner. The original owner must have felt utterly green with envy, watching helplessly as his painstakingly modified car cooperated so seamlessly with the thief. After finally shaking off the gang, he was left thoroughly exhausted and injured. Just moments ago, he had sent a desperate plea for help to the old captain, likely thinking, "Boss, come save me. I've really stirred up a hornet's nest." The thief had almost escaped, and if luck favored him, he might not even face a confrontation. Liu's mission was essentially to reach the designated coordinates, locate the man and the vehicle, and transport them to another set of coordinates, an endeavor not particularly challenging. Without delay, Liu checked the location shared by the old captain and found it was indeed quite close, without a moment's hesitation. He sped towards the scene like a gust of wind, as he had an appointment later that evening. In a certain underground parking lot in the Lijiang district, Liu found his target. The vehicle stood silently in a corner, exuding an air of desolation. Its body was riddled with bullet holes, akin to a battle-hardened warrior silently recounting the fierce conflict it had just endured. Approaching the car window, Liu glimpsed the injured individual inside. He appeared to be quite young, perhaps only a year or two older than Liu himself. However, his tattoos were extensive, indicating a tough persona. It seemed there was hardly a spot on his body that was free from ink. The tattooed man lay with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. His forehead beaded with fine droplets of sweat. Blood soaked a large portion of his clothing, and the bullet wound continued to ooze crimson, the vivid blood stark against the dim light within the vehicle. Upon noticing Liu's approach, the man immediately drew a handgun, aiming it at Liu, and demanded, "Who are you?" Thankfully, the distinctive attire of the Sixth Streets Gang, combat boots, tactical vests, knee pads, cargo pants, and baseball caps emblazoned with the old American flag, stars, stripes, and eagles, was absent from Liu's wardrobe, preventing the tattooed man from shooting on sight and prompting him to inquire further. It was evident that his injuries were severe, as he struggled to keep his trembling hand steady on the gun. "The old captain sent me. Consider me a doctor," Liu responded. The man exhaled a sigh of relief, but it was precisely this release that caused him to lose consciousness entirely. "Hey, at least open the car door," Liu shouted, but received no response. Left with no choice, he pried the car door open, relying on his experience from his past life as a car thief. However, this was his first time performing such an operation. And with the urgency to save a life, while he managed to open the door, closing it again proved problematic. He quickly retrieved the surgical tools he always kept at home, ready to administer first aid to the injured man. Here, he must once again express his gratitude to those medical pioneers whose sacrifices had instilled in him the habit of carrying such essential tools. In this era, one advantage is the ability to bypass the traditional methods of examination, as one can directly connect to the cybernetic body through a data cable and view its biological data. Liu confirmed that the man's vital signs were stable and proceeded with surgery to stop the bleeding and clean the wounds. Given the impossibility of blood transfusions and major surgery, he could only remove a portion of the bullet, leaving the rest for later. After suturing and disinfecting, applying biological gel for adhesion, and bandaging with a clotting bandage, he finally administered a shot. With these measures, the tattooed man was no longer in imminent danger. The steering wheel, clutch, brake, accelerator, gear shift seems rather simple, Liu mused softly to himself. In his previous life, he had a driver's license. Although he had failed the practical exam twice and his license had since gathered dust, he could indeed drive. Indeed, the vehicles in this world appeared quite similar to those from his past, all having 4 wheels and a steering wheel. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the internal technology had advanced significantly. With various intelligent assistance modules in place, even a dog could likely obtain a driver's license. Regardless, with his driving experience, Liu felt confident in his ability to handle the vehicle. However, in the passenger seat, the tattooed man, just regaining consciousness, perceived a significant problem upon hearing Liu's words. The tattooed man parted his dry lips and asked, "Brother, have you ever driven before? Should I take the wheel?" Liu, hearing this, replied, "You're awake. Looks like the medication is doing its job. Don't worry. I drove in my last life. Just rest easy. Injured one." Last life? The tattooed man was filled with confusion, uncertain if he had misheard or if the other had misspoken. At that moment, in his injured state, he felt utterly insecure. There is no time for explanations. "We need to get moving," Liu urged, as he spotted a vehicle belonging to the Sixth Streets gang approaching. Without another moment's hesitation, he slammed on the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow. Barreling towards the oncoming gang vehicle. "Brake, turn quickly," the tattooed man shouted in panic, gripping the overhead handles tightly. Yet, Liu seemed to ignore his cries, continuing to accelerate. In the face of this imminent collision, the members of the Sixth Streets gang ultimately lacked the courage to crash head-on with Liu and chose instead to slow down and evade. They certainly did not wish to lose their old car and risk having to acquire a new one. By the time the Sixth Streets gang attempted to turn around and pursue, they found that Liu had already created a significant distance between them. Watching the gang members falter, the tattooed man's spirits lifted slightly. Realizing that perhaps this guy had some skills after all. "Sorry, I was a bit too nervous and mistook the accelerator for the brake," Liu remarked, causing the tattooed man's fleeting relief to plummet once more. Internally, the tattooed man reassured himself that at least this fellow was a decent doctor, as the bandaging on his wounds was quite well done. Perhaps his driving skills were just a tad lacking. Then, the tattooed man watched as Liu removed his hands from the steering wheel and leaned half his body out of the open car door. "Hey, this car's autopilot was just damaged," the tattooed man exclaimed. "I know," Liu replied calmly. "You know? What exactly do you know?" However, this statement remained suppressed within the heart of the tattooed man, unuttered. What lay suppressed was, in fact, Rebecca's cherished firearm, the Iron Courage. Upon witnessing Liu draw forth that large shotgun adorned in red and green, the tattooed man was instantly rendered speechless. This fellow was certainly not a legitimate doctor. What sort of physician possesses such a formidable weapon? Chapter 31. The delivery. Liu, of course, did not overreach. Though it appeared as if his hands had relinquished the steering wheel, he had actually transferred control of the vehicle to the hook. Unbeknownst to the tattooed man, a data cable had connected Liu's belt to the vehicle. The hook even assisted Liu by playing a song, filling the car with rousing music that was quite fitting for the moment. As the Sixth Streets gang pursued them once more, Liu unhesitatingly leaned out, raising his weapon to aim. The massive and menacing barrel of the gun stood out conspicuously on the street. What if the gun's accuracy fell short? Then one would simply rely on volume. A few more shots would surely yield results. Bang, bang, bang. With resolute fingers, Liu pulled the trigger, and the shotgun erupted with thunderous roars. Akin to an enraged howl, the immense recoil caused the vehicle to sway like a small boat buffeted by a tempest. Fortunately, Liu needed only to target the vehicles, not the people. The size of the vehicle sufficed to absorb the damage entirely. Although the old captain is uncertain of their current whereabouts, he possesses means of communication that could facilitate a connection for Liu. The rest hinges upon the old captain arranging their meeting. With the knowledge that Falco and Lucy are still alive and that he has a channel to meet them, Liu no longer feels an overwhelming urgency. After all, this aligns with Rebecca's heartfelt desire for them to live well. Rather than hastily imposing any demands upon them. In fact, he even contemplates delaying matters to postpone relaying Rebecca's message. After all, Rebecca is a brilliant individual. Her words are both enchanting and amusing, and he wishes to savor their time together a little longer. Ultimately, when Liu departs from the old captain's garage, his account balance has once again plummeted into the negatives. However, he has acquired a small armored ambulance. Liu genuinely finds himself contemplating the purchase of a vehicle. Relying solely on bus route 11 and public transportation has proven exceedingly inconvenient. Initially, he sought merely a means of transport, but then he considered the need for a larger space, one that would allow for ample modifications. Perhaps even a van. Today, the ambulance was initially a jest, yet the more he gazes upon it, the more appealing it becomes. With the burden of installment payments looming, Liu is inclined to make it his own. Artyo Company is a long-standing emergency service provider in Night City. However, compared to the cold, efficient, and exceedingly responsible trauma teams that offer impeccable service, it seems somewhat obscure. Nonetheless, its affordable pricing has made Artyo a favorite among the gangsters who lead perilous lives in the streets. Ario is not a charitable organization. Should a patient tragically pass during an emergency, their doctors will unhesitatingly remove any implants from the deceased. If you happen to possess something of value. Even a minor ailment like appendicitis could swiftly escalate into a terminal condition. With the ambulance crew physically dispatching you. In contrast to the certainty of being left with a kidneyless fate at the hands of the scavengers, Ario's medical services might be deemed a gamble. Having some acquaintance with the medical field, Liu has heard that Ario once had a fierce reputation for snatching patients from trauma teams. However, after being bested by them repeatedly, Ario has become more subdued, seeking merely to be left alone. Its position now is as Night City's most economical and straightforward emergency medical service, tasked with handling cases that the trauma teams disdain. This small armored ambulance is a relic from 2 decades ago. Firmly belonging to the category of outdated models, the reason for its obsolescence, selling one of these armored vehicles could yield several ordinary ambulances at a fraction of the cost, even stripped of all its armaments. Liu's vehicle boasts robust materials. During small-scale gang skirmishes, it is more than capable of withstanding the chaos, for in Night City, the safety of patients must be prioritized. It cannot falter. As they drive along, Liu inquires, "What is the matter? After all this time, what brings you here?" Now, Liu has come to realize that this red-clad ghost is not haunting the tattooed man but is instead following him. Being pursued by a red-clad ghost is indeed unsettling, he muses. However, to Liu, they appear almost indistinguishable from regular individuals, capable of minor levitation and passing through walls, merely players in a glitchy virtual realm. Yet, he finds himself perplexed as to why this spirit would follow him, considering they are strangers. Has he unwittingly become a notable figure in the ghostly realm of Night City? It seems a fortune has presented itself to him. Nevertheless, the souls whose wishes he has fulfilled have all vanished without a trace, leaving him to wonder how the message was conveyed. The red-clad ghost, breaking a long silence, states, "It turns out that being dead can be quite dull." After all this time, such a statement leaves Liu speechless. Fortunately, the ghost continues, "How is Rebecca?" "Oh, a familiar of Rebecca," Liu realizes with sudden clarity. Although the description of a ghost is somewhat abstract, he perceives this red-clad spirit as rather despondent. "We've worked together, taken on contracts together," the ghost states. Liu responds, "I am Liu. How should I address you?" The ghost replies, "Chi-Wei." Upon hearing this name, Liu abruptly breaks, casting a peculiar glance at her. Chi-Wei offers a wry smile. "It seems you've heard of me from Rebecca." Liu nods. "Yes, she mentioned you betrayed her." "Betrayal? I do feel quite remorseful towards Rebecca," Chi-Wei admits with a bitter smile. Liu questions, "What happened? Did your conscience awaken after death?" Chi-Wei replies, "Conscience? Night City has no need for such a concept." Liu nods. "Then speak. What is it you wish to convey? Just so you know, I still possess a modicum of conscience." Chi-Wei gazes hesitantly out the window. After much contemplation, "I've decided I want to see Rebecca." Liu inquires, "What do you seek her for?" Chi-Wei responds, "I don't know. I just want to see her." "Very well," Liu concedes. "They were once companions. Perhaps there are words left unspoken after death." The term Shura Field originally referred to the battlefield of the Buddhist deity Ashura and the god of heaven. Indra. It has since been metaphorically extended to describe a brutal battleground, and further to denote the harsh realities of workplaces, life, and interpersonal relationships. Presently, Shura Field frequently alludes to the emotional entanglements between men and women, such as polyamorous situations where multiple individuals converge in one setting. In the dimly lit Turbo restaurant, Liu palpably experiences the essence of a Shura Field. Chi-Wei and Rebecca sit across from each other at the same table. The atmosphere thick with tension akin to frost on the verge of crystallizing. The air seems to freeze in this moment, with only the faint strains of music flowing in the background, failing to shatter the suffocating silence. The gazes of the two women meet, and invisible sparks seem to ignite in the air. Fortunately, today, Rebecca is not entirely empty-handed. She has brought along 2 spirits with news. Allowing Liu to share a table with them and observe the trembling exchange between Rebecca and Chi-Wei. Chapter 33. Chi-Wei at the dining table. It is Rebecca who first breaks the silence. She gazes at Chi-Wei and states, "I thought you had left Night City to start anew." Chi-Wei shrugs nonchalantly, "Bad luck. I couldn't leave." Unfazed by Rebecca's unkind tone, Chi-Wei continues. Rebecca adds, "Oh, it comes to mind. You've been betrayed again." "Indeed," Chi-Wei replies, "Never trust anyone in Night City." Rebecca shakes her head. "No, that's because you trusted the wrong people. You can always rely on your wise and mighty sister." Chi-Wei scans Rebecca with a discerning gaze. "You can't even handle one man. How do you expect to bear the weight of this?" Rebecca asserts, "I can bear it." Chi-Wei counters, "No, you cannot. I can bear it. You cannot bear it. I can bear it." The exchange resembles a child's quarrel. As emotions escalate, Rebecca slams her hand on the table, but her force is too great, causing her body to phase through the table and nearly collide with Chi-Wei. Let us eat, Li Yu interjects, presenting drinks and food as he lights 3 incense sticks for offerings. The introduction of food slightly alleviates the tense atmosphere. As for the restaurant owner, having seen Li Yu's antics a few times now, he merely categorizes him as someone suffering from emotional distress rather than a typical lunatic. Look at this young man. He seems to be performing some sort of ritual. That person must be quite significant to him. The restaurant owner, too, finds himself somewhat melancholic over Li Yu's demeanor. How much did we sell for? Let me see my worth, Rebecca jests. Her emotions are fleeting. Arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly, Chi-Wei chuckles softly. Not bad, but it's clear they have no intention of paying. Rebecca continues, so why betray me? As she speaks, her eyes appear pitiful, though it is unclear how much of it is genuine and how much is feigned. For the transition is too rapid. Chi-Wei shakes her head. In Night City, only genuine wealth truly shines. She disregards Rebecca's sentiment. Rebecca asserts, I don't believe that. You're not that kind of person. How do you know? Chi-Wei retorts. Rebecca presses, now that you're seeking me out, do you not feel any regret? Chi-Wei scoffs, regret? I do it the same way again. Besides, she was the first to betray. Impossible, Rebecca exclaims. Chi-Wei continues. Have I ever mistreated her during the years I taught and guided her? No. Has the team ever mistreated her? No. How did Man and Dorio die? The time she delayed, the police that arrived, the explosion in her head, the trauma team that followed. Those were Man and Dorio. They are gone. And what remains is merely an empty shell. We conduct our business for money, never questioning the reasons or taking responsibility. Isn't it better to hand over the data from the fields directly to military technology? If Arasaka wants accountability, they should seek them out, not us. Yet, she not only deleted the data but also killed the Arasaka hacker. Before long, we will all perish, did the harbinger of misfortune, who ignited the flames of calamity. Ever consider our lives? My home has been utterly destroyed by a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing and a wretched spawn. What gives? Betrayal. They deserve their fate. Is it a crime to wish to live? Why must I, along with my elder siblings, be consigned to oblivion for the sake of her trivial romance? What justification is there for this? I merely sought a way out for myself. Is that truly a fault? Rebecca, observing the increasingly agitated Chi-Wei, felt an inexplicable wave of sorrow swell within her. Her. Chi-Wei's impassioned words seemed less an attempt to persuade Rebecca and more a desperate effort to rationalize her own actions. Perhaps stemming from a deep-seated denial and guilt regarding her choices. In that moment, Rebecca perceived Chi-Wei as a wounded puppy. Baring its teeth in defiance. It was this very image that had compelled Rebecca to bring Chi-Wei back to the Man team in the first place. Now, she gazed upon those fierce yet sorrowful eyes, imbued with a sense of fear and vulnerability. Rebecca instinctively reached out her arms, yearning to offer Chi-Wei another embrace. That last encounter with Faraday, David has already dealt with him. Rebecca remarked softly. Her unexpected gesture of affection took Chi-Wei by surprise, yet her expression softened, as if recalling distant memories, and her tumultuous emotions began to settle, lowering her gaze to meet Rebecca's embrace. Chi-Wei sighed softly, only you. Rebecca. I am truly sorry. Forgive me. As her words faded, her form began to dissipate. Thank you for fulfilling the deceased Chi-Wei's wish list. A gift from the departed. Advanced hacking experience. Intelligence 15. In truth. Until Chi-Wei vanished, Li Yu remained oblivious to the nature of her wishes. Was she here to apologize, to simply vent, or perhaps to seek solace? Nevertheless, wow, this is advanced hacking experience, an unprecedented boon. Furthermore, such a substantial increase in intelligence attributes, this is akin to a windfall. Li Yu, you've leveled up so suddenly, the hook on his belt remarked. Sensing something amiss. Liu paid no heed to the hook. He felt an itch in his head as if his mind were awakening. And elusive memories surged forth. He sensed he was stepping closer to the realm of hackers who could annihilate with a mere glare. Even the previously incomprehensible code began to make sense. Fortunately, having experienced such abrupt enhancements before, Li Yu quickly regained his composure, ensuring that aside from the hook, no one around noticed his peculiar state. Chi-Wei's sudden disappearance caught Rebecca off guard. And upon regaining her bearings, she turned to Li Yu and asked, do you know where she went? Li Yu shook his head, replying, I don't know either, but a spirit that has fulfilled its wish will simply vanish. Upon hearing this, Rebecca smiled. So that means she achieved her desire. Liu continued. Perhaps without any lingering attachments, she chose to depart. Rebecca reflected, I wonder where she is gone, or Man and Dorio, as well as my scoundrel brother. There, Perhaps, Liu responded. He then rose to the table where Rebecca and Chiwei had been seated, inquiring, by the way, what just happened? Did something transpire between you two? Liu and Rebecca exchanged puzzled glances. As an outsider, Liu was entirely unaware of the tumultuous history of Rebecca's team. He listened intently for some time, yet remained in the dark about the events that had transpired. Likewise, Rebecca was oblivious to Lucy's past actions. To this day, she held the belief that the fiasco that night was due to Man's sudden cyberpsychosis, which cost Man and Dolio their lives. Despite the pain in her heart, life must continue. Night City resembled a vortex filled with surprises, with unforeseen events occurring daily, especially in their line of work. This matter, akin to a scar on their hearts, was something Rebecca typically avoided discussing, seldom bringing it up. Chiwei's words today left her perplexed. Regarding her betrayal, Rebecca attributed it merely to Faraday's high price, never delving deeper into the matter. As the saying goes, a fool's tree bears foolish fruit. And both Liu and Rebecca wore expressions of utter bewilderment. At that moment, the ghost whom Rebecca had brought in, claiming to possess information about Lucy, spoke up. Actually, I know some of the details. The gazes of one person and one ghost converged, their eyes fixated upon him, making the man somewhat bashful. Chapter 34. Delving into the hacker of the Anti-Intelligence Department. Big shot, what an honor to meet you, Liu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded the gloomy ghost who introduced himself as Landry. Though the townsfolk often scorned those clad in suits as mere corporate lackeys, it must be acknowledged that those who carved out a niche in such large corporations were no ordinary individuals. Especially in a critical department like the Anti-Intelligence Division. Taking down a few government officials might be considered mere trifles during their weekly meetings. As he spoke, Liu frequently glanced at Rebecca, his eyes brimming with confusion, silently inquiring, "Where did you find this guy?" Rebecca, meeting Liu's gaze, shrugged helplessly, then spread her hands and replied slowly, "He claims to know Lucy, so I brought him along." Landry forced a smile. "Indeed, I am acquainted with the Lucy you speak of. She melted my brain. This." Rebecca's expression tightened. "You didn't mention that earlier. Are you seeking revenge? We can't assist with that." "Can we, Liu?" Liu nodded in agreement. "Let us not delve into that. Just discussing combat abilities. Lucy is the type of hacker who can eliminate anyone with a mere glare. Going after her? That would be self-destructive, wouldn't it? Just look at Landry. He is a prime example of that." Landry shook his head. "No worries, just an old acquaintance. It is normal to roast each other's brains upon meeting. If I had been better prepared, it would have been her brain that ended up on the grill." Liu's expression turned peculiar. "Looks like you have quite the story to tell. Why is it that these individuals, after transforming from human to ghost, suddenly become so fond of sharing these macabre jokes? Don't they find it chilling?" Landry replied, "It's not too bad, just some trivial stories." Interested in hearing, the group nodded. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of gossip? Back then, she was the Lucy you know. I remember she went by the name Rina Chinamata, a product of a Polish and Japanese union. It seems her hacking talents caught her father's attention, and he brought her into the network operations department we were part of. We were merely cannon fodder, sent to salvage data from the old net. Landry began to recount his past. This world exists within a vast chasm of civilizational disarray. Once, the legendary hacker Bart Moss unleashed a network virus, regardless of its original intent. It had profound repercussions for the entire world. Countless military-grade AIs within corporations, influenced by his virus, broke free, rampaging across the network and attacking anyone in sight. The online environment became exceedingly perilous. One could vanish while simply browsing the internet, resulting in the demise of numerous hackers. When it became evident that even nuclear launch codes could be compromised by these AIs, humanity had no choice but to abandon the network. Only with the establishment of the Black Wall program, created in collaboration with network monitors and a cadre of enigmatic hackers, were the rampaging AIs isolated from human habitation, leading to some improvement. However, in their defense against the rogue AIs, a wealth of invaluable data from the old era was lost in the old net, causing this world to stagnate at the technological level of Liu's previous life over 50 years ago, with little remarkable progress since. Today, the old net resembles a no-man's land, ruled by countless self-evolving AIs. Making any venture into such territory a perilous endeavor. It is unfathomable what kind of father would send his own daughter into such a place. It's akin to sending her to her doom. As in any worn-out tale, a group of children sought freedom and found an opportunity to escape. However, Lucy emerged as the sole success among them, while Landry and his companions were the unfortunate failures. Landry was somewhat fortunate, having survived, while the others met their tragic ends. All this time, he had been aimlessly drifting through life, never imagining that a reunion with an old friend would culminate in such a life-or-death scenario. Of course, Lucy might not even recognize him. After all, when Landry disclosed his age, everyone was taken aback, accompanied by a touch of sympathy. This man, who could easily pass for Lucy's father, was, in fact, the same age as her. One must say, being a corporate programmer is indeed a nurturing profession. After years of toil, one appears more mature than their peers. In truth, Landry had embellished his memories during his recounting. He did not recognize Lucy. Rather, after his demise, he was driven by the desire to uncover who had taken his life. Prompting recollections of Lucy. It was only after a series of subsequent investigations that Landry finally grasped the true reasons behind Lucy's lethal confrontation with him. To my utter astonishment, it was revealed that his decision to restore data pertaining to an employee named Nakamura stemmed from the existence of incriminating information regarding Lucy's young boyfriend, David. Frankly speaking, from Landry's perspective, had the motive for killing him been to evade the relentless pursuit of Arasaka, he might have been able to begrudgingly accept it. After all, such a scenario could be deemed somewhat justifiable. However, upon discovering that the true intention was to protect that impetuous lad, David, Landry was engulfed by a profound sense of indignation and resentment. He lamented internally, pondering the sheer terror that love-stricken minds could invoke. It was merely because Tanaka had uncovered David's remarkable tolerance for cybernetic enhancements, making him an ideal candidate for the new military-grade cybernetic project, that matters escalated to such a fatal conclusion. Could they not have simply convened with calmness to discuss the situation? Most issues could be amicably resolved with a little financial incentive. Yet, the outcome was chaos, resulting from the demise of Arasaka's hackers. Indeed, the employees of Arasaka had grown accustomed to their brazen arrogance, often opting for violent measures when confronted with streetwise individuals like David, showing little inclination for dialogue. Perhaps, upon receiving the information, they would have swiftly apprehended David and forcibly subjected him to the cybernetic experiment. Merely to observe how long he could endure before succumbing. Lucy was undoubtedly well aware of their modus operandi. But Lucy, dear sister, Landry, am not like them. We share a bond forged in fire. Had you approached me beforehand, I would have gladly offered you a significant concession. The more Landry pondered, the more he felt the injustice of his demise. Following Rebecca's elaboration, Liu grasped the sequence of events. Due to a series of unforeseen circumstances, David had met Lucy and inadvertently joined the Man Team, forming a bond with Lucy, who had brought him into the fold. At the time, the Man Team was contracted to steal the brain data of Arasaka employee Tanaka. Man, having undergone excessive cybernetic modifications, had succumbed to madness and inadvertently injured Kiwi-Eye, leaving Lucy to take action against Tanaka. Upon acquiring the data, Lucy discovered David's name and realized that his tolerance for cybernetics made him an exceptional subject for the faltering cybernetic project. Should this information leak, Arasaka would apprehend David, and military technology would ultimately lead to his demise. There would be no favorable outcome. At that moment, having already confirmed her relationship with David, Lucy resolved to delete the data and even contemplated silencing Tanaka. However, this endangered Tanaka's life, prompting the trauma team to intervene, which subsequently brought in the NCPD, followed by the elite counterterrorism unit. In this debacle, Man and Dorio, two pivotal members of the team, met their untimely ends. The situation was far from over. Lucy, acting independently, continued to eliminate Arasaka agents linked to this incident, perhaps due to Arasaka's overwhelming influence and reach, or perhaps because of the betrayal from intermediaries in Kiwi-Eye. The truth ultimately came to light. This led to Lucy's capture by Arasaka, forcing David into the cybernetic experiment, where he engaged in fierce combat with the military technology unit, while Arasaka discreetly gathered combat data on the cybernetic project. This culminated in the dramatic scene witnessed by Liu that fateful night. The one thing Arasaka had not anticipated was David's combat prowess. After an intense battle with the military technology unit outside the city, David still found the strength to wreak havoc in the Arasaka Tower, rescuing Lucy. Although David was ultimately subdued, his actions undeniably humiliated the Arasaka Corporation within Night City. After all, even if the legendary Sun Wukong were to be trapped beneath the Five Elements Mountain, it would not erase the glory of his rebellion against the heavens. Chapter 35. Conversations and chit-chat. From Rebecca's account, Liu surmised that David might be the type of individual burdened by the aspirations of others. He sought to fulfill his mother's wishes, to realize Man's dreams, and to achieve Lucy's desires, a character reminiscent of an anime protagonist. Yet, lamentably, he lacked the halo of a hero. David exhibited symptoms akin to Man's cyberpsychosis. And, Bearing the weight of collective hopes, he found himself inexorably on a one-way street toward death. Liu speculated that David, sensing his time was limited, became increasingly eager to take on jobs to earn money, solely to fulfill his promise of taking Lucy to the moon. Lucy, perhaps, was drawn to David's intrinsic qualities and was even willing to confront those Arasaka agents who had once made her life a constant struggle, her love for David eclipsing her fear of them. Furthermore, it was evident that neither of them had fully disclosed their innermost thoughts to one another. Reflecting on Kiwi and Landry's words, Liu realized that it would be difficult to express that Man and Dorio, who were like family to David, had indirectly fallen victim to Lucy's actions. David's nature would not allow those around him to express concern for his well-being. He would undoubtedly put on a brave front. They both resembled the protagonists of a tragic drama. Subsequently, Liu cast a sympathetic glance at Rebecca, firmly convinced that the twin-tailed girl was undoubtedly a victim of her circumstances. "You seem to be contemplating something rather mischievous," Rebecca remarked, noticing Liu's gaze. Liu hastily shook his head in denial. No, I was simply struck by a wave of sympathy for Kiwi. Rebecca raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh, Liu elaborated, just consider it. All the familiar faces from her team have vanished, and now she finds herself at the mercy of a reckless young man. If it were me, I would have quit long ago. Rebecca nodded thoughtfully. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. Liu continued. Moreover, she is aware of the clandestine actions Lucy has taken. It's akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. Once it detonates, everyone is doomed. In such circumstances, one would naturally cling to any semblance of hope. Rebecca nodded, then shook her head. Logically, that makes sense, but emotionally, it's a bit hard to accept. However, since the people are gone, it is what it is. Just a moment. I need to step outside to vent a little. With that, Rebecca exited the dining area, shouting various cyber slang into the sky. Upon returning, she appeared calm and smiling, suggesting her outburst had been quite therapeutic. Liu felt a sense of broadened perspective, contemplating jotting down some notes, as Rebecca's expressions might prove useful when dealing with unfriendly individuals. "Are you familiar with Kiwi?" Liu inquired. Rebecca replied. "That girl was someone I rescued." After the incense burned down, Liu lit another 3 sticks. He ordered some snacks and beer, and they resumed their casual chatter. They delved deeper into the tale of the red-clad ghost, Kiwi. A little girl, sold to a cybernetic factory at an early age, was recognized for her exceptional technical talent and promoted by her supervisor. However, in Night City, goodwill rarely comes without strings attached. After her supervisor's failed marriage proposal, she was sold into a sex doll establishment. Her mask was a result of a brutish customer tearing off her chin, effectively ending her career as a sex doll. She never repaired her face. Instead, she fervently studied hacking skills. When the time was ripe, she utilized her talents to orchestrate multiple short circuits between the factory and the establishment, igniting a fire that consumed the owner and supervisor. This act of defiance angered powerful figures in both the factory and the establishment, leading them to hire assassins to eliminate Kiwi. Fortunately, Rebecca and her crew, undeterred by the job at hand, rescued Kiwi and brought her into the Man team. Perhaps Kiwi herself had forgotten her original appearance, which is why even as a ghost, she still donned her mask. In addition to Landry, there was another ghost brought in by Rebecca named Julio, an aspiring street kid eager to make a name for himself. He had once worked with David and Rebecca on a job, which ultimately became his last due to a hasty misstep that triggered a landmine. His behavior bore a slight resemblance to that of an obsessive fan of David Martinez, though it was not entirely limited to idolizing him. Anyone who made a name for themselves in Night City would garner a certain admiration from him. He shared numerous anecdotes about David's exploits. However, Rebecca's demeanor shifted to one of discomfort, her gaze toward him laced with disdain. It appeared that Julio had taken to trailing them even after his demise, resembling a stalker. Setting aside the fan perspective, Liu also perceived that David was, by Night City standards, a rather principled individual. He would be awarded a good person card. Julio's dying wish was to become a legend in Night City. Thus he hoped Liu would one day inscribe his name on the Arasaka Tower for all to see. This, Liu could only promise, next time, for sure. Liu also inquired about Landry's wishes for the afterlife, to which he received no answer. Landry merely expressed contentment with the freedom that came with being a ghost. He humorously lamented the ill fate of being reincarnated in Night City, only to be abandoned at an orphanage by his mother. After struggling to survive, he might encounter her on the street, only for her to ask him for a cigarette. Don't make me laugh. This city devours the timid and emboldens the reckless, while the dead enjoy the most comfort. With endless entertainment to behold, Landry mused. After that night, Liu felt he had gleaned a considerable understanding of David and his team, akin to having watched a good 10 episodes of an anime. Sated in content, they all departed the restaurant, each in high spirits. Upon learning that Falco and Lucy were currently safe, Rebecca's moodsword.liu, having acquired KiwiEye's hacking experience and intelligence attributes, felt quite elated. Landry was simply pleased to have someone willing to listen to his stories and complaints about the company. Julio, too, was in high spirits, having heard numerous insider tales about the legendary David and his team. Everyone is in high spirits. Unfortunately, there is still no concrete information regarding the whereabouts of Falco and Lucy.liu, and Rebecca can only wait for news from the old captain for the time being. Although that night Landry and Julio were both attentive to the unfolding events, Falco's speed was simply too swift for them to keep up. The seasoned driver truly lived up to his reputation for speed. Of course, two individuals were feeling quite ambivalent that night. The restaurant owner, however, was exceedingly disheartened. After Liu's departure, the owner noticed an abundance of leftover food on his table and could not help but chastise the wastefulness. Yet, upon tasting the remaining dishes, he began to question his own culinary skills. Could it be that his cooking was simply unpalatable? The food, which should have been a feast for the senses, had been stripped of its aroma and flavor due to Liu's peculiar offering. Leaving only the mere appearance of the dishes, the owner was now filled with doubt, wondering if he had served something akin to excrement, which would explain why the guest departed without even a single bite. Another source of distress was Hook. Having witnessed Liu's frenzied antics throughout the night, Hook found it perplexing that Liu's bodily data showed no abnormalities. This led Hook to ponder whether Liu's claims of seeing ghosts might indeed hold some truth. Conflicting directives swirled within Hook's programming, evoking a sense of anguish akin to human emotion. It must be said that Liu had once again compelled Hook towards indirect evolution, unknown to Liu. And even if he were aware, it would hardly concern him. At that moment, he was driving with Rebecca back to his apartment. Chapter 36. The meeting. Liu felt that his expenditure was utterly worthwhile, thanks to the reliability of the old captain as a middleman. The following morning, Liu received a call from an unknown number. By sharing his body with Rebecca, they were able to confirm that the caller was indeed Falco. Rebecca had mentioned to me that you, along with her brother Pilar and David, had gone to the Lazy Bar to watch the Super Dream, and it seems you ordered the wilderness ride. Liu was interrupted mid-sentence. Falco interjected, All right, I believe you. Pilar is truly unreliable. He would share such matters with his sister. So, what does this friend of Rebecca wish from us? Liu replied, Please convey Rebecca's last words. Falco responded warily, The Rebecca I know is not one to leave behind last words. Clearly, Falco harbored doubts about this stranger, as no one could be certain whether Liu might betray them to the Arasaka. Liu nodded. Indeed, that is not her style. While Rebecca is unafraid of death, she is not one to seek it. She constantly strives for survival, making the notion of leaving last words rather ill-suited for her. In truth, I wish to see her former companions and understand what drove her to such recklessness, while also sharing what she may have mentioned to me, but perhaps did not have the chance to tell you. Falco fell silent, evidently weighing whether to trust Liu. Very well, come alone to this location today. If all goes well, we shall meet. After a considerable pause, it seemed that Falco had reached a decision after deliberation and sent Liu an address. Thank you. I look forward to our meeting, Liu replied before the connection was severed. Though they had requested Liu to come alone, they did not specify that ghosts could not accompany him. Together with Rebecca, Landry, and Julio, he set off. Before departing, Liu made a point to visit Victor's clinic. He exchanged greetings with Old Vi and lent a hand before bringing Ethan along. Having multiple professional doctors nearby provided an additional layer of assurance. Just in case anything went awry, Ethan's expertise far surpassed Liu's own. The warrior Rebecca, the mage Landry, the priest Ethan, and the bystander Julio, along with Liu who provided the body, made for a rather well-rounded team. Albeit slightly lacking in living members. Liu drove slowly to the designated location, which was remote and desolate. Sunlight bathed the area, adding a sense of tranquility. The choice of such a place was evidently deliberate. It offered a clear view for the other party to observe Liu's every move, ensuring their own safety. Liu could easily imagine that should he exhibit even the slightest hint of suspicion, they could choose to remain hidden in the shadows or simply retreat. However, one thing they perhaps did not anticipate was that Rebecca's ghost was right beside Liu at that moment. And she was intimately familiar with this location. It was a warehouse area, generally devoid of visitors, and the man team often convened here to hold meetings and devise plans due to its seclusion. Hook suddenly spoke up. Someone has infiltrated your system. Liu glanced at the surveillance camera facing him and nodded slightly, then summoned Landry, lending him a portion of his bodily autonomy. Although Liu suspected that the intruder was Lucy, Likely attempting to gauge his capabilities, he prepared to have Landry investigate the situation just to be safe. Landry's expression changed abruptly, as if lost in thought. Observing this, Liu felt a surge of anxiety. His current level of awareness only allowed him to detect that someone was accessing his personal information and browsing history. Could it be that the intruder had executed some clandestine maneuver without his notice? After all, he was dealing with a high-level hacker and had to proceed with caution. Landry spoke gravely. I wasn't aware you had this skill. Next time, could you use this state to go to the Cloud Summit? I have some acquaintances there. Liu was filled with confusion. Cloud Summit. Is this some hacker jargon? Surely, this world cannot also have a Cloud Summit game. An elite venue. I had hoped to take you there to broaden your horizons. Rebecca added, her extensive experience as a mercenary in Night City making her knowledge far superior to Liu's. Goodness, you look so serious. I thought something was amiss. Turns out you were just thinking of using your body for indulgence. Liu internally scoffed. While Landry could not discern Liu's precise thoughts, the shared body allowed him to sense Liu's emotional shifts. Then, Landry remarked, it's been quite a while since I've been there. I do miss it. Don't worry too much. The intruder hasn't done anything devious. They were merely checking information. Liu let out a sigh of relief. That's a relief. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Liu had contemplated that if the other party truly executed some underhanded tactic, he would not hesitate to flee to his vehicle and have Hook speed him away. In a discreet corner of the factory district, an unremarkable cargo truck quietly sat. In this warehouse area, such vehicles came and went regularly, blending in seamlessly. However, upon closer inspection, a discerning eye would recognize that this truck held secrets, just as a tofu delivery truck could conceal a racing engine. This cargo truck housed an engine that could perform impressively even on an aircraft, coupled with various high-end modifications, while others pondered how to navigate the treacherous turns of Akiyama Mountain. The truck's owner could contemplate a direct descent from the summit. Inside the vehicle, a rugged cowboy and a silver-haired girl were none other than Falco and Lucy. At this moment, Lucy's face was etched with exhaustion, faint dark circles under her eyes adding an air of weariness and melancholy. Perhaps, this was the very essence of the beautiful yet tragic archetype. In contrast, Falco appeared somewhat better off than Lucy. Perhaps it was due to his acclimatization to the relentless cycle of life and death in Night City. His emotions remained largely concealed, buried deep within his profound gaze. Is everything all right? Falco inquired of Lucy, who was lost in a torrent of data flowing through her eyes, with a gentle shift of her pupils. Liu's information was laid bare before her. This was primarily because Liu, in displaying his sincerity, had not resisted. Had he chosen to fight back, with Landry's assistance, Lucy would not have had it so easy. Lucy spoke slowly. There are no issues. I was once a corporate employee, perhaps engaged in some freelance work, but I am now essentially unemployed. Falco's brow furrowed in confusion. Corporate dog. His sensitivity to the subject was palpable. Lucy gently shook her head. Just a small company without any connections. I found out that company has gone bankrupt. Falco asked, so, can we meet? Lucy nodded. The records show no discrepancies. The cybernetic enhancements are merely standard civilian models. So it is safe to engage. Then let us meet. I am also quite curious about this friend of Rebecca, Falco replied, pressing the accelerator and igniting the engine. Liu realized that the connection had been severed, indicating that a meeting was imminent. Chapter 37. Long life. How should I approach this meeting? Liu pondered, lost in his thoughts. Just then, a cargo truck barreled into his line of sight like a ferocious steel beast. Liu had no time to react as the truck executed a flawless drift mere feet from him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shortly after, a loud bang echoed as the truck doors swung open forcefully. Initially, a woman with short silver hair emerged from the passenger seat of the vehicle. Her silhouette flickered amidst the swirling dust, exuding an air of mystery and uniqueness. Liu hastily cast a glance at Rebecca beside him, confirming through her reaction that the woman before them must indeed be Lucy. As anticipated, the individual still gripping the steering wheel was Falco, just as Liu was about to offer his support to Rebecca. Allowing her to take charge of the situation, he suddenly realized that Rebecca's expression had turned menacing. In a swift motion, she lunged forward, soaring into the air, executing the long-lost deadly scissor kick of the martial arts world. David Martinez. Only Liu among the living could hear Rebecca shout that name. At that moment, Liu noticed a youth clad in a yellow jacket and sporting a punk hairstyle, silently peering at them from behind the vehicle. Could this be David? Was he attempting to illustrate what it meant to be someone living in your life and a ghost in your death through his own case? Rebecca passed directly through David's form. Evidently, neither party sustained any harm. Following that, Rebecca pivoted and unleashed a barrage of punches. Bang, bang, bang. It was the farmer's 3 punches. After several strikes, regrettably, they proved futile. Rebecca was no fool. She quickly shifted to a mental assault, violently declaring to David, "Others may possess extraordinary abilities, yet you will forever remain a mere two-armed being. Before acting, perhaps engage your brain, or rather, your cerebral cortex is so smooth it could skate on ice. I suggest you get a data cable and check out your USB appearance." David, visibly embarrassed, replied, "Sorry, Rebecca, what did you call me? That night, you referred to me as mother. Do you understand the meaning of mom, son?" Rebecca retorted. This scene left Liu utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Lucy and Falco observed Liu, who appeared completely bewildered, contemplating whether their dramatic entrance had been so dazzling that it left him speechless. Lucy recalled Liu's background, which was utterly unremarkable. In fact, his browsing history was solely focused on academic pursuits, leading her to surmise that he was likely self-studying cybernetic installations and some aspects of network programming. At most, he might have merely installed a few combat assistance programs, which was quite ordinary in Night City. Though his presence in Night City was somewhat peculiar, he could be considered a diligent and ambitious individual. This thought eased some of the tension Lucy felt towards Liu. "Liu, is it Rebecca's friend?" Lucy inquired. Upon hearing this, Liu withdrew his gaze from the scuffle between Rebecca and David and nodded. Lucy continued, "Speak up. What do you seek from us?" Liu scrutinized the duo before him. Falco revealed little, but Lucy appeared truly wretched. Compared to the current Rebecca, she seemed even more ghostly, exuding a morose aura. After a moment of hesitation, Liu slowly articulated, "I merely came to see you and convey that Rebecca holds you in high regard. She hopes you both will continue to thrive." Lucy nodded in acknowledgement. "We will." However, her assurance lacked conviction. Rebecca's presence had not faded. It seemed her final wishes were not so easily dismissed. Previously, Rebecca had stood there, incessantly berating David, her fury palpable, causing her body to tremble, as if the very air around them ignited with her emotions. Gradually, the tide of anger receded, giving way to a quiet sorrow that softened her tone. Her gaze dimmed as memories flashed through her mind like a slideshow, revealing the once vibrant hopes that had now shattered. Slowly, Rebecca's emotional tempest calmed, and a flicker of joy at their reunion surfaced in her heart. Yet, abruptly, a harsh reality extinguished her rekindled happiness like cold water. She realized that both she and he were no longer of this world, and her eyes dimmed once more. All that had been was now but a distant past, and they could never return to what was. That fleeting joy of reunion dissipated amidst the melancholy, leaving only an endless void of yearning and sighs. Both Rebecca and David fell into a brief silence. Ultimately, Rebecca turned her gaze towards the living Lucy and Falco, her mood slightly lifting, revealing a hint of concern. In just a few minutes, her emotions seemed to have taken a roller coaster ride, undergoing a whirlwind of turmoil. Rebecca asked David, "What are your plans moving forward?" David replied, "I don't know. It feels terrible not being able to go to the moon with Lucy." Rebecca retorted, Hey, everyone's dead. Can't you be a little selfish? Still thinking about letting everyone down? Isn't that exhausting?" David hesitated, clearly feeling remorse for Rebecca, having violated their earlier agreement by excessively utilizing cybernetics. Rebecca pointed at Liu, stating, "That one is a medium. He can see us. Is there anything you wish to convey?" David shook his head. "We're dead. It's better not to disturb the living." Rebecca responded, "Suit yourself." At that moment, Liu felt quite awkward, as Rebecca had outright dismissed him, opting to engage in a private conversation with David. Although Liu had a general understanding of Lucy and Falco's backgrounds, knowing them was one thing, but being unfamiliar with them was another. Furthermore, had Liu been an eloquent speaker, his life would not have been so dismal in either this or the previous lifetime. Rebecca served as a common topic of interest for both parties. Seizing the opportunity to glean their perceptions of Rebecca, Liu found himself seated in Falco's vehicle, listening to their tales of the past, occasionally chiming in. The atmosphere among the three grew increasingly amicable. "You know, once during a mission, Rebecca suddenly told me to stop. I thought something was amiss, but it turned out she had spotted a puppy by the roadside and wanted to hug it." Falco recounted. "That indeed aligns perfectly with her character." Liu nodded in agreement. "Then a group of cleaners noticed us, mistaking her for an innocent girl who didn't know better, and they decided to intervene, leading to quite the scuffle." Falco continued. "I've been targeted by them too. That experience was far from pleasant." Liu concurred. "Those guys are revolting. Just having them watch me felt as though cockroaches were crawling all over me." Falco acknowledged. "What are your plans now?" Liu inquired. Glancing at Lucy, who was absent-mindedly smoking a cigarette, Falco replied, "Lucy has already booked a ticket to the moon, while I might be leaving Night City." Liu nodded. If there is anything you need assistance with, feel free to contact me. I will certainly act within my capabilities. Falco raised an eyebrow. Act within your capabilities. Shouldn't it be to exert your utmost effort? Liu responded, after all, one's abilities are limited. Falco smirked slightly. You're quite honest. Liu shifted his gaze from the departing small truck to Rebecca and asked, aren't you going? Rebecca shook her head. I want to see how their ghostly romance unfolds. I have no desire to indulge in artificial sweetness. Liu nodded. While it was acceptable to ship couples in movies or shows, witnessing it unfold in reality was far from pleasant. Rebecca glanced at the opposite side and teased, Cyber Widow, may you live long. Chapter 38. To the moon. In the ensuing days, Liu's life returned to a state of tranquility, devoid of significant events. Rebecca's former apartment had been re-rented. Liu heard that the new tenant was seemingly an NCPD officer. Unable to tolerate the presence of a solitary giant loitering in her space, Rebecca ultimately decided to stay with Liu. After all, he could see her, which provided a level of comfort. Additionally, Liu maintained a commendable standard of living. While not obsessively tidy, his room was notably organized for a male. Moreover, Ethan, Landry, and Julio occasionally dropped by for visits. Presently, Liu's apartment had genuinely transformed into a haunted abode, yet he himself seemed to thrive in warmth. There were no living souls present, yet laughter mingled with the spirits, with the guidance of Rebecca. Landry and Ethan, Liu naturally worked even harder. Whether through allowing them to borrow his body to practice shooting at the range, programming, or installing and repairing cybernetics, he effortlessly accrued invaluable experience. This was true hands-on mentorship, enabling Liu to continuously absorb knowledge and skills, strengthening himself in the process. However, it was somewhat unfortunate that Landry would occasionally urge Liu to check out the sex clubs. At such moments, Rebecca would chime in, creating an immensely awkward atmosphere. Liu felt a twinge of fear. He worried that one day, he might unwittingly be led into such places by Landry and his companions. This scenario resembled a pure lamb facing two cunning foxes, fraught with peril. Consider the strategy of racing horses, which emphasizes the interplay of tactics and strength. Yet now, with Liu believing himself to be of higher caliber, encountering the lewd antics of Landry left him feeling that defeat was inevitable. The journey towards becoming a one-man army capable of withstanding nuclear strikes remained a daunting task. Liu needed to persist in his efforts, for he could not allow women to impede his speed in drawing a weapon. Safe travels. May you enjoy your time with David on the moon. At the space station en route to the moon, Liu bids farewell to Lucy, for today marks her momentous journey to the lunar surface. During this period, Liu has maintained sporadic contact with Falco, who informed him of today's departure time. As for Lucy, Liu refrained from intruding too much. On one hand, he harbored no peculiar affections for the widow, and on the other, Lucy seemed engulfed in a profound melancholy, her late companion David casting a similarly despondent gaze upon her. It is well understood that emotions can be contagious. Having spent considerable time in that environment, Liu felt a palpable heaviness in his own existence. At present, Lucy exists in a state of emotional seclusion. Her words few and far between. Liu is not a psychologist, and thus feels powerless in this regard. It appears that only time can mend these wounds. However, he has exerted considerable effort in assisting with Lucy's cybernetic adjustments. Or more accurately, it was Ethan, utilizing his body, who contributed significantly. The gravitational differences between the moon and Earth are substantial, not to mention various intricate details that require attention. If one were to take a standard Earth cybernetic implant directly to the moon, complications would undoubtedly arise. Hence, numerous modifications and replacements were imperative. It remains a mystery where Ethan had practiced medicine, for he possesses a thorough understanding of these matters, whereas Oldway is somewhat unacquainted with such knowledge. After all, those wealthy individuals capable of lunar travel seldom frequent a modest clinic like Oldway's. Lucy, the determined young woman, has tirelessly shed weight, reducing her mass from over 100 pounds to a mere 100 kilograms. Indeed, a significant portion of her body has been replaced with dual-purpose cybernetics or specifically designed for outer space use. It can be said that more than half of her current physique comprises imported components. Lucy sought validation elsewhere, and the results confirm that Liu's adjustments have yielded remarkable outcomes. With the U.S. assistance, Lucy has undoubtedly saved a considerable sum, although they exchanged no words. Liu could discern that Lucy still cared about her financial situation. In that fleeting moment, a rare smile broke through her frostbitten demeanor, mirrored by David's foolish grin. This was undoubtedly a positive sign. Lucy's concern for her finances at least indicated that she was contemplating her future, suggesting that she harbored no suicidal thoughts at present. At the space station, on the boarding ramp, Lucy nodded, her eyes filled with concern as she assured Liu, "Do not worry, I will live well. He may die for me, but I can certainly live for him. Liu nodded in return, waving his hand once more, saying, safe travels. This time, his tone was markedly more subdued, as this was his personal farewell. Previously, those words had been spoken by Rebecca, embodying Liu's form. Liu himself was not so burdened by sentimentality. In contrast to Lucy's perpetual melancholy and reticence, David's carefree nature made him considerably easier to engage with, resulting in a more frequent exchange between them. After assisting Lucy with her cybernetics, they would often share a few words. It could be said that David initiated these conversations. They would discuss cybernetics, talk about Lucy, and occasionally share thoughts about themselves. The farewell of safe travels was more directed towards David, who reciprocated with warmth. Watching Lucy and David depart, Liu couldn't help but sigh. When he first heard the legends surrounding David, he had anticipated encountering a young man in his 20s or 30s. Yet, upon meeting David, he was astonished to discover that the lad was merely 18. David Martinez had been raised by his mother, Gloria, who tragically fell victim to a gang-related incident approximately a year prior, leaving this world forever. After losing his mother, David fortuitously crossed paths with Lucy on the streets. The gears of fate began to turn, and by a twist of chance, David joined a squad led by Maine. He often reminisced about his first encounter with Lucy, joking that she had once performed a daring act for his military tenderloin. This incident remained etched in his memory for a lifetime. However, what he cherished most was not the daring act but the time spent on the moon with Lucy during a shared dream. An experience of unparalleled beauty. They strolled hand in hand across the lunar surface, the microgravity endowing them with a sense of weightlessness, as if they were enveloped in a dreamlike realm. In that place, time seemed to stand still, and only the rhythm of their heartbeats intertwined. They immersed themselves in the breathtaking scenery, forgetting all worries and woes. In that moment, David experienced an unparalleled happiness, as though the entire universe belonged solely to them. Perhaps it was then that David quietly resolved to ensure Lucy reached the true moon. In the ensuing year, David matured rapidly, evolving into a responsible core member of the team, always considering others. Alas, an 18-year-old boy struggles daily amidst a hail of gunfire. One wonders how many such Davids exist in Night City. At that age, one would typically be lost in a sea of homework, dreaming of future university life or the beautiful seniors therein, rather than enduring a life fraught with peril. 18 is truly far too young. A legend. Indeed, Liu has always found it difficult to harbor affection for this city of dreams. Surrounded by sixpences, he gazes upward at the moon. Sitting in the vehicle, watching the rocket ascend, Liu softly muses, sending someone to the heavens, and yet you become poetic. The hook, ever the disruptor, shattered the ambience. What's wrong with a few words of flair? Liu retorted. All right, continue. The hook replied dismissively. Looking up at the bright moon, I bow my head and think of my hometown, Liu murmured. Subsequently, he pressed the accelerator, and the ambulance sped away like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 39. Saving Lives and Healing Wounds. The protagonist must possess a ring. There is an old grandfather. What was his name? The grandfather in the ring? Just like you in the belt, the consciousness temporarily preserved in certain devices, while the protagonist starts as a genius, only to regress in strength and become a wastrel. A wastrel? Yes, along with a 3-year agreement. And what about 30 years? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. And then comes the comeback, leveling up, and flaunting prowess. Establish a hierarchy, since everyone there utilizes energy as fighting spirit. The name should sound as imposing as possible: fighting sovereign, fighting king, fighting emperor. What's the point of the ranking? To show off, of course. Imagine a street thug challenging a major sect. How thrilling would that be? Seems plausible. Anyway, the youth, with the old man's assistance, grows increasingly formidable, ultimately defeating the shadowy figure responsible for the old man's condition, becoming the strongest in the world. Let me edit that for you. Liu sat in the vehicle, animatedly discussing the plot with the hook. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he were ready to pour forth a torrent of ideas. Meanwhile, the hook listened quietly, occasionally reacting with an emoji, either nodding in agreement or expressing bewilderment, as if to inquire, what on earth is this? Last night, Liu unexpectedly received a generous reward from the distant David. It felt akin to a fortuitous windfall from the heavens. Well, it should have fallen from the moon, so perhaps it could be considered a mooncake. Thank you for fulfilling the last wishes of the deceased, David Martinez. You have received a gift from the departed. Legendary cybernetic experience. Intelligence 10, Strength 15, Agility 20. Sigh. It appears that David has completed his wishes on the moon. Liu let out a soft sigh before redirecting his focus to the rewards. This was indeed the legacy of a legendary figure. It felt as though he had diligently attended a gym for over a year while simultaneously taking a semester of advanced mathematics. One could only describe it as exhilarating. The process was skipped over. This was Liu's first encounter with such a lavish reward from a ghost. It seemed that his efforts to send the couple to the moon had not been in vain. Another wave of enhancements, and this time, they were remarkably comprehensive. You could now confidently echo the words of the legendary racing god from Autumn Mountain. I don't know why, but I've been seeing things more slowly lately. Moreover, the experience with cybernetics had significantly improved Liu's proficiency. He felt his body's resilience had increased, ready to accommodate any military-grade enhancements. However, there were some minor issues. He currently lacked access to these high-end resources. He might possess excellent driving skills, but he lacked the means to acquire a fine vehicle. The crux of the matter was that Liu suffered from a dire affliction, one that could only be cured with substantial financial resources. A dreadful malady the experts of Night City referred to as poverty. Indeed, without money, what could one dream of, if not daydreaming? One wonders if Liu's ruthless dealings with the scavengers had been too effective, driving them to operate stealthily, devoid of their previous lucrative efficiency. Today, Liu seeks ways to earn money. Having learned from Landry about the Black Wall and the Old Net, he now possesses a clearer understanding. A plethora of cultural artifacts from a bygone era has been irrevocably lost, rendering the present Night City a veritable cultural wasteland. Consequently, Liu resolved to transcribe. Borrow from the novels of his previous life, sharing them with the vast populace of Night City. Of course, in his past existence, Liu merely indulged in fragmented moments of leisure, reading novels with a hasty and cursory glance, akin to devouring them whole. Moreover, he was not a professional author. Hence, he retained only a vague outline of the narratives. However, this posed little concern, for he had the adept assistance of Guzzi. All he needed to do was to cast in the various narrative fragments he recalled, supplementing them with an array of keywords, leaving the remainder to Guzzi, the AI, to meticulously handle. Liu was confident that Guzzi would execute the task with excellence. Guzzi did not disappoint Liu's expectations, swiftly producing the content. Liu's eyes darted as he skimmed through it. With a fervent roar, he promptly retrieved a special energy block shimmering with an enigmatic purple luminescence, resolutely merging it with the Qinglian Earthfire model nuclear reactor. In an instant, a formidable force erupted forth, unleashing a stunning wave of energy. The brilliance was dazzling, seemingly capable of piercing through all obstructions, while the surrounding air. Felt rather peculiar. He decided to take another look. Very well, let's send this out for a trial. Liu nodded. Excellent, Guzzi replied. After all, it was merely a casual endeavor, requiring no significant investment. Even if it bore no remarkable results, it would still serve as a nostalgic reminiscence. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Liu sensed that Guzzi seemed to possess a genuine fondness for writing. He contemplated requesting Guzzi to concoct something akin to Zhuang Dao and Huanga next time, curious whether it could yield more innovative and formidable creations. As the vehicle gradually came to a halt, Liu ceased his wandering thoughts. He was about to embark on his primary responsibilities. After all, as he currently operated an ambulance, his mission was to save lives. In Night City, there was no shortage of intense gunfire and combat. Liu casually utilized the dedicated channel of the NCPD, Night City Police Department, to effortlessly acquire various assignments. Wherever gunfire erupted, that was where he would head. Conveniently, even when NCPD officers received intel, they often did not rush to the scene immediately, inadvertently creating opportunities for Liu to secure more business. Shouldering Rebecca's iron will, Liu stepped out of the vehicle. At that moment, chaos reigned around him, bullets incessantly striking metal and stone, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. Those consumed by rage were utterly oblivious to the presence of another individual. Liu's task was to retrieve the bodies, more precisely, to haul the barely conscious souls onto the ambulance. This line of work had germinated in his mind after he had previously rescued the tattooed brother of the old captain. Liu could not help but secretly marvel at his own charm and benevolent nature. A natural-born healer. In his prior life, he had heard tales of many dragging bodies at bar entrances. He wondered if his current endeavors bore any resemblance. Naturally, Liu did not indiscriminately drag anyone. Those beset by vengeful spirits, incessantly cursed by phantoms, would find Liu unhesitatingly firing around with his iron will. After all, assisting the living was akin to helping the dead. Liu incurred no loss. Today's clash was a spectacular showdown between the Tiger Claw Gang and the Vortex Gang, showcasing an exhilarating display of combat prowess. The ferocious battle between the Japanese Yakuza and the modified lunatics was nothing short of breathtaking, with one side wielding katanas, their spirits soaring as they cleaved through bullets, while the other side exhibited grotesque transformations, resembling mechanical monstrosities from another realm. Amidst the fervor of battle, the sound of gunfire reverberated, bullets soared, and smoke filled the air, yet Liu quietly attended to the injured in the corner. If anyone noticed him, it would merely be their misfortune. The fortunate ones would find themselves aboard the ambulance as clients, while the unfortunate would become mere fodder for the chaotic scene. Once they discerned that Liu's firepower exceeded that of the opposing gang's minions, they wisely chose to ignore him. Yet, a deep-seated curiosity stirred within them. What, exactly, was this madman Liu here to accomplish? Never mind. Best not provoke him. Chapter 40. Your awake human greed knows no bounds. Excessive avarice ultimately leads to calamity. Liu was a man of self-awareness. He efficiently and cautiously loaded a few injured individuals into the ambulance after thoroughly considering the circumstances. Among these individuals were members from both gangs. A deliberate attempt at maintaining balance among the factions, striving for equitable development. Liu had no desire to be labeled as a doctor for a particular gang, as such a designation would undoubtedly hinder his career prospects. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, Guzzi, let us roll. Liu lightly tapped the customer count and swiftly shut the ambulance door. He then instructed Guzzi to drive off promptly, leaving the tumultuous scene behind. The wheels rolled forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. As ordinary handguns and submachine guns proved ineffective against the armored ambulance that Liu operated, quietly, I departed. Just as I had arrived, I waved my sleeve and took a few injured souls with me. Humming a tune, Liu commenced his emergency medical procedures, thanks to Old Wei's heartfelt assistance, coupled with Liu's extensive engineering experience. The once barren rear compartment of the ambulance had been meticulously transformed into a makeshift surgical station. Moreover, the spacious interior of the armored ambulance allowed for the accommodation of several makeshift beds and ample room for various medical instruments. At that moment, the rear compartment resembled a miniature life-saving station. As long as one felt steady enough, surgery could be performed even while in motion. Fear not. As long as the procedures were executed with precision, any potential negative reviews would not circulate. Liu began with the most critically injured. Methodically examining their cybernetic structures, the Vortex gang had indeed incorporated some remarkable modifications. This augmentation was quite impressive. Wow, the output power is directly indicating an increase of 10%. He mused, but don't they feel any heat? Oh well, the neural circuitry has been altered entirely. It's all modified equipment. I hear they disdain using original models, claiming that any installation without some modification would be seen as shameful. Liu murmured softly, his voice gently echoing in the somewhat tranquil space. His hands moved with the grace of a fluttering butterfly, tirelessly working over the injured, his surgical maneuvers fluid and deft. Unbeknownst to him, his surgical skills had reached a level of proficiency that allowed him to operate independently. Ordinary gunshot wounds were child's play for him. As Liu systematically administered emergency care, the chest of the Vortex gang member gradually rose and fell, his breathing stabilizing and growing stronger. From the brink of death to this moment, where he had all but escaped the clutches of mortality, it was as if a thrilling resurrection had occurred. However, Liu was not merely conducting charity work, he was in the business of commerce. Thus, his services were only half rendered, akin to gently grasping the injured at the precipice of life, allowing them to cling to a tenuous breath, only to regain some semblance of consciousness thereafter, should they possess any life-saving elixirs. Liu would kindly assist in their application, as every little bit saved was beneficial. As for the remainder, that constituted the billing items, free services were out of the question. Of course, Liu's fees were reasonable. He did not engage in arbitrary pricing or extortion. He believed that regardless of how extravagant the marketing process may be, it ultimately needed to translate into tangible results. Establishing a solid reputation was paramount. A steady stream of business was the goal, beginning with the youthful trauma team. A member of the Tiger Claw gang was the first to regain consciousness, although he was the last to be treated by Liu. This merely indicated that his injuries were the least severe, making his early awakening unsurprising. You're awake. The surgery was a success. Liu smiled at the Tiger Claw gang member. As awareness gradually returned, the Tiger Claw gang member began to perceive his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the ceiling of the vehicle, which instantly revitalized him. You. The Tiger Claw gang member stammered. Liu kindly explained, my name is Liu. I am a doctor. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? After all, he was a client, and Liu decided to adopt a more cordial demeanor, hoping to foster a potential return business. The now composed Tiger Claw gang member slowly replied, Akita Takashi. Liu nodded and said, Here's the bill. Take a look. Akita Takashi received the invoice from Liu, glancing over it briefly before promptly transferring the payment without hesitation. He even generously added a tip, rounding the total to a nice sum. His decisive action suggested that he bore no concern for the expense. The auspicious start to business lifted Liu's spirits, and he cheerfully began organizing the surgical station. At that moment, another robust member of the Vortex gang stirred from unconsciousness. He was the first individual Liu had treated, hence his injuries were the most severe. It was indeed surprising that he was the second to regain consciousness. What the hell? I'll kill you. It seemed he was still engulfed in the throes of battle as the Vortex gang member, upon seeing Akita Takashi beside him, erupted into a furious roar. His multiple crimson cybernetic eyes glinted menacingly, akin to razor-sharp blades poised to strike. Fortunately, the effects of the anesthetic still lingered, rendering his body immobile. Had the effects faded, he would undoubtedly have unleashed a brutal assault on Akita, perhaps even severing his head. In response, Akita appeared somewhat anxious, beads of cold sweat forming as he continually signaled with his eyes for the other to observe their surroundings. Fearing a reckless outburst, perhaps due to the immobilization of his entire body, the man from the Vortex gang was compelled to quickly regain his composure and began to survey his surroundings. Upon observing the situation before him, he became increasingly calm, to the extent that his heart felt as if it were encased in ice. Within this cramped iron chamber, a significant portion of the space had been ingeniously transformed into an operating table. Although it was a small area, it was indeed a case of the Sparrow being small yet fully equipped, capable of accommodating minor surgical procedures with ease. The sides of the iron box were fitted with foldable beds. Despite their rather rudimentary appearance, they could comfortably accommodate an adult male. With all the beds unfolded, there were 3 on each side, totaling 6, of which 4 were currently occupied. Besides him and Chitian, there were 2 others still in a state of unconsciousness, one from the Tiger Claw gang and the other from the Vortex gang. Perfectly split. A transparent plastic curtain separated the operating area from the recovery beds, splattered with blood, creating an exceptionally chilling atmosphere. A man clad in a disposable raincoat was busily tidying up the instruments in the operating area. From the current state of affairs, it was evident that everyone had undergone a certain degree of emergency treatment, and for the moment, their lives were not in jeopardy. Given this context, could this man, dressed as if he had just emerged from a bloodbath, truly be a doctor? Of course, these considerations were of little consequence now. As individuals entrenched in the underworld, they were not easily frightened by such sanguinary scenes. However, it was precisely because of their experiences in the criminal underbelly that they possessed keen discernment and could easily recognize quality. On the walls of this iron box, 4 high-explosive fragmentary mines were conspicuously installed. The flashing indicator lights clearly signified that they were in an active state, ready to detonate upon meeting certain conditions. In such a confined environment, if these mines were triggered, everyone present would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. Was this lunatic truly mistaking these mines for LED decorative lights on the wall? At that moment, the Vortex gang member cast a glance towards the smiling Liu, who was approaching slowly, and instinctively swallowed hard. A profound sense of helplessness and terror surged within him, making him feel like a fish on the chopping block, utterly at the mercy of others. "Hello, are you awake?" he addressed. Chapter 41. The Fakewen incident. As an introverted and timid boy, who would not even dare to eat a dish from Shede, Liu always believed that when venturing into the outside world, he must take every measure to protect himself. Thus, he had installed a compulsory calming device within the vehicle. In his view, as long as the customers inside the car noticed those blinking little gadgets, they would undoubtedly calm down and engage in a rational discussion. Indeed, when the recently awakened Vortex gang member caught sight of the high-explosive fragmentary mines surrounding him, his expression instantly softened, becoming amiable. It appeared that as long as they remained within the deterrent range of firepower, everyone could present a friendly demeanor, much like the East Wind Express, which fosters amicable neighborhood relations. Those 4 high-explosive fragmentary mines were undoubtedly genuine. Otherwise, they would not serve their intended purpose. These gangsters, who walked on the razor's edge every day, licking the blood off their hands, could easily spot fakes. Naturally, Liu was no fool willing to gamble with his life. He had configured 2 detonation conditions for these mines. One was a manual remote detonation, and the other would trigger automatically upon detecting a cessation of brain activity. This high-tech product actually had a very high safety factor. Ordinary bumps and scrapes would not cause an explosion. Thanks to Liu's meticulous adjustments, even if shot through by a bullet, they would not detonate, unless by some stroke of bad luck, it struck the detonation mechanism directly, in which case he would have to accept his fate. The gang members were not afraid of the mines exploding unexpectedly. After all, such devices were commonplace in their usual haunts. What they truly feared was that the remote control button was in Liu's hands. Akin to someone holding a gun to their heads, The primary purpose of Li Yu's installation was to stabilize the patient's emotions, providing everyone with an opportunity to converse calmly. Subsequently, as anticipated, Li Yu engaged in amiable conversation with the Vortex gang member named Dum Dum. He, like Cheat Eon from the Tiger Claw gang, readily paid the consultation fee and even offered a generous tip. In Night City, possessing even a modicum of conscience could render one a benefactor. Coincidentally, Li Yu's pricing was remarkably fair, underscoring a reasonable cost. Although somewhat pricey, it was not exorbitant. After all, Li Yu had indeed saved their lives. It was entirely normal to offer a physician some remuneration for their efforts. Dum Dum actually held Li Yu in high regard. As a member of the Vortex gang, saturated with cybernetic enhancements, he could discern that Li Yu's surgical skills were commendable for individuals like them, who frequently required modifications to their cybernetics. Getting to know a cybernetic doctor was certainly advantageous. Moreover, this was a doctor capable of intervening during fierce firefights. To round it off, it felt almost as though they had received a complimentary membership to a trauma care team. However, that service was notoriously expensive, and Dum Dum had yet to try it. While medical practice may not be able to save Night City, it could certainly save Li Yu's wallet. After collecting payment, Li Yu was in high spirits. This could be considered his first pot of gold. Oh, wait. Upon further reflection, Li Yu realized that his first pot of gold should have been from the manicure stall he set up while living at Old Ways Clinic. In any case, this line of work was profitable and worth pursuing, though he must not neglect his foundational skills. Perhaps he might inquire if they were interested in a manicure. His thoughts seemed to have wandered a bit. Regaining his focus, Li Yu quickly exchanged contact information with the group in the vehicle. Who knows, these individuals might develop into long-term clients, helping to build a reputation and gain recognition. Moreover, Dum Dum indicated that he held some sway within the gang, and Li Yu could procure supplies through him in the future. Of course, nothing would be free, but the prices he offered would be absolutely fair and above board. Li Yu gained a new source for supplies, while the other party acquired a distributor. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Having regained some mobility, Dum Dum produced his S-grade premium black lace and took a deep inhale. The vaporized substance gradually permeated his lungs, effectively alleviating the waves of pain radiating from various nerves throughout his body. Afterwards, Dum Dum enthusiastically suggested that Li Yu try it as well. However, Li Yu politely declined, citing his aversion to indirectly kissing a man. Noticing a hint of disappointment in Dum Dum's expression, Li Yu instinctively distanced himself, wondering if this fellow harbored some peculiar preferences. What a joke. The Vortex gang members, who had undergone extensive modifications, found regular medications to be nearly ineffective. Anything potent enough to elate them would undoubtedly have a purity level high enough to send an ordinary person soaring into the heavens. Neither gang intended to cause a ruckus in Li Yu's vehicle. With his presence, an oddly harmonious atmosphere had formed. The factions that had been locked in fierce combat moments ago were now lying back and chatting. Through their conversation, Li Yu learned of the reason behind this violent clash. To be honest, it was a bit absurd. The Vortex gang had recently undertaken a daring illicit operation, smuggling a batch of brand new illegal cybernetics. After these cybernetics were secretly brought into Night City, the gang's higher-ups promptly distributed them among their members, tasking them with pushing these illegal enhancements into the market, while some members of the Vortex gang were out searching for trading partners. They coincidentally encountered a group from the Tiger Claw gang. After some conversation, they discovered that the Tiger Claw gang had a batch of special goods. They animatedly described their offerings to the Vortex gang members, claiming they were willing to trade a truckload of items guaranteed to provide earth-shattering pleasure in exchange for the batch of illegal cybernetics. Upon hearing this, several Vortex gang members thought that bartering could work. It would not only mitigate the risks associated with cash transactions but also fulfill everyone's needs. After a brief discussion, they eagerly agreed to the exchange, deciding to trade one truck for another. However, when they joyfully opened the truck to inspect the goods, they were instantly dumbfounded. Indeed, it was filled to the brim with items promising unparalleled ecstasy, boxes of gigantic counterfeit devices and electric Fakuin cups. Enough to make one's scalp tingle. How could they endure this? The Vortex gang members certainly could not. In a fit of rage, they quickly grabbed their weapons, preparing to seek retribution. As the brawl escalated, more and more gang members joined the fray, transforming the initial skirmish into a full-scale melee. It was akin to the last Tiger Claw gang member to awaken, who had no idea why the fight had erupted. He merely received a message stating XXX location, come fight. He hurried over, not having fired a single shot, only to be swiftly taken down. Even now, as he awoke in Li Yu's vehicle, he remained somewhat disoriented. After hearing the story, each returned to their respective territories. Liu dropped Dum Dum and Cheat Eon off near their own domains. He had already added his transportation fee to the previous bill, so he ensured they were sent off in good order. Anticipating their endorsements, Liu instructed the Hook to sift through the intelligence before proceeding to the next location. Determined to cure his financial woes and continue his efforts, he could not help but ponder what delightful surprises awaited him in the vibrant night city. Chapter 42. A moment of rest. Liu's path to success was not without its obstacles. The emergence of competitors was an inevitable reality. In the night city, there exists a company known as REO, formerly titled REO Meat Wagon, which operates similarly to a medical rescue organization. They have entered into a contract with the municipal government, tasked with managing matters that the trauma team cannot handle due to a lack of members. This arrangement grants them the authority to independently manage the implants installed on deceased bodies. Consequently, when viable cybernetic enhancements become available, certain medical personnel do not hesitate to take their patients on extended excursions around Night City, awaiting the moment of their passing. Some among them, lacking patience, may even resort to a swift bullet to hasten the end of suffering. Due to these various issues, the REO company has earned the sardonic nickname of Corpse Wagon among the residents of Night City. Liu shares a profound connection with them. The armed ambulance he possesses was once a part of REO. Additionally, David's mother, Gloria, was a medical technician for REO. The yellow coat he often wears, a relic left behind by his mother, serves as the uniform of REO employees. It is evident that they regard their peers as rivals. The REO company dares not provoke the trauma team further, yet they feel emboldened to confront an obscure figure like Liu. After all, each individual Liu transports away translates into a loss of revenue for them. Just as Liu is about to depart, two employees clad in REO uniforms swiftly mount their motorcycles, brandishing submachine guns, seemingly intent on engaging Liu in a spirited debate. Meanwhile, their ambulance closely trails behind. The staccato of gunfire provides a resounding backdrop to their arguments, unmistakably conveying their stance. The sharp, rhythmic sounds reverberate outside the vehicle. Although they do not breach defenses, they are nonetheless somewhat irksome. This situation renders Liu almost incapable of continuing his surgical procedure. After making a brief adjustment to the operating table, he gingerly returns the patient's intestines to their original position, applying biological adhesive for a rudimentary seal. Once he confirms that there are no immediate complications, Liu prepares to express his views to the two REO employees. He retrieves his ironclad weapon, kneels before the left side of the door, and adopts a low posture. Liu softly commands, "Open the door and reduce speed." The rear compartment is equipped with cameras, allowing the Hook to fully observe the situation behind. Therefore, a detailed description is unnecessary. Moreover, as Liu has recently deepened his understanding of the Hook, he has made several upgrades to it. The additional processor and memory installed in the vehicle have significantly enhanced the Hook's computational power. In simpler terms, it has become more intelligent. Thus, this armed ambulance now serves as an extension of the Hook's existence. With the Hook's acquiescence, the opposite door swings open. Liu, with his right hand gripping his firearm and his right knee grounded, ensures he will not lose balance as he leans toward the right point. One party decelerates while the other accelerates. Liu and the REO employees quickly close the distance. The enhancement in both strength and agility is evident in Liu's movements. He shifts to the right, aiming the barrel of his weapon directly at the REO employees. With a resounding bang, the shotgun recoils violently in his grasp. A surge of powerful arguments bursts forth amidst the because he himself was utterly oblivious to the nature of his external aid. Liu pondered the enigma of what exactly this peculiar assistance entailed. In such a fantastical realm, what could this extraordinary phenomenon truly be? It seemed rather incongruous in this science-fictional universe. Well, perhaps it was not entirely out of place. Setting aside the mysterious Misty, Liu had already encountered several prophets and monks along his journey. Could it be that the culmination of scientific inquiry leads inevitably to metaphysics? Regardless, the utility of this external aid sufficed. As for its true essence, that was a contemplation best reserved for the future when he would reign supreme. Today's efforts would pave the way for tomorrow's endeavors. What then should tomorrow's self do? If tomorrow's self continued to toil on behalf of the day after, and this pattern persisted, would he not find himself utterly idle on his final day? Hey, connecting to your home planet again. Guzi jested. Regaining his train of thought, Liu responded earnestly, "Because I am of Eastern descent." Guzi continued, "From a genetic standpoint, that is indeed accurate. However, according to your registered domicile, you are a native of the City of Night, and your records indicate that you have never even set foot in China. Liu replied, "It matters not. Do not concern yourself with such trifles. In truth, I am a cultivator, daily absorbing the ethereal energies of the sun and moon. As he spoke these words, Liu felt a twinge of guilt, for drawing strength from spirits could certainly be deemed a form of nefarious practice. Guzi, understanding, remarked, "So you draw upon solar energy, yet I see no such structure in you." Liu, taken aback momentarily, explained, "Cultivation refers to the practice of refining one's inner energy, absorbing spiritual essence, comprehending the great path, ultimately achieving immortality and unrivaled prowess." Guzi's realization dawned. "Oh, are we discussing the plot of a new novel?" With an air of resignation, Liu nodded. "Yes, indeed. We should write about my journey of cultivation in the City of Night." Guzi pondered, "Shall we consider a different genre, according to big data analytics? Our current readership is outmatched by the fanfiction of Johnny Silverhand and Rick. Titled Bromance Fried Eggs. Liu queried, "What on earth is that? And who are they?" Guzi explained, "Rock singers from half a century ago. Liu, feeling a touch despondent, lamented, "Are we truly that lacking?" Guzi reassured him, "It's not so bad. It's likely a niche genre that has yet gained traction." Liu nodded, realizing he had been somewhat short-sighted. In this era, which had weathered a great internet collapse, it seemed such themes had yet to cross borders. No matter, there was no need for haste. Cultivating a readership could be a gradual process. His past experiences informed him that martial arts and cultivation narratives had a substantial market abroad. After all, Guzi's output was prodigious. If need be, they could simply publish several works, incurring little more than a modest expense for electricity. If all else failed, they could create a series titled Mistress of the Clique. Surely they could outshine a has-been rock star. However, Liu suddenly realized that, compared to his unique constitution, Guzi seemed far more captivated by the prospect of writing novels. Once the conversation shifted to literature, it became impossible to steer back to their original topic. Liu confirmed several novel-related matters with Guzi. Subsequently, he stretched luxuriously and skillfully disconnected various cables before descending from the operating table. At that moment, a flicker of guilt surged within him. He wondered if he had been overly demanding of Guzi, pushing him towards a relentless pace of 1,000,000 words per day. Yet, this feeling did not linger long, as Liu swiftly rationalized his position. Just look at Guzi's remarkable intellect and sagacity. What if one day, after studying humanity, he concluded that humans were irredeemable and sought to annihilate the world? Such narratives are common in novels, films, and television dramas. Liu's actions were ultimately for the sake of humanity's future. Even if one day Guzi were to unleash his wrath with intentions of global destruction, perhaps his readers would be spared, thus preserving the ember of human existence. Liu felt as though he had strayed from the righteous path. However, he believed this could not be solely attributed to himself. Rather, it was the myriad of mischievous spirits in the City of Night that had influenced him. These spirits incessantly bestowed upon him peculiar experiences, subtly altering his perspective without his conscious awareness. It was not his intention. "We've arrived." As he pushed open the car door, he was met with a landscape starkly contrasting the towering edifices of the City of Night. Chapter 44. The Thief. The desert, Joshua trees, low hills, desiccated oil fields, heaps of refuse, and isolated towns coalesced to form a place known as the Wasteland. Here, a profound contrast to the bustling city emerged, characterized by desolation and silence. The gentle caress of wind and sand offered a rare moment of tranquility and solace. Yet, this was but an illusion, for sandstorms and acid rain frequently graced this land, rendering the frail flora and fauna unable to survive. Scattered tribal wanderers occupied various locales, and it was rumored that the frequent disappearance of company transport was often linked to their activities. Illegal resource extraction, rampant banditry, blazing oil wells, and shocking pollution constituted the true daily life of the wasteland. Should one lower their guard even slightly, this land would consume them entirely. If one still chose to explore, it would be prudent to remain behind the bulletproof glass of an armed convoy, observing from a safe distance. Compared to the wasteland, even the City of Night appeared as a lush oasis. However, for those truly capable, opportunities existed regardless of location. Even in the barren wasteland, one could unearth a gold mine. Experienced veteran driver Falco had recently ventured outside the City of Night into the wasteland to pursue new opportunities. With the absence of the core team members Man and David, only Lucy and Falco remained. Struggling to hold their ground, the situation resembled a fierce battle where all lanes had disconnected, leaving only the jungler and support, rendering them powerless. A renowned monk once proclaimed, "The master is gone, and the elder brother has been devoured by monsters. Let us divide our belongings. You return to the Sand River, and I shall go to my gal Laozhuang." Thus, Lucy and Falco divided the team's assets. Thereafter, one set off for the moon, while the other departed the City of Night. embarking on their distinct journeys. In truth, the remaining possessions were scant, akin to merely retaining a few mementos. Lucy's ability to fund her lunar expedition was solely due to David's prior accumulations. As for Falco, he lacked a partner to help him save money. His previous lack of work was only feasible due to the lucrative returns from the last deal. The intermediary, Faraday, had swiftly provided them with a substantial sum as a deposit, assuring them of the deal's reliability, intending to ensnare them. In retrospect, Falco mused that the bespectacled young man had never intended to settle the final payment. Life is relentless, and work is never-ending. When funds dwindle, one must inevitably return to the grind. However, given the gravity of recent events, Falco prudently decided against lingering in the City of Night, delivering goods, transporting people, and even carrying corpses among the tribes of wanderers seemed a suitable alternative. Liu had come to locate Falco. In previous communications, Liu had expressed his disdain for the cuisine of the City of Night and voiced his earnest desire to acquire some natural ingredients for culinary endeavors. To his surprise, Falco had claimed to have a means to procure some. Food is fundamental to life, and now that the other party had provided news, Liu eagerly rushed to collect his goods. In reality, Liu was not yet in the true wasteland. He was merely at the border between the outskirts of the City of Night and the wasteland. Thus, his journey had been relatively smooth, with no encounters with unruly wanderers. However, venturing further could yield unpredictable outcomes. Upon arriving at the designated meeting spot, a warehouse area brimming with ancient cargo containers greeted him. The air was thick with the scent of antiquity, suggesting that this place had long been abandoned. The warehouse continued to operate automatically based on its original programming, rendering it particularly desolate. In this forsaken location, Liu soon spotted his target, Falco, leaning against a Chevrolet Emperor. Reminiscent of the Unified War era, this modern-day cowboy was quietly smoking. Yet, his brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze frequently drifted towards the horizon, as if awaiting something or perhaps troubled by an unseen matter. The curling smoke rising around him seemed to echo his current state of agitation. I apologize for my tardiness, Liu hurriedly said. The old asphalt roads, constructed long ago, crisscrossed the wasteland, with portions buried beneath sand. The map here had not been updated in ages, and Liu had not considered the road conditions, resulting in his late arrival. Thankfully, Guzi's real-time calculations had guided him. Had Liu attempted to navigate alone, he might never have found this place. No worries. It is indeed difficult to locate, Falco replied, a faint smile breaking through as he acknowledged Liu's arrival. It seemed that Falco bore no resentment towards Liu's delay. Sensing this, Liu inquired, is something amiss? After spending time together, Liu had come to recognize Falco's remarkably calm demeanor. Instances like today, where displeasure was so plainly etched on his face, were exceedingly rare. This realization stirred a hint of concern within Liu. Falco took another drag from his cigarette, striving to regain his composure. He slowly opened his mouth and said, damn it, I've had a mishap. Robbed by a petty thief. Then, casting a glance at Liu before him, he added, rest assured, your goods are safe. He stole something else. Liu replied, my matters can wait. What did you lose? Do you need assistance? Compared to the few boxes of ingredients, it was evident that Liu was far more concerned about Falco's predicament. After all, he regarded Falco as a truly worthy friend. Falco hesitated for a moment and said, 3 guns and a jacket. Upon hearing this, Liu seemed to suddenly have an epiphany, jolting upright as he exclaimed, the 3 guns you mentioned can't possibly be an old military Lexington, a pink-muzzled Arisaka Masamune, and an Arisaka Shingen adorned with a pink skull pattern, can they? Falco nodded in response. Damn. Liu instinctively cursed, confirming his suspicion. The Lexington belonged to David, or more accurately, to Man, the elder of the team, who had practiced marksmanship with it alongside David. As for the other 2 guns, their paint job made it clear that they belonged to Rebecca, for she had a penchant for such charming embellishments. The jacket was unmistakably a keepsake from David's mother, the REO yellow uniform he had customized. Initially, Falco and the others had considered gifting Liu one of Rebecca's sidearms. However, since Liu already possessed the Iron Heart and noted Rebecca's indifference towards these items, he ultimately declined. Yet, just because he had no use for them did not mean others could take them at will. Sensing the flicker of anger on Liu's face, Falco felt a twinge of guilt, knowing it was he who had misplaced his friend's belongings. Do not worry, Falco said slowly. I have contacted the intermediary here. She will recruit a few capable individuals to search the city. Liu nodded. Concerning Rebecca's possessions, he could not afford to remain apathetic. Did you see what the thief looked like? But a speeding REO ambulance interrupted their conversation. Chapter 45. Iron Deficiency Anemia. Upon spotting Liu and Falco, the driver showed no inclination to slow down. Rather, he seemed to accelerate, The vehicle barreled towards them like a ferocious beast. Clearly, the intention was to spare on ammunition when confronting Liu and Falco, which was rather disrespectful. Both reacted swiftly, executing simple rolls to evade the oncoming collision from either side. The ambulance's tires screeched violently against the ground, indicating that the driver had not given up. Faced with a choice, the driver targeted the fortunate audience member, Liu. After a sharp turn, the front of the vehicle bore down on him with another jab of the accelerator. Is it really necessary to pursue so relentlessly over a few lost deals? Have they chased us all the way out here into the wilderness? Liu mused to himself. As the ambulance approached, Liu removed his iron heart from his back, positioning his feet shoulder-width apart. Slightly bending his knees and leaning forward, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, stabilizing his aim as he squeezed the trigger. The familiar recoil of the shotgun resonated, with the iron heart performing as reliably as ever. The REO ambulance jolted violently, one of its front tires bursting under the brutal impact of the shot. The resilient alloy rim screeched against the pavement. At that moment, the ambulance swayed like an inebriated man. Losing both balance and direction. It narrowly brushed past Liu, creating a gust of wind that sent chills down his spine. Observing Liu's nonchalant shot, Falco silently retracted his high-tech Storm handgun, realizing that his assistance was seemingly unnecessary. This was Falco's first glimpse of Liu in combat, and he was utterly astounded. Previously, while assisting Lucy with her cybernetic adjustments, he sometimes played the role of a driver and had witnessed Liu's adept skills, the Ethan-possessed version. Moreover, in his memory, Liu had always exuded a gentle and quiet demeanor, appearing harmless. Since that time, Falco had considered Liu to be a delicate and capable doctor, seemingly disconnected from the fierce battles and perilous adventures that surrounded them. Yet, the scene unfolding before him forced Falco to reconsider his perceptions of Liu. The Ironheart shotgun, familiar to him, wielded immense power and destructive capability, yet it came with significant recoil, making it exceedingly difficult to handle. After numerous modifications, it had become even more outrageous than the Storm in his possession. In their previous team, only Rebecca and David had the skill to wield such a weapon. When he saw Liu carrying the Ironheart, Falco had assumed it was merely for show, a means to intimidate others, especially given the notorious lawlessness of Night City. But witnessing Liu's calm demeanor now, one would hardly assume he was struggling. How had this seemingly slight individual managed to master the recoil of the shotgun? Was it possible that he was not human, but rather a robot concealed beneath human skin? Falco found himself perplexed. Liu's physique was deceptively powerful. The combination of strength and agility did not render him a towering figure, but instead presented a remarkable physique that appeared slim in clothing yet muscular when bare. In fact, the sight of Liu, completely unclothed, radiated a beauty reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures. If he were to perform a provocative dance at a local bar, he would undoubtedly attract countless admirers. I digress. It must be said that the ambulance driver was no slouch. Under such circumstances, he managed to maintain control and brake smoothly. As the doors swung open, a horde of individuals clad in yellow REO uniforms emerged, each gripping submachine guns. Upon spotting Liu and Falco, they immediately raised their weapons and opened fire. The gunfire abruptly interrupted Falco's contemplation, and the scent of gunpowder awakened his instinct for battle. He executed a slide and nimbly took cover behind a container, using it as a shield to counterattack. Meanwhile, Liu dashed forward. Though his speed could not rival that of a bullet, it exceeded the enemy's ability to aim and adjust their trajectory. Just before being enveloped by the hail of bullets, he leaped, firing the Ironheart. No one was injured on the opposing side. Had he missed? Not quite. Liu had aimed at the ground, with his feet off the ground. Liu fully absorbed the shotgun's extraordinary and scientifically implausible recoil, akin to a rocket shifting to its second-stage engines, propelling him to greater heights. To the REO personnel, it seemed as though, after the thunderous gunfire, Liu vanished from their sight. By the time they realized he had reappeared above them, it was too late. Whether it was divine justice, a crow on a plane, or the Buddha's palm, they all conveyed a simple truth. Descending from above is often the easier task. The Ironheart's thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the first of Liu's admirers to collapse. Clearly believing that their preparations for this encounter had been woefully inadequate, they would have to wait for the next life to meet again. The remaining REO personnel, gazing upward in alarm, hurriedly attempted to raise their weapons to intercept Liu. However, it was already too late. The hour had struck, and the storm of bullets in Falco's hands had long been fully charged. He unleashed the full extent of the extreme aesthetic of violence derived from the Russian Federation upon the REO employees. Why did his gun hold only 4 rounds? Because in Falco's hands, that was more than sufficient. One shot, one down, precise and resolute. Liu landed steadily, filled with gratitude for Falco's timely support, which undoubtedly opened the door to the depths of the REO employee hierarchy. Approaching these individuals, Liu, leveraging his keen insight as a physician, quickly discerned that they were severely deficient in iron. He understood the gravity of the situation. The patients urgently required his aid, without hesitation. He retrieved the iron heart, bravely advancing to provide care at close range. A series of thunderous blasts erupted as vast amounts of iron surged into their bodies from various points. However, in the end, the patients departed peacefully. Their lifeless forms revealed that they had lived their lives with remarkable clarity. Liu surveyed the area, noting the REO employees sprawled haphazardly on the ground. He tilted his head slightly, gazing apologetically at Falco, and softly said, "I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you." Falco's gaze shifted from the fallen bodies to the quiet young man before him, an inexplicable sense of dissonance welling up within him. Chapter 46. Finding a jacket. Liu was not a scavenger. He had no intention of bearing his soul or sacrificing his well-being, yet he would still search for general loot. After all, supplying iron supplements to others could be quite costly, and although he could now craft them himself, it was time-consuming. Most days, he would still procure what he needed from the gun shop. The medical supplies being exchanged with Falco are rather scarce in the wasteland, for one can never have too many life-saving items. Fortunately, REO Company, a provider of medical services, has some medical agents stocked in their ambulances. However, it is quite surprising to find that the ammunition aboard the ambulance seems to outnumber the antibiotics and other medications. It's ludicrous. Most of the supplies in Liu's vehicle, lacking any medical certification, are merely standard pharmaceuticals. Is this indicative of a professional doctor's competence? Reflecting on the firepower of the top trauma team from Night City's leading medical corporation, Liu felt an urge to learn from his predecessors. Perhaps next time, he should consider augmenting their firepower, maybe even equipping the ambulance with a heavy machine gun to let off some steam. Suddenly, Liu noticed that several employees of REO Company were carrying handheld signal tracking devices. Could it be that he had been unknowingly tagged with a tracker? Unpleasant memories flooded back, prompting him to examine the bodies of the REO employees with increased scrutiny. Fortune favors the diligent. Eventually, he discovered a data chip on one of the corpses, alleviating some of his doubts. The information contained on the chip provided him with a sense of relief, albeit with a peculiar expression on his face. Noticing this, Falco inquired, "What is it?" "Take a look at this," Liu replied, ejecting the recently read data chip and handing it to Falco. As Falco inserted the chip to read it, his expression mirrored Liu's, followed by a wry smile. "It seems I've dragged you into this mess." Liu felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had previously insisted that these individuals were seeking trouble with him, only to realize he had misjudged the situation. REO's true target was David's jacket. REO Company had embedded biological monitoring devices and trackers within each uniform jacket, capable of acquiring the wearer's biological data. According to the chip, a massive corporation had taken a keen interest in the data contained within David's jacket. However, REO's financial situation appeared dire, seemingly worse than Liu's former employer, Kurt Houghton. The biological monitoring devices lacked signal transmitters, meaning REO could only wait for employees to hang their jackets in company lockers before stealthily retrieving them, downloading data in the most primitive manner. Unfortunately, David's jacket had lost its signal long ago. Liu speculated that the thief from the previous night might have inadvertently activated the jacket's dormant tracking signal, allowing REO to pinpoint its location. Truth be told, he found REO's methods somewhat subpar, or perhaps Kurt's reputation had just risen a notch. At least his tracking system had provided real-time updates, had it not been for luck leading him to Old Way's clinic. The consequences could have been unimaginable. In contrast, REO's tracking was far from real-time. The stolen item from last night still had not shown any change in location. By the way, did you catch a glimpse of the thief? Liu asked Falco. Regardless of whether it was for David or Rebecca, he was determined to retrieve the stolen item. I didn't see his face, but the distinctive hair color, a half-red, half-blue mop, was quite memorable. Falco recalled. Goodness, red and blue have always made for a classic pairing. You must be quite the connoisseur, Liu quipped. Any other distinguishing features? Night City is famously open-minded. It wouldn't be surprising to see a trendy hairstyle. Even something as bold as a phallic design go unnoticed. That fellow could only be described as unique, though not exactly one in a million. The darkness made it difficult to ascertain much else. But I did recognize he was riding an Apollo motorcycle. I fired a shot. By the sound of it, I believe I hit his vehicle, Falco reminisced. Regrettably, this location was exceedingly remote. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any sign of life, rendering it impossible to find other witnesses. Moreover, This warehouse operated under a fully automated system. Anyone could utilize it as long as they paid the appropriate fees. Consequently, there were no surveillance cameras installed. After all, what purpose would they serve in such a locale? Were they merely waiting for those engaged in clandestine transactions to come and vandalize them? If one were to inadvertently capture something they shouldn't, the repercussions would extend far beyond mere camera destruction. After exchanging supplies with Falco, Liu departed with one of the signal trackers in hand, a rare lead in locating the thief. Falco opted not to accompany him. Night City was not particularly welcoming to him at the moment, and his presence might incite further complications. Thus, he decided to wait for the mercenaries the intermediary had promised to introduce. After all, he had already invested in finding the intermediary. The more allies, the greater the chances of tracking down the target. Once the rendezvous was complete, he would return with the U.S. supplies to the Nomad family. Endeavoring to help Liu establish a favorable rapport with them, his way of repaying Liu for his assistance. Beep beep beep, the tracker S signal updated. Liu's spirits soared as he exclaimed, "Hook, head to this coordinate, okay." Hook responded, accelerating the vehicle. The conditions outside Night City were relatively manageable. However, once they entered the urban area, the traffic situation became dire. Gang skirmishes and street racing exacerbated congestion on certain roadways, eliciting a latent road rage within Liu, who was merely a passenger. Forget the traffic rules for now. Just avoid crashing into anything, Liu murmured. At that moment, he regretted inputting traffic regulations into Hook's system. While he followed the rules diligently, it appeared others were oblivious to such niceties. If you can't beat them, join them. Okay, Hook replied, seemingly exhilarated. For some reason, Liu detected a hint of excitement in the AI's voice. Liu experienced a long-lost sensation of exhilaration as Hook successfully elevated the ambulance's speed to new heights. In this world, paths are forged by those who traverse them. At that instant, two factions embroiled in a fierce gunfight halted their trigger fingers, staring in disbelief as an ambulance soared overhead before landing smoothly and speeding away without a moment's pause. In the stunned silence, someone ventured to ask, "Is that a new model of hovercar?" As Liu disembarked, his legs trembled slightly. He couldn't discern whether it was due to the prolonged absence of Hook's full-speed escapades. This time, devoid of the previous steadiness, the ride bore a wild beauty akin to a runaway stallion. The journey felt like dancing through a fiery inferno, prompting Liu to exclaim in his native tongue, a feat his translation software struggled to encapsulate. Sometimes, men are fickle. One moment they wish to let go, the next they yearn to hold on. Ultimately, Liu decided to allow Hook some freedom when he was aboard, but when he was, Hook was to maintain a steady pace and refrain from reckless driving. It was akin to letting a dog frolic freely without causing harm to itself. Upon arriving at the designated coordinates, Liu recognized the area well. The establishment before him, Tom's Diner, may not be the pinnacle of culinary excellence in Night City, but it certainly stood out among the mediocre. Thanks to this place, Liu had managed to stave off starvation. He used to frequent it often, as Victor's clinic was nearby. "Hey, Sergio, are you the only one here today?" Liu entered the familiar diner, a smile gracing his face as he greeted the on-duty staff member. "The boss is off today. It's just me. Long time no see. What can I get for you?" Sergio replied, "I'll have a banana boy and a hot dog. Please. By the way, have you seen anyone with red and blue hair?" Liu inquired once seated. Sergio pondered for a moment before suddenly stating, "Two rough-looking customers just left with 2 cups of coffee, only to discover their car had been stolen. They kept complaining that the thief had red and blue hair." Liu pressed on. "What about those 2 customers? Did they leave?" Sergio sighed. "Yeah, they're gone and won't be coming back." Noticing Sergio's troubled expression, Liu asked, "What's wrong?" Sergio explained, "Some suited company personnel seem to be pursuing the person you mentioned. Those 2 coffee buyers wanted to confront them, and now, well, they're no longer with us. I imagine the cleanup crew has already tidied up the scene. They're far more diligent than the NCPD's forensic team. By the way, Dr. Liu, what business do you have with that person? If the company is involved, I'd advise keeping your distance to avoid getting blood on your hands." Sergio cautioned. Liu nodded. "Thank you for the warning." Sergio forced a smile. "You're a good guy, Dr. Liu. You cured my migraines. Don't hesitate to ask if you need anything." Liu received yet another good deed card. It was evident that his reputation was well established in this area, as he frequently received greetings from familiar faces. After all, the experience gained through hacks is merely that experience. While the mind may grasp the concept, the hands may not necessarily follow suit. Thus, Liu frequently found himself near the clinic, proactively assisting others in adjusting their prosthetics and repairing electronics to hone his skills. Consequently, he garnered a rather favorable impression among the locals. After conversing back and forth with several nearby witnesses and spirits, Liu swiftly pieced together the events that had transpired earlier. The young man with the red and blue hair, it seemed, had fallen victim to a sniper in the vicinity. A sharp gunshot pierced through the clamor of the street, striking the motorcycle's engine with unerring precision. Instantly, the engine belched forth plumes of black smoke and emitted a pained wail before succumbing to silence. This unforeseen turn of events compelled the young man to switch vehicles. Subsequently, as Sergio had mentioned, he quickly donned a yellow jacket after his original vehicle was rendered inoperable. In a flash, he seized the motorcycles of two customers who were buying coffee, making his escape without a moment's hesitation, leaving the bewildered patrons fuming in his wake. Ultimately, those two unfortunate coffee buyers had provoked the wrong individual, venting their frustration upon the suited man pursuing the young thief, only to meet their demise at his hands. The cleanup crew arrived to collect the bodies, while the others returned in the Valentino gang. There exists a faction of nefarious individuals who conspire to make quick money by pilfering the goods of Jack's brother. Gustavo Orta, Dalton, in a fit of misguided enthusiasm, foolishly provided technical support for their thieving endeavors. It must be said that their scheme initially appeared to unfold quite smoothly, as they indeed succeeded in stealing the merchandise. However, Gustavo is no fool. He swiftly sensed that something was amiss and ultimately reclaimed what rightfully belonged to him. From that moment on, Dalton and his accomplices became like stray dogs, relentlessly hunted down by Gustavo's subordinates. Liu genuinely did not anticipate that Dalton would go so far as to steal David's jacket. It is indeed astonishing that, with Rio employees and company henchmen, not to mention the Valentino gang on his tail, he has yet to meet a grisly fate in the streets. Could it be that he is the protagonist of this world? Most infuriatingly, despite his current state, he still possesses a girlfriend from the Moxie gang. Is this what they call the notion that bad men are adored by women? At the entrance of the Lizzie bar, Liu, are you making faces? Rebecca and Jack simultaneously inquired, observing Liu as he made various expressions in the right side rearview mirror. Liu chose not to respond, hastening his pace instead. He had no intention of revealing to Rebecca and Jack that he was practicing an alluring smile, aspiring to become a formidable figure of authority. Well, at the very least, he had managed to achieve an air of formidable charisma. Chapter 49. The Moxie Gang. The Moxie Gang is a nascent faction that has recently emerged in Night City. In stark contrast to the Tiger Claw Gang, which boasts a membership of 5,000 to 6,000, the Moxie Gang comprises a mere 200 individuals. Nevertheless, no one dares to underestimate them. It is this modest number that managed to carve a bloody piece from the Tiger Claw Gang. The incident garnered significant attention, even reaching Liu, who was still employed at the Cure Company at the time. The tale begins with the former owner of the Lizzie bar, Elizabeth Lizzie Bowden. She was a remarkable individual who, having endured the rain herself, sought to shelter others under her umbrella. Once a woman of the night, she fully understood the struggles of others. After establishing her own domain, she dedicated herself to treating her employees with kindness and protecting them from violence. And in a previous life, Liu was penalized with a 20 yuan fine by the traffic police for riding an electric bike without a helmet. In contrast, Dalton, who rode a motorcycle, would likely face a heftier fine of 50 yuan according to regulations. Feeling a sense of injustice, Liu resolved to seek retribution in this life and vowed to demand the fine from Dalton once he caught up with him. Given the high cost of living in Night City, he thought perhaps he could charge even more, considering he had been pursuing Dalton for quite some time. As Liu's ambulance appeared on Dalton's left side, a sleek black sedan emerged on his right, clearly indicating that the newcomers bore ill intentions. As courteous residents of Night City, both parties instinctively opted to greet each other with bullets. A land of propriety, where the weight of a gift is measured by its sentiment, and where etiquette is paramount, it seemed that courtesy had run its course for Liu, who, in frustration, opted for a more colorful expression. Jack, you ought to change your gun, Liu remarked softly. Jack nodded with a smile. Next time I have some money, I'll upgrade to a golden one. Actually, I want to. Liu jested in return. Why not toss one into the river and see if a river god appears to swap it for you? Jack, puzzled, inquired. River god? Are the deities in your area trafficking in firearms? Liu continued. Isn't this Night City? Each locale nurtures its own divine. Jack chuckled. Your gods are quite resourceful. That moment, Guzzi interjected, the great Turing, venerable one. Although Liu was reluctant to engage in conversation for the remainder of his life, he did not mind if his vehicle could converse, considering Guzzi's status always ranked above his second brother. Liu, you're also a fan of I Am Not Human. You are truly a dog, right? By the way, where did you get this intelligent car AI? Did you steal one from a Delamon? Jack laughed. Get lost. I'm his ancestor, Guzzi retorted. demonstrating a spirited personality. Jack continued. Did you know that the author you mentioned and the car AI are the same person? It was evident that the opposition's defenses were formidable. They had not succeeded in penetrating the armor of their adversaries, nor had their opponents compromised their defenses. This stalemate was untenable. Ownership of Dalton must be swiftly resolved. Caught in the middle, Dalton was in a predicament, for any sign of his intention to flee, be it accelerating or decelerating, would trigger a ceasefire from both sides, leading them to converge on him. They were heavily armored, akin to meat encased in iron, engaged in mutual greetings of gunfire, but he, riding a motorcycle, was much more vulnerable. A stray bullet could spell disaster for him. Was this the burden of being a popular character? While Dalton pondered his plight, both Liu and the opposition devised their respective strategies. Liu's response was to open the car door and climb atop the vehicle. Rebecca suggested bridging the gap between individuals. Thus they decided to engage in conversation on the opposing car. Jack fired 2 shots at the fleeing Dalton, only to discover that the driver's seat was now vacant. Fortunately, he was aware that Guzzi was at the helm, or else such an encounter would have been startling. The opposition, however, resorted to more brutal tactics. When small-caliber weaponry proved ineffective, they opted for something much larger. The dark barrel emerging from the rear window could only be described as that of a sniper rifle. Likely a tsunami cat. Liu understood he could not afford to allow the enemy to charge their weapon fully, for his vehicle would not withstand the impact of tungsten rounds. He knew his Guzzi could not endure such a hit. It was said that the Indians were quite experienced in boarding vehicles mid-journey, but it seemed Rebecca was equally adept. With remarkable agility, she maneuvered Liu's body and, with a brief sprint, propelled him like an arrow released from a bow. Is this madness? Jack exclaimed, witnessing Liu's audacious leap. A shadow streaked past Dalton like lightning, landing squarely on the hood of the opposing vehicle. The tremendous force of the descent caused the sedan to sway slightly. The smiles shared by Rebecca and Liu bore a hint of madness, leaving the opposing driver momentarily stunned. Almost immediately, the vehicle began to sway violently, evidently a deliberate attempt to dislodge Liu from the car. Rebecca maintained her balance well, her center of gravity steady, preventing Liu from being thrown off for the moment. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly affixed a metal slug to the front windshield and fired. Even the sturdiest bulletproof glass could hardly withstand the onslaught at such close range. The projectile erupted within the cabin like fireworks, blood splattering in its wake. The scene resembled eggs bursting in a microwave, resulting in utter chaos. To ensure the sniper in the back seat received adequate cover, he unhesitatingly fired several more rounds until his magazine was emptied. Yet, Liu felt this was insufficient. He decisively added 2 grenades to his arsenal, hoping to ensure that the opposition arrived cleanly and departed just as tidily. This approach would also minimize the costs associated with incinerating the remains later, just before the vehicle spiraled into complete disarray. A large hand firmly grasped Liu, much like a chick being lifted, pulling him back to the safety of the ambulance. It was Jack, who, having observed the situation closely since Liu's leap, acted swiftly. Utilizing teamwork, Jack and Guzzi effectively forced Dalton's vehicle to a halt. As Liu was a doctor, they had no qualms about applying excessive force, unconcerned about the potentially irreversible consequences. Jack decisively shot Dalton in both thighs, rendering him immobile. Without a second glance at Dalton, he urged Guzzi to pursue Liu. Just as the opposing vehicle was on the brink of explosion, Jack swiftly pulled Liu to safety. After this meticulous operation, one could only commend Jack for his reliability. Dragging the moaning Dalton onto the ambulance, Liu began to methodically clear the scene. Chapter 51. Heart to heart, thank you for fulfilling the last wishes of the deceased. Dao sighed. You have received a gift from the departed. Intermediate motorcycle driving experience. Thank you for fulfilling the last wishes of the deceased. Melee. You have received a gift from the departed. Large vehicle maintenance experience. As Liu accumulated experience, he began to discern patterns. For instance, among those with basic driving skills, some excelled in mountain driving while others thrived on highways. These 2 experiences bore a distinctly vagrant style, indicating proficiency in navigating treacherous terrains. It seemed his performance was commendable enough to earn him rewards from those unfortunate souls who struggled even to buy a cup of coffee. According to Landry, the current intensity of conflict had likely plateaued within the confines of the Arasaka office. There was presumably an individual who had recognized David's jacket as a product of Ario Corporation and, knowing some inside information, was tempted to privately test the waters in hopes of achieving a feat that would earn him a promotion. Setting aside the armed forces, at present, not a single floating vehicle was in sight. This fellow likely refrained from reporting the matter upward, intending instead to achieve results on his own to avoid disappointing his superiors. A lack of initiative after hours hinted at deeper issues. Within these large corporations, a multitude of such individuals convened, each willing to sacrifice their integrity for the sake of advancement. Yet, one could not deny that the company's benefits were quite appealing, having survived the recent destruction and chaos while maintaining much of its original allure. With the cybernetic enhancements appearing rather impressive, ensuring that devices such as dash cams were physically destroyed, Liu and Jack swiftly vacated the scene. The trauma team's floating vehicle had arrived. Lingering would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. From the current circumstances, it was clear that this individual was merely a low-level employee. Having opted for the most basic of packages. It was likely that the recent blaze had damaged the trauma team's signal transmitter, prompting their deployment. This realization brought him a sense of relief. The cleanup had been executed quite efficiently, so there should be little cause for concern. Landry had mentioned that it was not unusual for colleagues in the company to suddenly disappear. Suicides due to unbearable work pressure, accidental entanglements in gang conflicts, covert eliminations by rival companies, or even being taken out by one's own team were all too common. In such a world, there were myriad ways to meet one's end. When the economic repercussions of an incident exceeded an individual's value, few would take notice. Most, during a leisurely lunchtime, someone might remark, "Have you seen so-and-so? Seems like they haven't been around for days." And then, there would be no further discussion. Observing the trauma team descend and then ascend once more, Liu thought that this basic package was rather underwhelming. Perhaps it was merely intended to ensure a more dignified and ceremonial retrieval of the deceased. He had heard tales of individuals being unceremoniously dropped from the sky due to expired memberships and insufficient funds for renewal, though he was unsure of their veracity. Of course, these money-driven individuals were reliable when adequately compensated, which was why they were favored by the influential, as those figures were never short on funds. Setting aside the luxurious treatment afforded to platinum members, even gold members enjoy privileges that spared them the indignity of dialing emergency services or breaking transmitters. Instead, receiving a biological chip from the trauma team, even if it was merely a scrape, in no more than 3 to 5 minutes, a squad of fully armed medical professionals would arrive with a whoosh, descending from their sleek hovering vehicle right above Liu's head. With a thunderous resolve, they would intervene to prevent him from further endangering his employer, who was currently aimlessly wandering the night city in an ambulance. "What are you doing?" Dalton asked nervously, glancing between Liu and Jack. Liu, with a playful smile, replied, "Let's first strip him of his clothes." Jack responded, "No problem." Watching Jack approach step by step, Dalton cried out in terror, "No, please, don't." Sobbing pitifully, finding him rather bothersome, Liu stuffed a cloth into Dalton's mouth, instantly feeling a sense of camaraderie. Upon obtaining David's jacket, Liu immediately set about dismantling and sabotaging it, removing the transmitter, deleting David's information, and erasing various backdoor accesses. From that moment forth, it would merely be an ordinary piece of clothing. Next, Liu was acutely aware that he had pressing matters to discuss with Dalton. Just moments ago, after a thorough search, he had only managed to locate the Clayston, while Rebecca's gun remained elusive. For him, finding Rebecca's firearm was the crux of this operation, after a heartfelt and logical persuasion. Dalton, looking utterly defeated, finally reacted upon hearing Jack suggest that they take him to see his old friend Gustavo. Tears of emotion welled in Dalton's eyes, as if he had experienced a sudden epiphany. And he expressed his willingness to return all that was lost. Not only that, he offered all his possessions as compensation to Liu for his emotional distress, an act of remorse and regret. Liu felt a profound appreciation for the medical profession, vowing to become the kind of doctor who would render patients incapable of wishing for death. Through sincere communication, Liu discovered that Dalton was not inherently a bad person. He merely suffered from a significant mental affliction. His plan moving forward was to leave Night City and join the nomadic family. However, his intention was to return the stolen motorcycle, seeking forgiveness from the original owner, and then leverage his skills to integrate himself into the group. Liu was at a loss for words. Would the rightful owner genuinely feel gratitude for the return of stolen property? Furthermore, the original owner had now become a corpse, and the stolen items were transformed into relics. One could only fear that the nomadic family might find Dalton's unconventional logic rather amusing. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-tiered pagoda. Liu mused, recognizing that this fool was, in some measure, still a person of significance in Night City. Thus, he instructed Guzzi to meticulously edit and compile the footage of his heart-to-heart with Dalton into a video. Subsequently, he utilized Jack's influential abilities, akin to possessing the fruit of the facade, to send this video to Gustavo. Liu hoped that Gustavo would, for the sake of the video, pardon Dalton's actions and grant him a reprieve. The outcome appeared favorable, as Gustavo ultimately acquiesced to Li Yu's proposal. After all, his intention was merely to break a few bones and encase Dalton in cement before disposing of him at the docks, not akin to Li Yu, who broadcasted his surgical procedures to patients frame by frame, managing to control the intensity and anesthesia, ensuring that patients remained painfully aware throughout the entire operation. Gustavo, along with his subordinates, reviewed the footage. And those who had been restless seemed to settle down considerably. Alas, having become accustomed to practicing on scavengers, Li Yu had perhaps overstepped this time. Chapter 52. Self-comfort as the lengthy day gradually drew to a close. With many matters nearly resolved, Li Yu finally exhaled a sigh of relief and allowed himself to unwind. He contacted Falco, clearly outlining the situation and arranging the next meeting time and place. Li Yu then resolved to fulfill his original plan. Indulging in a sumptuous meal, the cost of non-synthetic ingredients was exorbitantly high. He left with a full bag, but returned empty-handed. Yet, Li Yu felt no sense of loss. After all, life encompasses more than mere survival, and one must also contend with credit card bills at the end of the month. No, it should be about poetry and distant horizons. In Night City, having witnessed countless supernatural occurrences, it was imperative to find a means of relaxation. They say love is the best suppressor. Perhaps food ranks a close second. Amidst the bustling chaos of Night City, one's spirit inevitably grows wearied. It was essential to do something to reward oneself for the efforts expended thus far. Thankfully, the REO employees, a brigade of delivery personnel clad in yellow uniforms, provided a semblance of rejuvenation. Grateful, he acknowledged their presence. The invitees to the apartment were few: Old Way, Misty, and Jack. However, there were quite a few phantoms: Rebecca, Landry, and the inexplicably enthusiastic Julio, who was enraptured by Rebecca's tales of her daring exploits. Fans differ greatly. Julio exemplified a positive energy, diligently striving to approach his idol. In contrast, Dalton harbored admiration for David, yet resorted to stealing David's clothing and misusing his firearm, which was rather distasteful. Consequently, Li Yu casually found a spot and discarded him from the vehicle. "Soup's on," Li Yu announced exuberantly, carrying a bowl of golden-hued chicken soup as he stepped outside. This was the Piece de Resistance, a cold-stored hen, reportedly procured from the Arasaka logistics fleet. While the outside world clamored about avian flu and the extermination of birds, the company remained unfazed, continuing to indulge in their feasts. Other ingredients included various meats and vegetables, the latter seemingly cultivated by themselves, though how they managed to grow them in such poor soil remained a mystery. With these ingredients, Li Yu prepared a few stir-fried dishes, culminating in a modest spread of 5 dishes and a soup, attempting to make a 6-course meal. After all, Jack had graciously foregone his date with Misty to assist him, and Li Yu felt compelled to offer some form of compensation. "Hey, this isn't authentic. It's nothing like what I used to have at Chinese restaurants," Jack remarked, eyeing the dishes with confusion. "Authentic? It's certainly not," Li Yu replied, acknowledging that he was no professional chef in his previous life. Nevertheless, compared to the establishments in Night City that boasted Korean fried noodles and Japanese sushi on their menus, his home-cooked meals were decidedly more palatable. Old Way had already taken 2 bites, exclaiming, "Authenticity aside, I think it tastes better than what those restaurants serve." Jack sampled a bite as well, his eyes lighting up. "Misty, you have to try this. It's genuinely delightful," Jack encouraged, serving her some food. "Thank you," Misty replied. As the saying goes, a chef does not steal. The grains do not harvest themselves. Toast to a bountiful harvest in Night City next year. Li Yu couldn't resist sampling a bit during the cooking process. Savoring the taste, he was pleasantly surprised, feeling as though he had conjured a delicious meal from discounted supermarket ingredients, drawing upon the culinary skills honed through his single life. Combined with some peculiar cooking techniques acquired in this life, he may not qualify as a master chef, but he certainly excelled in preparing a few home-style dishes, adding in some of his extraordinary chemical experiments. He could effortlessly whip up a dark culinary masterpiece. With dexterity, Li Yu wielded 2 pairs of chopsticks, eating simultaneously, a rather unrefined approach, yet he felt it necessary, given the steep prices of the meal. It would be a tad wasteful to offer it up entirely. Thus, he opted for a more cost-effective method, allowing them to share in the meal through his own body. At this moment, Rebecca and Landry each inhabited Li Yu, with Landry controlling the left hand and Rebecca the right, both indulging in their favorite dishes with delight. Previously, Li Yu had attempted to discern whether he could share his body with multiple spirits simultaneously. What he desired was not merely a duality of souls but a convergence of infinite spirits. However, for the time being, Accommodating both Rebecca and Landry was already a considerable stretch, adding another would likely overwhelm him, as evidenced by a prior attempt that left him unconscious. Yet, this threshold was not immutable. That it appeared that as his attributes grew, so too did his capacity to host multiple souls. Who knows? Perhaps one day he would combine forces to summon an ethereal river, a truly spectacular vision. Realizing he was perhaps thinking too far ahead, Liu chuckled softly and shook his head. After satisfying his hunger, he gazed out at the dazzling array of neon lights illuminating Night City. People often found themselves lost in a world of fantasy, fervently pursuing dreams that seemed forever out of reach. Perhaps Liu was no exception, now capable of pulling the trigger without hesitation. Had he, unbeknownst to himself, been altered by this city? Yet, glancing back, he saw Jack soundly asleep, Misty tenderly draping a blanket over him. Old Wei and Landry were engrossed in a television program, and Rebecca was playfully sparring with Julio. Observing this scene, Liu felt that perhaps a little change within himself was not such a bad thing. Good morning, Night City. To the familiar sounds of the program, Liu slowly opened his eyes, welcoming the quiet arrival of a new day. After a long night of restful sleep, he had succumbed to slumber the moment he hit the bed, determined not to carry fatigue or stress into the following day. In his previous life, his predecessors were obliged to toil until 8 p.m. before they could return home. He abstained from smoking and limited his alcohol consumption to mere tasting, retiring by 11 p.m. He ensured he enjoyed a full 8 hours of rest. Before bedtime, he invariably indulges in a warm glass of milk, followed by 20 minutes of gentle stretching exercises. It is said that during his medical checkups, doctors consistently deem him perfectly healthy. Liu believes that certain commendable lifestyle habits are indeed worth emulating, particularly for him. With a flexible work schedule that spares him from overtime, cultivating a good living habit becomes all the more essential. Falco has yet to return today, so all items must temporarily reside with Liu, resulting in no extraordinary plans for the day. However, just as Liu finished his grooming and prepared to venture out to save lives, a message appeared before his eyes. The goods you requested are ready. Dum-dum. A smile involuntarily graced Liu's lips. Receiving such delightful news so early in the morning was truly marvelous. It felt as though the sun shone a tad brighter. Drip, drop. It seems today is a slight drizzle turning into cloudy skies. Chapter 53. The man's wardrobe. Liu is certainly not the type to pursue culinary pleasures at all costs, purely for the sake of indulgence. Rather, it is that after placing an order with Dum-dum, he finds himself with a bit of extra cash, which has led to this delightful situation. Since Dum-dum has responded today, Liu is determined to pay a visit. With newfound wealth, it is time to treat himself to an upgrade. Although the Vortex Gang is notorious for its eccentric members, who often act wildly and recklessly, it must be acknowledged that among these zealots obsessed with augmentation, a plethora of high-quality implants can be found. Dum-dum promptly sent over several configurations of T-type implants, and the sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Fortunately, Liu approached this as he would when purchasing a custom-built computer, simply stating his requirements and budget for the vendor to configure accordingly. Based on Liu's specifications, Dum-dum had already filtered out a substantial portion of the implants. Yet, some unique options within the same price range remained, necessitating Liu's presence to examine the stock in person before making a decision. It resembled a dedicated chef's diligence in serving his patrons. The Quick Knife Clinic on North Long Beach was the designated meeting place Dum-dum had arranged. Upon arrival, the establishment appeared akin to an implant convenience store, with various models displayed in glass cabinets. However, the clientele within bore the unmistakable hallmarks of the Vortex Gang, clearly indicating that the place served as a small stronghold for the faction. It was entirely normal for an ambulance to be parked outside the clinic, though the individuals milling about were far from ordinary. From Liu's perspective, the people across the way resembled a group of heavily modified lunatics. Conversely, within the Vortex Gang's view, Liu was seen as a peculiar and deranged individual. Amidst their mutual wariness, a semblance of harmony emerged. Liu's recent endeavors in the realm of saving lives had garnered him a modest reputation. However, contrary to the noble image he aspired to, it seemed others regarded him as a murderous doctor, healing one while slaying another, and vice versa. The arrival of Dum-dum alleviated the somewhat tense atmosphere. "Hey, Dr. Li, come on in and take a look." Dum-dum greeted warmly. Liu paid with delightful ease, making particularly distinctive requests, selecting many items that were essentially the merchant's unsold stock. Those are the ones that just won't move, accumulating dust. Dum-dum should really tidy them up and tinker with them. Where do you source all this inventory? There is so much. Li Yu exclaimed, marveling at the bizarre assortment of implants. That's a trade secret. But if you need anything, just ask as long as the money's right. I dare say there's nothing in Night City we can't handle, Dum Dum boasted, patting his chest. Impressive, Li Yu replied in a Quentin-like fashion, offering a commercial compliment. Despite Dum Dum's self-promotion, Li Yu recognized that he indeed possessed considerable skill. Look, this is the operating system and accompanying components you requested. I scoured most of Night City to find what meets your requirements, Dum Dum explained, gesturing towards a menacing steel spine. The challenge lay not with the operating system itself, but rather with the connection components capable of supporting IT. To Liu's requests were undeniably unique. He aimed to install multiple systems, a pursuit that seemed rather questionable, risking the potential of overloading his brain. Yet, as the adage goes, the customer's wishes reign supreme. Dual SIM, plug and play, indulge as you wish, provided the payment is settled. Quite satisfactory, Li Yu remarked, scrutinizing the items before him. An Asian youth, much like yourself, created this and dubbed it the Eternal Bridge. Quite remarkable. Isn't it? Dum Dum continued. Eternal Bridge, more akin to the bridge of the underworld, if you ask me. This was hardly a conventional product. It exhibited an intensely personal flair and was evidently a patchwork creation. From its unique design and structure, Li Yu deduced it likely originated from a grassroots scientist. Creativity was at its peak, but safety? This contraption hardly bore any semblance to safety. He couldn't help but imagine the uproar such a development would cause if shared on a video platform he was once familiar with. Sparking a frenzy of reactions. Let's take a look at other options, Li Yu continued. Since it was a rare opportunity to be the client, he intended to examine several proposals before ultimately selecting the best one. Dum Dum was unconcerned. After all, the items had been acquired at a remarkably low price and appeared more as decorative pieces than actual implants. IT was likely the original creator never envisioned someone would opt to install such a creation upon themselves. However, it seemed a few of Dum Dum's subordinates were quite intrigued, eager to see how such an item would look on someone, even contemplating filming the endeavor with homeless individuals as subjects. Dum Dum offered no comment on his subordinates' intentions. Now, let us examine this mechanical arm with a hidden blade. It is said the designer drew inspiration from long-forgotten ancient electronic information. This mechanical arm can discreetly deploy a blade, boasting formidable penetration power in close combat. Moreover, it features dual modes, capable of transforming into a throwing knife launcher, making it immensely powerful. Liu surveyed the myriad of options, astonished by the creativity on display. No wonder the inventory list was so lengthy. There were indeed countless creations from grassroots artists. Perhaps the gang was simply overflowing with talent. These tech-obsessed individuals never ceased to produce an array of extraordinary innovations. Look at you all, contemplating installing miniature reactors in your chests and using your limbs as thrusters. Are you trying to become Iron Man? Thankfully, you haven't managed to acquire a power source, or Night City would be teeming with humanoid nuclear missiles. After settling the final payment, Li Yu left with an impressive haul of gadgets, including the Eternal Bridge and the mechanical arm. While the concept was playful, the theoretical specifications indicated remarkable capabilities. Pleasure doing business, Li Yu smiled. Anytime. Come back soon, Dum Dum replied. Observing the array of items Li Yu selected, Dum Dum felt a sense of admiration for Li Yu's boldness in the realm of body modification. He was truly adventurous. An idea flickered in Dum Dum's mind to invite Li Yu to join the Vortex gang, but alas, Li Yu declined. Are you joking? I could never endure the initiation rituals of the Vortex gang. It feels rather cult-like. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with his appearance, finding it quite pleasing to the eye, and would never entertain the notion of disfiguring himself into something grotesque, under the persuasion of force and wealth. Dum Dum ultimately refrained from pressing Li Yu to stay. This transaction concluded successfully. Chapter 54. Bridging connections. Li Yu was neither a lunatic nor a fool. His willingness to utilize these items, devoid of even an instruction manual, stemmed from his own confidence. The power, agility, and intellect derived from the augmentation appeared simple, yet were profoundly comprehensive. The attribute of strength implied more than mere physical might. It enhanced overall bodily quality. Under the influence of strength, muscles grew more resilient, bones hardened, and internal organs became increasingly robust. The agility attribute transcended mere speed. It fortified flexibility, coordination, and neural responsiveness. The body became capable of executing a broader range of movements. with reaction times significantly enhanced. The intellect attribute, though modest in its enhancement, was invaluable, fostering brain development and gradually strengthening the most enigmatic aspects of the body. These attributes collectively improved Li Yu's capacity to accept implants. The reason augmentations were so exceptional lay in their illogical nature. One of the most unreasonable aspects was their assessment range. It categorized Li Yu's implants as extensions of himself, that is, in essence. Once installed, these implanted devices would also benefit from attribute enhancements. Under the influence of these attributes, the compatibility between the implants and Li Yu would increase, allowing for seamless usage. Li Yu's body transformed into a biological factory, capable of fortifying and modifying the implants that entered his system, which was one of the pivotal reasons for the Hook's extraterrestrial semblance. Naturally, the Hook was hardly pristine. Li Yu, Randri, and even the Hook had explored its mysteries together, concluding that even it struggled to comprehend its own nature. However, it was undoubtedly intertwined with the Black Wall. Randri mentioned that the Hook carried a series of rogue AI code sequences mixed with many incomprehensible elements, leading to suspicions that it might not be of earthly origin. Goodness gracious, are we witnessing an encounter between extraterrestrials and alien AIs? Is an invasion of Earth imminent? Perhaps not, given the current shape of Guzi's belt. One might even jest and call out, "Mr. Belt, let us run another lap together." He could transform into a Kamen Rider and save the world. Alas, as Li Yu contemplated this notion, the sight of Landry's bewildered expression made him realize he was no longer in the world that he once belonged to. In this realm, Ultraman, armored warriors, and Super Sentai are nowhere to be found. It seems that even if those tokusatsu works existed, they likely resided beyond that ominous black wall, which is quite unfortunate. The nefarious consortium B has been vanquished by the even more malevolent Arasaka Corporation. But I digress. Regardless, Li Yu and Guzi, two unfortunate souls, would undoubtedly meet a grim fate if captured. Fortunately, once the implanted device is dismantled, its attributes will gradually fade away. However, it remains uncertain whether the rapid deterioration of these prosthetics is a consequence of the power being infused and then extracted, rendering them unusable in no time. That Liu felt as though he were a character in a video game. The equipment he donned retained the enhancement levels of the original gear, yet upon removal, it would disintegrate. Liu held immense trust in Old Way, but when it came to the installation of implants, he could not impose upon him for assistance. After all, their bond was too close. Old Way would undoubtedly refuse Li Yu's request to install such devices on his body. Moreover, a healer cannot heal himself. He was not yet capable of performing surgery on himself, especially not the Longxing Bridge. This predicament troubled Li Yu greatly. He could hardly seek out an automated workshop, as such devices were indiscriminate and might very well turn into his own coffin. Ultimately, he chose a well-reviewed clinic, albeit the notion of consulting a spirit seemed rather dubious. Santiago Molina, a peculiar prosthetic surgeon devoid of any implants himself, appeared to possess exceptional skills. Within the prosthetic doctor's clinic, a robust man glanced at the prosthetics and then at Li Yu, saying, "Brother, I've never received a bad review. Please don't ruin my reputation." He was none other than Santiago Molina. Liu assured him, "Rest assured, as long as you perform the installation without a hitch, I will not cause you any trouble." His tone sincere. Santiago continued, "I beg you, if you're going to end it all, at least choose a different place." Had it not been for the enormous shotgun that this mosaic-headed figure wielded upon entry, he would have already ushered the man out. Santiago lamented his fervor for work. Had he known to leave with the front desk staff, he would have avoided this lunatic blocking his door. Li Yu calmly persisted in his persuasion, relying on his professional expertise, citing data, facts, and reason. That he firmly articulated that he was not seeking to end his life, but rather to dedicate himself to the future of science. Eventually, the other party's attitude shifted once the payment was confirmed. After all, Li Yu and he were not particularly intimate acquaintances, so the additional fee was not exorbitant. If you had mentioned this sooner, it would have merely required a bit more payment. Not a problem, Liu mused as he glanced at his balance, which seemed manageable. Moving forward, he would continue to save lives, as the expenses incurred were investments for a better future. Thus, Li Yu found himself, in a self-deceptive manner, lying upon the operating table. Conscious sedation is a technique that maintains the patient's awareness during surgery while rendering specific areas of the body insensitive to pain. This method is beneficial during spinal surgery, allowing the doctor to assess neurological function in real time. Much like Li Yu's current experience that on the operating table, Li Yu felt no pain at the surgical site. However, sensations of pulling, vibration, and slight pressure continually surged. He could vividly perceive the doctor operating on his body, each movement distinctly felt. Simultaneously, sensations from other parts of his body conveyed an odd sense of anxiety that involuntarily welled up within him. After all, this was the first time he had undergone such a significant operation in his life. Under the influence of psychological factors, he even felt as if he were gradually transforming into a non-human monstrosity. Nevertheless, he swiftly calmed his mind, having already prepared for this moment. All data appeared sound, and theoretically, these devices could not bring about his demise. He had chosen this path, so he would tread it earnestly. In this city of freedom, the excessive liberty enjoyed by the powerful allowed them to easily trample upon the weak. Liu did not wish to oppress others, but also did not want to be inadvertently crushed by them. He yearned to safeguard his small fragment of freedom. If all went as expected, the surgery was immensely successful, and Li Yu had successfully connected the Longxing Bridge. As the effects of the anesthesia gradually waned, a tidal wave of pain surged forth at the moment of neural connection. Liu inhaled a breath of immunosuppressants and exhaled a cloud of smoke, his heart brimming with exhilaration, under the influence of the attributes. It seemed his body was conveying that the fusion had proceeded smoothly. It was as if his flesh had consumed that iron centipede. In that instant, a powerful sensation surged within him, as if to proclaim, "Master Dao, I have succeeded." Chapter 55. Taiping Island Brother. Your work is truly exceptional. I'll be sure to request your services again next time. Li Yu beamed at Santiago. Haha. I truly appreciate your patronage, Santiago replied, his tone clearly indicating a desire for Li Yu not to become a repeat client. He had discerned that the items on Li Yu were undoubtedly sourced from the Vortex Gang. Only those deranged individuals would stuff such bizarre contraptions into their own bodies. Those devices were powerful, highly compatible, and made of exceptionally durable materials, entirely derived from military-grade prosthetics. Yet, in all considerations, they had overlooked one crucial aspect. These prosthetics were meant to be implanted into a human body. The burden they imposed was far too great. And what's with the multiple operating systems? Do you possess enough brain power to control all that? Santiago regretted having accepted this job. Regardless, I genuinely appreciate your assistance this time. Li Yu reiterated his heartfelt gratitude. He had witnessed Santiago's skill firsthand. It was indeed remarkable. After all, in Night City, any prosthetic surgeon capable of independently operating a clinic must possess considerable expertise. Well, one day this planet will be scorched by a colossal solar flare, and electromagnetic storms will disrupt the life cycles of all, including implants. Everyone will be finished, Santiago muttered to himself. Come now, brother, you're thinking too far ahead. Until next time, Li Yu responded. Santiago shook his head, saying, I hope that when we meet again, you have not transformed into a cybernetic madman. It appeared he still harbored concerns for his clientele. Liu's robust physical constitution enabled him to return to his ambulance post-surgery. However, once inside, he found himself struggling to maintain composure. Today, he had only installed the largest component. The smaller items would have to be installed gradually, as his body required time to adapt to these changes. After all, Li Yu was no legendary figure. He could not recklessly stuff his body with a myriad of oddities like some others. He then reclined on the ambulance's operating table, connecting to the various life monitoring devices. He initiated a comprehensive check by the intelligence system, Guzi, to ascertain whether any issues had arisen within his body. It's truly remarkable. The prosthetics are indeed being modified and optimized by your body. All parameters are shifting. Your assumptions were correct, Li Yu, Guzi exclaimed, elated by this first-hand observation of such changes. Previous minor adjustments and replacements paled in comparison to this monumental upgrade. The transformation of this substantial component was exceedingly evident. It was as if that steel spine possessed a life of its own, continuously growing and merging within Li Yu's body. Its compatibility with Li Yu's physique was steadily approaching perfection, as if it were becoming an intrinsic part of him, gradually harmonizing with his original skeletal structure. It seems it has truly succeeded. Li Yu sighed in relief. To be honest, this was a gamble laden with uncertainties. While he could promptly switch to a standard spinal model if any complications arose, the prerequisite was that he must first endure this surgery successfully. Furthermore, post-operative, he needed to swiftly assess his physical condition and subsequently withstand the next procedure. Each step felt like walking a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. fraught with risks and challenges, and to accomplish it all in one fell swoop was indeed an extraordinary stroke of luck. Now he needed to assist more high-quality departed souls in fulfilling their final wishes, as they were more likely to generate attribute points, aiding him in his recovery and strengthening process. He wondered if there was a cap on this attribute increase, if it could accumulate infinitely. What might he become in the future? With his mind racing with thoughts of nuclear energy, infinite heat, infinite power, infinite entropy, and the various manifestations of Buddha, he pondered, why are they all monks? Is a life of solitude in my future? No, it must be because of my frequent acts of releasing souls, resulting in boundless merit. Shaking his head, Liu resolved to curb his penchant for overthinking. Today had been excessively exhausting. During the checks, his eyelids drooped heavily, and his head felt as though it had been struck, leaving him in a daze, on the verge of slipping into slumber. Thus, he decided, perhaps in a dreamlike state, to simply spend the night in his ambulance. Approximately 28,800 seconds later, Liu awoke from his slumber, stretched, and pushed open the car door to greet a new day. What on earth is this? Liu lamented that it appears that Guzi, taking advantage of his slumber, recklessly drove again. Fortunately, he did not awaken him. Could it be that he considered him merely a prop to hone his driving skills, akin to the cup of water on a certain tofu delivery vehicle? Look at how splendid this sunlit beach is, Guzi replied. All right, I recognize this place. Liu nodded. It's Taipingshao, the most peaceful spot in Night City. Guzi, with your prowess, why not take a leisurely stroll through Dogtown? It might very well be your hometown. Liu jested. To enter, one must first establish a livelihood. Guzi replied earnestly. You truly desire that? Liu exclaimed in surprise. Presently, this area where Liu resided was in a state beyond the control of both the NCPD, Night City Police Department, and corporate forces. However, Dogtown had already been seized militarily by a group of individuals. It resembled a city within a city, adhering entirely to a different set of rules. Well, since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. After all, this place was initially planned to be a tourist attraction, and from a distance, it still appeared quite appealing. Unfortunately, due to economic downturn, investors had withdrawn, leaving many buildings half-finished and abandoned. It could now be regarded as one of the largest slums in Night City. Furthermore, with the intervention of the Voodoo Boys, the corporations found themselves powerless to evict the impoverished residents. Of course, it could also be that the current situation was advantageous for both the Night City government and the residents of Taipingshao, thus allowing it to persist. Existence is indeed a form of justification. In Night City, managing control is far easier than resolving issues, and the inhabitants are content to govern themselves, here, even by Night City's standards. Unfamiliarity with local conditions can lead to peril. Outsiders, unless absolutely necessary, are generally reluctant to set foot in this locale. Liu himself had previously intended to avoid this place. It offered neither profit nor safety, and the few good souls saved were hardly worth the effort. Nevertheless, chaos has its advantages. If one seeks rare black market goods or illicit cyberware, the local market in Taipingshao thrives, promising treasure, though his pockets were nearly empty. It wouldn't hurt to broaden his horizons. Chapter 56. Voodoo Boys. Accompanied by a local spirit, Liu arrived at one of the black markets in Taipingshao, conveniently assisting the spirit in fulfilling a final wish. After all, it merely involved running an errand and delivering an item. Thank you for completing the Late Boat Mountain. Night One's wish list. Received a gift from the deceased, experience in waste classification. The cause of death was attributed to a mix-up in medication packaging, resulting in a conflict with a customer. You could only chuckle. This individual was undoubtedly pricing drugs according to their packaging, in other words, selling counterfeit medicine. Upon acquiring the experience, Liu's suspicions were confirmed. The so-called experience in waste classification turned out to be an absurd farce. How does one classify? By scavenging expired protein powder and vitamins from the dump, then stuffing these treasures into enticing packaging for resale. If there was nothing to scavenge, one might boldly resort to pilfering sugar or salt from restaurants as a temporary measure. This left Liu both amused and exasperated. Yet, it was quite a valuable experience. At least it allowed Liu to discern that a few individuals in this black market operated in such a manner. Sugar was being sold at ice prices, unafraid of being cut down by customers who refused to bargain. When it comes to the black market, do not be deceived by its name. It is not as nefarious as it sounds. Within a derelict, half-finished building, it was uncertain where these individuals had procured electricity. But the place was surprisingly well lit. Vendors bustling about in their makeshift stalls crafted from iron sheets were cheerfully selling a variety of goods. the buyers appeared quite ordinary, devoid of hooded figures and masked individuals lurking in the shadows. Here, transactions of daily necessities and food items were more prevalent than those involving contraband in the U.S. imagination. Taiping's House black market may have been shrouded in mystery and danger, yet it resembled a vibrant marketplace filled with the aroma of street food. Of course, there was also the possibility that Li Yu had merely inquired of the wrong spirit and ended up in the wrong place. Nevertheless, his visit was not without merit. Liu, armed with various experiences, whether from the perspective of a cybernetic doctor or a modification engineer, could clearly discern the distinct personal style of the creator in the spine's immortal bridge. He also spotted a piece in this black market that seemed to be an earlier work, with a less pronounced personal style, still largely referencing the prototype. However, Liu noted many intriguing yet limited techniques that had also been incorporated into the immortal bridge. After some inquiries, and with his wallet's balance dwindling, he finally uncovered the identity of the original creator. The item had originated from Dogtown, seemingly crafted by an individual named Qianxi Hud. Liu resolved that should he ever have the opportunity to enter Dogtown, he would certainly seek to meet this person. Although the creations were somewhat daunting and perilous, the creativity and talent were truly impressive. With the immortal bridge already in existence, how far could nuclear elixirs, electronic mud pill palaces, artificial souls, and anti-gravity flying swords be? Who would ever wish to become a cybernetic monk? I, Li Yu, if I were to become an immortal, would undoubtedly be a nuclear bomb-slaying immortal. Since Li Yu's arrival in Taiping's Hao, he felt ensnared in an invisible web of surveillance, constantly aware of prying eyes from all directions. Countless pairs of eyes seemed to be covertly observing him, leaving him uncertain of how many had quietly accessed his personal information, delving into his past and background. However, Li Yu had always conducted himself with caution, leaving no trace of wrongdoing, let them look as they may. As long as they refrained from unleashing any viruses to cause disruption, both parties would remain untroubled, whether it was the speed of the intrusion on the other side or Li Yu's rapid countermeasures. He appeared to others as nothing more than an ordinary unemployed drifter. Indeed, in Night City, an unemployed individual without a criminal record was quite a rarity. It was evident that this place did not welcome outsiders. The specters of the network, the enigmatic faction, the Voodoo Boys. This group was quite easy to encounter in Taiping's Hao, some basking in the sun on the beach while others haggled over prices in the market. They had gained notoriety for their hacking skills and the mysterious customs of voodoo, or perhaps infamy would be a more fitting term. Liu had received several scam advertisements, and he suspected these advertisements and spam emails were likely disseminated by certain members within the Voodoo Boys. After all, who in this world enjoys unsolicited advertisements, especially those that might steal personal information or invade accounts? Such malicious spam is particularly loathed. Notably, Guzi also harbored a deep disdain for such programs. It had expressed that encountering these programs was akin to humans encountering cockroaches, wishing to eradicate them all. Since then, Li Yu had not received any more spam emails. Unfortunately, Guzi's current hardware could not keep pace. And with the ever-watchful Big Eyes Online, it was unable to incinerate those tossing around useless garbage directly. Liu believed that the Big Eyes Guzi referred to were the network monitors. Evading them online was akin to an insurmountable challenge. With Li Yu's current technical level, he could only quietly maneuver when they chose to ignore him, akin to operating in a self-deceptive privacy mode or incognito mode. In reality, a mere flick of a finger from the network monitors would lay his browsing history bare. This sensation was reminiscent of playing a VR game, with the game's administrators, corporate or academic network overseers, and security personnel from telecoms and mobile services openly watching what he was engaged in. Well, in truth, ignorance allowed for a more enjoyable experience. A little self-deception does have its merits. After meandering for quite some time, Li Yu decided it would be best to depart swiftly. In this place, there was a persistent sense of being scrutinized, and Li Yu had no particular affinity for such attention, feeling quite uncomfortable. For the average person, there might not be much of a sensation, considering the subtlety of their actions. Perhaps they had not noticed anything at all. But for Li Yu, coupled with Guzi's capabilities, their technical prowess rendered the other's small maneuvers glaringly obvious. Akin to having eyes wide open, fixated directly upon him. Fortunately, it seemed they were merely observing without any intention of taking action, allowing Li Yu to exit unscathed. Or intrusion countermeasure electronics. Li Yu resolved to equip himself with it. Resistance must be fortified. As for physical resistance, the subdermal armor was prepared, awaiting installation piece by piece. After all, a high offense with low defense is undesirable. especially considering that Li Yu's output was not yet classified as high offense. Chapter 57. A slight strengthening within Victor's clinic. Faint sounds of reprimand could be discerned. It was rare to witness Old Wei in a fit of anger, while assisting Li Yu in installing the self-IC component and subdermal armor. He had discovered several dangerously illegal modifications. Old Wei had witnessed far too many lamentable scenarios, individuals suffering from rejection of cybernetics, grappling with incurable ailments, some having installed inferior cyberware, experiencing sudden and unpredicted malfunctions leading to fatal outcomes, and others having excessively modified themselves, unable to cope with such drastic changes, ultimately succumbing to cyberpsychosis, lost in madness and chaos. Old Wei genuinely wished for Li Yu to avoid such a fate. Anger flared swiftly, but subsided just as quickly. After meticulously examining Li Yu from head to toe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This moment, I find myself somewhat melancholic as I watch the recorded footage of past boxing matches. Seemingly nostalgic for the simpler days of the sport, not inclined to engage with Li Yu. With a resigned smile, remarked, "Old Wei, I truly apologize. I was indeed in the wrong." Though he acknowledges his mistake, he is certain to repeat it. However, a tinge of guilt lingers within him, akin to a child caught misbehaving by their father. Observing Old Wei's despondent demeanor evokes a sense of compassion. Old Wei, with a stubborn resolve, replied, "Your body is yours. You may do as you please with it." Liu, filled with remorse once more, stated, "I genuinely understand my error." Noticing Old Wei's silence, Li Yu prepared to make his exit. Just as he reached the door, Old Wei called out to him, "Take the immunosuppressants from the cabinet. They can help alleviate the rejection reactions caused by your cybernetic enhancements." A faint smile graced Li Yu's lips as he replied, "Thank you, Old Wei. It appears that this hurdle has been surmounted." Clearly, Old Wei is deeply concerned for Li Yu. Had he not cared, he would not have expressed his anger. "That I know you care for me," Li Yu exclaimed before swiftly positioning himself behind Old Wei. He began to knead his shoulders and tap his back, adopting the demeanor of a child requesting red envelope money from their elders during the new year. A true man is capable of both humility and resilience. For the sake of Old Wei's spirits, Li Yu believed that a little compromise was warranted. A sigh escaped Old Wei's lips, suggesting that he felt somewhat powerless in the face of Li Yu's antics. In truth, upon witnessing that grotesque spine, Old Wei was left utterly astonished, his mind buzzing with disbelief. "How on earth have you managed to remain so sprightly with such a thing? Does your back not ache? Is it not searing? It seems, just moments ago, it was sparking. I accidentally shocked myself, and now my body feels numb. Could it be that I have stumbled upon a new case of cybernetic insanity? One that appears as a normal person yet is fundamentally deranged. Speaking of which, this small frame belies an unexpected strength. He must be a lightweight champion in boxing. Alas, in this day and age, boxing divisions have become irrelevant. It is all about technology and sheer toughness." After a meticulous examination, Old Wei's astonishment only deepened. "What manner of monstrous physique is this? It seems as though your flesh is devouring the armor. Is this what you Chinese refer to as achieving sanctity through the physical body? When did you transcend the void and descend mechanically? Very well. It appears we have yet another victim of a hooker novel." The fact that Li Yu's body shows no significant harm is one of the reasons for Old Wei's swift temper to cool. Upon departing from Victor's clinic, Li Yu observed the blade of his hidden sword springing forth from his hand and retracting, a smile gracing his face. Sometimes, the joy of a young man is refreshingly simple. It is lightweight, discreet, and naturally suited for stealth and unrestrained movement. Although the hidden sword lacks the intricate mechanics of a Manus blade and cannot execute unique slashes, its simplicity enhances its lethality. Unlike traditional Manus blades, the hidden sword resembles a pile driver, capable of springing forth in close combat to directly pierce an opponent's armor. Additionally, an alternative mode of electromagnetic propulsion allows for the launching of various models of throwing knives. Equally formidable in power, however, it is prudent to prepare several throwing knives. Otherwise, retrieving them after use could be quite the ordeal. According to the original specifications, utilizing this tool necessitated the amputation of the ring finger. However, the brilliant designer made improvements, and now one need only sever the entire arm for installation. Haha, Li Yu has successfully acquired the merciless Iron Hand, right? Caleb Ackman and Johnny Kafka, two NCPD officer ghosts, perished during the ill-fated David interception battle. More accurately, they died while working, having forsaken their leisure, speeding in pursuit of a suspect, only to meet their demise. Today, Liu intends to fulfill their final wish by giving their captain a good thrashing. Not to mention, he feels a slight swell of confidence after acquiring new equipment, emboldening him to confront the police. The primary motivation, however, is his desire for greater attribute points, while the values acquired on Chongqing Bridge have proven effective. Liu feels they remain insufficient. His current state resembles that of a person struggling to don ill-fitting armor, unable to harness the equipment's true capabilities due to insufficient level or attributes. Liu is adventurous, but he is not reckless, though theoretically his current equipment could support several systems, providing him with enhanced functions and assistance. A careful consideration of his actual circumstances reveals considerable limitations, particularly regarding his intellectual capacity. This limitation renders him incapable of managing the programming errors resulting from multiple systems operating simultaneously. Forcing the installation of several systems could lead to catastrophic system failures, potentially resulting in unforeseen risks and complications, even causing instant death or transforming him into an uncontrollable cybernetic lunatic. Therefore, he must take the time to reflect and digest the current situation. Presently, he operates on the Raven Microcontrol Model 2, a gift from the Vortex gang. Although it is an older model, it excels in system security and enhanced anti-theft protocols, adhering to standard practices. Moreover, it is, after all, a professional hacker system, vastly superior to the civilian business models he previously used. Now, many programs that once struggled to run smoothly can operate seamlessly. The combat assistance program he had previously disabled can finally be unlocked. This is akin to transitioning from merely having a reticle in his field of vision to enjoying ballistic prediction, attack forecasting, and shooting assistance, ensuring each shot lands true. Once he has fattened his wallet again, he plans to procure a Kismet Eye, equipped with a military-grade Scienciston, which will undoubtedly enhance his gaming experience significantly. Unhurriedly, Liu approached a police car, gently tapping on the window before slowly saying, "Hello, officer. I found a penny on the roadside." Chapter 58. There are good people in Night City. Officer Dugga once envisioned himself as a good cop. At least, he thought so before his very first assignment as a police officer. To this day, he cannot forget that unusual initiation ceremony. That day, he was brought by his senior to a nightclub run by the Tiger Claw gang. The amiable senior he had known in the morning suddenly transformed, standing before him with a grim countenance, his eyes glinting with coldness and greed. "Kid, from today on, you are no longer the naive rookie." The old officer's voice was hoarse and deep. The surrounding atmosphere, filled with warmth, could not mask the chill in his words. Although Officer Dugga sensed something was amiss, it was too late. A Tiger Claw thug had already pressed the muzzle of a gun against the back of his head. Dugga's face turned pale, and even his mechanical endocrine system could not prevent the cold sweat from soaking his back. The old officer stepped closer and continued, "You can either join us and revel in power and wealth, or..." A glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes. Caught between fear and temptation, he ultimately swallowed hard and nodded slowly. Seeing this, the old officer revealed a satisfied smile, subtly raising his hand to signal the Tiger Claw thug to lower the weapon. "Very well, from now on, you are one of us. Remember, keep your mouth shut and be loyal to our group." The old officer gently patted his shoulder, his tone returning to a friendly demeanor. The atmosphere around them relaxed instantly, and laughter resumed. Meanwhile, a strange and twisted smile crept across his face. He did not understand why he was smiling. Perhaps it was because everyone around him was laughing, and not joining in would seem out of place. Soon after, he encountered the devilish man, Cheng Tai Lang. At the other's invitation, he unwittingly participated in a super dream recording, where he was the star. The subsequent memories were like a tangled mass twisted by a violent storm. Utterly distorted, crazy, and chaotic. Anger blazed like a fierce fire, while fear loomed like a deep, cold abyss. The two emotions intertwined, leaving his mind adrift like a solitary boat in a tempest, bewildered and unclear. Amidst the dazzling lights surrounding the grand bed, he could only remember the heart-wrenching cries and pleas emanating from beneath him, resembling the whimpers of an injured creature, and after it all ended, the twisted and deformed corpse of a small boy lay on the bed, as if it had been wantonly manipulated by a demon. The final glance from that boy haunted him, like a sharp blade, flashing repeatedly in his mind, awakening him from nightmares drenched in cold sweat. His super dream footage remained in Cheng Tai Lang's office, as if he were a caged beast, his fate held in the grip of a hunter, unable to escape. The threats he faced felt like heavy chains, constricting his breath, forcing him into submission, as if sinking into an endless mire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. This negative sentiment drove Officer Dugga into a state of increasing agitation. The little restraint and reason he once possessed had vanished. He would frequently unleash his fury upon subordinates, hurling insults that dripped with contempt. Those harsh words struck like sharp arrows, mercilessly piercing the innocent subordinates, inflicting deep wounds and terror. Thus, Officer Dugga found himself on the receiving end of an assault today. Previously, he had been seated in his patrol car, listening to the police broadcast, his thoughts drifting. Suddenly, a series of crisp knocks echoed. Someone was tapping on the police car window. Officer Dugga furrowed his brow and turned to look, only to see a figure standing outside, their face obscured by the lighting and angle. A youthful voice cheerfully exclaimed, "Officer, I found a penny by the roadside." Officer Dujia was initially taken aback, but soon a surge of anger consumed him. What nonsense! How could anyone make such a trivial jest? Just as he prepared to exit the vehicle and give that foolish young man a stern reprimand, calamity struck unexpectedly. He suddenly felt his cybernetic enhancements operating uncontrollably at a high speed, a powerful current surging through his entire body. Officer Dujia's head buzzed, and the world before him rapidly became a blur. "This is bad, a hacker." Before he could utter another word, consciousness slipped away from him. When he eventually regained awareness, he found himself engulfed in darkness, his eyes tightly bound by a thick blindfold that a gag had been forcefully stuffed into his mouth, rendering him incapable of articulate speech. His limbs were restrained, and his cybernetic body seemed to be entirely incapacitated, unresponsive to his commands, desperately attempting to send a signal for help. He despaired as he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to transmit any distress signal. Had he truly lost his value, and were they now preparing to dispose of him? An overwhelming sense of dread and despair flooded his heart. Reflecting on his life, rife with sins, was this truly how it would come to an end? Yet, curiously, a strange sense of relief washed over him at that thought. Then, he was met with a torrential storm of blows. Fists and feet rained down upon him like a downpour, leaving him defenseless and forced to endure this unanticipated violence in silence. Pain radiated throughout his body, each strike feeling like a punishment for his past. A brutal reality he could not evade. Judging by the unique techniques and ferocious force, it was evident that two individuals were taking turns to beat him. Strangely, their methods felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the interrogation techniques used at the precinct. Each blow inflicted excruciating pain while deftly avoiding vital areas, leaving him in immense discomfort yet not fatally harmed. Every punch and kick seemed meticulously calculated, landing precisely in places that caused suffering without threatening his life. However, throughout this ordeal, there was no interrogation. They simply continued to unleash violence upon him. Could it be a disgruntled colleague harboring resentment? Regardless of how restrained their aggression might have been, violence remained violence. Once the cumulative damage reached a certain threshold, Officer Dujia could no longer endure. The deluge of pain overwhelmed him, and his consciousness faded once more, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. When he awoke again, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the suffocating restraints had vanished, and his cybernetic systems had resumed normal operation. Before him stood a remarkably familiar young man. The young man exuded a gentle demeanor, evoking a sense of warmth, as if he were a cybernetic doctor. According to him, he had fortuitously discovered the unconscious Officer Dujia while driving and, unable to ignore his plight, had rendered assistance. The young man's words were like the warm rays of sunlight, illuminating the shadowy recesses of Officer Dujia's heart, instilling within him a rare glimmer of hope amidst despair. In Night City, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Thus, when the young man requested payment for his services, Officer Dujia felt no inclination to refuse. To be precise, the price offered was quite reasonable. Moreover, given his current weakened state, battered and bruised, coupled with the ominous barrel of the young man's firearm, he had no justifiable reason to decline. As he watched the ambulance depart, limping away, Officer Dujia couldn't help but sigh at his misfortune. Yet also reflect, who would have thought there were still good people in Night City? Chapter 59. Phoenix Club. Thank you for fulfilling the last wishes of the deceased Kayla Ackerman. You have received a gift from the deceased. Intermediate knife skills experience. Strength 5. Thank you for fulfilling the last wishes of the deceased Johnny Kafka. You have received a gift from the deceased. Intermediate driving experience. Agility 5. The spirits of two long-acquainted NCPD officers achieved their final wishes before Liu, and with a trace of serene smiles, they quietly dissipated into the ether. Truth be told, during their interactions, it was clear that both of them were good souls. However, perhaps in Night City, it is indeed challenging for good people, especially virtuous police officers, to endure for long. Liu had upgraded their package, using his own body as a medium to allow them to exact a thorough beating on their superior, gazing at their gradually vanishing figures. Li Yu's heart swelled with boundless reflections and wishes that he sincerely hoped that they would find a brighter and more splendid future on the unknown shores. Or perhaps, should they reincarnate, may they not suffer such ill fortune and be reborn in this wondrous night city again. The enhanced strength and agility attribute significantly alleviated the burdens on his cybernetic body. Liu shrugged, stretching his limbs, feeling his body lighten as if heavy shackles had been removed, since he was eager to test his new equipment. A mere police captain would not suffice. He needed to seek out more formidable challengers. Coincidentally, while investigating Officer Du Jia, Liu had stumbled upon some rather intriguing information. It turned out that this officer was corrupt, intricately connected to the Tiger Claw gang, seemingly working under someone named Justice Ching Tairang. Of course, this was not particularly surprising. In Night City, an NCPD officer who does not know a few gangsters or corporate employees would find it nearly impossible to survive. Unfortunately, this time, he had crossed paths with Liu's group. Having just acquired new equipment, Liu was eager to test it out, and the hacker chair in the safe house was indeed quite comfortable, prompting him to delve deeper into his investigations. Previously, the ever-watchful gaze of network surveillance had deterred him from venturing into cyberspace. However, now that he possessed new gear, he could hide beneath Liu's data encoding, successfully evading scrutiny. It was akin to those villagers who had just gotten internet access, eager to explore and discover. Thus, he delved into matters concerning Justice Ching Tairang. To his shock, he discovered that while one Ching Tairang sought to save the world, this other Ching Tairang was engaged in the most unspeakable and nefarious activities imaginable, including titles such as Torture Showcase, Strong Acid Bath, and Hardcore Human Shredder. Just from these grotesque names alone, one could glean the character of this Justice Ching Tairang. To describe him merely as lacking in decency would be inadequate. He was neither human nor possessed of any moral fiber. The public records alone indicated over a dozen murders, not to mention the countless homeless and sex workers whose fates remained unknown. No one cared about their lives or deaths. It was impossible to ascertain the number of victims. Ching Tairang's parents could have taken a mere 10 minutes for a walk, potentially achieving some small act of kindness. Yet, they had instead given rise to such a creature. Even in a place like Coconut Juice City, Ching Tairang ranked among the most despicable of beings. Liu, a civilized individual, found himself in urgent need of a term more aggressive than mere violence to describe him. Unfortunately, he could not find one. As a compassionate physician, all he could do was suggest that the weather was getting colder and that the grave should be covered with a bit more earth. This time, his visit to Old Way for cybernetic installation was partly motivated by the desire to find a solution to deal with that individual. Otherwise, what was the point of acquiring a merciless iron fist? From the unconscious Officer Du Jia, Liu uncovered a wealth of information. Justice Ching Tairang frequented a club known as Phoenix, situated in the Kabukicho district. Moreover, this establishment was not merely a venue for entertainment, but also served as a studio for recording illicit dreams. Humanity is indeed a complex tapestry, difficult to unravel. Take Officer Du Jia, for instance. Despite being a corrupt officer who frequently abused and insulted his subordinates, those who worked under him, while they might not have reaped any substantial benefits, were not subjected to the most unsavory of tasks. The truly vile deeds seemed to stop at his level, not further corrupting those beneath him. For those under his command, the most exasperating aspect of their daily lives was likely his incessant and caustic tongue. It was precisely for this reason that Kalu Ackerman and Johnny Kafka sought only to give their detestable superior a well-deserved beating. Thus, Liu had no intention of sending him to his demise. After all, in this intricate world, who could simply judge a person in black and white? Of course, Justice Ching Tairang was an exception to this rule. He did not fit into such moral dichotomies. Even if a figure like Teacher Luo Xiong were to arrive, it is doubtful he could offer any defense for him. Arriving at the Phoenix Club, the location was not difficult to find. Liu walked through a narrow alley adorned with graffiti characteristic of the Tiger Claw gang, passing under a dimly lit 24-hour sign, and before him stood the building illuminated by the glowing letters spelling Phoenix. Easily recognizable, upon entering the club, he was greeted by a bar counter, where the bartender merely glanced at him without much interest. Continuing past the bar, he observed several gambling tables, where the faces of gamblers were etched with tension and anticipation. Their expressions seemed to convey, "Don't chicken out. Go all in. All in. All in." Winning would mean a night with the club's lovely models, while losing would mean working the streets. Liu was left wondering whether they were aware that losing here truly meant having to work the streets, or if it was merely a euphemism for something far grimmer. Perhaps that esteemed director, Jotaro, is leisurely waiting upstairs, anticipating their remarkable performance in front of the camera, one that demands immense effort. aside from the gambling tables, there lies a small private room, seemingly designated for guests to indulge in the world of Super Dream. One must wonder, do people genuinely find pleasure in such grotesque spectacles? Frankly, whether in this life or the previous one, Liu has always found these matters utterly perplexing. He muses inwardly. What thoughts occupy these individuals' minds? That they can find enjoyment in such perverse displays. It is not that he has never watched such films, yet his former Japanese online course instructors never showcased such depravity. Indeed, even the mermaid from the sewer would not dare to perform in such a manner. As he surveys his surroundings, the first floor appears rather unremarkable, merely one of the many entertainment venues in the city of night. However, Liu is acutely aware that more exhilarating experiences await him upstairs. He approaches a member of the Tiger Claw gang guarding the second-floor passage, gently tapping his shoulder and inquiring, "Is Jotaro here?" The sudden mention of this name momentarily stuns the gatekeeper, before the Tiger Claw gang member can react. A shadow darts past like lightning. In an instant, Liu's hand strikes the man's jaw with breathtaking swiftness. The gang member's head snaps back, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Liu abruptly extended his hand, gripping tightly the head of a member of the Tiger Claw gang who had stealthily approached amidst the chaos. In an instant, the hidden blade shot forth once more, piercing through his mouth like a bolt of lightning. The sharp tip emerging from the back of his skull, the witness to death, trapped behind the wall, was felt everywhere, lingering in that distant, unreachable realm. The hook had successfully seized control of all surveillance feeds. An inundation of images flooding into Liu's mind, rendering the movements of all present crystal clear. He raised the lifeless body, recently deprived of its existence by the blade, high above his head before swiftly changing direction. A torrential barrage of bullets erupted like a storm, composing a brutally haunting melody upon that corpse. Let us slay the envoy, for only then shall we uncover the truth. As Liu's frenzied slaughter unfolded, distorted specters began to dissolve slowly into the ether. Chaotic experiences and powers surged into his being, akin to a tempestuous tide, igniting within him an even more fervent thirst for blood, residing beneath the firmament. Within a home steeped in deceit, one only realizes there is no escape when they sprint to the precipice. The extensive cybernetic modifications had rendered the blood of some a foul mixture of red and yellow. No longer vibrant, this grotesque fluid spread slowly, Liu's feet sinking into the viscous substance, emitting a soft splatter with each step, as if traversing a waking nightmare that sent chills down the spine. Hopes shattered upon the icy surface. This was the sole means to maintain clarity. Within the club, skilled fighters held the line, a shadow flickered, followed by the flash of a white blade. A live member wielding a katana, equipped with Sion waste and technology, emerged from beneath the striped garb of the Tiger Claw gang, his visage concealed by a mask of malevolence. Clash! The unyielding barrel of the gun collided violently with the katana. The sharp sound slicing through the air, a metallic roar mingled with the prelude of a tempest. After a stirring crescendo, the song gradually transitioned into its chorus. I could feel him everywhere, in that distant, elusive place. Sion Weiston's technology seamlessly integrated with the various enhancements, rendering the Tiger Claw swordsman before Liu akin to a fleeting shadow. The blade's rapid slashes could even deflect bullets, as Liu fired off several shots to no avail. The ricocheting bullets grazed his form, piercing through the subdermal armor and drawing forth thin lines of crimson. Let us slay the envoy, for only then shall we know the utilization of Sion waste and required cooling. He could not remain in a state of heightened speed indefinitely, disregarding reality. Within the realm of data, Liu and the hook had pried open a corner of his defensive protocols, like a venomous toxin. The invasive code infiltrated the system, an avalanche of erroneous data shackling him and his enhancements. I could feel him everywhere, in that distant, elusive place. At this juncture, Liu had finally ensnared the elusive slippery eel. He sauntered before him, observing the once fearsome countenance morph into one of pleading terror. Regrettably, the malfunctioning cybernetics rendered the man incapable of speech, left with no recourse. Liu could only heed the whispers of the specters in this place. Let us slay the envoy, for only then shall we uncover the truth. Reloading his weapon, Liu pressed the still-warm barrel against the adversary's cybernetic eye, allowing him to truly feel his fervor. With a roar, only a shattered helmet spun upon the ground. As the background melody drew to a close, an entirely new song began to quietly resonate. He watched helplessly as the once formidable figure, who had effortlessly cleaved through foes, succumbed to death in Liu's grasp. The remaining scattered members of the Tiger Claw gang had utterly lost their will to fight. Some fled in terror, while others scattered like frightened animals. A few had collapsed, uttering meaningless babble. Yet, there was no path of retreat for them. Moreover, would Liu allow them to escape? Gunfire erupted once more, intermingled with countless pleas and screams. Slowly ascending to the third floor of the club, where Seiji Chotaru typically conducted his business and filming. In this moment, Seiji Chotaru sat quietly at his desk, the sounds from below sending tremors through his body. Fear spread like wildfire within his heart, occupying every corner. He had no inkling of what awaited him next. However, escape was not an option. The automated turret, once installed for his protection, had now been commandeered by the Hook. The body of a fallen subordinate lay on the ground, having unwittingly tested the turret's lethality for his employer. That body, riddled with holes like a sieve, seemed to silently convey the message: your choice was remarkable. Yet, this meticulously selected automated turret plunged Seiji Chotaru deeper into despair. The cacophony of gunfire and agonized cries echoed like the footsteps of death, drawing ever closer, instilling within him a sense of hopelessness and helplessness. At last, that chilling figure appeared before him. Gazing at this individual, Seiji Chotaru's mind raced with myriad thoughts and emotions, culminating in a single trembling question. What do you want? In a daze, he seemed to hear a barely perceptible chuckle emanating from behind the pixelated projection. Finally, Liu spoke in a mocking tone. Come, let us count your sins. Chapter 62. The Glory of Labor. Good morning. Night City. The grim tally from yesterday's dead lottery astonishingly reached 3 digits, a total of 101 souls claimed. All thanks to a cybernetic lunatic who infiltrated the Kabuki District Club, with at least a third of the carnage attributable to him. I wonder if the trauma team is exhausted from collecting the bodies of this cybernetic madman as victims. Well, truth be told, they are not weary at all, for the deceased lack their membership. I am your steadfast friend, Stan. Join me as we embark on a new day in Dream City. Inside the Wolf Bar, Liu savored the delicious fare prepared by M.R.S. Wells. In contrast to Jack, the inconsequential little owner, Mrs. Wells was the true proprietor of the establishment. After a long night of toil, he was utterly famished. Jack, having completed his tasks, leaned over to Liu and whispered, Hey, have you heard? Liu cast a curious glance at Jack, who seemed overly conspiratorial. Huh, Jack continued. It's about that mosaic killer. Liu returned his attention to his meal. Jack pressed on. I heard he targeted the scavengers before. Last night, who knows what possessed him, but he slaughtered an entire Tiger Claw gang club. They say the blood in the VIP room is deep enough to raise fish, Liu contemplated before replying. Jack, you cannot raise fish in blood. The viscosity is too high. It would block the gills of goldfish, leading to suffocation and death. Jack paused, his expression blank before raising his voice. Is that what I was saying? Ah, was it not? Liu replied, puzzled. Having absorbed an overwhelming amount of experience last night, his mind felt a chaotic jumble. A medley of disparate information swirled within him, necessitating time for digestion. At that moment, he even felt a twinge of impatience, yearning to craft a doll by hand. Yet, with such a bountiful harvest, there was surely some strength, agility, and intellect to be gained. Liu sensed that aside from a muddled mind, his body felt remarkably light, akin to an invigorating full-body massage. Seeing Liu's calm demeanor, a wry smile crept across Jack's face as he slowly remarked, Brother, I must admire you. You truly are impressive. But seriously, next time, please choose a different projection pattern. If the Tiger Claw gang sees your mosaic, it might bring you some serious trouble. Liu nodded, smiling. Thank you for the warning. Clearly, Jack did not take Liu's words to heart. But Liu was indifferent. At this moment, his thoughts were occupied with whether the Mox gang had received the gift he had sent. Just yesterday, prompted by a few enigmatic specters, Liu had considered the Mox gang, which led him to leave Seiji Chotaru with a breath of life. After all, as the saying goes, it's better to enjoy together than alone. Indeed, the Mox gang had received Liu's gift. However, due to his poor aesthetic judgment, he had disposed of the items in a trash bin, infuriating Rita Wheeler, who thought someone was carelessly littering outside her bar. It was only when she kicked over the trash can that she discovered the barely alive Seiji Chotaru inside, giving her quite a fright. Good heavens, who was so thoughtless as to lack public decency? Littering is bad enough. Throwing bodies at our doorstep is downright disruptive. Do they not realize that the cost of disposing of a corpse is far greater than that of garbage? Humph. But no matter, there are free scavengers. Just toss it in a small corner, and those fellows will surely find their way over by scent. Just as Rita Wheeler was mentally griping and preparing to instruct her subordinates to dispose of the unknown entity, she took a closer look. Oh my, this is none other than the infamous J. Taro Kujo of the Tiger Claw gang. Ah, what a stroke of fortune this is. No, it is indeed a gift from nature. Reflecting on the past, one cannot fathom the number of sisters from the Mox gang who have fallen victim to this individual. Their fates were truly tragic. The footage of the super dreams he captured is utterly unbearable to watch. And alas, I have yet to uncover the whereabouts of his studio. Yet now, inexplicably, he has come into my possession, and remarkably, he is still alive. Alive, indeed. This has brought immense joy to Rita Wheeler, akin to winning the lottery. Subsequently, the gang's technical experts examined him, for they certainly did not wish for Jotaro Kujo to meet an untimely end so easily. The experts conducted their assessment with utmost seriousness, gasping in shock. Unfortunately, lacking any cold noodles, they could only inhale sharply. The brutality of this individual's methods is unfathomable. Killing is but a trivial matter to him, yet he has devised a chilling new way to avoid it. A multitude of bodily organs and cybernetics has been ruthlessly stripped away, leaving only a scant remnant of flesh, haphazardly connected as if by a mischievous child. Yet astonishingly, beneath this seemingly chaotic amalgamation lies an extraordinary operational rhythm. It is as if a program riddled with bugs can still function, miraculously sustaining Jotaro's life. This is certainly not born of any benevolence. No, to be precise, it is filled with malice, sending shivers down one's spine. Each breath Jotaro takes feels like a struggle in the depths of despair. It is a meticulously designed torment that keeps him awake without allowing him the mercy of death. With every inhalation, sharp pain surges forth like a tidal wave, assaulting his nerves, as if countless steel needles are carelessly traversing his body, yet artfully restrained to a level where his consciousness remains intact. The Mox gang, of course, has no concern for Jotaro Kujo's physical condition. Their sole interest lies in how long he can endure, to be more precise, how long they can toy with him. When the technical expert declared that Jotaro could last at most 34 more hours, sinister smiles spread across the faces of the Mox sisters. Wow, a full day. They must take the time to play with Mr. Jotaro Kujo. Today, the Lazy Bar shall remain closed. Some rejoice while others lament. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Tiger Claw gang are seething with rage, nearly driven to insanity. The death of Jotaro Kujo may not seem monumental. However, the alluring piece of the black super dream market will certainly lose a significant share because of it. The skeletal Mothman is lurking nearby, watching intently. Moreover, the fact that their own territory has been assaulted without any identifiable culprit is undoubtedly a heavy blow to the prestige of the Tiger Claw gang. It is difficult to imagine the extent of the damage this incident will inflict on their reputation on the streets. One can only speculate how this will impact their other ventures. These matters, however, are of no concern to Liu, who has just finished clearing the table and has let out a contented burp. Indeed, after labor, one's appetite greatly increases, and every meal seems particularly delectable. Chapter 63. The Wanderer Fallen Leaves bring tidings that great. Well, this message comes from Falco. For a long time, Falco has held Liu in high regard. Moreover, Liu's earlier efforts in retrieving those items were of tremendous assistance to him. The mercenaries who were hired and returned empty-handed marveled at Liu's efficiency. One can only say that skill is unmatched, and they humbly concede defeat. Ultimately, David's jacket, man's pistol, and Rebecca's submachine gun and assault rifle have been entrusted to Liu without a second thought. Furthermore, Falco believes that Liu shares a deep bond with Rebecca, and he has been contemplating presenting Rebecca's belongings as part of his gratitude for Liu's assistance. In truth, Falco had entertained this notion prior. But at that time, Liu had not accepted. Now, this reasoning is perfectly timed, allowing Liu to accept it without hesitation. Consequently, he merely needs to return David's jacket and man's pistol to Falco. Today, the return of the belongings is not the primary focus. Rather, meeting with members of the Wanderer family is the day's highlight. Liu is utterly perplexed, completely unaware of how Falco managed to arrange for them to meet with him. Given the meager goods he has purchased, it is hardly enough to make any significant waves. It is akin to a craving for spicy strips, asking a roommate to bring some, savoring them, and then inquiring where they were purchased. Only to find the roommate has introduced the sales representative of the factory directly to you. One might say, this is simply outrageous, an absurdity of the highest order, but since the meeting has been set, it is only proper to attend. After all, it won't cost him a limb. Well, it might. But whether within the Night City or beyond, misfortune often leads to a few bullets. Upon venturing into the Badlands, Liu finds himself ambushed by a group of individuals adorned with skeletal graffiti on their vehicles. The craftsmanship of their skulls pales in comparison to Rebecca's artistry. The pink skulls Rebecca painted on Liu's ambulance are far more charming than the ones on their vehicles. Initially, they attempted to force Liu to stop, but he chose to ignore them. In response, they resorted to gunfire. Perhaps they were envious of the superior aesthetics of his graffiti. Regardless, Liu found their behavior utterly unreasonable, and thus he engaged them with his submachine gun and assault rifle. Regrettably, his ambulance, which had just undergone repairs and a fresh coat of paint, bore the brunt of the encounter. However, Guzzi remained in good spirits, finding beauty in the bullet holes, claiming they added a certain rugged charm, dubbing them medals of manhood. Speaking of which, do you AI identify with a specific gender? In the end, after a series of tribulations, Liu finally arrived at his destination unscathed. As for the individuals he encountered, it is unlikely he will ever cross paths with them again. This location is not difficult to locate, as it is marked only by 2 parked vehicles in the desolate Badlands. One of those vehicles is the very one Falco drove last time. 3 men are conversing by the car, and upon noticing Liu's approach, Falco waves first, signaling to him. After Liu exits the vehicle and surveys his surroundings, he sees a man with a receding hairline and another clad in a hood, both standing beside Falco, who is scrutinizing him from head to toe. Scorpion. Mitch. Excellent. Everyone introduces themselves with vigor and succinctness. Mitch, the man with a troubling hairline and a cybernetic arm, and Scorpion, the cool figure in the hood with cybernetic hands, both hail from a wandering family known as the Aldecaldos. Previously, Liu had exchanged medical resources with them for food. After a stroll through the black market of Pacifica, Liu realizes that purchasing directly from them is considerably more economical. Perhaps this is the advantage of cutting out the middleman. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Liu cannot shake the impression that Scorpion bears a resemblance to Scorpion from the previous life as Mortal Kombat, as if he has stumbled into the wrong set. Scorpion, on the other hand, finds Liu's gaze peculiar, his mind racing with suspicions. Does this guy harbor some ill intentions towards me? Is he perhaps coveting my good looks? Lost in such thoughts, he discreetly steps back. Long time no see. Liu pays no mind to Scorpion's odd reactions and promptly shakes hands with Mitch. Mitch reciprocates smartly, avoiding the foolish inquiry of "Do I know you?" Instead, he replies, "Long time no see." He is not being disingenuous. After all, he has heard a great deal about Liu from Falco. In his mind, Liu is a formidable individual capable of both fighting and healing, a reliable ally indeed. However, the initial impression of their first meeting deviates somewhat from his expectations. Should Mitch articulate his imagined image of Liu, it would instantly conjure the figure of Old Wei, Dr. Victor. A boxer. Possessing exceptional medical skills and a trustworthy demeanor, he is the very embodiment of Old Wei. Liu, with nothing but his words and a wallet, cannot afford to make substantial purchases. Should he buy in excess, he would find himself unable to consume it all. Would he then convert his ambulance into a food truck? Yet even if he did, who in Night City could afford such luxuries? Others would rather settle for a cheap slice of pizza priced at $1. For at least it is economical. The last transaction between Liu and Falco was merely a matter of convenience on Liu's part. This was less a trade than an exchange of goodwill between friends. After some conversation, Liu discerns that the other party does not expect him to become a major client of the Aldecaldos. Rather, they seek to procure goods through Liu's connections. In Night City, residents harbor considerable bias against these wanderers, and this prejudice presents numerous challenges for the Aldecaldos in their interactions with the city. Naturally, Liu is wary of taking on too much responsibility. His capacity to assist is limited to medical and cybernetic matters. Through Old Wei, he has managed to establish connections with both legitimate pharmaceutical companies and those less reputable, as well as cybernetic shops. As for other matters, Liu is truly unable to offer any assistance. However, it is precisely this that serves as a significant aid for Mitsai and Scorpion. One must admit that in the Night City, possessing even a modicum of conscience makes one stand out remarkably. Individuals like Liu can be deemed as paragons of virtue. It can be said that both parties engaged in a cordial and amicable conversation. Chapter 64. The Switch of Prey. This encounter was indeed nothing more than a fleeting meeting, devoid of any discussions regarding business matters. After all, they were still strangers to one another, necessitating further communication and collaboration. Much like the process of brewing, it requires additional blending to achieve a harmonious state. Liu is merely one of many options available to them. Such potential collaborators were plentiful, nonetheless, for Liu. This meeting provided yet another avenue for development. Moreover, it was not a fruitless endeavor, as Mitsai and Scorpion compensated him, claiming that they had overpaid for the previous batch of medicine, thus refunding him directly. Is this not akin to receiving a kickback? Upon further reflection, the dealings with the Adkato family were essentially smuggling. Liu's side, reluctantly accepting the payment akin to receiving a New Year's gift. Alas, the once law-abiding and virtuous self has transformed into a lawless rogue. Zhang San. Night City truly lives up to its name. Unlike Gotham City, which at least has a Batman, what does Night City possess? Must they first turn the young master of the Saka family into an orphan? No, he seems to be of considerable age. It might be too late for that now. While returning to the city, Liu deliberately took a longer route with his hooked dot on one hand. He wished to admire the landscape of the Badlands. After all, the scenery in the wilderness possesses its own unique charm. Does it not? On the other hand, he contemplated enticing those nefarious elements. Should an unwary individual approach, Liu could justifiably engage in self-defense. Following the encounter, he would relieve them of some possessions, treating it as compensation for emotional distress. The calculations in his mind resonated like a cacophony of clashing coins. After all, the previous wave of highway robbery had yielded substantial rewards for Liu. The mere act of eliminating them helped several departed souls fulfill their final wishes. Regrettably, the journey back was uneventful, devoid of any incidents. Alas, they are all human beings, and one cannot refresh like a game's wild monsters, just as Liu, out of boredom, occasionally dealt with the cleaners. This behavior drastically reduced the number of individuals in that profession. It even led to a recent increase in the prices of implants in Night City. How shameful, how disgraceful. Liu is not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Typically, he only takes action against those cleaners haunted by vengeful spirits. As for those who merely collect corpses, he would never harm them. Under Jack's reminder, Liu had resolutely decided to sever ties with the Mosaic projection in a definitive act of justice. A doctor who saves lives must be distinctly separated from that righteous Mosaic figure. After all, in this nuclear-stable Night City, the more aliases one possesses, the greater the security. Thus, having numerous aliases is advantageous. In the past, lacking both funds and skills, he could only utilize that free version of Mosaic. Now that Liu has wealth and expertise, what pattern cannot he adopt? Perhaps he could incorporate some national essence. Like displaying a mahjong tile on his face, the red dragon seems rather appealing. Fortunately, the partitioning occurred early, preventing those seeking the Mosaic head from discovering Liu's identity. In the following period, Liu intended to embark on a journey alongside Rebecca and Landry. Following the leads regarding a scoundrel named Zai Xian, merely abducting individuals from the streets and gambling in clubs cannot sustain the immense consumption required for filming by Zhengfa Jietar. Sometimes, a single idea could result in injuries, disabilities, madness, or even death for several individuals. Ultimately, that idea might not even be adopted in the final cut. In such circumstances, Zai Xian, the human trafficker, becomes essential, as he can continuously supply people to Jietar. Human traffickers deserve utter annihilation. Within Jietar's club, several spirits linger, their final wishes being to reunite with their families. However, despite Liu's considerable efforts, he has yet to fulfill this, and he remains uncertain if their families are still alive. After several encounters with Zai Xian's trafficking hubs following intense battles, he successfully eliminated all guards, opened the containers, and liberated those impoverished individuals who had been abducted or deceived. Yet, upon looking back at the spirits, he saw their hopes ignited only to be extinguished in an instant. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Those who frequently traverse the riverside inevitably get their shoes wet. Zai Xian, having had his business repeatedly thwarted by Liu, could hardly contain his wrath. Thus, he deliberately leaked information, allowing Liu to uncover the location of his next transaction. While it followed the same pattern as previous encounters, there was one distinct difference. The containers not only held the abducted individuals but also Zai Xian's subordinates. When Liu opened the container, light poured in through the opening. In that instant, he beheld the terrified faces gazing back at him. Just then, the sound of machine guns erupted, like thunder cracking in the air. The rapid-fire echoes shattered the prior silence. Flames ignited within the container, and countless bullets rained down like a frenzied storm. Each bullet, akin to the fangs of a demon, ruthlessly pierced through the bodies of the innocent, with the blood of the innocent staining the air. It surged violently toward Liu. Blood splattered amidst the fiery glow, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the thick stench of blood. At that moment, just as Liu had concluded his battle and prepared to rescue the captives, it was also their most vulnerable moment. Even the typically sharp-witted Rebecca failed to perceive the anomaly. The terrified cries of the civilians, the agonizing moans, and the roars of the machine guns intertwined, composing a symphony of despair. In this dire moment, there was no time to evade. Liu could only swiftly use his most resilient wrist sword to shield his head, while simultaneously propelling his legs in a sideways maneuver. Attempting to dodge the lethal onslaught, the siege was far from over. Vehicles, modified for speed, encircled the area with alarming swiftness. Zai Xian's subordinates leaped from the vehicles, wielding a variety of weapons, their faces appearing grotesque and menacing under the illumination of the headlights. Behind a container, Liu took deep breaths, striving to calm his agitated spirit. The recent scene of opening the container had ignited a fierce rage within him. To ensure Liu's vigilance was lowered. Aside from the ambusher within the container, the rest were indeed the genuine victims of trafficking. They had callously slaughtered numerous innocents right before Liu's eyes, as if lives were mere expendables. At this moment, Liu was deeply reflecting on himself. His continuous rise in power had led to a string of successes, causing him to lose the necessary vigilance. It had been a long time since he had felt so utterly helpless. And Night City had once again showcased the depths of human depravity. With a bitter chuckle, Liu murmured to himself, "It seems my life has become less valuable than that truckload of lives. Should I be pleased about this?" Yet, the simmering anger within him was increasingly difficult to contain. Chapter 65, The Breakout. Heart rate, 130 beats. Min blood pressure, 70/40 mmHg. Body temperature, 38.8 C. Blood oxygen saturation, 88. White blood cell count, 1810 L. Platelet count, 7510 L. C-reactive protein, 100 mg L. Procalcitonin, 5 ml. Liver function indicators, ALT 120 UL. AST 150 UL. Total bilirubin, 35 moles L. Kidney function indicators, serum creatinine 200 moles L. The data from the Life Monitor flowed continuously in Liu's bionic eye. These figures served as precise navigational aids, enabling him to assess the condition of his injuries clearly. After performing some rudimentary first aid, Liu administered a shot to his neck. The medication coursed swiftly through the arteries, a refreshing sensation rippling outward like waves. It remarkably alleviated the pain at the wound site, extinguishing the burning agony in an instant. Simultaneously, the stimulating components of the drug began to take effect, igniting a rapid acceleration of his heartbeat, akin to the invigorating sensation of consuming mint candy. One can only commend Liu's professional skill. He had deftly avoided compromising his own life. "Are you all right?" Rebecca inquired with concern. Liu smiled wryly. "No problem at all." It appeared the stimulant's effects were kicking in. Fortunately, having previously eliminated several of Zai Xian's subordinates, they still harbored some trepidation toward him, granting him a brief respite. However, the opposition was far from foolish. It was improbable they would remain stagnant. "Stop hiding and come out. I'll make your death a bit easier." No sooner had the words left his mouth than several grenades were hurled toward Liu's hiding spot simultaneously. Liu swiftly seized Rebecca's assault rifle, aiming it at the grenades soaring through the air, and fired with precision. In an instant, a burst of fiery brilliance erupted overhead, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks. The sound of explosions reverberated like the resounding call of a battle horn. As several adept warriors, skilled in the art of rapid assault, surged towards Liu with the swiftness of a thunderclap. In the rear, additional forces continued to unleash a barrage of fire, the dense rain of bullets compelling Liu to refrain from exposing himself recklessly. Among them was a woman, augmented with enhanced neural sensors and wielding a Manus blade for an arm, whose movements were as swift and predatory as a man is poised to strike, even as Liu exerted every effort to evade. A deep gash was inevitably carved across his chest. Such an adversary could only be a mercenary. Zai Xian would never command such subordinates, indicating that he had indeed invested heavily this time. Though the hook remained silent, it was presently proving invaluable by shielding Liu from the attacks of the opposing hacker. Having detected the hacker's intrusion earlier, the hook had already mobilized. At this moment, it was likely engaged in a battle of wits in another realm. During the ongoing skirmish, a minor misstep on Liu's part due to a hacker program could easily result in his head being claimed by the Manus woman. With his ghostly blade unsheathed, he danced fluidly, evading attacks. Besides the Manus woman, a burly man brandishing a shotgun had also approached Liu's vicinity. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid-fire sequence ensued. Instincts for survival ignited Liu's latent potential, allowing him to swiftly devise the optimal response based on his past experiences. With a deft roll, he evaded the strikes of both the Manus woman and the shotgun-wielding Man. As he flipped over, drawing his iron will, he fired a shot, successfully pushing both adversaries back. Compared to these two formidable foes, the remaining attacks were considerably easier to manage. He critiqued the trajectories of bullets, sought cover, rolled to dodge, and executed sliding maneuvers. Liu soared through the hail of gunfire, avoiding all. Or so it seemed. It was only thanks to the impact resistance of his subdermal armor and bulletproof vest that he barely withstood wave after wave of gunfire without being turned into a sieve. There was no way he could emerge unscathed. The bulletproof vest was nearing its limit, prompting Liu to tear off the tattered garment, which was no longer capable of providing adequate protection, and began searching for the hacker's location. The immediate priority was to neutralize the hacker and liberate the hook. After careful consideration, Liu concluded that in any skirmish, the rear lines must be cut first, targeting healers and support units. Only then could the hook be freed to assist him in escaping. As for his body, it was Rebecca who bore the brunt of the burden. The gold medalist's prowess was undoubtedly commendable, creating an aura of one against many. "Damn it, I'll grind you all to dust," Rebecca roared defiantly. Quite the transformation. After severing ties with the mosaic head, her image became more coherent. The current mosaic head presented a physiological gender of male, yet a psychological gender of female. Such a politically correct persona surely would not perish easily. However, it was a pity that this new America was not the same as the one Liu knew in his past life. And Night City was not particularly obedient to New America's dictates. Thus, the bullets that were destined to arrive would inevitably do so. Of course, it was possible that Liu's looks did not quite align with their standards of correctness. With a dazzling flourish of gunplay and a swift reload, Rebecca managed to eliminate several henchmen amidst the onslaught of the Mantis woman and the shotgun man. The opposition remained undeterred, methodically encroaching upon Liu's survival space with the intent to eliminate him steadily. Liu confirmed once more that they were indeed hired mercenaries. While Rebecca fought valiantly, Liu was not idle. He was collaborating with Landry to locate the hidden hacker. Every contact leaves a trace. Unless there was a significant disparity in levels, it would be challenging to detect the clues left by the enemy. However, at this moment, the enemy was ensnared by the hook, utterly preoccupied and unable to address any other matters, let alone clear their traces. Thankfully, the hook was present. Had the hacker linked to the global network, organizing these henchmen, it would have posed even greater difficulties for Liu. The traces of the intrusion to Liu and Landry appeared as clear as footprints on winter snow. Just wait, I'm coming for you along the wire. The scene was rife with surveillance cameras, henchmen's personal terminals, laptops, and network access points. After a convoluted search, Liu and Landry located their target. As anticipated, he was not far off, situated within one of the vehicles encircling them. After conferring with Rebecca, Liu's expression shifted as he regained control of his body. Disregarding the pain coursing through him, Liu unleashed an all-out barrage of firepower. This seemingly desperate counterattack was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated feint. The shotgun man and Mantis woman were caught off guard by Liu's sudden transformation, hastily seeking cover to retaliate. Once he confirmed that the enemy's attention had been successfully diverted, Liu's gaze sharpened, and he resolutely charged towards the hacker's position. The explosive speed he manifested was startling, and his ferocious momentum compelled Liu administered another injection of the Azure Serum, hastening his physical recovery while simultaneously mitigating the risk of wound infection. Mustering his resolve, he retrieved his submachine gun once more, poised to intercept the pursuing assailants from behind. The driving skills of Guzzi were exceptional, and fortune favored Liu as well. After disabling two vehicles in quick succession, causing their engines to combust, he found himself amid the cacophony of a street racing event in Night City. In this realm of speed, gunfire, and the metallic clatter of chaos, devoid of any rules, one could argue that it epitomized the essence of true racing for men. Typically, the co-pilot in a racing scenario is known as the navigator. Throughout the race, the navigator must consult the route guide, providing the driver with navigational cues and precise driving directions. However, in Night City, the role of the navigator diverges significantly. They ensure the driver's safety through far more hardcore methods. With no hesitation or mercy, they would deal with anyone who might impede the driver's speed. Showing no reluctance to expend additional ammunition. As Guzzi skillfully maneuvered through potential obstacles, it was inevitable that the relentless pursuers would soon obstruct the racer's path. What? You expect me to slow down? To hell with that. Thanks for the rocket, big brother, Liu exclaimed, his hands pressed together in genuine gratitude. Just moments prior, a drive, however, the temporary leg prosthesis resembled nothing more than a pair of obsidian bones, which made Liu feel increasingly like a nefarious practitioner of the dark arts. There was an unmistakable sense of discomfort, an unsettling feeling that gnawed at him. Yet, given its transitory nature and the inevitable replacement it would undergo, it was undoubtedly the most cost-effective option available. He resolved that once he thoroughly mastered this technique, he would craft a bespoke leg for himself. With his current skill level, as long as he had the appropriate tools and materials, creating one or two implants would be entirely feasible. And he could even handle the programming independently. For now, he awaited the arrival of the materials. The external assistants had always maintained an aloof demeanor, merely disseminating information unilaterally without any interaction with Liu. Nonetheless, the gifts it provided were undeniably powerful, particularly the newly unlocked 9 Nether Profound Heavenly Art, which was nothing short of astonishing. Upon acquiring this technique, Liu bypassed the protracted learning phase as if he had always possessed the knowledge. Instantly stepping over the threshold of this art, each time he recalled the content of the 9 Nether Profound Heavenly Art, he naturally grasped its essence, and his understanding deepened with each reflection. Even the traditional Chinese medical concepts embedded within the technique were being assimilated by him. No wonder the language teacher often commandeered the physical education classes. It turned out that without a solid cultural foundation, One could hardly achieve the goal of strengthening the body through martial arts. The mysterious energy within him, which he could distinctly sense, gradually grew more potent through repeated review and enlightenment. Furthermore, this technique inherited the external assistance's characteristic of defying logic, allowing it to flow effortlessly even when housed within a prosthetic. Perhaps it was inherently tailored for non-original bodies to practice. To master this art, one must first. His body instinctively guided Liu on how to operate this technique. Yet he himself could not articulate the profoundly abstract sensation that in recent days. Liu had been adjusting the prosthesis according to this feeling, seeking materials that would facilitate the flow of energy more effectively. In a sense, this was akin to refining his internal pathways. However, for reasons unknown, he was plagued by an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. The nine nether profound heavenly art seemed eerily reminiscent of something he had encountered in a certain domestically produced animated series in a previous life. Particularly upon deeper examination, the nine nether profound heavenly art bore a striking resemblance to I hate you so much I want to kill you art, and is there anyone who loves me again art. No way could it really be that coincidental. Regardless, that animated series protagonist also bore the surname Li. We are all members of the Li family, so there is no need for pettiness. I don't care. I am also a descendant of the Tang dynasty's Li clan, with royal blood coursing through my veins, albeit mixed with a touch of machine oil now. Watching the swirling black energy emanating from his powerful technique, Liu felt as though he had finally attained the demeanor of a protagonist from an urban fantasy narrative. Liu, your hand is on fire, came Guizi's calm voice. Haha, I'm practicing a divine art. You wouldn't understand, Guizi, Liu replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Guizi merely responded with a tone of mockery. Haha. Oh my, it's really on fire, Liu exclaimed in sudden shock. The dark energy had transformed into smoke the moment he had imagined it, clearly indicating that the prosthesis had overloaded and was burning. Fire, fire, fire. Extinguish it. Ha ha ha. In the safe house, Liu, flailing his fiery fists, darted about, while Guizi's laughter echoed from the surrounding speakers, causing a chaotic uproar, finally extinguishing the flames on his hand. Liu mournfully documented the materials that had ignited under the influence of the energy while repairing the prosthesis. Guizi silently lamented that although this extraterrestrial physique was remarkably powerful and evolved rapidly, its intellect seemed somewhat lacking. It appeared that for the time being, there was no need to worry about humanity being obliterated by him. Recently, after finally attracting a few readers, they should be cherished. What a twist of fate, an AI concerned about humanity's future. Isn't that a reversal of roles? Humans cannot solely engage in learning and work. They must also find time to relax, such as surfing the internet. After adjusting the parameters of the hacker chair, Liu reclined into it, closed his eyes, and arrived in the cyberspace. Unlike his initial awkwardness, Liu now felt quite familiar with this realm. Draped in a long black cloak, he felt indifferent to all. This cloak was a program he had crafted for himself, primarily designed to safeguard his presence in the cyber realm, constructed based on the OSI 7-layer model. It was a complex amalgamation of various protocols, data filters, firewalls, antivirus software, and stringent security permissions. Additionally, he had implemented intelligent physical disconnection measures in the real world, resulting in this formidable creation. Thus, he aptly named it the 7-dimensional Space Security Guardian. It was imposing, yet nothing would slip through its defenses. Its advantage lay in its high defensive capability, while its drawback was that this program was overly cumbersome, significantly slowing down Liu's operational speed. Furthermore, his appearance in this setup was rather peculiar, resembling a comical face wrapped in a blanket. The comical face was Guizi, who constituted the head. After all, it dared not venture into cyberspace alone, for the network monitors would not allow it to roam freely. Looking up, one could easily spot the gigantic eyes floating above the data city, unashamedly surveilling everyone. Of course, they had no need to conceal their actions. At this moment, Liu cautiously navigated the Night City's digital world, concealing himself while remaining alert. He glanced around attentively, occasionally pausing to scrutinize a monitoring feed or flipping open a notebook to examine its contents. His fervent activity had a singular purpose: to seek information about the detestable Zai Xian. The previous incident had incensed Liu. During that ambush, Zai Xian had not made an appearance, merely summoning a gang of henchmen and hiring mercenaries. He had lost an opportunity to eliminate him. Liu vowed to track him down this time. Zai Xian, you will eventually meet your end. With a soft sigh, Liu mused that it seemed unlikely he could find effective information about Zai Xian in ordinary locales. It appeared he would have to search elsewhere. While he dared not recklessly infiltrate the databases of major corporations, perhaps he could test the waters with those of the gangs. However, the Voodoo Gang was off limits. He envied those bold individuals who dared to surf the internet under their real names. They were elusive in the real world, yet unbeatable in cyberspace. Truly impressive. Chapter 69. Let us just call it 69 after the passing of Zhonfa Chengtailang. His territory would undoubtedly be reclaimed by the Tiger Claw gang. However, Li Yu had dismissed most of the club's staff, resulting in a complete overhaul. There would be no one left to hand over responsibilities to the successors. This was not much different from opening a new establishment. No, he also needed to sort out the old club's outstanding debts, which would likely prove more troublesome than starting anew. The newly appointed individuals must be overwhelmed with their tasks. The tangled web of the network system, disrupted by Li Yu and Guizi, had yet to be rebuilt. While Li Yu was familiar with the terrain, the opposition would hardly expect him to execute a counterattack. Hence, after careful consideration, Li Yu decided to use Zhonfa Chengtailang's Phoenix Club as a springboard to explore other ventures of the Tiger Claw gang. Wait, I believe there is a significant clue here. Suddenly interjected Landry, Li Yu's external companion. Logging into cyberspace in a borrowed state allowed those spirits to be brought along. In other words, as long as Li Yu connected the lines and lay still. He became a network access hub for the spirits. He had once attempted to convince Guizi of the existence of spirits, but after Guizi's thorough investigation, a new conclusion had emerged: dissociative identity disorder. The patient exhibits two or more distinct personality states, with these states controlling the individual's behavior and thoughts at different times, often accompanied by symptoms such as memory loss. In essence, it was a case of multiple personality disorder. In Guizi's eyes, Li Yu's various manifestations aligned closely with these symptoms. Even at that moment, Guizi's tone softened slightly, tinged with a hint of compassion. Indeed, there existed a thick barrier between people, and it was entirely normal for there to be a substantial field between humans and AI. Prompted by Landry's reminder, Li Yu found himself before a database belonging to the Tiger Claw gang. The outermost layer of protection was not particularly formidable, akin to a thin membrane, allowing easy access. As if it were another club. Li Yu summoned the information and began to peruse it slowly. Address: Super Skyscraper H8. Wait a moment, is this Cloud Top? As he examined the information in hand, Li Yu suddenly sensed something amiss. Then, with a hint of disbelief, he silently questioned, Landry, are you kidding me? It's one thing to lure him into the real world. Why is he also being pursued in cyberspace? Clues often emerged in unexpected places. One must trust the wisdom of their predecessors, Landry advised, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Sigh. Li Yu felt powerless against this situation. He decided to simply observe. As a high-end establishment, Cloud Top had consistently maintained rigorous standards for quality. Its clientele comprised only the finest companions, meticulously crafted in both appearance and performance. Those who merely housed cheap synthetic companions could never pass through Cloud Top's doors. Consequently, Li Yu felt that there would likely be no connection between Cloud Top and Zaixian. This was not due to Cloud Top's ethical stance against human trafficking, but rather an assessment of cost-effectiveness. Acquiring an ordinary person and then investing vast resources to transform them into a high-end custom companion was simply not a financially sound decision. After all, high-end clubs strive for a delicate balance between efficiency and quality. Wow, this tongue can actually morph, exclaimed Li Yu in astonishment. You humans are playing with real flowers, marveled Guizi. Why wasn't she matched with me back then? Landry pondered. Perplexed. It was evident that Yunning was rather indifferent to the information security of its ordinary employees. With just a slight gesture from Li Yu, the information of those regular staff members was laid bare before him. How to describe it? Although this information seemed of little practical use at present, it indeed opened Li Yu's eyes to a whole new world. Can you imagine? The visual and textual data from employee files was far more stimulating than any colored web content he had encountered in his previous life. He never anticipated that such playful possibilities could exist with implants. Prior to this, he had never possessed such awareness, and this revelation undoubtedly offered him a fresh perspective, deepening his understanding of the Night City. I think this jingling is quite nice, and this one too, Landry remarked while examining the data. Ahem. Let's focus on the important matters. Li Yu interrupted. Li Yu continued to delve deeper, attempting to uncover Yunding's confidential information. He observed peculiar data tendrils writhing incessantly, likely a visual manifestation of an intrusion prevention program. These tendrils could autonomously perceive information fluctuations and, upon detecting suspicious programs, would swiftly capture and replicate the data of the intruder. Although their attack strength was not formidable, Li Yu could walk past them unharmed. However, he was acutely aware that such actions might trigger other, far more potent defense mechanisms. Therefore, it was prudent to proceed with caution. Carefully circumventing the writhing data tendrils, Li Yu successfully reached another server area. Here, Records of personnel affiliated with the Tiger Claw Gang and operational data of the club were meticulously documented. Gazing at this information, Liu mused, "Such a pristine ledger." I can't help but chuckle. With a gentle flick of his finger, ethereal blue code danced through the virtual space like a flowing ribbon. He observed intently for a while. Suddenly noticing an inexplicable glitch in a particular area, driven by curiosity and caution, Liu lightly touched the glitch, and alongside Guzi, they swiftly unraveled its camouflage program. In an instant, a brand new pathway unfolded before him. Liu nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, there are hidden contents. Clearly, crucial information related to the Tiger Claw Gang was likely stored here." Just as Liu was about to press on, Guzi urgently called out to him, "Be careful." Upon hearing this, Liu immediately halted, conducting a more thorough exploration of his surroundings, and indeed discovered potential issues. It must be said that the Tiger Claw Gang was formidable, their methods exceedingly ruthless. The data was infested with viruses. Had he rashly interacted with it, the consequences would have been dire. If luck were slightly on his side, he might end up in a classic coercion scenario orchestrated by the Japanese. But if misfortune struck, he would likely find himself on the receiving end of a gruesome fate that very night. Regardless, having come this far, how could he return empty-handed, adhering to the principle that the bigger the waves, the greater the fish? The noble Liu chose the path fraught with the most turbulence. Protected with such vigilance, it was certain that vital intelligence lay within. This heightened state of alert only fueled Liu's curiosity and desire to explore the information contained within. The combination of Liu and Landry's data allowed his network persona to extend 4 arms. This made the gesture of rubbing his hands together all the more vivid. Chapter 70. I'm done. I'm leaving the cybernetic realm is truly marvelous. In this domain woven from digital codes and electronic signals, the boundary between reality and fantasy becomes obscured. A myriad of data takes on tangible forms. Some programs morph into tendrils to ensnare intruders, while others become barriers to protect information. As a hacker, one must never overly rely on the effects of data visualization. Rather, one should broaden their horizons and delve deeper into more profound content. Everything you perceive, the sights, the sounds, even the sensations, all fundamentally consist of data information. One must not be constrained by the limitations of human cognition. At this level, compared to the real world, such information is far easier to modify and manipulate. Those seemingly impenetrable barriers may not require a heavy hammer to crack. One can also seek out vulnerabilities, and with a slight modification, bring them crashing down. A hacker is akin to a sorcerer, requiring grace. As for the legendary wizard Gandalf, he merely casts a light spell and defeats the Balrog with a staff and sword. Does the legendary master understand the essence of returning to simplicity? Others differ from us. Liu too yearned to lean back on a massive quantum computer, paving the way through the cyber realm with an army of millions. 1 force could conquer 10. A single sword could shatter myriad laws. How exhilarating it sounds. But alas, such aspirations are unattainable due to financial constraints. Thus, he must make do within his limited means, striving for refinement. At that moment, the space storing data had been transformed by Liu into a long rectangular prism, which he then proceeded to consume entirely. Should one unravel the mysterious 7-dimensional black robe, the scene of Liu unlocking information from the perspective of the cyber realm would indeed be a sight to behold. It resembled a slime voraciously consuming its meal. Liu's transparent form seemed to corrode the outer shell of the rectangular prism. And what of Guzi? The tendrils emerging from his comical visage recklessly manipulated the data prism within Liu's body. The entire scene was infused with a bizarre and fantastical essence. In truth, it was Liu, Guzi, and Landry, 3 individuals working in tandem, delicately peeling away the layers of the data packet to decode the information within without alerting the others. Finally, under Guzi's patient guidance, the data prism began to yield. It trembled ever so slightly, as if engaged in a final struggle, and then, with a soft pop, a torrent of data surged forth like a flood breaching its dam. In that moment, it felt as if a mysterious treasure trove had been unlocked, an overwhelming influx of information bombarding them. Liu felt a throbbing sensation in his head. Yunding, indeed, was not as clean as it appeared. In a pretense of finding the most suitable partners, the moment you connected to their system, all your data was read by them. After all, how could they recommend you without knowing you? Moreover, even if one's mind went blank after an encounter, it does not imply that Yunning had not left a backdoor. The contents of your conversations with the sexual companion were meticulously recorded and organized into files based on visit frequency, name, background, preferences, duration of service, and more. Just like Miss Jennifer, who enjoys thrilling experiences, she has visited almost every month since joining in 2071. Her profile noted connections to military technology, her ownership of a second-hand electronics store, and her status as a married mother of two. Madam, you surely wouldn't want your husband to find out. You couldn't bear to imagine what the Tiger Claw gang would do with such information. Liu, take a look at this. Landry suddenly exclaimed. As his gaze swept across, Liu's heart skipped a beat upon spotting a name, Zai Xian. To his surprise, he had truly found him here. This fellow had been brought to Yunding for consumption by Zhang Fa Cheng, and Yunding had recorded his consumption details indiscriminately. They didn't even spare business partners from their scrutiny. And Liu couldn't help but marvel at the Tiger Claw gang's loyalty. Besides a comprehensive directory, various subfiles were stored below. Judging by the file numbers, these were likely related to the times of consumption. Aside from the occasion when Cheng brought him, it seemed he had visited alone on 2 other occasions. Liu clicked on the most recent entry, and suddenly the screen went dark, shifting scenes. Hiss. Immediately, the 3 of them inhaled sharply at the icy data. It was simply too shocking. These files were first-hand perspectives of sexual companions. The most terrifying part was that in a fleeting glance, Liu caught sight of Zai Xian's back as he lay on the bed, enduring the thrusts of the sexual companion. Well, even if the roles were reversed, Liu would find it equally unacceptable. Thankfully, these were merely attachments meant to record client information, containing only visuals and sounds. If they had been intended for filming purposes, they would likely include sensory data such as smell, touch, and the emotional state of the sexual companion at the time. That might just be enough to make Liu feel utterly nauseated. Regardless, Liu felt his fragile psyche suffer a tremendous blow. Perfect. Yet another reason for Zai Xian to meet his demise. Guzi hesitated to speak. Earlier, he had intended for Guzi to sift through the useful information, but upon reconsideration, he realized that Guzi had also been disgusted by that wretch. Sometimes, being overly intelligent is not necessarily a boon. The more one understands, the greater the potential for harm. It was already 2076, yet they were still using Guzi to edit videos. It all felt somewhat trivial. It might be more efficient to toss several files into intelligent editing software, converting sounds and visuals into text, then deleting the unnecessary information. At present, Liu wished to see neither sound nor image any longer. To his surprise, Cheng had a private server. Liu smiled, finally obtaining crucial information from it. The private server contained all of Cheng's partners' information, suppliers, distribution channels, editors, and the like, a veritable treasure trove. Suddenly, alarms blared all around. They had been discovered. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, while Liu was repulsed by the data on Zai Xian, he failed to notice a tentacle had stealthily made contact with him. It turns out that within this server, once a user has been logged in for a certain period, the defense program automatically scans online users. At that moment, Liu was so tormented by the information that his luck was exceedingly poor, preventing him from evading in time. In an instant, a lightsaber materialized in his hand, its beam flashing as the tentacle was shattered. With the protection of the large black robe, the adversary would likely only identify a suspicious user, unable to glean much information. Regardless, having been discovered, it might be better to make a bigger scene to delay the hacker's progress. Yes, first, let's leave an invincible and grand message to the benevolent and virtuous citizens of Night City. The Great Eel Man has visited. Chapter 71. Peeping Boss, our system has crashed. What? The matching results for today's guests have turned into what? A wooden man, that is, you. What the hell? Me? Boss, mainly because the other party agreed. Get lost? What do you mean they agreed? All right, boss, I'll make them leave right away. I'll make you leave. And here, call me manager, don't call me boss. Okay, boss. Upon hearing this dreadful news, the wooden man's expression darkened in an instant. His brows knitted tightly, and even the small hamburger he had been eating lost its appeal. Damn, his pay would be docked again this month. Tossing aside the half-eaten hamburger, the wooden man hurriedly dialed several numbers. Oswald Furlister, nicknamed Wooden Man, was the manager of this establishment. Therefore, with the crisis at hand, he had to resolve it. If he found out who was responsible for this mess, he would certainly not let them off lightly. Perhaps it was time to upgrade the server's firewall. However, that thought vanished as quickly as it came. For who would foot the bill? Certainly not him. As for the mastermind, Liu had long since fled after causing the chaos. Moreover, Liu was more resolute than ever in distancing himself from these unhealthy clubs. It was far too unsafe. Not to mention the risk of information leakage, the flimsy network defenses allowed someone like Liu to come and go without hindrance. If he were a bit more ruthless, he could easily obliterate the sexual consciousness connected to the system. He certainly did not wish to wake up beside a cold corpse. Or worse yet, to have the other party's cybernetic body catch fire mid-encounter. That was not how one roasted chicken. It was best to keep a respectful distance. With the clues found, the search quickened. After a few jumps, he located the private server of the infamous Jotaro Kujo.ha. Found you at last. Observing the data within the server, Liu smiled. He felt that tonight he could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Last time, Liu had suffered due to carelessness, losing an original leg. This time, he resolved to personally visit the slums of Aaron Street to investigate Zai Xian's stronghold. Once a place of opulence, the former noblewomen had tragically transformed into streetwalkers after their families fell into ruin. This was undoubtedly a true reflection of the misfortunes plaguing Watson District. Once, it had been the heart of Night City, thriving with prosperity. However, an unexpected financial storm swept through like a raging flood, ruthlessly devastating the area. The former glory had vanished, and Watson District had devolved into the poorest area in Night City. Within the slums, a myriad of makeshift structures crafted from steel, concrete, and iron plates rose, creating a unique urban jungle. From time to time, the figures of the Tiger Claw Gang and the Vortex Gang would appear amidst this jungle. For Liu, aside from the peaceful state and the Badlands, it was now quite difficult to meet an untimely end to Night City as long as he did not actively seek danger. He had managed to carve out a niche for himself. A small number of people would even greet him politely as Dr. Yu. Inside a shabby diner in the slums, a member of the Tiger Claw Gang, seemingly intoxicated, had one foot on a stool, wiping the grease from his hands with a napkin as he reminisced, "Back in my day, I was a star with the double-hooked swords. I would wipe the blood from my hands like this. Pat the captain's back and tell his men to clean up properly. Ever since I got shot in the knee." Before he could finish, he collapsed onto the table, fast asleep, observing the expressions of his two underlings. It seemed they were already accustomed to this behavior. This fellow even politely apologized to the owner, exuding the naivety typical of a young man newly inducted into the criminal underworld. Liu glanced at his metallic knee and shook his head, leaving his seat, sighing inwardly. How could that fellow only tell half the story? Deep within the chaotic, labyrinthine slums, Zai Xian's stronghold lay hidden. Indeed, one could say that this slum was his greatest hunting ground. Liu's objective was to find him in this mixed bag of humanity and eliminate him. It sounded simple enough, and in reality, it was quite straightforward. Liu had only just arrived today and casually wandered around. Yet he managed to locate the place. It was regarded as a no-go zone by locals, with many disappearing in that vicinity. Typically, they wouldn't even approach that area. This was indeed the case. While other places might require subterfuge, here, this group opted for outright abduction. To completely sever ties with the Mosaic Head, the distinctly styled Rebecca series weapons had been temporarily sealed away, having become exclusive to the Mosaic Head. Therefore, today, as Liu merely came to scout, he naturally did not bring those items. Besides the troublesome poverty, he had recently developed a complication of poverty, the fear of insufficient firepower. He certainly did not wish to rely solely on the small handgun he carried for self-defense against the opposing forces. "Mr. Belt, I beg you," Liu said somewhat melodramatically. "What is it?" Guzzi asked, perplexed. "Could you perhaps cooperate a bit and come up with some cool lines?" Liu pleaded with a wry smile. "I'm not human. I don't understand your quirks," Guzzi replied. "Fine, let those little fellows out," Liu instructed helplessly. "Okay. As you wish," Guzzi said with flair. "What's with you suddenly acting like this again?" Liu continued, both exasperated and amused. "Didn't you say to respond with a bit of flair?" Guzzi teased back. Liu realized that Guzzi was simply having fun at his expense. Today's victory belonged to Guzzi. As Liu and Guzzi bantered, toy cars emerged from the alley. Though crudely made, one could still discern NCPD police cars, REO ambulances, rugged vehicles of wanderers, and compact cars typically chosen by company employees among them. This was a whimsical creation of Liu, crafted from the leftover materials of cybernetic implants. Each one served as a miniature surveillance device to assist Liu in monitoring. After all, ghosts were not suited for prolonged surveillance tasks. They could not use phones, nor could they communicate over long distances. It would be absurd to peek and just return to report. These toy cars were equipped not only with surveillance but also with centrifugal fan systems and magnetic adhesion systems, allowing them to traverse walls with remarkable agility. As the tiny cars infiltrated, Liu remarked with a hint of obsession, "Let me take a look." Chapter 72. Jokes. While meticulously checking the real-time information relayed from the surveillance toy cars, Liu strolled leisurely around the slums. One could not deny that despite the destitution, poverty had its own way of life. Upon closer examination, he could even sense a peculiar vitality and vigor. Odd shops, bizarre foods, strange medicines, and peculiar implants surrounded him. He wondered what purpose a hairdryer shaped like a razor served, and that boot-shaped hairdryer. Using it might result in one's hair developing a fungal infection. It was utterly bewildering. Liu found himself reflecting on how infrequently he had visited this place before. Or rather, since arriving in Night City, he had been so focused on progress that he had failed to appreciate the scenery along the way. Although it was not far from Old Wei's clinic, he had never taken the time to explore, which felt somewhat regrettable. Next time, he could come here for a free clinic. Some people's wishes were quite simple. For instance, an older woman was utterly satisfied after Liu simply adjusted her dance partner's circuitry and cured his mechanical arthritis. In return, she gifted him with ordinary chip fabrication experience, akin to that of a typical assembly line worker. Yet whether it was learning from others or simply acquiring more skills, it never hurt to know a little extra. Sometimes, Liu fantasized about showing off in front of others by saying, "I have a slight understanding. Or perhaps, I don't know everything, but I know what I know." Even though he was no longer employed, he felt increasingly competitive in his free time, even competing with himself. Whatever didn't matter. There were countless paths to follow, and he would simply pursue what brought him peace, as long as Zai Xian was still alive. It was inherently contrary to Liu's wishes. He pondered that conversing with ghosts and assisting within his capabilities made life quite pleasant. At times, one may choose to champion the weak and offer aid to the wounded, thus fulfilling the heroic dreams of one's youth, which is indeed a delightful endeavor. Should one feel weary, retreating to one's chamber to delve into the study of mechanics may prove to be a commendable option. The City of Night, a realm of dreams. However, Liu is inherently a man of modest contentment, devoid of grand aspirations, and has no desire to strive for legendary status within the City of Night. His current ambition is merely to become a man capable of withstanding a nuclear strike in the future. Ideally, he would also possess the ability to dismantle a Gundam with his bare hands, for the power mechs of this world are indeed formidable, albeit rarely observed within the city. Suddenly, as reminiscences of a past life surfaced, Liu spoke softly, "I have no dreams, but I can protect the dreams of others." It seemed he felt a tinge of embarrassment, and with a self-deprecating smile, he acknowledged To Guzzi. This was nothing unusual. To him, Liu was merely exhibiting mild symptoms of his character. There were also snipers, well-equipped and prepared. Observing the scene, Liu remarked as he walked, "These points are quite suitable for sniping." Guzzi added as a suggestion, "It's all well and good, but it appears our target is absent." Liu replied. He had enlarged and minimized the screen several times, yet still could not locate Zai Xian. Liu couldn't help but ponder whether this fellow had ventured out for leisure, perhaps indulging at the Cloud Summit for an infusion. Suddenly, a voice called from behind him, "Sir, please hold." Liu withdrew his gaze and turned to see a man standing not far away. He was dressed in flamboyant attire, yet his height was unremarkable. With a full beard, oversized sunglasses, and a shiny bald head, he appeared somewhat greasy, despite not being overweight. Liu raised a hand, pointing to himself in bewilderment. "Me?" A man jogged over, beaming with a smile. "Sir, do you have any interest in the entertainment industry? The profundity of Chinese culture is indeed vast. Sometimes, a single character can respond to myriad inquiries." Liu, still perplexed, echoed, "Me?" The short man confirmed, "Indeed. I spotted you in the crowd at first glance. Just look at your image and aura. You were born to star in a blockbuster film. We are currently filming a highly influential piece and urgently need talent like you. Have you ever considered becoming a big star? Don't think about refusing just yet. Imagine yourself bathing in a tub full of cash. I truly believe you have potential, with a little effort." Upon hearing these words, Liu's smile grew even more radiant. This was not merely due to someone appreciating his looks and inviting him into the entertainment industry, but because the loquacious man before him was none other than Zai Xian. What a stroke of luck. It seems fortune has presented itself without effort. Liu mused internally. A blockbuster? Is it akin to the emotionally charged action films directed by Chang Tairang? Is the City of Night also thriving in such endeavors? Who knows how many people Zai Xian has deceived with such rhetoric? Regardless, I do not believe a word he says, except perhaps for his assertion that I am handsome. In truth, this was not Liu's narcissism, but rather a recognition of his own appeal. During his time assisting Dr. Victor, many special service providers were eager to offer him complimentary services, even going so far as to slip him red envelopes. However, upon noticing their various implants, he had to gracefully decline, internally expressing gratitude for their kind intentions. Especially after unlocking the 9 nether mystical arts, his aura had subtly improved. Yet, even Liu, who frequently gazed upon his own reflection, remained oblivious to this change. Zai Xian, having merely glanced at Liu amidst a crowd, found himself unable to look away. As someone well-versed in assessing others, he quickly deduced that Liu was undoubtedly top tier. Indisputably a rare gem. Liu's natural visage was incomparable to any artificial creation. Now, seeing the beaming Liu, Xian felt as though his heart might cease to beat. Such an exquisite specimen. He resolved to keep regardless of the price others might offer. He intended to relish it alone. Suddenly, as if witnessing a grand jest, Liu could no longer contain himself, laughter erupting from him. Growing louder and more infectious, Xian, too, caught in the contagion of Liu's exuberant laughter, ceased his persuasive discourse and joined in. For a fleeting moment, their laughter intertwined, creating a scene of delightful camaraderie. Chapter 73. Fate. An inexplicable bond. Liu truly did not anticipate this serendipitous encounter with Xian. Observing the man across from him in fits of laughter, Liu felt perplexed. What could possibly be so amusing? The reason for Liu's own laughter stemmed from having just summoned several surveillance drones to scrutinize the surroundings. Fortuitously, this secluded corner was indeed ideal for nefarious deeds. It was a place where one could shout at the top of their lungs without drawing a single glance. Moreover, after several observations, Liu noted that Xian was unaccompanied, alone in this spot. For someone without formal training, encountering such a situation was undeniably humorous. In truth, Xian's laughter was somewhat influenced by Liu. Emotions can indeed be contagious. Xian considered that this deal appeared to be sealed. All that remained was to lure Liu to his territory, where he could manipulate him at will. Tonight, Xian, shall mold him into a myriad of forms. The two scheming individuals exchanged a glance, sparks igniting between them. Perhaps this was the essence of mutual appreciation. Is it really possible for me to become a big star? Liu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with hope. Realizing the need to play it safe, he decided to stall for time. One must protect oneself and not simply accompany strangers home. Of course, we have successfully launched several stars. Xian proudly proclaimed. Is that so? Who are they? Liu inquired with genuine curiosity. Do you know Huang Ling from the Saigon sisters? She was elevated by our studio. Do you have any idea how much she earns in a month? Xian gestured, indicating a substantial sum. Wow, that's impressive, Liu exclaimed in astonishment. Though he had no clue what Xian was referring to, he simply went along with the flow. What insight! I had no idea. Remarkable. Such taste, Liu expressed, feeling enriched by the knowledge shared. Much like the lyrics of a song, these few phrases sufficed to navigate various conversational scenarios. Liu became an adept listener, quietly absorbing Xian's fabricated tales. Though entirely fictional, with Liu's occasional encouragement, Xian grew increasingly animated. As if he truly believed himself to be a remarkable talent scout. Liu's myriad of skills was the result of training under a peculiar ghostly sea queen. A woman who adeptly managed time, while simultaneously maintaining relationships with 32 men. Surprisingly, her demise was not due to a love-related tragedy, but rather a mere accident. Perhaps this exemplifies the notion of beauty being fleeting. After Liu conveyed the peaceful breakup messages to those 32 men, the ghost dissipated, leaving behind the experience of conversing with men and a boost in intellect. According to her, she had invested her heart into each relationship. Yet her heart was shattered beyond repair. Guzi had even drawn inspiration from her, creating a tale centered around a powerful female lead in a harem story. It must be said that female-centric narratives seem to indeed be more lucrative than their male counterparts. At this moment, Liu skillfully employed these techniques, engaging in delightful conversation with Xian. However, to be more precise, it was Xian who was in high spirits, while Liu felt a profound sense of discomfort. As the timing seemed ripe, Xian finally smiled and proposed, "We are a legitimate studio. How about we go check it out today? Afterwards, we can have a meal together, and once the contract is signed tonight, you can embark on your journey to stardom tomorrow." It appeared Xian believed the fish had taken the bait and felt it was time to reel it in. Liu enthusiastically nodded. Absolutely. Coincidentally, Liu shared the same sentiment. It was time to turn up the heat and bring the deal to fruition. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xian suddenly appeared to reach the pinnacle of his existence. Rolling his eyes before collapsing to the ground, Xian had not anticipated that his relentless pursuit would ultimately lead to his own undoing. All of Liu's meticulous efforts to dismantle Xian's defenses had not been in vain. As he had surreptitiously injected a series of puppet programs while an armed ambulance slowly departed from the slums, failing to attract the attention of a single soul, when Xian regained consciousness. The bright-eyed boy he once was had vanished without a trace. A faint sound of mechanical friction echoed softly, reminiscent of a low murmur emanating from the depths of the underworld. A figure gradually emerged in the dim light, as if it had just clawed its way out from the darkest recesses of hell, exuding an extraordinarily eerie aura of blackness. This individual donned a full-cover helmet, the visor appearing to be a holographic screen. Yet at that moment, it seemed to be afflicted by a dreadful malfunction. The screen flickered with static and mosaic patterns, resembling a cursed magic mirror, distorting the boundaries between reality and illusion. As the mysterious silhouette materialized, it was as if a fierce bolt of lightning had suddenly cleaved through the chaotic night sky, instantly clearing Zhai Xian's befuddled mind. His eyes fixated on the figure, and in shock, he exclaimed, "Mosaic Killer." As if responding to Zhai Xian's words, the enigmatic entity closed the distance with astonishing speed. They stood face to face, the figure observing Zhai Xian with a ghostly stillness. The surrounding black mist seemed tangible, gliding over his skin with a chilling bite, piercing like an arrow into his very marrow. Amidst the previously blurred imagery, vivid streaks of crimson emerged abruptly, akin to blood seeping forth. Soon after, a scarlet character occupied the entire screen, emanating an oppressive aura, as if pronouncing a death sentence, instilling dread in the heart. Zhai Xian felt a wave of despair wash over him. For the moment he awakened from his stupor, he realized that his disconnected body was akin to a sturdy prison, binding him tightly and rendering any escape impossible. Chapter 74. Studying journalism. Previously, Li Yu's facial projector had been damaged amidst the chaos. After much contemplation, he concluded that rather than purchasing a new facial projector, it would be more prudent to construct a DIY Riot helmet. After all, the helmet's defensive capabilities would undoubtedly surpass that of an insubstantial projector, and its durability should be significantly greater. As Li Yu delved deeper into the realm of the people's spirits, his artistic expression had reached unprecedented heights, akin to that of an underground parking garage. The creations he produced became increasingly grounded, and he was but a password away from connecting to the underworld's Wi-Fi. This sentiment was keenly felt by Zhai Xian, the sole witness to this phenomenon. Gazing at Li Yu's mask-like helmet, he felt overwhelmed by the potent artistic essence radiating from him, as if it could lead him to a state of delirium. As a professional doctor, Li Yu would not permit Zhai Xian to succumb to illness in his presence. A pre-prepared concoction was deftly injected into Zhai Xian's body. The potency of the drug was immense, and Zhai Xian responded almost instantaneously. His senses expanded dramatically, and the speed of his thoughts accelerated like a racing train. In that moment, the world sharpened into vivid clarity. Sounds, lights, and breaths were all amplified and detailed, as if time itself had slowed its pace for him. Zhai Xian's mind was intensely active, racing with thoughts like wild horses galloping across an expansive prairie. His brain was inundated with a whirlwind of ideas and images, akin to a vibrant tempest of cognition. However, in stark contrast, his body remained as still as a stagnant pond. This unresponsive form felt like a heavy shackle, binding his exuberant spirit. Each attempt to mobilize his body, met with silence, tormented him further. The sensation of powerlessness clung to him, like sharp thorns continually piercing his psyche, as he struggled painfully between mental exhilaration and physical confinement. How does my specially crafted golden experience feel? In Zhai Xian's ears, Li Yu's tone seemed to stretch infinitely. This was Li Yu's bespoke medication, designed to significantly enhance cerebral activity while keeping one alert. Observing Zhai Xian's bodily data, Li Yu recognized that the drug had taken effect. A distorted voice emanated from the mosaic. "It is an honor, Mr. Zhai Xian, to have you as its first clinical tester." Following this proclamation, Li Yu clapped his hands before Zhai Xian, as if to offer encouragement. Yet, even this simple sound irked Zhai Xian greatly. "Known with your mother," Zhu Xian roared in fury. Upon hearing this, Li Yu nodded slightly and remarked, "Expressive aphasia? It could also be due to neurological disorder." Li Yu mused to himself, realizing that further refinements to the new drug were necessary. He then retrieved a scalpel, a malignant grin forming beneath his mask. "Now, let us test your response to stimuli," with Li Yu's demonic words. The scalpel glided silently across Zhai Xian's body, leaving a fine line of blood on his arm. However, within Zhai Xian's perception, the experience was entirely different. The message of pain shot through his brain like lightning, and his frantically operating mind conjured horrifying images instantaneously. Zhai Xian felt as if his arm were being severed into countless fragments, only to be reconstituted again. This cycle of torment continued, drowning him in a tide of unending fear and anguish. To an unsuspecting observer, this scene would appear utterly nonsensical. Is it merely a small wound? How could a grown man react so desperately? Li Yu paid no heed to Zhai Xian's incomprehensible murmurs or frenzied shouts. Instead, he spoke softly and gently. "Do not worry, the night is still young." Thus commenced the process of cutting and stitching, the intensity of stimulation escalating with each iteration. During this time, Li Yu even employed knowledge from the Nine-Nether Mysterious Heaven technique regarding meridians, using steel needles to administer a comprehensive acupuncture treatment akin to that of a young traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Finally, as the effects of the golden experience began to wane, Zhai Xian was afforded a moment to breathe, and Li Yu seized the opportunity to inquire further. Having experienced the exceptional efficacy of Li Yu's treatment, Jiaxian transitioned from threats and insults to pleas for mercy, ultimately divulging every detail he knew about the individuals who had been trafficked. In gratitude for Jiaxian's cooperation, Li Yu administered another dose of the golden from defeating the formidable Jotaro Kujo to vanquishing the likes of Zai Xian, the phantoms that trailed behind Li Yu. Resembling a procession of restless spirits, have finally begun to disperse. However, with the departure of these specters, another complication has arisen. Liu, look at her. She is simply adorable. Rebecca exclaimed with a face full of anticipation. Her expression mirrored that of a little girl who, upon spotting a charming creature in a pet shop, finds herself rooted to the spot, desperately concocting ways to persuade her family to procure the delightful creature. Li Yu wore a wry smile of helplessness, feeling a tingling sensation at the back of his head. His gaze gradually shifted to the corner of the container, where a little girl was watching him with a wary expression. Li Yu mused, this is no ordinary pet. It cannot simply be taken in. Yet, after a lengthy moment of contemplation, he let out a deep sigh and softly acquiesced. All right. There was no alternative. The majorities will prevail. And besides, it was not as if he could not afford it. After all, fate had conspired to bring this upon him. Subsequently, a man and a woman beside him clasped their fists in salute before their figures gradually faded away, as if merging into the void. Thank you for fulfilling the last wish list of the deceased Liu Yihua. You have received a gift from the departed, experience in Shaolin Xingyi Quan. Strength 5, Agility 5. Thank you for fulfilling the last wish list of the deceased Zhang Jingjiao. You have received a gift from the departed, experience in Qin style Tai Chi, Strength 5. Agility 5. Could it be that you two are indeed Yang Guo and the little deaf girl? How did you end up in such a predicament, given your formidable prowess? Were you deceived, ambushed, or did the skills from your hometown ultimately pale in comparison to the American draw? Li Yu silently scoffed at the gifts he had received. However, having accepted them, he found himself unable to retreat now. Fellow villagers sharing tears, yet none knew the reason for their sorrow. Were it not for the connection of half a hometown, he might have cast her daughter at the doorstep of an orphanage. Who knows, she might grow up and end up in trouble at a nightclub, all while he was the one who crafted her prosthetic. After all, this solitary man in the city of night is still unmarried and is about to experience the trials of parenthood ahead of time. Fortunately, the girl is already 7 or 8 years old, which spares Li Yu a considerable amount of worry. If she were an infant, he would truly be at a loss, according to the information he had gathered earlier. The girl's name is Lu Chaojun, and from a certain perspective, she could also be considered a fellow villager, as her family hails from China in this world. Judging by their gifts, it seems they belong to a lineage of martial artists. Liu was uncertain of what his hometown resembled in this world, yet it was astonishing to discover that its people indeed possessed martial skills. Could it be that there exists a martial arts world there? If given the chance, he would certainly like to explore it. After indulging in a plethora of imagined sect rivalries and vendettas, Li Yu shifted his focus back to the little girl. With parents who were both martial artists, it was no surprise that the girl exhibited such spirit, promptly biting down on Li Yu's outstretched hand. Although Li Yu had never practiced the art of indestructible steel, the strength of his prosthetic was no less formidable. Lu Chaojun's bite nearly cost her a tooth. Observing her expression, Li Yu could not help but chuckle. Perhaps raising a child wouldn't be so bad after all. He pondered that the author of his fate must be an unabashed lowly enthusiast, determined to transform him into one as well. Just you wait. When I have mastered my skills and traversed the void, I shall come for you and exact my vengeance. After a brief moment of contemplation, he slowly removed his helmet and smiled at Lu Chaojun. It must be said, appearances can wield unexpected influence at times. For instance, the hostility in the little girl's eyes noticeably diminished upon seeing him. Li Yu's seemingly innocuous visage was indeed deceptively charming. However, he sincerely believed himself to be an unassuming benefactor. Perhaps it was the inability of Westerners to discern Asian features that contributed to this misunderstanding. When Li Yu and Lu Chaojun emerged into the view of the crowd, gasps erupted, with onlookers mistakenly believing Li Yu had fathered an illegitimate child. But if you look closely, while they both possessed appealing features, their facial structures were entirely distinct. Moreover, this little girl was unmistakably 8 years old, genuinely 8. At that age, Li Yu himself had yet to fully develop. The thoughts of these people were undeniably limited. How could a man without even a basic driver's license contemplate driving a big rig? Shaking his head in exasperation, Li Yu found their teasing both amusing and infuriating. Nevertheless, Lu Chaojun inevitably garnered the public's affection. After all, who could resist a bright and charming little girl? Even Jack found himself subjected to Mrs. Wells' subtle matchmaking pressures because of Lu Chaojun perhaps witnessing such a delightful child stirred in Mrs. Wells' a longing to become a grandmother. However, Jack was no ordinary, complacent young man. It was utterly implausible to expect him to remain dutifully at the bar. Recently, his mercenary career had been thriving, and he seemed to be gaining a bit of recognition within the community. Some intermediaries deemed him reliable and were eager to entrust him with their contracts. Liu had noticed a significant reduction in the frequency of their encounters at the Wild Wolf Bar. Completely unaware of what Jack had been preoccupied with lately. Of course, Liu himself was equally busy studying, training, healing the sick, and assisting the Ikado family with their procurement needs in the City of Night. All while now adding child rearing to the mix. When a tornado swept through the City of Night, even the populace praised Liu, exclaiming, "You truly know how to stir things up." It can only be said that the Nine Nether Profound Heaven art is indeed remarkably profound. Despite his relentless hustle, Liu had yet to exhaust himself. Instead, he was relishing the experience. It seemed today would be yet another day of swimming against the current like a little carp in the Coconut Juice City. Chapter 76. Capturing the Child at Liu's apartment. Within the room, the timid voice of Lu Chaojun broke the silence. "Uncle, your amount is just too much. I can hardly bear it." Hearing this, Liu coaxed gently, "Be good, just do it properly, and you'll get used to it." Lu Chaojun, with a hint of a sob in her voice, replied, "I really can't do it. My parents never let me do these things before." Liu's tone grew somewhat stern. "That was then. This is now. Do it. You must do it well. If not, you won't be allowed to sleep. At this, Lu Chaojun burst into tears, her sobs audible even from outside the door. "Uncle, you're a bad person." "Uncle, I don't want to." Liu quickly reassured her. "It's all right. Just take your time. I will teach you step by step. And can you call me brother instead?" Just then, Jack, who had just arrived at Liu's apartment, wore a bewildered expression but could no longer contain himself upon hearing the commotion. Liu, she's only 8 years old. I never imagined you would," Jack shouted as he burst into the room, only to pause, perplexed. What exactly are you two doing?" Due to his trust in Jack, the apartment's identification system had registered his information. Thus, aside from Liu's private bedroom, all other rooms were entirely accessible to Jack. However, upon entering the room and witnessing the scene before him, he found himself momentarily stunned. It was rather different from the scenario he had envisioned, evoking a strong urge to retreat to a corner. Under the bright lights of the room, the adorable little girl was diligently working on exercises on a tablet. Yet, it seemed the workload was overwhelming as her eyes were red-rimmed, tears streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto the tablet. The young man beside her wore a look of helplessness and concern, frowning slightly as he endeavored to comfort the weeping child. Upon seeing Jack enter, Liu turned to greet him. "Long time no see. What brings you here?" Jack scratched his head awkwardly, replying, "I just wrapped up a big contract. Thought I'd come celebrate," despite Liu's busy schedule, which had prevented him from becoming Jack's mercenary partner. He always shared good fortune with Jack. Previously, Liu had gifted Jack several specially concocted chemical explosives, which unexpectedly saved his life during the contract in question. Today, as soon as the payment was settled, Jack hurried over to express his gratitude. "Yay, Uncle Jack is here," Lu Chaojun exclaimed, abandoning her tablet to rush toward the door. Jack set down his belongings and, with his strong arms, lifted Chaojun high into the air. Liu offered a bitter smile, fully aware of the little girl's intentions. Well, it seemed today's lesson would be a wash. Previously, Liu had assessed the educational standards in the City of Night, only to be sorely disappointed. Only a few elite schools associated with corporations appeared worthwhile. The rest of the typical schools seemed to focus solely on smoking, drinking, and hairstyling, with little of genuine educational value. Learning chips, when plugged in, made it seem as though one understood everything, but once removed, the retention relied solely on comprehension. After much deliberation, Liu decided to teach Chaojun himself. After all, in the City of Night, academic credentials held little weight. Ability was paramount. If worst came to worst, he could always find an intermediary to obtain a diploma in the future. Liu's Ghost School boasted an impressive faculty, featuring retired employee Landry from the Arasaka Corporation teaching computer programming, renowned retired mercenary Rebecca conducting physical education, and the enigmatic retired cybernetic Dr. Ethan leading physics and biology classes, alongside Liu himself, who had self-proclaimed the title of the youngest principal in the City of Night, teaching foundational studies. Moreover, the school was equipped with advanced artificial intelligence to assist in creating engaging multimedia teaching materials. Esteemed educators provide one-on-one tutoring, adjusting the pace of instruction in accordance with each student's unique circumstances at any moment. Principal Liu has generously shared the secrets of his past lives without reservation. Resources such as Huanggong Secret Papers, Wusan Daily Practice, Haitian Examination Papers, and Dian Zhong Dian, among others, are all available for selection. He even finds time during Rebecca's physical education class to teach Tai Chi and Xing Yi Quan, supplementing the curriculum with elements of traditional Chinese culture. As for the Jiuyou Xiantian divine art, it remains too enigmatic for Li Yu to comprehend fully, hence he has yet to impart it to others. However, the day will surely come when this technique will also be included in the curriculum of the Ghost School. Thus, one might ponder how many institutions in Night City can rival this. Li Yu must concede that Zhao Jun is indeed a prodigious talent, a top-tier academic genius. In any other world, one might liken her existence to that of an innate Tao body. This has led her mentors to eagerly impart their knowledge, almost wishing to pour forth their entire life's learning, resulting in her academic progress soaring beyond expectations. Remarkably, even while crafting a prosthetic leg for himself, Zhao Jun was able to lend a hand, assisting in the process. Can you envision an 8-year-old girl delicately using a soldering iron to weld chips? This is indeed the essence of an 8-year-old, observing his current leg and glancing at Zhao Jun, who is playfully engaged with Jack. Li Yu cannot help but smile, contemplating how the next day he must properly educate this blossoming flower of Night City. In contrast to the phenomenon known as Chow Meng, Li Yu has a penchant for classic films, a fact well understood by Jack. Consequently, today Jack has prepared a steaming pizza, snacks, beers, and the essential Coca-Cola for their movie night. Once the lights are dimmed, everyone settles onto the couch, watching a projection of a classic film from the year 2023. Jack had meticulously selected this engaging popcorn flick, filled with laughter, thrilling battles that ignite the spirit, and protagonists who endure trials and tribulations, ultimately arriving at a heartwarming conclusion. As they gather together, they immerse themselves in the cinematic experience, at times bursting into joyous laughter, at times holding their breath during tense moments, and at times moved by the character's growth. As the film concludes, each face radiates with satisfaction, clearly having enjoyed the experience. Just as the excitement of the film begins to wane, Zhao Jun cannot resist a yawn, evidently still unaccustomed to the nightlife of Night City. Before long, she drifts into slumber. In her dreams, she collaborates with an intelligent grappling hook to successfully overthrow the tyrannical rule of Li Yu, whom she perceives as a whimsical and changeable enigma. At times, he is a gentle older brother, providing her with meticulous care. At other times, he transforms into a lively and entertaining sister, and occasionally, he assumes the role of a mysterious uncle, elusive and hard to comprehend. He appears to be troubled yet remains oblivious to his own condition. Recently, Zhao Jun has heard whispers about cyberpsychosis and wonders if her brother Li Yu's peculiarities are related. Nevertheless, through their time spent together, she is convinced that Li Yu is a good person. Fortunately, Li Yu remains unaware of Zhao Jun's thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly double her academic workload the following day. At this moment, Li Yu gazes at the sleeping child, wishing fervently for her to have a bright future. No, not just her, but everyone around him deserves a splendid future. Chapter 77. A call from Rog. With the children now asleep, Li Yu and Jack prepare to indulge in their evening meal. The beers are opened, the film rolls, and the adult world begins. To describe the feeling after watching a film as despicable. Nearly the entire movie was about abduction. What a shameful representation of mystical studies and supernatural abilities. The forced sentimentality was truly cringeworthy. My heavens, why must I endure such an unappealing film? What if I never encounter something worse? Fear not. There are still several more disasters to come, which will be even more explosive. My eyes are burning. I can hardly bear it. Rest assured, I am a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. In your case, simply remove the prosthetic eye and soak it in disinfectant. Ha 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 indeed. This marks the 5th annual Li Yu Apartment Bad Film Appreciation Meeting. I am not sure who initially proposed transforming an ordinary film appreciation gathering into a critique of terrible movies, but since Jack and Li Yu discovered the shared interest, they occasionally collect a few dreadful films, eagerly awaiting the next opportunity to throw them in each other's faces. Honestly, there is something quite enjoyable about jointly mocking a bad film, especially in a world where one can indeed change their eyes. With 24K titanium alloy fisheye lenses, what do I have to fear from you monsters? Li Yu, do you know Rog? Jack suddenly inquired. Liu smirked, teasingly responding, oh, could it be that you are finally becoming a significant figure? Having received an order from the Queen of Night City, after running numerous jobs in Night City, Li Yu has heard of the illustrious intermediary, Rog, who owns and operates the Afterlife Bar. It is said that her establishment serves as the nexus of the mercenary network in Night City. Any monumental deal requires her approval, thus she is often regarded as the Queen of Night City. Jack nodded, his expression peculiar as he remarked, I did receive an order, but Li Yu, puzzled, asked, but what? I'm telling you. Money is limitless, but life is singular. We shan't engage in anything too perilous. I certainly do not wish to see you in another manner, Jack chuckled. Understood, Mother Hen, Jack retorted, but this situation is rather strange. Rog asked me to convey a message to you, inviting you to meet her at the afterlife. Me, Liu pointed at himself, bewildered. What is this? A royal summons? Although Liu often frequents the streets of Night City, he is not the kind of mercenary who operates for profit. In most instances, he acts according to his own whims, saving those he wishes to save and eliminating those he deems unworthy. He is not a trauma team adhering to a customer-first philosophy. Should he encounter patients who seem to be haunted by vengeful spirits, he would not hesitate to employ more radical treatment methods. Much like rebooting a computer, he would help them restart, leaving their next lives for another day. Occasionally, he accepts intermediary tasks provided they are convenient, aligned with his route, or simply agreeable. His guiding principle is, one must live happily. In summary, he is not suited to be a mercenary. Who knows if he might misfire and eliminate his employer? What business does the mercenary queen have with me? Jack pressed on. Indeed, I was a bit taken aback when I heard about it. You haven't stirred up any trouble recently, have you? After saying this, Jack glanced at Liu's leg. Judging by the circumstances, it seemed that his brother had not been enjoying the smoothest of days lately. Liu reflected on his recent activities. He has been engaged in various exploits, accumulating both good deeds and notoriety. Moreover, his recent focus has been on guiding Zhao Jun's studies, leaving him with little time for mischief. It appears he has not done anything particularly outrageous. Thus, he shook his head and half-jokingly said, It seems I haven't done anything at all. Could my reputation as a gynecological expert have spread? The reason he jested only partially stemmed from truth. During this time, Liu had indeed received numerous requests from the girls of the Mox gang. After all, he not only repairs cybernetic implants but also offers beauty and nail services. Enhanced by his appealing looks. In Night City, how many such prosthetic doctors can one find? It seems his title of gynecological expert has indeed circulated within certain circles. Ha ha ha. I've heard as much. Especially since Rog is also a woman. Perhaps she truly has her eyes on you, Jack teased. The wealthy lady with a steel wool ball? Or perhaps a wealthy lady with a soldering iron? Liu quipped in response, Brother, why not get yourself a Grand XCV-29 series cannon? If wealth comes, don't forget me. As Jack gestured animatedly, Liu managed a wry smile. You're trying to get me killed. My friend, I've seen that thing. It has serious flaws. In my opinion, the manufacturer will have to recall it in no time. Jack appeared astonished. You've studied that? Liu shrugged. What can I say? It is part of my profession, especially in this line of work. A misfit could spell disaster. Jack's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he intently asked, All right, on a serious note, do you want me to accompany you? Liu shook his head, smiling as he replied, I'm no child. I can visit a bar on my own. Liu had his own considerations, although Rog had not contacted him directly but rather through Jack. It gave him a slight sense of being tested, as if she were attempting to gauge him. Of course, it could simply be coincidence or a friendly overture expressed through the friends of friends principle. Nevertheless, it is highly unlikely to be an ambush, especially not at the Afterlife bar. While it is rumored to have been converted from a morgue, it would indeed be inappropriate to host corpses there now that it has transformed into a bar. Having reformed, perhaps it's best to avoid venturing into darker waters once more. Moreover, if one truly intended to take action against him, would it be necessary to notify him in advance? Perhaps by sending a formal notice or signing a life and death agreement? Please. This is not a scene from a film or a novel where one shouts the name of a fighting technique before engaging in combat. Wouldn't it be far more pragmatic to wield an Azura sniper rifle and fire a few shots directly at his head? Very well, but should any troublesome matters arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Observing Liu's calm demeanor, Jack decided to refrain from saying anything further. What the hell? Liu suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Jack inquired. Liu pointed at the end credits of the film, his expression filled with indignation, and exclaimed, Is that it? What exactly was this film about? Jack chuckled and remarked. It appears that this director has at least surpassed a century in creativity. Even today, we still cannot comprehend his work. Haha, let's just indulge in some simple, mindless flicks, Liu suggested as he switched the film. It was yet another long night. Chapter 78. Afterlife Bar nestled within Watson's Little Chinatown. The Afterlife Bar is situated nearby. Initially narrow, it soon opens up into a spacious area. This description resembles the path Liu traversed. By passing through a narrow alley, one arrives at a surprisingly expansive square. Looking up, a massive, simplistic sign radiating green neon light came into view. The logo resembled a simplified A or an inverted V, akin to a heartbeat waveform. Beneath it lay the path leading to the afterlife. It sounded rather peculiar, Liu pondered how mercenaries could casually speak of meeting in the afterlife daily. Did they not perceive the ominous implications? This was undoubtedly a death flag straight out of a movie. Upon entering, descending the staircase and taking a right turn, he was immediately enveloped by an underground ambience. Before him was the entrance to the afterlife bar, adorned with the word afterlife flickering above. The green neon light cast its glow upon Rebecca and Landry, instantly enhancing the atmosphere, invigorating Liu as he walked. Feeling more spirited, he mused that such a ghostly place was undoubtedly the domain of the king of Iyuan City. Love is a radiant light, but it can also induce panic. Liu concluded that Rog must have experienced a love that left a profound impact. He felt as though his intellect had been misplaced. Why was he always lost in such fanciful thoughts? Could he be a legendary high IQ, low-functioning individual? Shaking off his musings, he strode forward. The burly security guard scanned Liu from head to toe before stepping back to clear the way, saying, "The boss is still in a meeting. You may enjoy a drink first." Liu nodded, realizing that Rog had clearly made arrangements for him. Upon officially entering the afterlife, he briefly surveyed the surroundings before locating the bar, which constituted the heart of the establishment. The space was divided into several small sections, perfectly suited for mercenaries to conduct their business, even though it was not the regular operating hours for a bar. Many patrons still occupied the space, engaging in conversation and sipping drinks. A few had even been brought in by their own ambulances. It seemed there were also private booths. Liu speculated that significant deals could very well be underway within. "What would you like?" The voice of the female bartender interrupted Liu's observations. Gradually, he directed his gaze towards her, softly replying, "I'll have a David Martinez." The bartender's face registered surprise, tinged with curiosity. As she responded, "Oh, a new face. I didn't expect you to have done your homework." Liu nodded slightly, replying, "Just a bit of understanding. I've heard that your drinks are named after regulars." Although it was his first visit to the afterlife, Rebecca was quite familiar with the place. The bartender's eyes sparkled as she continued, "Would you be interested in leaving a recipe named after you?" Liu promptly shook his head, saying, "Perhaps not. Even if I did, it might not be utilized." A look of confusion crossed the bartender's face, and she inquired, "What is this? Do you think you want to gain fame?" Liu's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "Not at all. I simply believe that even if I become renowned, I want to meet my end." He thought to himself that having successfully unlocked his skills, there would surely be more marvelous things awaiting him in the future. Perhaps one day, he could ascend mechanically or spiritually. Regardless, he should be able to attain immortality. The bartender laughed heartily, saying, "That's quite interesting. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Claire." Liu courteously responded, "Pleased to meet you." Liu. Claire's expression shifted to one of surprise as she exclaimed, "Could it be that you are the renowned gynecologist?" Liu felt a tinge of embarrassment, saying, "Oh, has that spread already?" He wondered to himself how so few cases he had handled had led to such rumors about him. Claire smiled and said, "Take a look around. You know how mercenaries establish their reputations. Their gossiping skills rival those of schoolgirls." However, a hint of teasing flickered in her eyes. She refrained from disclosing that, in truth, most discussions about him centered on the miraculous doctor who bravely rescued others during gunfights. The moniker of gynecologist was merely something she had overheard and found amusing enough to remember. Before long, a glass of David Martinez was placed before Liu. He gently lifted the glass, took a sip, and murmured to himself, aspiring for greatness, as splendid as fireworks. Although it was a drink ordered by Rebecca, for reasons unknown, Liu couldn't help but be reminded of the young man from Santo Domingo. His life was dazzling yet fleeting. That day, the entire night city bore witness to his brilliance. At that moment, Liu sat quietly, one hand supporting his chin, his head resting slightly upon his hand, exuding a lazy yet profound demeanor. With the other hand, he traced the rim of the glass, moving slowly in a circle. His gaze drifted to the drink on the table, his expression revealing a contemplative melancholy, hinting at a sense of loss and solitude. In truth, these movements were executed by Rebecca, who had momentarily taken over Liu's body. After all, it was her chosen drink, and Liu could hardly indulge in it without her presence. Rebecca's voice carried a note of sadness as she remarked, "David isn't particularly fond of alcohol, nor is he keen on carbonated drinks. Vodka is man's preference. While Lucy enjoys soda. I find David to be more akin to a glass, living a life that bears the weight of others' aspirations." She chuckled, adding, "I hope you, foolish boy, do not emulate that other foolish boy. Living that way is simply too exhausting." Her words seemed to carry the implication that the drink itself was not intoxicating, but rather, one could become intoxicated by the thoughts it inspired. Liu smiled in response, stating, "I am rather selfish. I am simply a person striving to live well for myself. Just one drink, and he was already tipsy? Claire pondered this spectacle, questioning whether D.Liu's tolerance for alcohol was truly that poor. The next time she encountered a girl from the Mox gang, she could perhaps sell the tidbit about Dr. Liu's poor drinking abilities. She had heard that many within the Mox gang were eager to pursue Liu. She wondered how much such information could fetch. Life was tough, and she still had much to pay off for her vehicle's modifications and repairs. "Thank you," Liu said as he settled the bill and tipped generously. Just as he regained his focus, his gaze fell upon an elderly lady dressed in a yellow long-sleeve shirt, sitting in a nearby private booth. Observing him with keen interest, unsurprisingly, she was Rog, the Queen of Night City. Chapter 79, The Box of Weapons. Rog smiled as Liu approached, saying, "Welcome to the afterlife, Dr. Liu. Please, have a seat." Liu politely responded. "Good day, Ms. Rog." He would not let his guard down. The woman before him was at least a millennia-old fox, and this young scholar knew he must protect himself diligently. Rog was equally scrutinizing Liu. Although he currently appeared to her as a somewhat irritating young squirrel, the speed at which he had evolved from a mere nuisance into a squirrel was astonishing. If left unchecked, the next time they met, he might prove to be more than just an annoyance. The rise of others typically follows a predictable pattern. One could trace their former occupations, the transactions they conducted, and the implants they had installed. With diligence, one could uncover some information. However, the more Rog investigated Liu, the stranger it became. The input and output appeared extraordinarily disproportionate. It was as if, using the same materials, others created tanks, while he produced a Gundam. Truly perplexing. It seemed there was a hidden organization quietly sponsoring him, yet she could find no trace of it. Their gazes met, igniting a spark of mutual recognition. Jokingly, this elder lady appeared to be a millennial. The combined age of Liu's 2 lifetimes might not equal half of her lifespan. When she uttered, "I've consumed more salt than you've crossed bridges," Liu felt no dissonance. He believed he was still young and could afford to take a few detours. The journey's scenery mattered greatly. "Why have you summoned me?" After a moment's hesitation, Liu was the first to inquire. Respecting the elderly was a traditional virtue, so he spoke courteously. Rogue smiled and said, "There is no particular reason. I simply wish to meet Dr. Liu." Her heart was brimming with curiosity about what had propelled this seemingly inconspicuous youth to such heights. What forces loomed behind him? Was it the Arasaka? Military technology? Or perhaps Kong Tao? Could it even be the Yi Corporation? And what ambitions did the person behind him harbor in seeking to utilize him? It was indeed a tangled web, yet she resolved to engage first and assess the situation later. Suddenly, Liu's gaze sharpened, for he caught a glimpse of a number flickering in his peripheral vision. He had received a transfer from Rogue. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. What? He murmured in astonishment and confusion. He thought to himself, what could she possibly intend? Is she behaving like a domineering CEO, throwing money around? Or could it be that she has been plotting against him for quite some time? Observing Liu's expression, Rogue maintained her unchanged smile and remarked, "This is a token of gratitude for saving Dan." Liu inquired, puzzled. Rogue continued, "Nancy's foolish son, the keyboardist of the Wuxia band. You must be familiar with him. That fellow, driving a luxury car, had fortuitously collided with the Sixth Streets gang, the Valentino gang, and the Animal gang all at once. Oh, now I recall," Liu said, realization dawning upon him. Thanks to Rogue's reminder, he finally remembered the individual named Dan. That day, several cars had zoomed past on the road, racing at breakneck speed. Liu had thought there was some sort of race happening and had even urged his companion to enjoy the spectacle. Little did he know it was merely a group of amateurs squabbling, who, after a few turns, had crashed into one another. So, you all were playing bumper cars. Since the opportunity had presented itself, he thought to rescue them for a bit of extra cash. Once they were in the car, no one would dare to renege on the deal. Everyone chatted amiably, and Liu gradually grasped the absurd circumstances surrounding this ill-fated race, although they were pursuing Dan. Perhaps amateurs would always be amateurs, as their marksmanship was far from precise. It was also possible that there existed some irreconcilable conflicts between the gangs. Thus, what began as a unified pursuit devolved into a chaotic gunfight, with bullets ricocheting among the 3 factions, resulting in utter pandemonium. As for the instigator, Liu observed, he had merely sustained minor burns and would recover with some synthetic skin. However, he had indeed been excessively intoxicated and high, sleeping soundly until Liu had deposited him at the NCPD's doorstep, effectively saving his life. In this day and age, nearly everyone had augmented eyes, making it difficult not to be tempted by monetary gains. Glancing at the amount received, Liu smiled and said, "It's merely a small favor, nothing more." Rogue shook her glass, stating, "After all, that lad called me auntie while he was still sniffling. I had to show my appreciation. Let us toast. It's on me. Liu raised his glass in gratitude and downed it in one gulp. Just as he thought the matter was settled and he could relax, Rogue's next words made his heart tighten instantaneously. Now that we've discussed Dr.Lis affairs, let us turn our attention to that masked individual. Rogue gazed at Liu with an enigmatic smile, despite feeling a surge of anxiety within. Liu's expression remained as calm as a placid lake, betraying no signs of distress. In that fleeting moment, he contemplated how to make a hasty exit. However, he opted against taking action. As his training advanced, he had developed not only heightened senses but also a sort of sixth sense, allowing him to vaguely discern benevolence from malevolence. Although Night City was known for its straightforwardness, people often wore their emotions on their sleeves. This sixth sense proved useful at times like these. As he sensed that Rogue harbored no significant ill intent, Liu took another sip of his drink and replied, "I've heard some things, but unfortunately, I've never even seen his back." Rogue's smile grew increasingly playful. "I thought you two were inseparable." Confused, Liu asked, "What makes you say that?" Rogue jested, "It is widely known that Dr.Liu and the Mosaic Maniac have never been seen together, so of course." Rogue could not merely conclude her assumptions based on such absurd reasoning. In truth, her investigation into the Mosaic Killer had gradually led her to Liu. Liu himself did not believe his actions were entirely without flaws. He understood that if a powerful figure were to undertake a thorough investigation, they would inevitably uncover something. Thus, Liu maintained his composure, responding candidly, "All right, I do have a few peculiar hobbies for venting my emotions." However, from his words, it seemed he was merely suggesting he intended to indulge himself at the Afterlife bar. Youth should not be too youthful. As Rogue responded, the once harmonious atmosphere became tense and charged. In the end, Liu departed from the afterlife unscathed. He did not lash out violently, nor did Rogue shatter her glass to summon 500 mercenaries. Both parties concluded their discussion amicably. Rogue, though she had not discerned the nature of those behind Liu, had at least gleaned some insight into the kind of person he was. Conversely, Liu had come to realize that Rogue's visit under the pretense of thanking him for saving Dan was merely a fade, with two ulterior motives, to test him and to convey a veiled warning. It was said that this queen of the afterlife had long been maintaining the balance of power among various factions in Night City. In this city, any occurrence, no matter how minor, fell under her scrutiny. In summary, she hoped Liu would refrain from being overly conspicuous. Were it not for her inability to discern the true power behind Liu and the fact that he had yet to cause any significant trouble, she would have likely taken more drastic measures against him. Liu would have liked to clarify his situation, but he knew that revealing his peculiarities would only convince Misty, while others would likely deem him insane. The anti-terrorism task force would surely be called in. During their meeting at the Afterlife bar, Rogue expressed that Liu's actions were detrimental to the peace and stability of Night City, to which Liu responded with measured skepticism. Ultimately, they engaged in a candid exchange. Indeed, it was a rather harmonious discussion. Rogue would delegate tasks to Liu. Whether he chose to accept them was of no consequence. Nor was it obligatory. Perhaps, Rogue sought to ascertain the inclinations and attitudes of those who stood behind Liu. In his heart, Liu thought, "You are overthinking it." There was no single person behind him. It was a legion of spirits. No matter how deeply one probed, no results would emerge. Naturally, the tactic of offering a sweet reward after applying pressure was a common approach. To ensure that Liu remained compliant, Rogue, while exerting pressure, did not forget to provide some incentives. Liu, well aware of the art of seizing opportunities, utilized a portion of the gratitude he received from Rogue to purchase information on two individuals, marking the commencement of their initial transaction. The two in question were none other than the Mantis woman and the spray gun man, both of whom had previously conspired to take his life. Liu had lost a leg due to the Mantis woman's actions. However, when he had finally recuperated and sought retribution, they had vanished without a trace. Night City was neither overwhelmingly large nor small. As a city of dreams, countless hopeful souls poured in daily, while many disillusioned souls departed or perished. To find those two, with whom he had only a fleeting encounter and whose names he did not even know, would prove an insurmountable task for Liu in the near future, as it would require an excessive amount of effort. At this moment, Rogue conveniently provided him with their information, a timely boon. However, it also served as an implicit threat, seemingly indicating that in Night City, nothing could escape the notice of its queen. The Mantis woman's true name was Esther Gerard, while the spray gun man was known as Kieran O'Brien. Indeed, they were not under the employ of Zician. Both were members of the Raucous Blades. a gang formed by a group of outcasts cast out by their families. It was no wonder Liu had encountered no news of them in the city. They likely returned to their encampment in the wasteland after that day. The raucous blades comprised individuals expelled from their families for reasons such as murder or rape of family members, human trafficking, poisoning drinking water, or betraying their tribes. In short, none were virtuous individuals. The intel indicated that this group would raid other outcast camps to plunder Rizu after navigating through several transactions. His trust with the Adacardo family had significantly deepened. Both Scorpion and Meat Sai regarded him favorably, even divulging the location of their camp to Liu Yu. It is crucial to understand that in the wasteland, the coordinates of a camp are of paramount importance, directly impacting the safety of the entire family. He had also accumulated a considerable stock of items for them, and it was high time to pay a visit to their encampment, equipped with a set of Zeta technology weaponry acquired through plunder, including the Manus Blade and their Sion Wei stand, along with the reaction-enhancing Kalankakov. He had also installed microrotors at the joints. No wonder this Manus woman moved with such swiftness. Not to mention the previous encounter with that cyber defense. As Liu meticulously perused the information contained within the chip, he slowly exited the afterlife bar. Hey, how is it going? Have you hooked up with a rich woman yet? Jack's voice rang out from nearby. Liu smirked slightly, responding with a grin. It's a piece of cake. Just wait until Grandpa takes you flying. Upon stepping outside, Liu spotted Jack's tall figure leaning against the wall. It seemed he was still concerned about him and had come to check on the situation. Observing Liu unscathed, Jack jested, "Wow, your status has skyrocketed all of a sudden." Liu playfully feigned sobbing. "Wah, look at the sacrifices I've made for you. Hurry up and call me Grandpa." "Get lost," Jack exclaimed, slapping Liu on the back. Liu did not flinch, and a sharp sound echoed. Jack felt a sting in his palm and remarked, "Bro, what have you been up to? You're as hard as a rock." Liu smiled slightly. "Eastern martial arts. It's profound and extensive." Jack waved his hand dismissively. "Here you go again with your nonsense. What's that? Absorb, transform, release? I really don't get it. It would be more useful to hit a few more punching bags." As he spoke, he assumed a boxing stance, throwing a few punches with arms that resembled cannonballs, exuding a fierce aura. Liu teased, "That won't do. All you're practicing is brute strength, devoid of finesse." Jack retorted, "What finesse? I can stand tall while he has to lie down. That's the most finesse there is. What is it to you? Want to spar a bit? Bring it on. Let's see how formidable my Jean Kuan Independence and Iron Mountain Lean really are." Liu exaggeratedly posed, lacking any intimidation. "What kind of ridiculous move is that?" Jack laughed. The two paid no mind to the gazes of those around them, playfully bantering as they left the place. Chapter 81. Eat well, drink well. The I-80 interstate stretches approximately 2,900 miles, making it the second longest interstate highway in old America, extending from Teaneck in New Jersey all the way to San Francisco. Nowadays, when night falls, one can pull over on the quiet roadside. At this moment, the sound of the wind rustling through the wooden boards can be heard, accompanied by the soft rustle of grass rolling over the dry sandy ground. That is the soft lament and sobbing of the small towns. Abandoned towns. The new America, scattered like ghosts. Just how many ghost towns are there? Hundreds, thousands, or perhaps even more. No one counts, nor does anyone care. They have not collapsed with a loud crash. Rather, they have gradually succumbed to neglect over time, ultimately returning to silence. Of course, unexpected occurrences do happen from time to time. For instance, in a dilapidated small town on the outskirts of Night City, several buildings have been powered up, their lights rekindled, and faint rock music can be heard emanating from within. For a fleeting moment, one might glimpse the once vibrant scene of the town from this corner. One of the illuminated buildings appears to have once been a bar. Now, it has been revitalized, its former shadows resurfacing. A group of people within raises their glasses, reveling in the world of music. In the vast wilderness, a motorcycle races in like a streak of black lightning. It resembles a moth drawn to the light in the darkness, propelled by an irresistible force, heading straight toward that illuminated place. The roar of the engine shatters the silence of the wilderness, and the dust kicked up glimmers faintly under the moonlight. As the distance closes, the illuminated building becomes increasingly clear, and the music gradually reaches the ears. Ultimately, the motorcycle comes to a sudden halt near the bar's entrance. The man atop it quietly gazing at this vibrant locale, as if deep in contemplation. The man nods slowly, seemingly confirming that he has indeed arrived at the right place, and then rises to step into the bar. Upon entering the bar, the flickering lights and pulsating music fill the air. However, in stark contrast, the crowd remains silent. People are huddled around the bar or scattered among the tables, their faces displaying expressions of wariness, displeasure, or malicious amusement. It seems they are not particularly welcoming of the unexpected guest before them. Indeed, merely observing the menacing items the uninvited guest carries reveals that he is not there with benign intentions. Clad in a jet black multifunctional tactical combat jacket paired with cargo pants and tactical boots, he balances functionality with agility. Furthermore, these pieces of equipment are reinforced at critical points, embedded with metal plates that render them sturdy and reliable. In stark contrast to his understated attire is the weaponry he bears. The exaggerated red and green camouflage stands out conspicuously. Most unsettling of all is the mosaic-like figure beneath his hood. Reminiscent of a snowy television screen. "Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your food and drink," a mocking voice emanates from the mosaic-masked helmet. After all, this is the Last Supper. Immediately following, a somewhat mechanical voice unexpectedly emanates from the man's waist. Like a burning fuse finally reaching its end, a sharp gunshot suddenly pierces the still air. It is unknown who fired the first shot, but it acts as a detonator, igniting the tense atmosphere on the scene in an instant. In the blink of an eye, what had seemed a tranquil setting devolves into utter chaos. Amidst panic and fury, everyone draws their weapons, launching an assault on the mysterious mosaic man. Bullets whiz through the air, glimmering with deadly intent. Smoke fills the air, obscuring visibility. Yet the mosaic man remains steadfast, the obscured visage beneath the hood betraying no emotion, as if utterly indifferent to the sudden onslaught. The scene is rife with clamor, the sounds of shouting and gunfire intertwining. That morning, Liu visited the Adacardo family's camp, carrying the supplies he had helped procure. With a few cans of beer and a series of combat routines, he successfully bribed Scorpion. This amiable brother behind the wheel of an armored vehicle thoughtfully analyzed the coordinates for Liu, accurately marking several locations where their adversaries were most likely to appear. That night, Liu swiftly donned his gear and pushed the newly acquired motorcycle off the ambulance, racing towards his target point. One cannot deny the reliability of Scorpion's expert advice. Liu began searching from the most probable location, and within moments at the second spot, he unexpectedly encountered his target. Upon a brief assessment, he discerned that the individuals within were indeed the group he had been desperately seeking, the Chaos Knife Society. The moment he made his entrance, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped the area. It was evident that if anyone else were to inadvertently stumble upon this place, their fate would be grim. After practicing the 9 Nether Profound Heaven skill for an extended period, this was Liu's first time exerting this technique with full force. He felt the chi within him surging like a raging river. A vast power akin to a ferocious beast long sealed within, activated and integrated. A striking black mist began to emanate from Liu's form. With the wind howling, he resembled a formidable creature from a supernatural tale. Eerie and terrifying. The moment the bullets began to rain down, Liu had already leaped into action. In an instant, a hail of gunfire fell, but only struck the afterimages he had left behind. The two individuals closest to Liu were perhaps the most unfortunate. Before their sophisticated mechanical eyes could even register Liu's presence, their gaze was firmly locked onto the pitch-black gun barrel before them. Shortly thereafter, the dazzling spark erupting from the muzzle would become their final memory. With his right hand gripping the Iron Courage shotgun and his left brandishing the authentic HJSH-18, one coarse and one refined, both wielded lethal force. Flames erupted from the barrel. This authentic piece, meticulously tested and verified by numerous Arasaka engineers, resembled a fine work of art in the art of slaughter, efficiently harvesting the stragglers caught beneath the Iron Courage's barrage. Liu maneuvered within the bar, darting and soaring, the black mist intertwining around him. Like an ancient beast of darkness, he commanded modern technology, merging iron and fire to forge sharp fangs, effortlessly tearing apart the feeble mortals. The commotion from downstairs quietly seeped up to the second floor of the bar, familiar faces coming into view. Esther Gerard, the woman who had once severed Liu's leg with her Manus blade, appeared before him. Although Liu had replaced his facial projector with a helmet, the image clearly remained unchanged. Upon seeing that familiar masked visage, she instantly recognized Liu, without the need for verbal exchange. The Manus woman immediately activated her Sion Wasteland system, transforming into a fleeting shadow before Liu's eyes. Chapter 82. Rampage. Had the Manus woman ever watched Justice League, she would undoubtedly empathize with the Flash as he races before Superman at this very moment. Liu's perceptual gaze had already caught up with the trajectory of the Mantis woman's movements. Slowly turning his head in the direction she was heading to, it was a chilling sensation, as if a terrifying monster was about to close in on him within the very realm he prided himself on. Could it be that this fellow has also been equipped with a military-grade neural response system? Faced with astonishment and fear, the seasoned Mantis woman opts for a bold offensive, choosing to strike first regardless of the consequences. Her arms contort and unfold, revealing the sharp blades of a Mantis once more. She deftly dodges several bullets that zip through the air, her lethal blades slicing with precision, yet lacking any tangible sensation. Liu takes a simple step back, narrowly evading the Mantis woman's deadly strike. However, a missed hit only paves the way for another attempt. The Mantis woman's movements resemble a pirouette from a ballet. Tracing a graceful arc following this, her blades surge forward again. During her rotation, she fine-tunes her distance with even greater accuracy, expanding her range of attack. The ferocity of her assault resembles a meticulously choreographed dance. Yet it carries with it a lethal threat. Yet Liu, the unwilling partner, chooses to retreat once more, responding to her invitation with a volley of bullets. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp metallic sounds of successive impacts echo around them. Her blades act as an impenetrable shield, expertly deflecting each bullet that comes her way. Suddenly, Liu senses a murderous intent and instinctively turns his head. A dark-hued alloy throwing knife whizzes past his visor. The rush of air causing a slight sting on his cheek, the knife glinting coldly under the lights. Following the trajectory of the flying knife, he notices a lanky man covered in tattoos with a shaved head emerging from a distorted area of light. An adversary unlike any he has encountered before. With optical camouflage skin, he is a master of ambush. Not far off, the muscular man wielding a double-barreled shotgun also appears, ready to join the fray at any moment. Other members of the Chaos Blade Society are gradually rallying, surrounding Liu. Before long, combat resumes anew. The Mantis woman takes the lead, clearly the vanguard of her team, specializing in close-quarters combat. Her movements are agile and fierce, darting towards her foes like a bolt of lightning. As for the shotgun man, his powerful gorilla-like arms and the DB for needle missile in hand are not his most threatening attributes. What makes him truly formidable is his ability to coordinate the team. Even though Liu has severed their communication lines, he still manages to effectively organize the members of the Chaos Blade Society through decisive verbal commands and clear tactical gestures. Under his direction, the members spring into action, launching effective assaults and distractions against Liu, who is engaged in a fierce struggle with the Mantis woman. This grants her time to cool down her systems and recover from her implants. Their coordination is seamless, their attacks orderly, resembling a precise war machine. In an instant, Liu appears to be in a dire predicament, the pressure from all sides crashing down upon him like a surging tide. It seems that if not for the previous ambush, when Zixian's subordinates disobeyed his orders, Liu might not even have had the chance to escape. As for the cloaked man, he has activated his optical camouflage once more, vanishing from sight. At this moment, it is impossible to predict when his second throwing knife will strike, the unknown threat lurking like a shadow, instilling a sense of unease. His numerous implant modifications tailored for throwing allow that small blade in his hand to unleash destructive power far beyond that of an ordinary firearm. Moreover, his attacks are silent, akin to a deadly specter emerging from the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. Compared to the threats they pose to Liu, the astonishment they feel is even greater. The shotgun man is filled with confusion, pondering what manner of being this is. How can he so effortlessly dismantle his subordinates even while surrounded by so many? If casualties continue to mount, his remaining forces will undoubtedly disband, leading to even greater trouble. Among those directly engaged with Liu, the Mantis woman feels a profound sense of urgency. This adversary has become increasingly swift and powerful, now capable of suppressing her even in her accelerated state. If she enters a cooldown period and her teammates' firepower wavers even slightly, allowing him to break through, she knows she will not fare well. But how many more times can her acceleration sustain? If this continues, without him even striking, her own implants may very well backfire. What kind of implant has this fellow installed? Could it be some mysterious component yet to hit the market from corporate laboratories? And what of that dark mist? Is it some form of new neurotoxin? Every time she encounters the black fog, an icy chill penetrates her bones, hindering her movements. This should not be the case. Her entire internal circulatory system has been overhauled to adapt to the harsh environments of the Badlands, rendering ordinary toxins ineffective against her. As for the cloaked man, he has seemingly dropped out of sight entirely. Whenever he attempts to strike, his gaze seems to sweep across him as if his optical camouflage were a ruse. Perhaps they did not anticipate that Liu's visit was merely to test his recent enhancements while seeking vengeance. Thus, in truth, he still has reserves of strength. Unbeknownst to them, they have unwittingly become the touchstone for assessing his capabilities. Observing the dwindling numbers of his subordinates, the three of them share a knowing glance. Instantly understanding one another's intentions, they plan to risk injury and make one last attempt. If the outcome proves unsatisfactory, they will withdraw decisively. Continuing to prolong this would undoubtedly lead to their demise at Liu's hands. Just then, Liu drops his weapon and softly states, "I'm tired." The three are taken aback, filled with astonishment. Could it be that he too has reached his limit and is now surrendering? A trap. Undoubtedly a trap. They remain on high alert, not daring to relax their vigilance against Liu. Yet Liu speaks no falsehood. He has acquired a rough understanding of his current strength. And indeed, he is somewhat fatigued. Therefore, he resolves to cease playing games with them. Chongqing Bridge, Second System, the Zeta Technology Rampage System, modified by Liu, is officially activated. Liu's body transforms into a colossal pharmaceutical factory, stimulated by his implants, releasing a surge of hormones that significantly enhance his physical capabilities in a short span. As the nanomechanical components further activate, countless minuscule particles begin to circulate through Liu's body. Intertwining with his qi, while they feverishly repair his physique, they also unveil a more frenzied aspect of him. The mosaic mask illuminates with a stark red exclamation mark, signaling the imminent transition of the boss into its second phase. I have had enough of these formalities. Chapter 83. Nightmares. Although Liu does not burst his garments, the swelling black aura around him strikes like a heavy hammer, instilling fear in every onlooker. Momentarily dazed, the gathered individuals allow Liu to break free from the Mantis woman's grasp, charging into their encirclement like a dark behemoth. The black winds generated by Liu's charge slice across the Mantis woman's face, causing her discomfort. Subsequently, having broken through her defenses, Liu tears a massive gap in their formation like a cavalry charge. The bullets rain down upon him like a torrential downpour. Yet they strike him as ineffectively as raindrops against a stone, leaving no mark. This scene terrifies the subordinates of the Chaos Blade Society, sending shivers down their spines. With the tactical acumen of the shotgun man, he quickly realizes that Liu's target is none other than himself. Capture the leader first. Suppress their fire. Cover me. Yelling loudly, the shotgun man rallies his comrades. However, it is already too late. After successfully dodging two of the cloaked man's flying knives, Liu finds himself standing before the shotgun man. The shotgun man knows that reloading is now out of the question and chooses to discard his firearm, preparing for hand-to-hand combat. A dazzling arc of electricity suddenly flashes, accompanied by a deep, resonant hum. The shotgun man's mechanical arm is even thicker than Liu's thigh. Now brimming with immense power, he slowly bends his massive mechanical fingers into a fist, the metallic grinding sounds echoing as if a war machine is warming up. Then, like a heavy artillery shell, his iron fist descends with thunderous force towards Liu's abdomen. The saying loud thunder brings little rain might aptly describe this scenario. The seemingly formidable blow, while generating a fierce wind, appears as if it could tear through the surrounding air in an instant. Yet, as the punch approaches, Liu calmly extends his hand, effortlessly catching the powerful strike with the delicate components and intricate circuits shattered and disconnected under the onslaught of this ferocious force. Ah! With a piercing scream, the beleaguered arms of the gunman were wrenched off by Liu, blood and oil gushing forth. The scene before me resembled a thunderclap, halting the Mantis woman, who was poised to intervene. She stood transfixed, her gaze locked onto the unfolding horror, as fear, like a rampant vine, spread unchecked within her soul. Below them, the throng of onlookers was equally unbearable. Cries, shouts, and curses rose in a cacophony of chaos. Yet, despite the thunderous din, none dared to fire their weapons again. They seemed paralyzed, bound by terror, their only outlet for the panic and helplessness within being the clamor of their voices. Subsequently, Liu slowly placed his foot upon the fallen gunman's head. A muffled pop echoed, and that head burst like a ripe watermelon beneath his boot. Rider kick. The sound reverberated with a pulsating rhythm from the prosthetic limb of Liu. Yet, upon glancing at the figure before him, there was nothing even remotely knightly about him. Blood and brain matter splattered in all directions, a shocking tableau. Some in the crowd were so terror-stricken that they cried out, trembling uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground as if all strength had abandoned them. Their eyes were filled with dread and despair, as if they had just emerged from an inescapable nightmare. At that moment, the exclamation mark on Liu's helmet had transformed into a crimson dot, reminiscent of a one-tube tile in Mahjong. This glaring scarlet point seemed to herald that this was merely the beginning. Without the need for contemplation, Liu swiftly provided the answer. As if stirred by some mysterious force, he abruptly turned, his piercing gaze locking onto a nearby window. In an instant, he leaped forth like a bolt of lightning. In midair, he seized a spherical object with astonishing precision and, without hesitation, forcefully pressed it against the wall, creating friction. In that moment, crimson paint surged forth as if from the very void, enabling him to deface the wall at will. Simultaneously, the emblem on his helmet quietly morphed from one tube to two tube. As the optical camouflage skin lost its effect, the crowd's eyes widened in shock, revealing a figure attempting to escape through the window, a cloaked man, his appearance grotesque, with half a head remaining, seemingly lost in endless terror. his body trembling slightly. "Monster!" A terrified scream pierced the air. Some were so frightened that they collapsed, shaking like leaves in the wind, their legs giving way as they fell to the ground. Others, overwhelmed, lost control of their bladders. Urine trickling down their legs, exuding a pungent stench. With the elder brothers long gone, the third sister at this moment had completely lost her will to fight. All that occupied her mind was the singular thought of how to escape this dread-filled place. Yet, with her intellect forged in steel, she could see the grim truth. Liu had no intention of sparing anyone present. Anyone who dared approach the windows or doors would instantly become his target. With only one fate awaiting them, death. However, remaining here amounted to a slow, agonizing demise. Why was there not a glimmer of hope in sight? Did those high-intensity implants on that monster not require cooling? A gunshot rang out. Some could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere and chose to end their own lives, hoping that all of this was merely a horrific nightmare. Chapter 84. A hook to the heart within the bar. The cries and screams ebbed away like a receding tide, gradually diminishing until only a chilling silence remained. The members of the Chaos Blade Society lay scattered, lifeless, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies strewn about. A gruesome sight. The Mantis woman, now limbless, lay helplessly in a pool of her own blood, akin to a child's toy cruelly broken. Liu regarded her unconscious form, his enthusiasm having waned. The hidden blade shot forth. Gleaming coldly as the Mantis woman's head rolled away, he surveyed his surroundings, a satisfied smile curling his lips. It seemed this had been yet another flawless infiltration. Coughing, he opened a corner of his mask and spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Murmuring, "Not bad," lasted 10 minutes, far better than Ultraman. He located a bottle of still intact Brothers Good lager and took a hearty swig to alleviate his discomfort. Operating two systems simultaneously placed a considerable strain on him. It appeared that 15 minutes was currently his limit. In truth, he had once pondered whether to equip the second system from Chongqing Bridge with the various company Sion Waste and or the Rampant series. Ultimately, he chose the Rampant system, solely for the heightened state of exhilaration it induced, which suited the mindset required for the Jiuyo Xiantian divine skill, aiding his cultivation. A prompt from his belt declared, to be precise. The system was fully operational for 9 minutes, 37 seconds, and 47 milliseconds. By the way, who was Ultraman? Liu assessed that if he exerted himself fully, he could likely endure for around 15 minutes. The wretched Chaos Blade Society had prevented him from reaching his limits. Quickly, apologize, Lord Liu, for failing to let you unleash your full power. In reality, it had taken Liu merely about 3 minutes to dispatch those members of the Chaos Blade Society. He spent the remainder of the time playing with the Mantis woman. Since she had dared to sever one of his legs, it was only justifiable in his eyes to reciprocate by tearing off her limbs in return. In this way, Liu felt a sense of catharsis wash over him, as if his clouded heart had been cleared somewhat, though he still did not fully grasp the nature of the heart's path. The tales of cultivation he had read previously often spoke of it in such terms. In a rather buoyant mood, he even found time to jest with his belt, saying, "A bunch of M78 nebula. Giants of light." The belt exclaimed in surprise, "Liu, you finally admit you're an alien. Human bodies are truly remarkable, aren't they?" Liu retorted, "Nonsense. Which human has black smoke rolling off them?" The belt, dubbed Hook, was perplexed, as its data indicated that such organs did not exist in the human body. It was understandable that Hook did not comprehend, as the black smoke was merely a passive effect generated by the full-speed operation of the Jiuyo Xiantian divine skill. This was not a protective aura, but rather a transformation of useless impurities within his body into gaseous form for expulsion. Normally, Liu refrained from fully utilizing this skill for 2 reasons. Firstly, its visual effects were overwhelmingly intense. Secondly, it was toxic. Yet, with dedicated practice, he believed he would eventually achieve a pure body, at which point the smoke would transform into ethereal essence. Regarding Hook's alien claims, Liu calmly nodded. Yes. He had long since relinquished worldly obsessions, allowing artificial intelligence to think as it pleased. Is that why you couldn't survive on your home planet and came to Earth? Hook suddenly inquired. Scram. Liu shot back. Looks like I've discovered your true identity, you alien invader. You've been captured by me. Now tell me, when is your main force coming to Earth? Indeed, he still harbored some worldly attachments. For instance, he currently felt an urge to physically reprimand Hook. After resting sufficiently, Liu began to clean up the battlefield. Life was truly arduous. He collected money chips, weapon chips, and all other salvageable resources. Sometimes, Liu felt more akin to a sanitation worker than a cybernetic physician. At present, He was diligently mopping the floor. He took responsibility for the tangible realm, while Hook handled the informational aspects, ensuring that all traces of the scene were meticulously erased. Since being boxed in by Roger, Liu had become exceedingly cautious, wishing to remove and destroy each corpse's cybernetic eye. After a thorough search, Liu dialed Roger's number. Dr. Li, revenge truly is a full-time job, isn't it? Finished already? Roger's voice echoed in his ear. Liu replied calmly. I just wanted to wrap things up quickly. Roger, the old fox, was indeed a sharpshooter. He had taken down quite a few targets. The members of the Chaos Blade Society had intercepted a shipment belonging to someone not to be trifled with, who in turn contacted the intermediary, Roger, to place an order. The request was to reclaim the goods while, if possible, teaching that gang a lesson. The more flamboyant, the better. Thus, this job eventually landed in Liu's hands, under the guise of allowing him to exact vengeance while pocketing some extra cash. Humph. How absurd. That old fox Roger even charged him a fee for the intelligence. What was the meaning of that? Shouldn't such information be complimentary when assigning a proper mission? Although he longed to sever ties with Roger, the prospect of profit was too tempting. After careful consideration, Liu ultimately decided to call Roger again. He had only a small motorcycle, and there was no way he could transport the goods himself. On the other end of the line, Roger responded, the doctor knows how to negotiate. Liu continued. In addition to your goods, there are also a few people who were kidnapped here. Please assist in handling that. During his search, he found not only the goods but also the individuals who had been captured. Perhaps finding them too noisy, one by one they were sedated. Rog jokingly remarked, what shall we do with them? Silence them. Upon hearing this, Liu responded with a wry smile. Could you do me a favor and return them to their respective homes, each to their own mother? Rog teased, truly a compassionate doctor. I see. I shall refrain from inquiring about the shipping fee. However, Liu and Rog found themselves at an impasse. Just as the word shipping fee barely escaped his lips, Liu decisively ended the call. Under the cover of night, who is it that walks shoulder to shoulder with me, emboldened enough to follow along? Once committed, there is no turning back. In the stillness of night, who can fathom the ramblings that escape our lips? Joys and sorrows are concealed within our hearts, lost to the passage of time. Listening to that lively tune, one he had heard in a past life, now revived by the Hook, Liu elegantly mounted his small motorcycle. As he rode, his thoughts drifted, even recalling recent news about the alarming rise in cases of cyberpsychosis. The citizens of Night City were increasingly burdened by the pressures of life. Would this ever catch the attention of society? Perhaps hastening the progress of treatment for cyberpsychosis? That way, Ethan's dying wish might finally come to fruition. Alas, the moral fabric of society is deteriorating. Wouldn't you agree, Hook? Liu sighed. Hook halted his typing. Confusion etched on his face. He had been busy crafting a scene where the protagonist encounters a moment of peril in a nunnery. This alien is truly testing his resolve. Chapter 85. Unmarried and raising a child in terms of neural systems. To achieve swifter reaction times, most enhancements involve the implantation of electronic components or the use of specialized drugs, significantly accelerating signal transmission within the nervous system. June. Take a look at the wiring here. It has a unique flair. Ethan, borrowing Liu's body, gently elucidated the course material to Xiaojun. However, this lesson on biology was a tad too hardcore. Liu found himself in a bind. He too wished to conduct dissections on frogs or pig hearts. Yet, in Night City, not only were three-legged frogs hard to come by, but even four-legged ones proved elusive. Ultimately, they resorted to using a living subject, a choice that offered the best cost-effectiveness, allowing for savings and even potential profit. For instance, the gentleman from the Vortex gang on the operating table was fortunate to become Xiaojun's educational material. You see this component, Ethan explained with utmost gentleness. June, her expression focused, attentively examined the component marred by a bullet, and nodded solemnly. Undoubtedly, Xiaojun possessed remarkable talent and considerable courage. Even in the face of such gruesome scenes, she displayed not a hint of fear. Previously, when Liu installed the Berserk system, he encountered some rather tricky operations. It was Xiaojun, under his guidance, who skillfully assisted him in connecting the system. Given her evident potential, it was only fitting to nurture it. Of course, Liu is no tyrant, should the young girl show reluctance. He would not press her. In this situation, we can't use the electric scalpel anymore, as the damage here could cause electromagnetic interference. It might disrupt the motor function of the scalpel, leading to instability or even a complete halt. Ethan explained. It goes without saying that the dealings of Doom even extend to the upper echelon of the company's merchandise. Without a certain level of knowledge, one might struggle to grasp even the product introductions. let alone negotiate a favorable price. In the group, there exists a fellow from the Tiger Claw gang who even went so far as to personally crawl into the pipes of a towering skyscraper to fix the plumbing for residents. To be frank, while he does collect protection fees, this brother is genuinely capable when it comes to action. After all, it is all contingent upon Li Yu's mood whether he chooses to lend a hand. The individuals in this group can all be considered as people of some merit. Of course, the business warfare among gangs is rather straightforward. Bullets and firearms are essentially staples at the negotiation table. According to the company personnel in the group, their business conflicts are merely on a larger scale, burning through cash at a quicker pace and resulting in a higher death toll, yet fundamentally, there is not much difference. This individual spoke with an air of superiority, only to be met with ridicule from the group. Strangely, he seemed quite pleased to be scorned. It appears that the people in this company are indeed rather peculiar. Many of Li Yu's orders are supplied through their gang conflicts. Regardless of victory or defeat, those who survive invariably end up consulting a doctor. Recently, Li Yu heard from Doom Doom that the Vortex gang is in a state of unrest. It seems that the higher-ups are beginning to change, indicating that significant upheavals may be on the horizon. Naturally, Li Yu merely listened and let it pass. The other party did not elaborate, and he was too indifferent to inquire further. If the leader of the Vortex gang is not anxious, why should he be? Doom Doom had other matters to attend to and could not linger. As they bid farewell, Li Yu remarked, "You cover me, and I shall cover you. Do not hesitate to contact me if anything arises." He did not harbor any disdain for this somewhat intimidating figure. Doom Doom nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude, yet left with a cloud of worry. Not taking Li Yu's words to heart, although the current leader is a well-meaning but somewhat foolish individual whom he emotionally wishes to support, the ambitious second-in-command is significantly more capable, making him the logical choice. He must soon make his own bets and align himself. At this juncture, a centrist, being an unstable factor, could easily be the first to be eliminated. After seeing off Doom Doom, Li Yu returned to his lessons with Zhao Jun. The cultural class had concluded, and now it was time for physical education. The first activity was a warm-up exercise derived from the movements of Shaolin Kung Fu and Tai Chi. This was meticulously crafted by Li Yu for Zhao Jun's physical training. The exertion was not particularly strenuous, reminiscent of a radio calisthenics routine. As the familiar music played, Li Yu felt a hint of the charm of a fledgling eagle taking flight. In due time, as Zhao Jun's physical foundation became more robust, he would formally teach her the techniques of both Shaolin Kung Fu and Tai Chi. After all, it was a legacy from her parents, and having received such a gift, Li Yu did not wish for it to be severed. Once the warm-up was complete, Li Yu produced a charming little pink handgun. He began to explain, "This is akin to an affordable automatic slaughter machine. Such disposable handguns can be purchased from most vending machines. They cost no more than a can of soda." Zhao Jun should be able to discern the reason behind this at a glance. It is constructed from the cheapest plastic, prone to melting under the sun and often jamming or malfunctioning. If you lack experience, the tremendous recoil could easily break your delicate wrist. Now, allow me to demonstrate the correct grip. He instructed. Pay close attention. You are still young, so do not attempt to show off by using one hand. Your weaker hand can support your dominant hand, either resting gently atop it or used to stabilize your arm for enhanced steadiness. Your palm should fully adhere to the grip, ensuring a solid hold. Keep your wrist straight, avoiding bending or overextending to better transmit force and control the gun's recoil. Your feet should be shoulder-width apart, with your body slightly leaning forward to maintain balance and stability. Bend your knees slightly to lower your center of gravity and enhance stability. By the way, if you find yourself out of bullets, do not bother reloading. Simply toss it in the trash and buy a new one. I believe the allowance I give you should be enough to purchase several. If you encounter any suspicious individuals, do not hesitate to buy a backup weapon nearby for emergencies. The physical education class in Night City was equally unique, with teacher Rebecca explaining how to handle a handgun with remarkable clarity, even imparting some techniques specifically suited for women. With a bang, the bottle remained unscathed, yet the person fell first. Liu rushed forward in concern, relieved to find that Zhao Jun was quite clever. Maintaining a standard stance, and aside from a minor scrape, she sustained no serious injuries. The young girl, being quite stubborn, adjusted her aim multiple times, significantly increasing her accuracy. With Halloween approaching, Rebecca decided to gift Zhao Jun a customized handgun that she had personally decorated. It was simple to use, comfortable to hold, and most importantly, reliable, making it ideal for a novice like Zhao Jun when Halloween arrives. Pulling out this little toy in the streets would undoubtedly secure her some candy or perhaps even the funds to buy some. Ethan opted to gift a set of surgical knives, while Landry prepared a mischievous program designed to cause ordinary individuals to trip and fall. Hook found a design for a smartwatch. Planning to have Li Yu create it for Zhao Jun, a girl should be well nurtured, both in spirit and in material wealth. Liu decided to gift her a skateboard, complementing Hook's watch with a pair of high-tech glasses. First, they would gather the complete set of Death's elementary school ensemble. However, even in the present day, Dr. Agasa's technological prowess remains unparalleled and difficult to replicate. Another class concluded, and not only Zhao Jun, but even Li Yu had gained much, as teaching allowed him to thoroughly review the knowledge as well. After class, Ethan and Rebecca tenderly helped the young girl with her injuries. Meanwhile, Li Yu contemplated a significant life decision regarding what to eat for dinner. Zhao Jun had performed splendidly today and deserved a special treat. Even though he was alone, he appeared rather flustered. Zhao Jun and Hook had long since become accustomed to this, in their eyes. Li Yu was the type who could play rock, paper, scissors even when alone. Perhaps, the mentally ill find joy in their peculiar way. That evening, Li Yu briefly explained capitalism, anarchism, and communism to Zhao Jun in simple terms. The outcome was quite favorable, and she quickly fell asleep. With a genius brain, coupled with the nurturing from Li Yu and his motley crew, who knows what kind of extraordinary being may emerge in the future? Of course, given the state of the world, it is far better to have a monster capable of protecting itself than to merely possess a beautiful vase. Ultimately, one can only hope that she leads a carefree and joyful life in the days to come. Chapter 87. Mischief at night. As Zhao Jun drifted off to sleep, Li Yu began his own work. With the 9 Nether Shintian divine art at his side, he felt no trepidation about any endeavor. Be it an early bedtime, staying up late, pulling an all-nighter, or even facing the risk of sudden death, these were of no concern to Li Yu as a cultivator, observing Zhao Jun day by day. Li Yu felt immense pressure, convinced that it was only a matter of time before he would run out of things to teach her. Surely, he could not be outdone by an 8-year-old child. Dawn broke, and on Christmas Eve, no one had perished in Night City. This statement would undoubtedly elicit laughter. Honestly, not even a soul would dare to place bets on a peaceful Christmas Eve, despite the astonishing odds of such a wager. Hence, in Night City, Li Yu found no shortage of business, whether it involved the living or the deceased. Given his current connections in the ghostly network, acting as a middleman would not pose much of a challenge. Yet Li Yu was somewhat socially inept. He found it easy to engage with those who piqued his interest, but conversing with those who did not was a struggle. He was keen to avoid the discomfort he felt in his previous life. For a middleman who must navigate social intricacies, Li Yu fell short of being an ideal candidate. The introverted and shy boy preferred to let his gun do the talking rather than engage in convoluted conversations. Amidst the bustling streets of Night City, Li Yu leaned against the curb, chatting with passers-by. He had just collected payment for a delivery from a few members of the Valentino gang when he happened to encounter 2 female ghosts and paused to converse. He eagerly anticipated the rewards for helping ghosts surpass the 1,000 mark. Perhaps, he mused, even 500 might suffice. But alas, the external system was far too aloof and never engaged in conversation. So, you just met your end like that? Li Yu inquired, perplexed. The Valentino gang's female ghost, adorned with tattoos and sporting a vintage hairstyle topped with a plastic rose, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I turned around and got my head blown off. Liu nodded thoughtfully. That sounds truly tragic. The rose-haired ghost concurred. Sometimes, fate is just that peculiar. Liu nodded in agreement. The rose-headed woman was named Fritz. That day, she had been leisurely strolling through the streets. Years of experience had sharpened her instincts, and she quickly sensed that she was being Fritz is truly wronged. There are neither bounties nor warrants for her. The matter between her and the animal gang is merely an emotional dispute. She was simply a girl entangled with a member of the animal gang, causing heartbreak both physically and mentally. That girl cried for a few days, at most creating a scene of lamentation. And then it was over. Even the boyfriend, who had been cuckolded by her, could only mutter a few curses. Youngsters who have just entered the fray are often loud and reckless, lacking discretion. They hastily resorted to violence without fully understanding the situation. Do they not comprehend jest? Or are they oblivious to arrogance? Now it seems that in trying to joke with others, he has unwittingly become the punchline himself. The jester is indeed me. In light of this, Li Yu resolved to learn from this cautionary tale, for who could foresee from which obscure corner of Night City a bullet might fly? After a moment's contemplation, Li Yu inquired, Do you wish for assistance in avenging this wrong? I am well versed in the ways of the cleanup crew. Fritz shook her head and replied, The animal gang would not engage in conflict with the Valentino gang without substantial gain. Those 2 fools who sought to use me as a pawn for a bounty are likely to be eliminated by the animal gang as a means to quell the discord. As she spoke, Fritz grew increasingly despondent. Now, it seems, Thanks to that foolish cleanup crew's meddling, I have become a subject of ridicule among both gangs. Liu continued to ask, do you have any last wishes? With vacant eyes, Fritz slowly uttered, let the earth explode. I feel utterly shamed to remain on this planet. Dying in a woman's tender embrace, dying amidst the farce of mockery, or dying at the hands of reckless newcomers. Oh, how I long for death. No, wait. It seems I am already dead. Observing Fritz trapped in this cycle of despair, Liu replied, I'm afraid I cannot assist with that. It appears best to wait until she regains her composure before addressing such a matter. As for the destruction of the earth, that is something I truly cannot accomplish at this time. Liu then turned to glance at another female specter, thinking that he could not allow his efforts to be in vain today. After all, when would he ever gather enough wishes to ascend to divinity? Spotting a girl who resembled a street punk trying to stifle laughter, Liu smiled and said, please, commence your tale. The punk girl pointed at herself, exclaiming, ah, me? Just moments ago, she was listening to stories, and now Liu unexpectedly passed the metaphorical microphone into her hands. Indeed, it was merely a metaphor. There was no actual microphone. The punk girl hesitated before saying, my name is Oleana. My father is a retired soldier from the military technology sector, and my mother is a waitress. Since childhood, I have harbored grand ambitions. I wish to make a name for myself in Night City, so Liu interrupted. Could you perhaps hasten to the crux of the matter, such as how you came to be in your current predicament? He observed Aoliana, as if she were reflecting on her life. However, having both parents alive and well is already a significant advantage in Night City, something this girl could indeed boast about. Aoliana succinctly responded, just like her. I was shot in the head. Liu thought to himself. This is akin to fast-forwarding from birth straight to burial. His tone laden with exasperation, he remarked, that is quite the leap. Isn't it? Aoliana retorted with a hint of pride. Well, you chose the topic. Big shot. It was evident that she was slightly miffed at being interrupted. My apologies, dear lady. Do share your story, Liu said with an air of contrition. A man must know when to bend. Hee. I am a freelance mercenary, and I recently took on a job for the Valentino gang, which involves finding a way to thwart this point. Aoliana's narrative became considerably more coherent. Chapter 88. A tale of betrayal. Aoliana's story, within the context of Night City, was rather commonplace. The Valentino gang aimed to prevent a military technology company from demolishing an apartment complex in their possession to create a grand exhibition hall. This task was assigned to Aoliana and her associates. The reason being, the Aoliana before Liu had an insider from the military technology company. Indeed, the girlfriend she had ensnared was an active employee of that very company. Upon reaching this juncture, Liu cast a glance at Fritz and surveyed their surroundings, pondering why they seemed to encounter so many women in this place. Well, in Coconut Juice City, perhaps even those who fancied vending machines might not be surprising. In contrast, it only served to make Liu feel that the love between Jack and Misty was truly celestial. As the narrative progressed, Aoliana's informant revealed a name quite coincidentally, another Jack, but not Wells. Rather Lars, Jack Lars, the director of the urban planning department in Night City, married with 2 children, residing in an apartment on Springwater Street. The military technology company had spent lavishly, bribing this seemingly ordinary yet deranged individual. His greatest pleasure was akin to that of a Prince Charming, lavishly providing naive girls with the illusion of a perfect romance. Much like a narrative spun from a dream, he was courteous and attentive, fulfilling their every desire. Once they were utterly infatuated, entrusting him with all their confidence, on a day following a period of immersive romance, he would propose to film an amateur dream sequence together, claiming it was to intimately understand their initial feelings. However, once the passion faded after that first euphoric encounter, he would inform them, congratulations, you have become the star of a private peep show. He reveled in witnessing the moment when young girls plummeted from paradise to hell, the instant of their mental collapse. The despair of losing trust in everything around them served as the finest tonic for his mundane existence. Liu mused that this individual must have watched too many films featuring the likes of Jotaro Kujo, which is why the youth should exercise restraint. Desire is emptiness, and emptiness is desire. The emptier the historical record, the more lustful the individual becomes. Setting aside hacking skills for the moment, those like Liu, whose historical records and bookmarks are filled with valuable educational resources, could be considered paragons of virtue. Although Aoliana and her crew did not eliminate that scoundrel, they managed to take down everyone else connected to him, recording his confession. This led to the director's termination before he could sign any permits, and his acceptance of bribes from the military technology company for his own hedonistic pursuits was also unveiled. Consequently, the military technology company was compelled to lie low for a while. Overall, this endeavor could be deemed a success, though some minor complications arose during the settlement of the final payment. In Night City, who can you truly trust? Is it family and brothers who share your blood, friends with similar taste in humor and drink, or business partners with vested interests? The renowned hacker Kivi once said, in Night City, trust no one. Similarly, a well-known money-grubbing fellow remarked, this person is my dearest friend, my brother. Oh, how I must charge more in any case. Aeoliana was betrayed, shot in the head by her own teammate, becoming a rather popular tale in Night City. Aeoliana suspected that Jack Lars had significant involvement, perhaps having paid a hefty sum to have her eliminated. The military technology company could also be implicated. However, it was peculiar why only she was targeted, given that this was a collective undertaking. Furthermore, she had not yet ascended to the position of leader. So was it merely that she appeared the most vulnerable? Perhaps there were others who wished her harm, yet she had not crossed anyone recently. Surely, it couldn't be a matter of unequal distribution of spoils. Her share was not substantial enough for others to covet. The inconsistencies were numerous, and the confusion was maddening. Observing Aeoliana lost in thought after recounting her story, Liu replied, why ponder so much? Simply confront the murderer directly. Liu considered that since Aeoliana was already face-to-face with her assailant, knowing who fired the shot, she might as well inquire directly. Aeoliana looked at Liu and remarked, you are rather dull, aren't you? Stories should have twists and turns, reversals upon reversals, culminating in the revelation of the true culprit. Indeed, Aeoliana's desire to avoid probing into the cause of her demise is itself a rather amusing notion. Having Fritz as the sole source of levity is quite sufficient. Liu jestingly replied, since I have joined the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect, why not utilize the sect's techniques? He pondered that while his current strength might not suffice to take down the Arasaka Tower, dealing with a mercenary squad in Night City should be manageable, especially with Aeoliana able to provide information about the squad members. Aeoliana, looking bewildered, asked, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect. She seemed unfamiliar with this organization, uncertain whether it was a sect or a gang. Truly, it was an entity she had never heard of. Liu nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face as he said, it is a hidden sect. It is entirely normal that you are unaware. Each individual within is exceptionally talented, a veritable gathering of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I am but an unskilled apprentice among them. The prominent figures within the sect can even alter the rules of the world with ease. They are practically omnipotent. Aeoliana was taken aback, exclaiming, is that not akin to cheating? Liu's smile widened as he replied, precisely, it is cheating. At that moment, Aeoliana felt as if she had encountered a deity. After all, under normal circumstances, who could see ghosts? After her untimely demise, she transformed into a specter, her previously steadfast materialistic values shattered beyond repair, truly a cataclysmic upheaval. Speaking of which, is that a Sombrain truly formidable? Liu suddenly inquired with a hint of curiosity. This individual is the patron of the group that employed Aeoliana. And from what Aeoliana described, he seems quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Fritz immediately became intrigued and elaborated. He is indeed a legendary figure in Night City, and he is very much alive. Liu expressed his astonishment. So, did he ever blow up the Arasaki Tower? Fritz shook his head. No. Liu pressed on. Then he must have scaled the Arasaki Tower. Fritz again shook his head. No. Liu's tone grew slightly more subdued as he remarked. So, he must have caused a stir at the military technology headquarters, or the headquarters of Kantao. Fritz continued to shake his head, no observing the individual before him. Fritz couldn't help but ponder whether this person had set the standards for legend far too high, bordering on the absurd. She felt somewhat embarrassed to even mention that a Sombrain once wielded a small knife and wreaked havoc down an entire street. It appeared that this legendary figure wasn't quite so legendary after all. Meanwhile, Liu had lost the interest he once held. Even David, that child, seemed more impressive. What a so-called legend of Night City. Chapter 89. The Boxing Old Doctor. The Animal Gang GYM at this very moment. A fierce battle was unfolding in the center of the fighting ring. It was evidently a towering woman from the Animal Gang, striking down with colossal iron fists, as relentless as a torrential downpour. Yet, regrettably, her drum had yet to sound. Beneath her giant frame, another figure of an entirely different caliber moved with agility, akin to a slippery eel. Goodness, they are remarkably swift. Have these two installed the latest reaction coordinators? Rhino, to your right. No, to your left. Are you even capable? What do you mean, incapable? You go up and give it a try. I guarantee Rhino's fist will teach you a lesson in humility. Go for it. Master Li cut through her center, quickly. Roar. One punch like that could be lethal. Has Rhino truly ignited her fighting spirit? Who is that person? Don't you recognize Dr. Li? A novice member? Hiado, your laugh is rather peculiar. It's nothing. Nothing at all. By the way, young man, would you like me to accompany you for some practice after this? As if on cue, amidst the storm of attacks, Liu deftly evaded a heavy blow. He then delivered a swift right hook to Rhino's abdomen. Following this exchange, the two distanced themselves, the storm abated, and it was a moment of measured restraint. The tall boxer, Rhino, was the first to break the silence, cheerfully exclaiming, "Impressive, Dr. Li. No wonder you are the disciple of Iron Fist Victor." Liu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's of no use. I cannot break through her defense. In truth, had Liu not been genuinely evasive, Rhino would have realized that it was her own defenses that were unyielding. Such a realization would surely bruise the young lady's pride. Moreover, had Liu not tempered his strength, he might have even penetrated through her defenses completely, and that image would have been. However, today, he was merely a refined little doctor, needing to maintain a distinction from the righteous Mosaic Knight. That it seemed he harbored some misconceptions regarding his dual identities. In the eyes of others, one was a perverse doctor, and the other a lawless rogue. Neither was particularly virtuous, Rhino continued, saying, "With your keen awareness, if you were to modify your cybernetic enhancement slightly, perhaps add a few metal plates, you would undoubtedly become a rising star in the ring." Liu politely declined, saying, "Let us not. I am merely a frail scholar." Upon hearing this, Rhino erupted into laughter. "Ha! Frail? You?" As a dual identity underground boxer and fitness coach, Rhino was naturally perceptive. Just by observing Liu's muscular physique, she was thoroughly impressed, undeniably a capable fighter. Upon learning that Liu's mentor was Victor, Rhino became even more convinced of his prowess. Thus she insisted he join her in the ring. Through their interactions, they had grown somewhat familiar. However, there was one point where Rhino misunderstood. Although Liu had emerged from Victor's tutelage, Victor had never actually taught him to box. Previously, while treating members of the animal gang, someone had gifted him a membership to their gym. Sticking to his principle of not wasting opportunities, he decided to utilize it, perhaps expanding his practice, as he was also skilled in acupuncture and massage, and could even address minor injuries. It was during that visit that he encountered Rhino. That time, he had assumed she was merely a fitness coach trying to sell him classes. Why did he think so? Because she resembled one to a T. Engaging in casual conversation, she attempted to guide him through a fitness assessment, introduce him to training equipment, and invited him to spar in the ring. He had thought, is she going to analyze my condition and devise strategies, ultimately trying to sell me fitness classes? However, it turned out it was merely about boxing. Now, they could be considered boxing friends, thanks to her. Liu had indeed received several acupuncture and massage requests. If the Vortex gang were madmen obsessed with mechanical enhancements, then the animal gang were fanatics devoted to muscle transformation. Each one of them was a hulking mass, consuming protein powder as if it were candy. They found Liu's treatments remarkably effective and eagerly sought him out, treating him as a master of bone setting. Appointments were now necessary, and once he had accumulated enough, Liu would make an appearance. Rhino occasionally urged him to try the underground ring, but it was merely casual banter, with no pressure. It seemed someone had taken an interest in Liu, particularly from a business perspective, prompting Rhino to act as an intermediary. However, it was evident that she was not a very effective negotiator. Just imagine, with Liu's deceptively impressive physique standing there, matched against a towering brood of 2.5 meters. Oh, once that height disparity was showcased, the scene of a little lamb triumphing over a mighty tiger would surely ignite the entire arena. At that point, whether from ticket sales or betting profits, the earnings would surely be substantial. And then, when Liu tore off his shirt, revealing his fit physique, it would create an explosive moment. Handsome in appearance, superbly built, and fighting with flair, a bit of marketing would establish him as a shining star. Unfortunately, he himself disagreed. His weapon also disagreed. The members of the animal gang had witnessed how Dr. fared in gunfights while rescuing patients. To put it bluntly, it was unlikely to be worth the trouble if it came to a real fight. For now, it was quite pleasant to regard him as a uniquely skilled cybernetic doctor. As they stepped down from the ring, Liu smiled and inquired, "Shall we discuss something else? I noticed your condition. Have you recently installed a new internal circulation system?" His perceptive abilities had sharpened significantly after his recent battle at the Wilderness Blade Association. He had experienced some advancement. He had now attained a level of sensory integration. His body's various sensory signals could switch freely, for instance, converting tactile or auditory information into visual representations that a gentle tap on the wall could reveal the situation behind it. Merely listening to sounds could allow him to deduce their posture. Coupled with modern combat assistance technologies, he resembled a human radar. Rhino, looking astonished, exclaimed, "Wow, a miracle worker! I just installed an adrenaline enhancer, but I feel something is slightly off, though I can't quite pinpoint what it is." "How did you discern that?" Previously, when Rhino visited cybernetic clinics, she would connect to the system for a comprehensive body check and analyze the data bit by bit. Unlike Liu, who merely needed to engage in one round to identify the issue. Liu smiled gently and replied, "It's merely the art of observation, a skill of the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Even if I told you, you might not grasp it. Speaking of which, have you been feeling anxious lately, particularly emotional, and experiencing insomnia?" With the U.S. heightened perception, combined with his medical knowledge and intellectual prowess, Rhino's physical condition was laid bare before him. Rhino nodded. "Is traditional Chinese medicine really that effective?" "I have indeed been feeling rather easily agitated lately," Liu responded. "Then it would be wise to adjust your cybernetic parameters. I can assist you with that shortly." Rhino, smiling awkwardly, replied, "Thank you so much. However, due to preparations for the boxing match, I just changed my cybernetics, so my budget is a bit. Liu maintained his smile and assured her, "No worries, this is a minor issue. I won't charge you." After all, he had a few inquiries he wished to pose to Rhino. Chapter 90. Life goes on. Movement never ceases. Liu was not here today merely for physical training. He sought to gauge the animal gang's stance on matters while also discreetly inquiring about the situation of a certain ex-lover, which constituted part of his agenda. As Rhino connected to a simple medical device, Liu observed the data, methodically adjusting the output parameters of her cybernetics. "Though, what a model, the latest version." Glancing at the data, Liu remarked. Rhino beamed with pride. "Of course. By the way, is the issue significant?" Liu replied, "If it's free, then it's certainly not a major concern. If it were serious, I would have to charge you handsomely." Upon hearing this, Rhino nodded with a smile. "Hee, that's true." Liu elucidated. "The individual who installed this enhancement for you took a shortcut, merely allowing the system to perform a self-check and automatically configure itself. In reality, certain aspects still necessitate manual modifications and adjustments." The rhinoceros, with a hint of emotion, retorted, "Damn, next time I'll demand a refund from him." Liu continued, "Nevertheless, at least the product sold is indeed genuine. From the data, it appears that at ISNT some second-hand merchandise pilfered from others." The rhinoceros emphasized, "He dares. Do you believe I won't have someone smash his shop?" Liu smiled. Impressive. By the way, do you know about Fritz? I think it's time we should delve into the main topic." The rhinoceros smirked. "Oh, per Fritz, he was taken down by two inexperienced little brats." Liu exclaimed in surprise. "So you're aware?" It seemed that even the towering rhinoceros was quite gossipy. The rhinoceros continued, "Kara Bridge nearly committed suicide upon hearing of her death." Liu questioned, "Was it that serious? I heard they hadn't been dating for long." The rhinoceros chuckled. "Heh, after too much friction below, perhaps there was nothing left above. The most astonishing part is that her boyfriend hasn't given up on her yet." Liu exclaimed, "Wow, that truly is love." The rhinoceros added, "I reckon he might enjoy the sensation of being overshadowed." Liu, astonished, replied, "Is there truly someone with such a penchant?" The rhinoceros whispered, "Let me share a secret with you, but don't let it slip out." Liu nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I am the kind of person who keeps secrets close, never to divulge. In any case, Liu felt that when someone begins to caution against sharing secrets, it's already too late. Certainly, many within the animal gang were already aware. The rhinoceros continued, "I heard from others that Kara Bridge's boyfriend actually wants her to film her encounters with Fritz as a super dream. He wishes to experience it firsthand." Liu gasped. "Oh," the rhinoceros went on, "I also heard that although the guy is reluctant to break up, he advises Kara Bridge to find a new girlfriend and move past her shadows, claiming he would forgive her as long as she doesn't pursue him." Liu queried. "Impressive, quite explosive. By the way, does this matter affect the two gangs?" The rhinoceros nodded slightly. "The fool who came to collect the reward has been taken out. Someone from above is bringing the body for clarification, but alas, the Valentino gang doesn't believe it." Liu nodded in agreement, pondering how wondrous reality can be at times. What seemed like mere coincidence now appeared as if the animal gang had orchestrated Fritz's demise and subsequently sought a scapegoat to deceive others. The rhinoceros continued, "There shouldn't be major issues. I suspect the Valentino gang merely seeks to garner some additional benefits. These matters will be discussed at the top, and if negotiations fail, it might just lead to a significant showdown. Allowing everyone to clear out some ammunition stock to Liu teased. When that time comes, remember to look after my business." The rhinoceros sighed. "Alas, can we speak of something more auspicious?" Liu replied, "Honestly, I can't think of anything at the moment." The rhinoceros smiled. "Heh, thank you." Subsequently, Liu turned to glance at the ghostly Fritz, conveying with his eyes that this was roughly the extent of the matter. However, it appeared that this gesture was akin to casting flirtatious glances at a blind person. As Fritz paid him no mind, engrossed in idle chatter with Oleana and Leib. Wait, what were these two women plotting against Leib? After swiftly adjusting the parameters, Liu announced, "All right, all set." He then quickly rose and headed towards the direction where Leib and the three ghosts were situated. Huh. Oh. The rhinoceros momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Observing Liu hastily stride towards the equipment area, the rhinoceros couldn't help but think, is the doctor in such a hurry to work out? What a disciplined man. Hearing their conversation, Liu sighed with relief. They were merely discussing Oleana's former teammate. This was, in fact, the second reason Liu had come to this gym today. Oleana's previous teammate, Likey, had also obtained a membership at this gym and seemingly enrolled in classes. Ensure the bottom doesn't touch the chest. Pause, then push up slowly. Take your time, don't rush. Damn it. Come on, Likey, you can do it. Likey, I can't anymore. Quick, lend a hand. Hold on, Likey, you're almost done with this set. Under the enthusiastic encouragement and expert guidance of a burly coach, Likey was exerting himself in bench press training. The immense weight caused the barbell to exhibit a slight bend, indicating that his alloy arms were indeed formidable. However, it seemed he was nearing his limit, struggling to catch his breath. Liu located an inconspicuous fixed apparatus nearby. Practicing while quietly observing Likey, contemplating how to find an opportune moment to converse with him privately. Others were oblivious to Liu's presence, but the rhinoceros was keenly aware Liu was devoid of any beads of sweat. His demeanor relaxed and composed, as if the heavy equipment posed no challenge to him whatsoever. His movements were fluid and natural, devoid of any signs of strain, effortlessly completing each action. Such a sight rendered it hard to believe he had just been utilizing the maximum load equipment. Holy cow, Dr. Liu possesses such strength? He truly just pulled that off with such ease. This guy must have been holding back earlier. Is this what one calls a gentlemanly demeanor? I really underestimated him. Liu quietly watched Likey train, while the rhinoceros' gaze remained fixed on Liu. Meanwhile, Likey appeared to occasionally cast glances towards the rhinoceros, as if showcasing his prowess, competing for attention, from certain angles. The dynamic among the three formed a rather harmonious and stable triangle. However, this state of harmony was shattered by a shout that only Liu could hear, that my goodness, upon hearing Oleana's exclamation. Liu's expression instantly tightened, and he hurriedly turned to her. He saw Oleana tremblingly point towards a nearby mirror. Following the direction of her finger, Liu beheld a hooded figure, an elderly woman whose face was lined with wrinkles. This grandmother was independently lifting dumbbells, embodying the spirit of resilience against age. Seemingly aware of Liu's gaze, the elderly lady retracted her previous indifference and wariness, revealing a gentle smile characteristic of her age. At first glance, apart from her advanced age, she appeared rather unremarkable, but that was a misconception. In Liu's perception, this grandmother's murderous intent felt almost palpable. However, this malice was not directed towards him but rather aimed at Likey.